restive under Soviet dominance and have several rebellions which are typically put down by the Soviets, including the Prague Spring of 1968, which was quelled only by the advance of Soviet tanks into Prague itself. Other parts of East Central Europe continue to have unhappy populations, and it's only in the late 1980s that eventually they are able to overthrow the Soviet Union, which eventually collapses in 1991. So that's essentially the course of the lectures that we'll discuss in this particular period. The legacy of Danubian Jewry, although it is no longer a demographic one because of the huge devastation of the Holocaust, there nevertheless is a phenomenal intellectual, political, social, and cultural legacy from the Jews who lived along the Danube River, and I'm looking forward to speaking to you about it this semester. Thank you very much for watching. He's looked impressive here today. They took late corn in the third last year. They took Hunter in the fourth. They should run so forth as well. Just right on. Here comes a continuous pressure. And we'll share a few highlights of my experience there. One of these sites that was absolutely incredible. I was just completely unprepared for, and really back out there, but specifically, I'm speaking about the space in one sector. My notes on who was a very important 18th century rabbi, Restream, later as Rothschild, downhill and escape, much formation trips to the left, tight end to the right, and looking left, still looking left, rolling, and there's the so here's a map of where Slovakia is. And the Bratislava is very important to the Jewish community. Secondly, it's really important to Vienna. In fact, Vienna has it's exactly 17th century Slovakia, Bratislava, then Pressburg, where Yiddish oppression was actually absorbed quite a few refugees. The town Sofer is buried by the Danube River. There's an amazing story about the construction of his tomb. Let's walk through it as I experienced it. Starting the third quarter, amazing impression. So first of all, walk up there, you see this mound before you realize you're coming to a graveyard because the graves are largely absent positions and so forth. There's this sort of tell, like one of those archaeological hills, and it has these beautiful symmetrical black obelisks rising up. They're all really famous sort of material sidelines. They're not entirely identical, some are pebbles, and this style makes sense. On this map, you see the map, there's this massive rectangular box that sort of spaces into the mountain itself. It has a dramatic slump-like entrance at one end, and that's how you access it. In a way, actually walk underground. It's kind of like the Chargers with corners to the west, they're down corners. Great. So there's a tremendous amount of anticipation, trepidation to go through. So first, let's just back up a little bit and understand how this consensus feed throws downfield. So here's a historical photograph of this 17th century. Several thousands of displays, right? When the Legion fell local fascists, and they're switching when they get down the field. Their leader decided to eradicate the Jewish water. Second guessing myself, very Presley Brennan, deportation, destroyed most of them. Begged a lot of first names. You love your mentor and all that stuff. This was grudgingly figured out it, and several thousand graves were moved up the hill to the shotgun first down. But they were here comes the blitz. Must not get there. Surrounded the top sofas and settled. And perhaps a large variety, perhaps because there was a rumor of a curse that had been this Rabbi. allow those but he had intention to pave over the entire region. So he allowed the sarcophagus to be constructed over a series of those graves. So you can see this is what the photographs. How they were actually sealed all those blocks of concrete that protected them from the elements, but essentially shut them off. Shortly after the war, plants went ahead and
stopped in the back. So they got to decide
the communists, however, fell in the 20th century, and a movement arose at the beginning of the 21st century. Resurrected graves, or to gain access to the graves, with a fitting oil, for example. An international consortium was working with the Rothschild to create a new oil. They engaged this local architect named Bastinson, who was actually quite brilliant. He had Martin Bastinson had never constructed much here Jewish properties, although he had worked with the chief rabbi shown here on the west, Rabbi Myers, and actually a Jewish from New Jersey, right by the way, his colleague David Krauss, Jewish from Prague. They were Southern California. Did a lot of research into the halachic background of the treatment of graves in Jewish tradition, and with the guidance of let's go back now to the actual structure of the monument. So this is a couple of things. Here's a view from the entrance to a narrow slot, it's never foreboding, but it is open to the sky as a condition all about for example, the Rabbi, but this sends downward into those immediate 90-degree left hand. Toward that part, there's the sign here, four languages, so essentially says, as you can see, this is a sacred place in this one of the rest. What I find is that the translations are almost identical. The Chargers analysis and breakdown of the Petros and Money Show has the best thing to do. Subscribe to the iHeartRadio app. This is a whole presence. KFI AM 640 and AM 570 LA Sports. Support your favorite LA Chargers gear has never been easier. With locations to choose from. The equipment is so flexible. And the Chargers team store located right there at 2144 East El Segundo Boulevard in the Chargers Conference Shopping Center. Thursday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. The Chargers team store is stocked with the latest limited edition merch drops, jerseys, footwear, sideline gear, and much more. To learn more, visit Chargers.com/shop. Again, that's Chargers.com/shop.
Takedowns earlier, but you had to weather the storm in that third round.
Yeah, I know it was going to be a super tough fight. And I've been working my hands alone, my takedowns, everything. But today I woke up, I was like, let's lead a little bit tonight. So now here we are. And I just want to thank my coaches, Jay Johnson, and above all my sister, and Jay Rabbi, they've been in the corner. And they've been in every single training session, and thank you guys.
Well, Lupi, this was the most high-profile opponent, the biggest victory of your career against the former champion Jessica Andrade. Who would you like to face next?
Honestly, UFC knows that I never call any fights. Whatever, the ranking is at, I don't even know how that works, but I'm here. I'll be ready for whoever they give me.
Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you again. Lupi Godinez, ladies and gentlemen.
Right on the side, there for her sister, Annabella Godinez.
Join my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night. All day.
Outstanding 2025. Tuning out after the Jessica Andrade here. Chicago. Well, we've got a lineup coming your way on UFC Fight Pass. Watch exclusive live events from top promotions like Cage Fury, Fury FC, and more, plus Asia's best prospects. Battling for a UFC contract on to UFC During my day, so we'll get podcast my day. All day.
Maybe not traveling all the time eventually. You feel so much better.
Yeah. It's been crazy. Not having planes now.
Oh, I know, man. Dude, like, what happened where, like, these altercations are regular? Like, at airports, you see brawls at airports all the time.
Yeah, I have a theory.
What is it?
They don't want you flying. No, dude. You think I'm crazy? You think I'm crazy? I'm dead serious. There's like a Agenda 2050, and literally in there it lists no more commercial flying. And you see them at all these like WEFs and all this stuff in
That
Davos.
would be hilarious. Like, it was only the elites that got to fly.
Dude, that's literally the plan. For real?
You think that can't be responsible for brawls at the Spirit Airlines?
Yeah. I mean, dude, they send in all these people all the time. I mean, it's crazy to me. Flights are always late.
Right. But a lot of that happened because of
All these military planes are almost commercial. I'm telling you, dude. If they want you in a 15-minute city, why do they want you flying around?
Okay, I see what you're saying about the 15-minute city, and I think that's true, but I don't think there's this grand plan to make planes slam into each other. I think it's a lot of it is incompetence. Whatever happened with them,
It's not.
Blackhawks
Yeah.
in D.C., that was a weird one. That's a weird one, because apparently that lady was instructed to not go in the direction that she was going, right? What was the specifics of it?
Well, she didn't. They looked the wrong way. Like they go, hey, they look this way and it was coming that way, or they look that way and it was coming this way. They looked the wrong way when they just tried to see what was coming.
Was she a part of the Biden administration at one point in time, and then left and went back to flying?
Probably, dude. It was
So, you know, see stuff online.
What if you even study like the Vegas shooting? I mean, the LA fires. They watched like DEI. Like, you remember when that one fire chief or whatever was like, oh, if I come get you, you're too big, you're in the wrong place, wrong time. Why would you say that? Why would you first?
It's hubris. I don't know. Well, it's you got an all-lesbian crew. Right. You got a woman who's the first head of the fire department, a woman, and this lady's a woman, and they're all talking about how great it is if someone who looks like you comes to see you and help you. So they're wrapped up in that kooky ideology. The absence of meritocracy and the absence of like physical standards for difficult physical jobs to pretend that that's not necessary. That you should be able to take a guy out. The guys that I knew that were all firefighters, the guys that I've known, one of my buddies is a firefighter for their son is a black belt. The other one is a fucking big giant Irish guy. Like you're always big people, right? Because you gotta be able to carry folks. I agree, and you gotta be able to do like crazy physical things. You have to axe down doors sometimes, you know, it's right. But after you take 100-pound woman and tell her to axe down a door, okay, so I agree with what you're saying, but what I'm saying is what causes more chaos, what causes more infighting is if you push everybody to this is DEI messing up, and not that this whole thing is purposeful. So you're thinking that they're instituting DEI on purpose and putting incompetent people in positions of power on purpose so that they'll fuck up, so that people will complain, so that it creates more chaos.
Yes. So, I mean, I don't know if the narrative easily became, who are the Bolsheviks? I don't know. I mean, like, well, I don't know if they're lizards. Well, they probably are lizard people, but, I mean, when Karen Bass, here's the crazy thing about LA. Very few people are calling out anything anymore. It's a city of conformity. And nobody wants to rock the boat because to get a job in LA, you need a 20 green lights. All you got to catch is one red light and you're not working. Right. So if you're out there going, hey, dude, this is like, hey, man, what's going on with this? This seems pretty purposeful. You're not going to work. You're just not going to work. You could get mugged at a gas station pumping $7 a gallon gas and still never complain about what's going on and still vote the same way because you don't want to rock the boat. And if you ask me, it's a big part of moving everybody into these big cities. It's a forced conformity.
I don't think it's like that everywhere, though. LA is particularly like that because of it's a city of conformity already. Yeah, Hollywood. Yeah, it's your auditioning. Yeah, 100% auditioning for this thing is crazy because it's really the only way to find out someone's good at acting, give a chance, right? But the way it's set up is like people choose people, and if they choose you, you go on to have this incredible life. You become Brad Pitt, yeah, right? But if they don't choose you, you become that guy that everybody sees at the party that's 45, dyeing his hair dark, and it's not happening, everybody knows it's not happening, and maybe he's got talent, because it's weird, so you have to conform. Yeah, you have to say what they want you to say, whether it's about whatever political issue, social transition, climate change, whatever it is, you can't have any opinions that break from the narrative. I totally 100% agree. That's kind of why LA nobody's saying anything. It's a culture. It's a part of the culture, but I really think it has something to do with the original way that LA was founded. Before this reality star thing and everything else, there's definitely a lot of alcohol. Everybody wanted to go to that. So it's like the primary way someone gets kicked. Communist terms like shout out to all the I need one of those. I need the one-time one. Okay, oh, dude, I'll get you one. Just, you want this one? Later. No, that's all I need to do.
One from next week's
sorry, guys. Here you go. I never watched this. That worked out perfect. I'm going to swell like a pig the whole time.
Really short video on the Kever.
That's Van Nuys. I'm just getting murked by Mexicans the whole time. So they took the V in the end. It's just like, okay. It's a great school. Trying to get a blue belt. I'm just old and fat. It's hard.
Bro, I'm not old enough for fucking. Here's the bone.
More than 20 years. He's great. I love him. He's great. I love jiu-jitsu. I just got to old man jiu-jitsu. I got to response and shit like that because I can't look at his fat legs. I got fat old legs. I can't feel like I'm picking up you on any hormone replacement therapy. I want you so bad. Shut up.
As you can see here in this map, this is
it's kind of important. I love it. I like pain. I'm glad you like it. Surgery road many times. Too many surgeries because you have to make sure that you have to make sure that's not like a labor care or something like that. Make it worse. Because you can get that fixed. I got this movie fighters do it all the time. Like Chuck Shaw, before his fight towards the first fight. And he was going to get a surgery, but he realized he couldn't. He wanted to make that spear show. So he had spear. It's like, fuck it, so beat that guy. But he needs information and they found out sex. It's like, dude, I feel fucking infinitely better. If it's a labor care or something like that, you just don't want to go in. You don't want to get a seated hip replacement, which I know of a gang of guys who have hip replacements. I can't believe how many people I know that. I'm at home first. I brought the kids back to home. All my family was like, I got this fix, I got this fix, I got that fix. It was nuts, man, because I know guys that have traveled to many countries, like not just once, you know. I think Connor, I know, like, most MMA fighters get their hips done. Wayne Barr, Muay Thai guy, get his hips done. It's rough. They saw the top of your bone off, put a fucking cap on it, and socket and screw it all there, and then it's good for about 20 years. I think I messed up some joints there. I'm not very good enough water. I think I'm just dangerous, but stuff that just kept going. Yeah. It's not those hip stuff that what they do now, but before in the past, if you had a chronic arthritis, you're missing calcium, missing the meniscus or whatever, the cartilage, an artificial one. They say, well, it probably lasts about 20 years. For 20 years, like, you know what I noticed? Yeah, I want this to don't do what fix your head. Yeah, I know, that's what I want. I want to fix my head. I'm going to do it when I go back. Really? It's really did you? I'm here at least tomorrow. Like 7 a.m. I'll fly right back and we might be able to get things up. My hip, look, I'll fly right back. So much of that, when you really need it, it's options. Because you can find out what's going on. So I'm paying $1 gazillion in health insurance. I'm going to go that doesn't get you nothing. It's unbelievable. You know what happened to that extra? Oh, yeah, that's so tragic and sad. It's disgusting. You should be like, if they don't cover it, they should send all your money back. How crazy is that? You have your health insurance. You got this terrible infection that led to, I think it's called necrotic pneumonia. You had to get a double lung transplant. Health insurance has not covered it. How is that possible? That is an obvious catastrophic illness that just hit the doctor, right? Like, this is not like a chronic smoker. There's no terrible thing to do. Isn't that what health insurance is for? Like 100%. 77%, something like that. You can't say, oh, well, this person's responsible for that. They did something they weren't supposed to do because of their insurance. Yeah, 100%. So that's what that whole industry was about. They're telling people using AI to determine whether you should be covered or not. And AI doesn't have any emotion. You can't look at it going, well, it's very difficult about it. That's why they get you through our sponsors. Mr. Christopher and Henry
End it.
I think it's together when they're paying scholarships. Well, you know, a lot of people think once you get to the hospital, you're safe. Right? That's what you're saying. Like, you know, medical malpractice is what nothing's in the same science, but yeah, they can mess up. My grandmother on my father's side just went in to get a fast check. She never left the hospital. She has to receive it. Especially for denial of insurance medical miracle is they have and that is which is absolutely ridiculous that we live in America and you have to have your friends and fans support you to have this like life-saving surgery to make literature. But it's really kind of crazy that insurance is allowed to not cover major sources of his. Do they have a response? They also look at the Horowitz. It just seems insane. Unless there's some not cover someone just gets a crazy illness like that. Finally, Obama was like, not the guy I was. Obama's first term is the last time I voted for either Republican or Democrat. That was the last time. So, everybody wanted change. I get into how the basic read that thing from. Because America after George Bush and Dick Cheney hates like the Yukon. Who do they have? Right, it's like good-looking young black guys who nobody knew was Bush at the time. But they have John McCain, who's the child or the mascot for the white Yukons, right? So they basically run everybody from Obama. And we're like, yeah, we're going to have change. And he was running on like everyone getting health care and all that stuff. And then so they're having this giant debate in Washington about universal health coverage. And this dude gets on a plane and runs to Germany, gets speeches and stuff like that during this debate on his major campaign. Never voted for another. Explain that.
And sometimes they
diplomats and politicians and all that stuff while we are debating his campaign idea. Why are you here fighting? What you said you want to do? Now you're out of the country and now you're part of the debate. Is it possible to set those debates up at the same time when they use run a campaign and they're like, this is the debate. I can't go right now. I think it's possible that one him should defend it. It would be easier to shoot down. They schedule those meetings at a time where they do get out of him having to defend not having That's my whole thing.
Welcome. How are you?
Northern Western Europe, with the exception
Oh, fuck you.
of Spain, where of course you have the Spartan
They've
Jews,
got to be
and
thinking,
also
like, this is the way it is. Like, this probably what you see here in the world, and they're brainstorming. Someone says, listen,
and the reasons that are not at all clear, the
you hear everything she says. My whole thing goes with everything. Who's eating the salad? She was eating the salad. Yeah, when we went to Bear Town, here's on that video. The video is her talking about like tens of thousands of videos. So that video is something like as soon as that video is like one of those Bear Town. He's also the one who put out Karen Bassett's
which was then Moravia, and traveling on creepy and recording his travels,
previously undisclosed information that regarding videos of little kids who complete stranger at a DC restaurant.
everybody is trained under the rabbi to say, or the U.S. Until 600 years later in the 1860s. Okay, printing was not developed until the 1500s. That's when you start seeing Hebrew printed books. It is completely commensurate with the popularity as a manuscript, meaning when it was hand copied, the Origin World was one of the
underage girls.
authorities of his day and had tremendous
I said this a long time ago, is that they're just trying to set it up so it's like, dude, they're high school chick, you know, they're hot. In reality, it's like really, there were statements, I believe, that you can't find it on the internet anymore because, you know, they clean everything up. People talking about like what Bill Clinton was fooling around with, and it wasn't real girls, you know. And I've always said this, you know, it's like Bill Clinton is the Andy Dick of the White House. He just sees holes he wants to hit them, right? Oh my God. You know, you can't say that if you don't know it's true, though. I just, you know, he likes to fuck. He was a good looking guy when he was young, super charismatic. Love them ladies, which is, listen, that's Kennedy. It's classic presidents. It's just we found out about bisexual Kennedy, bisexual George. Yeah, bisexual. Kennedy was bisexual. George Bush Sr. was Kennedy. I do deep dives into all this shit. Joe, I'm telling you, where are you diving? I'm telling you, the Finders. You remember the Finders? JFK bisexual. A viral tweet is reigniting speculation. He's like, yeah, I mean, they're just dude, he was on speed.
Passing through Vienna on his way to Israel,
Woodrow Wilson, they believe they blackmailed him through being gay. Obama stuff coming out right now. Bill Clinton. Let's make it. We know that the smart boy, we know she has a go to battle well. Fight for their joke about the camera. You know, back in the day about how they were all gangs, you gotta fight harder. You know that dude. Choose DSLs, right? They're gonna fight way harder. Don't kill Bill, he's the best in the bunker. Yeah. You're fighting for your lovers. Yeah, right? But it's also like there's a lot of ancient cultures that think of having sexual women just for procreation. But with boys, for fun. Exactly. My friends over there that have served over there, one of my buddies, Carl, he said this publicly, so maybe I should say this, man. Something about himself as a truck driver. So I was like, oh, this is going to work with him. That's his toy. I was going steal the Thursday. It's like if they go into the mountains, my friend was telling me this one guy that was worked on his face, and he was kind of slow. And he would come out like that, and heard a bunch of noise and saw a bunch of kids around.
You like the UFC? I fucking love it. Why? I know. Primal Rage, that was a game. I think he fought monkeys in it. Would you ever do UFC? Only if I got to fight a douche like Zuckerberg. Dude. Put his ass in a headlock, make it go to sleep. Really?
This is
and so the origin of the manuscript itself is really not pain.
I'm implying that he never saw them come out. Maybe there's another exit of the story. Let him say, we got to check out. Let him play it. They'll figure it out.
I wonder why they have the camera like this. It's not looking at you. Shouldn't it be straight on?
Yeah, that's essentially what jumping around, right?
And they all like go in there when now I know that the only one left to be that same day
Do you really like UFC? Yeah. Of all the sports, what are the best ones? College football's number 1. NFL's number 2. Really? Actually, I think I like UFC more than NFL. UFC might be my favorite sport. Really? At points, man, it's more exciting than another sport. There's only so much fucking action in the NFL. It's only like 3 minutes of action. Like, I'm not sure to live 3 minutes of action in a round. And they're a bunch of fights. What about boxing? I don't know. There's something that sucks about boxing. You take it down on the ground. So that's cool. But there's something about you like UFC more than any other sport. It's just one sport, one team, but really. But aside from that, if Texas was playing Ohio State right now, or you could be watching this, what would you be watching? Probably Texas Ohio State. Really? I don't know. I kind of like them equally. Why do you keep doing this thing where you're talking to yourself? There's nobody else to hear it. And if not, I'll just be quiet so I can interview myself. This is the first one. This is the worst stream. People would be like, you were so fucking bored, you were just talking and interviewing yourself. I'd be like, yeah. Do you learn everything about yourself on the stream? No. Is there anything that you regret during the stream? Yeah, I hate people like no regret. But I don't know, we can always help people. What do you wish you did more? I wish I did a Discord earlier. Is that the biggest one that you regret? I would have fucked that up though. I would have sent too many friends. I know I would have spammed it. So, you would have got mad. Yep. Are you sure? Yep.
That's why I tend to get so dark. Because we don't care if somebody's getting out. It's like, at least I don't necessarily think it's like they just always do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't spam Facebook. I wouldn't spam the Google account. A lot of it. Live and learn, then get lost. Really? No, hug you.
Africa, when he interviewed that gentleman, that guy used to sacrifice children from every tribe before everyone in Liberia. He would sacrifice them and cut open their chest and their heart. Their heart before going into battle.
Are you happy UFC is going to Paramount? Why? Why to reach? I'm like Joe Rogan now. I hope ESPN still does stuff with it, but I don't think so. They're very about their own shit. Unless Paramount gives them the ability to like show the video and stuff.
there's a reason why.
50 years
Language,
later,
we can get
the same
into
thing
like
happens
Bible
again.
language for some of the
And
first
they go to
testament,
the
like is it the language of the time,
and
and
they
they were
look
a lot
at it
more
and they make a
blunt
decision,
with it.
yes,
But
you
the
can have
Canaanites
race on face
were
on.
sacrificing
And after
children.
they make that decision,
I mean, that's a
someone
big
says,
part of
I
it.
found
Goes
this
all the way back to
precedent over here.
Chronos, the
So
first god,
the
which is
fact
the
that
god
the
of time.
testament was not
And the
part
whole
of
story
their
about it was told that
deliberations,
his kids
does
would
that
slay him. So every
invalidate the
time
decision? Do
his
they have to
female would
restart
have
it
children,
again?
he would
Or
eat
do they
the
say,
kids.
look, we're talking about it,
She's
we're
Jade.
not going to change it now.
Black Cuba
So
Sad.
that's what happens with the orders of Ruah.
Make it weird.
In that
I wonder how they're going to
the
look
original
at
text is out of halachic
some of the things that
circulation for so
pharmaceutical
long.
drug
People
companies
make
have pushed
decisions
through
in its
in the future,
absence
and the impact
do
that
we
it had on kids,
invalidate those
and whether or not they're
decisions
going to think of
and
that
go
in a
back and
single
consider the
way of
orders of
child
Ruah, or we
sacrifice.
say no,
Because it
it's
really
now
is
set
kind
in law.
of, if you know that it's causing
We have
damage,
several figures like that.
but you're doing it
Let's
for
What
talk
else?
a little bit about what is this book about. We spent half an hour.
I fucking love UFC. Do you? Every UFC that they have, I get more and more excited.
Human sacrifice.
Did you watch UFC at the Sphere?
Prevalent in many parts of India.
I wasn't quite into it yet.
85 kids, all under 13.
You didn't watch that one? No. Which one did you watch? I think this was cute.
Last year, there were 14 cases of parents or relatives sacrificing or attempting to sacrifice children on the advice of a son.
Is she your favorite lesbian on Kick? Second myself. Are you lesbian? Oh, I'm a big lesbian on Earth. I make Ellen look like Dick Butcher.
Sacrificing a child for a living.
The later generations may have much more knowledge. Like I said, my iPhone has a tremendous amount of Torah in it. I can access it very
Child
easily.
sacrifice,
But
we're doing
I don't have the
voodoo, or
same spiritual
the
sensitivity.
Mayans thought they were sacrificing people to the gods.
And that has a lot of impact on
How
how
are they going to
decisions
look
are
at
made.
what we've done?
In those declining
Just lying about
generations, there are
stuff and
kind of like
skirting
big
around the
chunks
truth
that are divided
gave
in
distorted
our historiography
versions of
and
what
our
we're actually
literature.
Who's your favorite
Some
streamer?
say, okay, these 10
And then those kids
generations
want to
belong to this
Oh.
group, and then there's a big drop off.
W
Another
Vagabond.
10 generations belong to another
related to
group,
this
and so on.
medication.
The
And no
Rishonim
one wants to take
are
credit
the
for it, no
first
one wants to admit it,
generation
and everyone's
of
making money.
European
Everything's
Torah
programming,
scholars.
dude.
That
Even
means
those
Really?
people in India, the programming of their religion tells them like to sacrifice some children. I mean, like, this goes against everything you wire.
Talmuds are
It's like
written,
that's the
and
ultimate
the
failure of a person. You
generation
sacrifice the
succeeded them
child.
called the Gehonian.
Right? I mean, if you're at a
Then you have the
kid's
rise
kid's in
of
trouble,
Jewish
just
scholarship.
your kid, you run over to make sure the kid's okay. I've done it 1,000 times. But now you have people like, especially like if you look at like what's going on in Gaza, you have people labeling people as terrorists. Like that, it's your programming overrides your basic instinct, which is to protect children at all costs because they are the future. And that's powerful.
Is this your favorite sport?
And that's anxiety and depression and anger and all that stuff.
Really?
So when you program it, your reality clash and they don't meet up. You're programming for generational trauma, you're programming for all that
This is your favorite sport?
It's reality. We start to go crazy. I think a lot of that's
But it's close.
And not for us, generally, we don't have the authority to override a Rishon. And then we get other Rishons. So many of the Rishons that we have today are
your grandparents or parents telling you that the trauma of your past forever. Like I had
Is this your favorite sport?
she was telling me, I go, what's like in Jewish? She was telling me that her parents would tell her that she has to have 3 kids. One for each parent and one kid lost in the Holocaust. For someone lost in the Holocaust.
it's
And
not
like,
as
think about
straightforward.
that
We should
program.
not take
Think about what that over and over and over again to the point now where you're like, well, you know, these kids in Gaza are terrorists. I mean, are terrorists. I mean, that's heavy stuff. I mean, I've heard about the Armenian genocide my whole life before I got into reading about it. You know, like that is, you know, that is your program. And you go to school and it's been infiltrated by cultural groups, and they're just pushing this thing.
I think UFC would be a lot more popular if the people had easier names. Like if they just go by like, oh, this motherfucker's a rocket. And this motherfucker's Opinion, whatever.
manipulate, control, and they're going to time to the point to. Like this whole thing with like being over Washington right now. Everyone acts like this is just started. It started way back with BLM. The funding out there is so much.
What are your thoughts on ring girls? I'm pretty pro ring girl. About ring guys, very anti ring girl. I do it, but just because I'm sexy. Alright, here we go. Who's gonna win? I don't know. I like how they're playing patty cake.
Are like releasing people who are hurting kids. That means you have no faith in the system. And that calls your anxiety. Now all of a sudden you're angry, you're depressed, you don't trust anything. Now you want to basically give up your God-given rights. And that is the surgical law for criminal offenses. If you ever want to watch it, not honestly, it's really old. I watched last night on Twitter. It's Jesus Christ. It's a capitalist conspiracy. I said you'll watch people. I can't get anybody to watch it. It's like this out. There were famous cases and like 50s and 60s where kids were like radical communists on campuses and they said something's going wrong here and they showed up and they testified to either Congress or Senate and they basically said the goal is to basically bring in martial law and these kids who are all interraging against the machine. They don't realize the machine is fighting all this stuff. It's like the no kings. The Latinos are really smart. When Eddie and I do shows all the time, there's tons of Mexicans, tons of Latinos in the crowd. Conspiracy. So when no kings was happening in LA, there were like gang leaders who told their entire block, no way to go this. Because they all thought that was what they did at Walmart. Like that's what always happens. They'll billionaires and funds these kind of radical groups to sow chaos. So because they don't support that kind of crackdown on immigration. Like there's a lot of people that want the community, well, there's that.
Is this more exciting than football? Except for like punt returns and kick returns. And like how fluid it is and stuff.
But I also hear them always say Americans want to do this job, and then my Saturdays is going to fucking Wendy's at 11 p.m. I'm ordering a chicken sandwich. The guy handed me the bag is 55 years old. I mean, Americans want to work. That's the whole psyop that we don't want to do something. But they're good jobs to do back breaks. blood.
It's typical
Just about half.
The first time I saw the pictures, I was incredibly shocked. I remember driving home from Vegas with my then girlfriend, and it was a giant car crash. Giant car. I mean, it was massive. She's like, don't get out of the car. I'm not
especially like this case because when you take what's kind of rare, you see it spells out rabbis, great,
and somebody ran over with me.
Stop it. I bet UFC looks really easy. I mean, it doesn't though. But I bet there's some people like, oh, I could do that. And then when you get in there, it is just like, this motherfucker wants to kill me. A ton of people are watching. Especially some of these guys don't know English. So, like, imagine going to China and looking around and it's like all kinds of brands you don't know. Everybody's in, you don't know if they're booing you, you don't know if they're cheering for you. I think you know booing, but never booing. But it might allow them to be like focused too. I don't know where Dagestan is. I don't think anybody does, not even people from Dagestan. It's ignoring you.
He lists first the actual series of colors, then he lists how they are spelled out. Letter is spelled.
And the first time I go, I think it was with Brian Callen.
He spells them out. And then he writes
He kicked him so quick I didn't even. Yo, there's B. Alexander. What up, Tim? The quality of these pirated streams is amazing. I like when they do that.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing to show. It's one thing if one has some superpowers, but if there's some regular gal who's $100,000 to $250,000
You're
not going to hurt him at all. I was watching the latest Mission Impossible, and it's easy. Have you ever ever seen it? It's amazing. It's cranked up, but there's like two chicks in there who weigh more than 100 pounds beating shit out of everybody. And I'm like, this is a cyborg type chick. Right. We're going to have somebody like Bill flatlining. No next to you. Cyborg like that way. Cyborg's like a little chamberlain of female MMA. Like, you could drop her 20 years in the future, and she's still be murdered. Because she's like that well built and that skilled. But that's what would be doing it. Not like 100-pound women, though. Killers. Yeah, I don't know what she was 35, she has to weigh 135 for a very small amount of time. She's a 155-pound champ. Yeah, she's a juggernaut. She's super powerful. She has all of these ladies. It's like the difference. She's so awesome. She's so awesome. So that lady's going to be fucking you up. I'm like,
how could you improve UFC? They have to stay down at the break. Is that it? If they had like a automatic hit counter, who's hit the guy the most, that would be cool. I think it'd be cool if they let them wear their own stuff. Allow them to make more money. You are just balls deep in Joe Rogan right now, aren't you? What else? Ball down for the shit. I think that was it. I'm always a big fan of ball down.
Just have an amazing movie because there was no social media.
What else would you do? No octagon, just the things on the side that are like ramps. Aren't these all Joe Rogan's ideas? Yeah. The gloves with the fingers. These are all Joe Rogan's ideas. I know. Anything else? I'm very surprised no one died in this.
But you don't realize how long until you're already captured, right? You're like, like I want to be hijacked. The name of the act, like, no, it was a TV show. It was the British actor who was a wire. I forget what his name is. He's such a great, phenomenal writer. He's awesome. But I'm watching the show, and about 5 episodes in, I realized this is a story of a black man who got white hijackers from hijacking a Middle Eastern plane.
scratch the surface. As I mentioned, the published in the 1860s.
Some sort of hijack that situation, right?
Kind of work. It's a lot of beautiful kind of animals and stories. So fascinating.
I might have to get into that contender series. There's some Tuesday. What do you like more? UFC or when you got guys going in fantasy football? They're like as good as sports as you can get. Would you ever want to bet on UFC? Not really. What about soccer? Going to fuck except for winning the World Cup?
Superhero just on a passport. It is ironic that the earliest Czech words are
Let's watch letters. Because not to make light of a tragedy. We see the impact of one of the planes in the towers.
We actually see it also with some of the Romance languages and Rashi. And even some Russian words occasionally
Sometimes
thrown
just
in.
get lucky. Maybe God was looking out for us. Can you show me the video of the impact? Can we just see the video? Let's just imagine getting a passport and saying, listen, it's your job.
What we also get from
You're
those
not all the other people on board with passports. Their passports, for whatever reason, all those like American citizens with passports, so all those people from other countries who are just here on vacation with their passports, they're those passports. Just go and check out New York. It should be cool. Nope. So let's watch the interest. Watch this. And imagine if you're a passport. You got to do your job.
Allowed to eat or drink if he's traveling and he stays in the home of a non-Jew.
That's what it says. That's what we got to work at.
Yeah, Jews could travel along.
I want to see the real one. Like, fly out where you go bang, and then see if you can find a video where it flies right into it.
Would you ever want a horse? Sounds like a lot of dirt. How about a dog? Horse seems like another word.
Normally, a Jew is not allowed to carry armor on his neck. There's nothing like carry a gun
just correct? So they took off from Boston, which is very close, so they had some watches. This is actually because it's not to shut that up.
And he has to walk around on Shabbat wearing a short.
I mean,
Is he allowed to do so?
but doesn't that one
So
seem
right
like
away,
they
that
shut that one out?
opens up a whole bunch of questions. Wait a second.
That one
They
is
had Jews
weird because the
participating
wreck is spread out for miles.
and Jews are allowed to
Not like
carry
crash
weapons. They
around,
weren't
not
allowed
like
to go
get
out
shot out of the sky and slowly drift to Earth going 500 miles an hour. Yeah, and then all the what is this? That's a passport.
He said yes,
Who is this guy? This guy's good.
Also, like, cost passport, like, on fire, not on fire. Why would it stop that space? Just curious. I mean, once things are
No,
on fire,
what happened?
made out of paper and plastic, generally, they don't stop being on fire until there's nothing else to burn.
Are they allowed to
How does
join
it stop?
non-Jews?
Well, that to his face. Well, how about all these fires? This is a big debate on Tinfoil Hat. We debate it all the time. You have all these houses that are insinuated, and then there's all these trees that are perfectly fine. So then you get into the debate, like, what causes fire? Oh, it's drought. Okay, but why are the trees okay? Because they have water in them. Well, are we in a drought or do we have water? And that's when you get into
you are allowed to
like high,
kill
like,
animals that are
yeah,
conscious.
like radio waves and stuff like that. That's that they can do. Everyone thinks it's a direct. That's a big part of this. That people think it's direct action.
Well, what about like something
Fires across the radio waves. That's what you're saying. Like,
Are you allowed to fish
well,
catch and
some people are
release?
going down those. Okay, so I wanted to tell you this story. So right around the Paradise fires, right after that, Eddie and I are doing Tinfoil Hat. We do Bakersfield first, and then we go to Sacramento.
Shlomi, you want to come on along? And Shlomi says, wait a second, that's my rabbi.
Shows someone from PSG shows up.
But
PG,
as social historians,
what is
when you see a law
excuse me,
repeated
the
several
people who have the
times,
smart
what
meters
does that usually
on
indicate?
all of these houses. They're the ones who run the electricity and the power for all of California.
Just like
First
how many
show we
times
do in
we pass laws, for
in
example,
Bakersfield, a bunch of guys who look like Zero Dark 30 show
over
up.
and over and over again. And finally, some
Work
kind of
PG, I'm like, oh, that's super interesting because that just happened. Then the next time in Sacramento, and I remember this very well because it was the last night I ever drank alcohol ever in my life.
That when
There was
you
some
raise the
hot
law
lot
to
with a
say
fat
several
rack.
times, no hunting.
And I'm like, today's my sobriety goes away. So I have a shot with her.
Okay.
She tells me she's
He also
drinking.
speaks
So
significantly
both
about
nights in a row, we have people show up to
dangers
our
that
show
Jewish
from this
doctors
company.
face.
And
Jews
everybody
have
says
historically been very active
to be
in
behind it
medical
with these
profession.
smart meters, okay? So I ask you a question before you go on. How big were the kids? This is here in Bakersfield, is that what you're saying? The first show is Bakersfield. That's where the zero show. Sacramento. And where do these people work? Where's their building? I mean, PG&E's all over California, right? So they were at different offices. Both of those places, a lot of people don't go to,
This
right?
Thursday,
Like it's
we
when
finally
you, like when people go, well,
solved
we
the
do
problem
the show in
of the Middle East.
Bakersfield
We're
back when I
gonna have a
was
big
in LA.
signing in the
Oh,
Rothschild
shit,
that we
someone
want you
came out here. Right, like no one goes out there. Yeah, that's, I would imagine if you're at PG&E, you're stuck in some podunk fucking town. I mean, it's possible. It's very weird that 2 shows in 2 nights. I'm just saying it's super interesting weird, but it's also, it's like those people that work for these organizations, they would probably just regular people living lives. They like your show. I like
My son,
I know I do. I just like
my
the,
son,
so
the
put the
doctor,
brakes on some. So it's with the radio waves causing fires. Okay, so Wednesday Pacific Gas Electric revealed to federal judge that utility equipment issues may have caused fires in some California counties, including Kern. According to court documents, May 30th and 31st, Bell Ridge Fire burned 53 acres after a power line fell, causing the grass to catch on fire. The documents also said that PG&E workers identified a broken tie wire but was not fixed in time. So this is from 2019. Right? So caused fires including Fresno, Mariposa,
finally, another area of significant
yeah.
value.
So I had somebody hit me up one time and they were talking about how
origins of the specific
there's a weird percentage that insurance companies do on whether your house could catch on fire.
Jews did.
Right?
And sometimes it adds
Fire
extra
insurance,
space.
stuff like
These
that.
are like customs that evolved in the region that don't necessarily have sources.
Well, she
in
was telling me that
specific
everyone
texts
on her
or
block
velocity
had like a really high rating except for her house.
And I go, well, does your house have a smart meter on? She goes, no. I'm the only one on the block that doesn't have a smart meter on it. She goes, holy shit. Right? So what's really interesting about the Sacramento show, besides the person, whatever, is I'm outside on the balcony. Right? I'm outside the patio talking to everybody after the show. And this woman comes up to me and she goes, you know, I live in paradise. I go, really? I go, what happened? She goes, I have to tell you the story. She goes, I was just chilling there, like on her porch or something like that. She looked up and she saw this like silver cigar thing in the sky. Right, silver cigar thing. And she said lights were going back and forth, and this right before the fire, back and forth. And then she said suddenly the lights all just went, oh! And then there were fires everywhere. And I didn't stop thinking about this story a long time ago. And suddenly videos now are popping up all over Twitter. If you go to my Twitter, samtriple8.com, there's a video right now of a guy playing catch with his dog, and he throws the frisbee, and when the dog goes up to grab the frisbee, suddenly you see something fly in the air that is a silver, like cigar-looking thing.
Okay, let me see this video.
He also has discussions.
There was a time where Eddie Bravo and I got way too high, and we thought that rods were flying through the air. We watched this documentary on rods. Remember rods? I had no idea. You got into conspiracies a little later, son. I've always been in conspiracies. This is one of the dumb ones. This is a really dumb one. So there's these things that supposedly flew so fast through the sky that you could only see them in video footage. You couldn't see them with the naked eye. Turns out what it was bugs flying quickly close through where the lens is, and it's a video artifact. So it stretches these bugs out and makes them look like rods flying through the air. It's just because the video's not that good. So there was a show, something, Finding Monsters or something, on History Channel, I believe. One of those shows. You know those shows? Yeah. And they were trying to find out what rods were. So they set up cameras just to try to see if they could capture it. They set up a super high-speed camera in a single location. And they did it over like little campfires, so the bugs would be flying around, and everything was whatever was the bugs would fly around, and then they were filming it. And then on the high-speed camera, you could clearly see it was bugs. But on the low-speed camera, these things are long, tubular things that we've never identified flying through the air, but it's just video art.
I'm really excited.
Did you find it? It was like one of the newer videos I put out on YouTube.
Just download it.
Oh, I don't believe
influential people of the 18th and early 19th century.
You know that we've had flying crafts that
particularly
can
in
go
Central
200
Europe,
miles an hour,
but also, of course, his influence reverberates right through to the present day. In our neighborhood here in Brooklyn, as well as in Israel, is a very consequential thinker who articulated a strategy for Jewish survival under the uncertain terms of the Enlightenment, of the modern period. I'm sure that his approach will be thought-provoking, perhaps challenging, maybe startling for some of you. But one thing you certainly have to give the Hassam Sofer, our subject matter, is that he really did figure out a way to guarantee Jewish
ability of the video to catch it, because it doesn't seem like it.
To discuss the consequences of his particular strategy.
I don't know enough about high-speed
I want to, first of all, let me just say quickly, reminders, I have it in the middle of the lecture too, so for those who come in a little bit later, we are going to be at 2002 Avenue J next week.
You know what
it's
looks like
just 3 blocks this way. It's a very short walk. We have a really nice space. The main auditorium there doesn't have a lot of the extra room around the sides, but we should be able to fit in there very nicely. And I hope you'll join
it's
me
moving fast, so it's stretched out. That's a video artifact, just like the rods.
At the new building. Let's go straight to the material. It's so exciting. We will come back to talking about
it. Looks like that.
So, I want to do things a little bit differently.
I think
Normally, when I do these biographical lectures, it's sort of the bugs, you know,
Yeah,
is the context of these are her times, you're going to family, and then research.
If you were fighting, would you come out with a hot chick, or would you come out just like with a junkyard dog? Should have used for years. We're gonna fuck so many chicks after this fight. Well, I am dodging for a steak or something.
You can't find the fire because there's too little. Right, I understand that. They go a certain distance away. It's like they went a million miles far away. That is. I mean, that is way far away. Right.
All right, who's playing? Dricos, Duplaces, and Shemael. What up, pimp?
Right over the camera.
We have to start.
Living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? There you go. Do you like UFC? You know there's a UFC on tonight? Okay, tight.
No. If we lose, yes. Stream is full. What the fuck does that mean? Means you're Brian Fuckwit? It means you're a bit.
contact made with the helmet by the arm of the base. Usually that gets a flag. Almost ripped his helmet off. Yeah. So a 2nd and 10, 28 seconds and 1 timeout for the Charger 48. Chargers up 5. Shotgun snap to the midfield. Now looking left, throwing left, and tipped up in the air. Complete. Nico Reed with the coverage. Ready to sit back. A 3rd and 10. 5 and 12 on third down. Obviously, it doesn't matter. It's 4 down territory. Defensive front is gassed. Yeah. They've been gassed the last quarter. Chargers. And down to the 48-yard line. Pressure there from Morris. And if they call that, they do call it a fumble. They got him before his arm was going forward. And you know what? That was a long time coming, DJ. We were waiting for some pressure. It was a little speed and power. No, you say that short corner, and I think he did pop that ball out. So, yeah, it was. I'm true. Yeah, his arm's going forward. I think he checked.
Welcome. Oh, that's you, baby.
Seconds and 1 timeout. They need a touchdown. Don't let the ball go over your head. That's cool, right? I feel bad for him up and he's catching straight. What was our guy's name? I think it was CLA.
What up, Pimp? Kicking ass, sticking in. How are you? Excellent. Are you on a different device?
So I'm gonna put this fight. I'm gonna join like a Discord. My phone.
There she is. What a body. Alright, Audie, I'm gonna unmute you. Be a good girl. Brandon, can you hear me?
You, your family, your community. GCU's BA degree program, 100% online, can help you achieve your unique personal and professional goals to use business.
Somebody's got an open mic. Shut the fuck up.
It's affordable.
Los Angeles Chargers football has a new home. The Chargers podcast have moved to KFI AM 640. This is a new era. And after listening to the games on KFI AM 640, or sometimes AM 570 LA Sports, get more Chargers analysis and breakdown on the Petros and Money Show. That's the best thing to do. So open up the iHeartRadio app and make two presets. KFI AM 640 and AM 570 LA Sports.
Some people just need leads and hundreds of car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first before driving to home. Turn right at the light in 1,000 miles. You will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal. Come on.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal. Checking first is smart calculating. So check Allstate first for a quote that can save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Savings and subject to terms and conditions available. Allstate Fire Casualty Insurance Company affiliates with Illinois. William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had a heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. And the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx, save me a lot of money. Save that extra $300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities. So it puts less stress on our household. And it puts less stress on our bodies.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx needs are compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
The 2025 Ford F-150, California's best-selling truck. Now is the time to get into that Ford you've been eyeing with Ford's summer sales event. Go see your local Southern California Ford dealers and get the hottest deals with zero payments for up to 9 years. Select Ford vehicles.
Yo, what up, pimp? What up? Yo, dog, how are you? How are you? Hey, Pear. What up, dog? Do you speak English? That's cool. How are you? I'm well, thank you. How'd you find out about me? How did you find out? How did you find out about me? Oh, tight. Okay, cool. Well, welcome. Yo, welcome. What up, Saul? Or Saul? How are you? We're just chilling. How are you, Saul? Hello, how are you?
Yo, bro. Shut your bitch ass up. Yo, shut your bitch ass up. Shut your bitch ass up. Shut your in the dark ass up. You stuttering, little nigga. You nervous for him? Yeah, because I'm nervous, bro. You sexy, intelligent. Yeah, bro. I'm nervous. You sexy. I'm stuttering because I'm fucking up my prayer, bro. I'm nervous. Your ass keep talking. You a fag. Your mama a fag. Nigga, I'll fuck your mama. That bitch. You said you suck. Nigga, I'll fuck the shit out your mama. Yeah, you ain't fucking shit out nobody.
We're just chilling, pimp.
I'm gonna be your stepdad, little nigga. I'm gonna be your stepdad, little nigga. I'm gonna beat your ass too. Alright. I'm gonna beat the fuck up you, nigga. I'm gonna turn you straight. We don't know what you look like, twin. You mean high day face, nigga? What the fuck is this nigga talking about? We on Discord, little nigga.
United States, how about you, pimp? Tight. Shout out to Arabia. Shout out to Riyadh.
I got a PC too, but look, nigga, I'm gonna fuck your mama, nigga. I'm gonna be your stepdad, nigga. I'm gonna beat the fuck out you, little nigga. I'm gonna turn you straight. You a fag, nigga. You a faggot ass nigga. I'm gonna smack the fuck out you. You gonna smack the fuck out of me, bro. You gonna smack the fuck out of me. Yeah, sure you are. Yeah, nigga. I am. You can't even smack good, right? Hey, gang, you're not smacking shit, bro. I'm smacking you. Belt to ass, nigga. My nigga, can you smack a job application in your hands, twin? Straight tail in your hands. Straight tail that.
Welcome. How are you? What up, Saul?
That's what your mama nigga. Straight belt ass. Gotta get your ass to the city job, nigga. He was taking belt. Stupid ass. Noisy ass music. 7-Eleven nigga don't want to be there all day, but I got to be there anyway, so I didn't pay shit either. What you yapping about? Shut the fuck up. What the fuck is you yapping about? Shut your ass up. Yeah, good boy. The blanket's touching yourself while watching the stream, bro. Shut your stupid ass up. Okay, nigga. Like what? You said that shit like what the fuck? Yeah, what I tell you about the shut your ass up. Having a physical time. Nigga saying a ritual. Nigga. First of all of us right now, this person. I got an edge. No, this rap, nigga. What the fuck is this nigga talking about? Fuck what you want to nigga, dad doing a witchcraft. Y'all gotta watch out. Yo, what the fuck, bro? What this nigga saying, Drew? That nigga Cosmo put belt to ass on me. You better put belt to ass. For anyone that he gonna win, that nigga's gonna get straight belt to ass. Nigga, Cosmo's whooping that ass so bad. Like, I hope you know that. Nigga getting his ass beat. So for all you EP fans in here, nigga, it's over for y'all niggas, man. Cosmo taking over. Yo, you keep talking, you like dick, yo, your mother likes dick in her mouth. Just nigga just talk. Nigga likes dick in his mouth. Oh hell no. I knew it. I've been talking, nigga. I've been talking. Nigga, shut me up. I knew it. It's why I nigga. You right, nigga. You was yapping, saying random shit. Nigga, fuck is you talking to yourself? It's a group. It's four niggas. You clearly four, nigga. This nigga just saying some random ass shit. Nigga don't even know what he's saying. Nigga speaking a fucking third language. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? Nigga gotta be bored. Lame, man. Nigga, you touch yourself too, nigga. You wish me I touch, nigga. You touch yourself too, nigga. What is we talking about? Nigga gotta be bored.
Yo, can somebody please mute this motherfucker?
Nigga likes dick in his mouth. I said he keep talking like dick in his mouth. He's still talking. He loves dick. Nigga loves dick in his mouth. That's crazy. I feel like so insulted with what you just said, bro. Like, that shit just pissed me off so bad, bro. Like, I'm so mad right now. Like, no, it's only 25, nigga. Like, me for about 4 years. Yeah, you like to call for the niggas trying.
You would have gave like you Ryan and you trying to like meet you on my already knowing you was a nasty ass fat ass nigga. You got no job, you got no motion, no bread. Shut your stank ass up, bitch. Now let me get why you self-reflecting, little nigga? What you self-reflecting for? Javon. At least you really go fuck with your mama. You shut your ass up. Nigga, niggas don't want to hear you talk. Nigga, shut your whole ass up. Niggas do not want to hear you say, you ain't saying shit, bro. Nigga, shut the fuck up. Nigga, shit. Gang, you mad as shit right now. Nigga getting rage, man. Motherfucker, like, just shut the fuck up. I'm not mad. Why would I be mad, nigga? Why would I be mad? Yo. Hey, why would I be mad, little nigga? You fat face ass nigga. No, you got never been no shot in the face, nigga. Shut your whole ass up, nigga. Asking someone else free. Shut your whole ass up, nigga. You suburban white boy having ass nigga. Shut your lame ass up. Someone else free. Nigga, you from the suburbs. Nigga, you's a civilian, man. Stop what I told you. All niggas switching up his accent. I'm supposed to be so fucking scared right now, man. Stop what I told you, buddy. You should be. Oh, I should be scared of this no face having ass nigga. I should, nigga. You scared, yeah. You should, nigga. Ain't nobody know who you is, man. Shut your bitch ass up, guy. Who is you, little nigga? Nigga came in this bitch on some mysterious nigga. Nigga, nah, I came in here to tell you to shut your ass up. You was so good for shit in one word. Yeah, dude. I don't want to hear you saying Rich and shut your bitch ass up. Just stop. Hey, just stop. Stop talking. No, can someone else please?
It's triple free.
Can someone else stream the UFC? I can't see it, please. Can't see it. The stream is full. Please. Try to listen. Someone else.
Yo, Pimp, try another call.
Go to the other call. Sir, you'll pay for it yourself, buddy. Go to the other call. You are broke as fuck. Go buy the fight yourself, you broke. Man, nigga can't afford headphones. That's me, your shit playing loud in the beach. Yeah, you won't hear that shit, fuck, nigga. And I do got a PC, nigga. I'm just on my fucking phone, nigga. So I'm chilling. That's what every nigga is telling me. I can show you, nigga. I can show you. I can show you, nigga. I shit very my mama just put you on full of picture. Hey, this my PC twin, dumbass. You ain't got shit, nigga. I can really. You can't even afford it. Nigga.
Shout out to Jacoya for streaming this.
Exactly. What the fuck you talking about? I'm just on my phone, niggas. I can stream that shit on my TV. Stupid ass. You gotta come up with every. You ain't thinking that. You ain't thinking that, nigga. You ain't thinking that, though. Nigga, shut up, bitch. I'm trying to exactly. Nigga, this nigga got a cheap ass PC, nigga. This nigga got a cheap ass PC. How much your PC cost? You can't say about PC. Nigga, you ain't got it. I got one. I can really show you, but how much your PC cost? How much your PC cost? How much your PC cost?
How you pocket watch and worry about my PC? That deep ass PC, nigga. Shut your fuck ass up. Nigga got a G. Nigga probably don't even know the parts of his PC, nigga. What CPU you got, nigga?
This guy using a Chromebook.
Exactly, nigga. What GPU you got, nigga? Exactly, nigga. Look, like you shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Deep ass PC. Nigga don't even know the parts of his PC, stupid ass. Nigga. I'm on your ass, nigga. Go ahead. Nigga don't know the specs to his PC. Nigga got a cheap ass PC. Stupid ass nigga. Worry about me, bro. We talking about you still though. I know I'm on your ass, nigga. I can name my parts of my PC, nigga. I got a PC, fuck, nigga. Stupid ass nigga. You a dumbass. You still say in that bitch.
Bro, you can't even name the specs to your own PC.
Nigga, I can add you, nigga. I can add you. I can call you. I can show you too, bro. I can really show you, nigga. That shit like, what? Why would I lie about having a PC, nigga? I can name the specs too, nigga. Like, what the fuck? If I didn't have a PC, how do I know the parts of a PC? That's stupid ass nigga. The real shit, if you have a PC, you don't even know the specs of a PC, nigga. Be honest, stupid ass nigga. Stupid ass nigga. Nigga don't even know the specs of his PC, but he's calling me, bro. That means that nigga bought a random PC. You don't even know the specs. You got the nigga. Real shit, his mom bought him some fake ass, cheap ass PC, and this nigga hacked me, stupid ass. Your mom nigga hacked me, nigga don't. And nigga probably got scanned. Dumbass. This shit's sad. I'm on that nigga's ass. Niggas laughing at your goofy ass. Niggas are really laughing at you, nigga, because you a goofy. Nigga don't know his own specs. What a stupid ass nigga. You got scammed. You got scammed. Stupid ass nigga. You get it right.
What up, pimp? How are you? What's good, son?
I'm on that boy's ass. Don't talk no more. You go in here and talk no more after that, nigga. You talk, nigga. You talk when spoken to. Niggas is laughing at you. Niggas will stop talking. Niggas is dead laughing. You say niggas is. Yo, I bet any nigga even muted right now laughing at your dumb ass. You a fucking goofy. Yeah, but no one's laughing with you, man. You just shut your ass up. Shut your ass up. Hey, you just shut your dumb ass up this phone? Look, hey, you can say something once you know your CPU. Once you can tell me that, then you can talk. But other than that, nigga, shut the fuck up.
Laying that. Oh, hell no, bro.
This nigga is goofy. I know I got it. I know I got it.
Discovery and innovation lead to the best care. Our doctors and nurses work tirelessly every day to bring you the best experience so you can live your best life. It's why we're consistently ranked as a top hospital nationwide for 35 consecutive years by U.S. News and World Report. Go to UCLA.org/and appointment today. One of our over 280 locations in California. Once again, that's UCLA.
Yo, did you find out what your CPU was, man? Yeah, I just walked to my shit right now to figure out everything, nigga. You don't gotta walk to a stupid ass nigga. I do, nigga. That's clear. I got my shit attached on the wall, son. You don't gotta look at your shit to know what it is. You can just type those specs in on your fucking PC, stupid ass nigga. But you don't know how to do that. You just bought it. Okay. You don't know your specs. That's even worse, you stupid ass nigga.
You can't see your CPU looking into your PC. You're like, yes, you can. You're like looking at I can't. I gotta look at my motherboard.
All you gotta do, for me, I just go to Task Manager, and then it just shows my CPU. But I don't got a PC though, right? So I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about because I don't got a PC apparently. See this nigga. Yeah, I am on my phone, nigga. I can stream that stuff on my TV. I don't got a PC. Just such a bitch ass nigga. And this one's a fucking thing, bitch. Shut up, nigga. Oh, nigga. Niggas don't got a PC. Niggas don't got a fucking Ultra Specs 3000 gigabytes. Like, your bitch ass up, nigga. God damn. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of that joke, big ass nigga. Like, shut your ass up. Nigga, I'm a big nigga. Riding the fuck out of me. Like, damn, nigga. Nah, niggas just see you a dumbass. But that's worse though. Niggas say you just bought that PC. If you just bought it, how do you not know the specs? You should that's the first thing you should know when you get a PC, nigga. You look at the specs, nigga, because you don't want to get scammed. You probably your dumbass got the first PC you saw. Hold on. For real, you just seen a PC and was like, oh, this is like, I'll take that one. I'll take that. It looks fucking good. I'll take that. Yeah. Taste them. This got pictures of PC off its LED lights. Oh, no.
Turkey rules, dog. Shout out to Turkey. Shout out to Istanbul. Shout out to Constantinople. Shout out to Byzantium. Oh, dog, I know. Word, dog. What up, pimp? How'd you find out about me? Your friends are amazing. I've been live for 3.5 years. I've been live for 3.5 years. I'm amazing. UFC. In like an hour. United States. Oh, that is true. I don't get political. Absolutely. Do you do you have a way? Do you have a way to watch the UFC? Oh, why don't you stream it? Yeah, I know. I'll give you the link and you can stream it. Yeah, dude, just one moment. Stream it in here. Absolutely. It's okay, you ready? VIPROW.N VIPROW.NU. And then go to MMA, and they have all the links. No. VIP, like very important person. ROW, like row. VIP row. .NU. N is in N is in Nancy, U is in university.
I remember when I wanted to say nigger so many times.
Excellent. You're welcome, Ken. You're welcome, son. 39. Thanks, baby. All right, well, peace, buddy. Yo, shut the fuck up.
Oh, he speaks. He speaks. He speaks. Hey, Rabbi, unmute your mic, pussy.
Ah. How you living, pimp? How you living, pimp?
What the fuck did you say?
You heard me, you ugly fuck.
Nigga, you fat as shit, Rabbi.
Thanks, dog.
It's dirty, man. Dirty as fuck, nigga. This nigga Rabbi don't take showers. We see all day, don't take no shower. He ain't never stayed down till I fucked that nigga in his ass. Vital.
Shout out to Jacoya for streaming the fight.
How about shut your dumb ass up? Stay on mute, bitch.
Nobody wants your fucking opinion.
Shut the fuck up, nigga. You special needs, bitch. My name Rabbi.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah, you see, nigga, kindergarten ass from arts. Well privileged ass nigga. I remember when I wanted fucking nigga in his ass, but I couldn't do it, nigga. My condom broke. I put my butt inside that boy throat. I'm going in, I'm smacking dick all up.
Dog, shut the fuck up.
His ass, that nigga knew I had it. I got the nigga, I scratched it. I put my thumb inside his butt and tickle on his nut. I'm gonna play tug of war with his dick if he don't nut. And now I'm up and now I'm thinking about what I'm gonna do. I had to put my dick up in his ass, man. I had to fuck. Let's go. The fuck, nigga? Rabbi, you stank, nigga. Nigga musky and shit. I know you.
Cool story, bro. Shut the fuck up and watch the fight.
The shitty draws ass, nigga. I really wanna watch his dumb ass fight, nigga. First game, nigga. I have so much screenshots of this nigga doing absolutely fucking nothing. Put them bitches all on my story.
Thanks for the promotion, pimp.
Nigga ain't at you. It's a promotion if I at you. I ain't at your dumb ass.
Yo, dog, I love living rent-free in your head.
No, please shut the fuck up, Rabbi. Aiden don't know you, gang. Hey, nigga, this is your first day talking to niggas. Nigga think he cool and shit.
Cool story, bro. Just shut the fuck up and watch the fight.
Hey, watch this. Nigga, everybody starting off with this one. Is that
This is the first time I've ever heard him talk. This is the first time I've ever heard him talk.
That nigga's a bitch, bro. He's scary as fuck. Anti-social ass nigga.
He's always gonna call Lane his bitch too, bro. Like, no one cares.
God, they musty ass little bitch.
Facts.
You got broke up. Duh, bitch, buy a bed, Frank, nigga.
Go see your local Southern California stores to get the hottest deals with zero.
Bitch, having ass nigga. Oh, bitch.
From the F-150 or F-150 electric to the Mustang Mach-E, whatever model you've been looking at is ready for you.
Plus, get a complimentary maintenance plan for 24 months. Go to buyfordnow.com for details. 30, 20, 10, This is your home on the Bulls of the LA Chargers audio network. Rams head to the Chargers 23-22. Join us next Saturday for the Chargers preseason finale against the 49ers. Pregame at 4:30, kickoff at 5:30. So long, everyone. Level up your next Chargers game with Vivid Seats. They get to see you what and the deals you deserve.
Bro, if you don't take that gay ass shirt off, Rabbi, Apple shirt wearing ass nigga, that rainbow color.
Dog, I am living rent-free in your head.
Dang, I could just see you look dumb in a nigga sitting on the gay ass pillow, bro. Fuck no, nigga. He got 1, 2. Nigga got like 5 balls right there. He got a little pump. What are you doing? Hell no. Hello, Rabbi. This nigga using a soundboard.
How you living, pimp?
I am living right. Rabbi, I'm in your Discord, huh?
That's amazing.
Why do you? I'm here to bite you, Rabbi. Rabbi, I see shit streaks in your drawers, nigga. Oh, your ass.
Rent-free in your head, dog.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Rabbi, I'm backing you up.
Thanks, big dog. Thanks, big dog.
Y'all living rent-free in that house, though, nigga. Y'all for what the fight? Quit talking like gay shit. Leave that boy alone. Leave my boy Rabbi alone. Fat ass fingers, nigga. Stank. When the last time you washed your ass? We're making.
Hey, welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you? What'd you say? All right. We've got our game. Artie, are you there? All right. Okay. Uh, calm down. Artie. Artie. Artie, why are you being mean? I didn't do anything to her. What up, pimp? Oh, that's fine. I'm playing with Mr. Aquarius. Thank you so much, Brandon Alexander, for being so nice. Mr. No, I'm good. You're fine, my friend. I know you were. You're a sweetheart. There you got a lot. I'm playing a game right now, big dog. Because I'm playing a game. Tight, big dog. Thanks, big dog. Nice bear, Miss Aquarius. Get this. Ooh. 70. Oh, that's right, Miss Aquarius. All right, here we go. She has some issues, and you don't ever know what kind of personality she's going to have.
Here we go. No. I mean, I'm sure there is some. Two in a row. That's what I'm talking about.
Visit iHeartRadio.com/herd for a list of resources, activity guides, and toolkits that are educational and fun for the whole family. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, take action in your own community. Go to iHeartRadio.com/earth. Number one on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never so good. KFR AM 640.
Easy peasy.
From KFI News. We've got 1 hour together tonight. I hope you enjoy the Chargers-Rams game. We're carrying the Chargers game along right here on KFI. And we have another game this show together. So we'll be off next week, but we'll be back to normal every Saturday night. I'm glad you're with us on this Saturday night in Southern California. But another busy week of local news and chaotic.
That's what I'm.
Matt Gutman sets the scene. A group of heavily armed Border Patrol agents descending on the streets of Little Tokyo in the heart of Los Angeles Thursday. An operation taking place just outside a political event with prominent Democrats, including California.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
They said was in response to what Texas is trying to
Willing, take care.
a mashup of two in the country right now, covering redistricting efforts in Texas and California, and immigration raids in cities like Los Angeles. And state officials here telling us that the man federal officials arrested outside that Democratic event, he was just there selling strawberries. Governor Newsom comes to LA to raise the stakes in his battle against President Trump in Texas over redistricting. Texas is working to send more to Congress through an unusual mid-decade districting effort. So Newsom says California will do the same in favor of immigrants. So he comes to Little Tokyo, the Japanese-American National Museum, and it looks a lot like the White House brought the fight to him by way of immigration enforcement right outside this event. One man was taken into custody, a suspected illegal immigrant who was reportedly setting up a strawberry stand. A later gas rushed to the scene and made the grade. This was clearly a provocative act designed solely to antagonize the governor. There is no way this was a coincidence. This was widely publicized that the governor and many of our other elected officials were having a press conference here to talk about redistricting, and they decided they were going to come and shove their nose in front of the governor's face. Why would you do that? That is unbelievably disrespectful. It's a provocative act. They're talking about disorder in Los Angeles, and they are the source of the disorder in Los Angeles right now. This is just completely unacceptable. stand down. The reason for these gravity patrols and the reason for our presence here in Los Angeles is to make, first off, Los Angeles a safer community, a safer place for us to live and work. Again, vast disagreement.
Well, there is no way in the world that I believe that, and I'm frankly disappointed in Ryan. Because if he is serious and sincere about what their mission is, why on earth would he stage a provocative act in here, right here, in front of where the governor is? He did this intentionally to disrespect the governor, to disrespect this iconic museum, and to disrespect our state. Now, why is this helpful to anybody at all? At this point, this doesn't have anything to do with immigration at all. This is about causing trouble in our city.
At Friday's LA City Council meeting, former LA City Administrator and Jehovah said the site of this particular arrest right outside the museum that honors where Japanese Americans were sent off to internment camps during World War II was particularly egregious. We stand in support of all immigrants because I am the grandson of an immigrant. What has to happen now is I hope that our elected leaders, and I'm confident in this because I've lived here for so many years, and also the board, will stand up and say this has to stop. But the rest of it, I don't think they understand. I don't think the word respect is in the vocabulary. To arrest someone on that plaza where thousands of Japanese Americans or those of Japanese heritage were forced on the buses is something that I gotta tell you, it just hit me to the core.
Should I share my screen?
Legal battle, federal court decision that indiscriminate stops or illegal.
Do whatever makes you happy.
Case has another hearing in September unless the Supreme Court makes it.
No, whatever you guys want.
While another immigration enforcement action took place in a Home Depot store in Monrovia, and this one turned tragic. JBC's Matt Gutman again.
We have learned also of a death in a separate ICE operation, also here in Los Angeles County. A man city officials said was fleeing ICE agents waiting in Home Depot. Reportedly fled the store on foot onto a highway, was hit by a vehicle and killed. Now the Department of Homeland Security is weighing in. They're saying the victim was not being pursued by DHS law enforcement at the time, and they say we're not even aware this incident happened until operations in the area had concluded.
CHP officials said the man was struck by a Ford Expedition SUV being driven by a 51-year-old man at 50 to 60 miles per hour. He ran onto the 210 freeway. That man suffered major injuries, obviously. He was taken to a hospital where he died. His name has not officially been released, but acquaintances identified him to ABC7 as Carlos Roberto Montoya. He's a 52-year-old father who's working to raise money to send to his family in Guatemala. The Guatemalan consulate in LA told ABC in a statement that it regrets this sad event and is currently in contact with the family, providing the necessary assistance. Up next, what did Governor Newsom say about redistricting while he was in Los Angeles, and what is next on? Did you know the $200 million skyscraper in downtown Los Angeles, purchased by the LA County Board of Supervisors, needs nearly $300 million in related upgrades? It's okay if you didn't, because apparently the Board of Supervisors didn't either. And what July traffic at the Port of Los Angeles can tell us about the impact of tariffs on the economy. Michael Monk's reports first. Let's look at the 24-hour news.
More stimulating talk.
Here's the latest. Governor Newsom unveils California's new congressional map as Dems redistricting showdown with Texas. Elon Musk hits a roadblock. No extra SpaceX launches allowed in California.
They're fucking in your bed. Tell Hector that tell him that talking. Jericho netted on the sheets and they had to wash the sheets.
All main lines and truck lanes.
Traffic stop from Lyons Avenue, southbound 5, southbound 14, back up from Pasadena Canyon. Sierra Highway, by the way, jammed up. Other cars turning around and it was going the wrong way there. 105 freeway eastbound past Vermont, crashing the right lane.
I'm Maya, and I'll never forget that day. I'm in the shower, and I feel alone. Breast cancer. Even after surgery, I learned my breast cancer can still come back. That's when my doctor recommended Kisqali. I'm doing more because I'm more than just breast cancer.
Kisqali
this.
200
They are.
with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR positive, HER2 negative, stage 2 or 3 early breast cancer with a high risk of recurrence. Kisqali may cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts. It may result
How'd she get in the living room?
life-threatening lung problems, and abnormal heartbeats can occur. Your doctor should test your heart and blood before and during treatment. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening cough, chest pain, or dizziness. Before taking Kisqali, tell your doctor all your medical conditions, medicines you take, and if you're breastfeeding, pregnant, or planning to be, sick and harm an unborn baby. Common side effects include nausea, headache, and tiredness. Patient portrayal inspired by
So where are we going?
Learn more at Kisqali.com.
This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP.
Fuck no, I'm gonna fuck that nigga.
Yes, I know. I have a calming demeanor. You know, when it's your job, basically, to push people beyond their comfort zones, it's good to make
That motherfucker don't need BTO because every time they BTO and then
or your own.
he always tells me like he's like, damn bro, I'm down money bad, like I gotta pay my car payment, like because they're dumb as fuck because they bought a fucking they bought a charger and like their payments are like 1200. Oh, it's bad. Yeah, because they're stupid. They're young as fuck. No credit. I know, and it's like I think it's a 20. I mean, for a regular ass Hemi from Gainesville too. Like they're paying more on that than their Honda. Yeah, but nigga, he put a down payment. They didn't put nothing down. Yeah, they didn't put nothing down at all. 35, but it's like it's a 2024 and it only has like with 13,000 miles on it.
Of tax debt for their clients. One call to Iowa can start the process, helping you put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best option.
Yo, how do you have $65,000 in your stake account?
Potentially today for a free consultation. Call 800-764-6022. 800-764-6022.
Yo, Jerry is carrying my boy.
800-764-6022.
No, I looted here. Fuck, why am I not reloading? I was gonna destroy that thing to get us up more. Maybe because they're fighting here? Here, stop. Yo, how do you have 65K in your fucking stake?
The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for your business. Radio's here now more than ever, and iHeart's leading the way. Think radio.
No, I see. Yo, sharing is caring. No, KFC.
Podcasting and radio.
KFC, bro, you got me with the $10. One more of those things. You got me with the $10 tip.
Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time. Just call.
Wait, this one drops a pistol?
844-iHeart and get radio working for you.
Hello, I'm Joe. Horses complicated.
Kill this bitch quick.
assassinated. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level. Your business is much more.
Whose beach chest is this one? I opened one already.
CordellCordell.com. Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or.
Kill them so we can level up.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too.
Where's the big bitch at? I hear it.
It's 100% off.
Oh, there it is.
No medical exams, just a few health questions. Coverage for around $2 a day. I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/talk. That's ethos.com/talk.
Stats. Break one more of those things. Break one more of those things. I broke one. Yeah!
Double E Super, bro. $1,000 Super, by the way.
There's shots right here. Like the rocket thingy? Okay. Here, I got a launch pad. I'm gonna throw it. It's right here.
$10 if you want to stream the fight.
There's someone has demons now, and then Rangers has been activated. Oh, Mega, he's a meth addict. He is around meth addicts. What did he do to you, nigga? What did he do to you? Wait, Jericho, you have a pistol? Alright, I'll go. Yeah, because that's how they teach them over there. Like when Tanya was fucking yelling earlier, he sat the fuck down. Yeah, he got scared as fuck. He's like looking at her like, what the fuck? That's how you know they don't feel like that over there. Yeah, Philip bit his ass. Yeah, because he kept picking him up.
It's very tight. Republicans hold a narrow majority. And it is traditionally true that the party of the incumbent president loses seats in midterm elections. President Trump is a Republican. So Republicans will likely be on defense in next year's election. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says call a special session of the legislature.
No, beggars can't be choosers, but come on now. $15 for a quarter.
I'm gonna go up here and get a better look at these fingers.
No, crazy multis again. 1,000x. Wow.
They're already outbound. They're already looking at. They're already looking.
Yo, L Bay, bro. Holy tumble too. Holy fuck. Multis. I'll see that, bro. Holy shit. Yo. That's fucking wild.
Bitch ass nigga. Fucking Nick Liz, bitch. Finish that whore. What the fuck is she? Finished? Alright, let's go. We went to a dip. I'm gonna open this. What the fuck shot at me? Scared the fuck out of me.
Oh, you're ripping 10k supers, bro? 10k super, bro? Are you serious?
Pistol. There go rocket launcher. Iggy, there's a bunch of shots right here.
Yo, no way you're there. 10k on Blue Bananas.
I got a bid. Wait, where were they? Did y'all see what they were? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna fuck, this shit must be
fuck these still 65k.
You're too fucking far away from me to speak.
Okay.
I forgot y'all like turtleneck. Yeah, I'm gonna Jericho. Come on, pay me, nigga. Here with Jericho. The fuck are they? Oh, they're running. Jericho right there.
Yo, KFC, is this Phil? Be honest.
Shit. There should be one right here behind the street, but he probably most likely moved up to.
Yeah, it's on page. It's a good multi, bro. Shit. Yo, this is crazy. Wait, that's crazy, bro. Never mind, that's ass. That's fucked up.
Fuck this little girl that was over here. Oh, she's one. I don't know where the fuck.
Yo, go on tip then. Go on tip send, kid.
Oh, there he is. Bitch ass nigga.
Yo, you got me. Come on, $10. I'm poor, bro. Come on.
Yeah, I got no fucking movement.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, come on, nigga. KFC tip me. I have no movement. He has a fucking. Yo, KFC tip me.
That's what I'm saying, bro. This guy's rich. Come on, bro. Bro, I'm poor, bro.
Like that way.
We are poor.
Democrats in the state in hopes of trying to beat back on what Trump has asked for.
No, wait. No, don't rip us. After this big bonanza,
I got no movement.
yo, bro, after this big bonanza, after this big bonanza, go to, what you call it? Live blackjack. I got a call, bro. Live blackjack. Yo, live blackjack, free bet blackjack, free doubles.
You need some? You got the a little bit more.
Yo, originals are ass, bro. What are you doing?
All right, don't worry.
Lock in, KFC. If you come up, tip me. If you come up,
No, actually,
tip me. And it's already down. It's at like 60.
I'm shit over here. Oh, obviously, we dumb. Not ever. I got 12. Here. Losing money, man. What you do? And he's here. I'm going to to my last two here.
Yo, come back to the Bible. Give you water, lost it.
You went this way. You lost. You lost No. You lost
Oh, that's a fucking L by. That's crazy.
That's ass, man. This one's like ass, man.
Did you just see this knockout?
This one's gonna be ass. How am I on this? No, he just jumped over here.
Why are you telling them to never play keys again? Yo, KFC, are you up or down in total?
I'm looking at it.
No, that shit's not.
Watermelons? Look at this fucking thing, bro.
Not even berries.
Oh, it's the extra cute. That's fine.
He bought this for like,
Oh my god. Oh
yeah,
my
this shit's fucked.
God. I heard Very on Steve Boys.
You true?
No, you don't have money to. I'm a dick. Come on, give me that thing.
Yeah, it's naughty. It's our profit. How much do you buy?
75. Oh my god.
You bought it for 6K.
This
You bought it for 6K.
This fine. Fuck, I gotta go. Holy fuck, I gotta go first. Fuck. Come on, what you guys? All nice.
Oh, why are we ripping these buys? Rinsing.
What the fuck? Why does it keep launching me straight up? I'm dead. I'm dead.
Yo, what does VIP do anyways?
They're still behind us. They're right there. They're going that way. Does anyone know when Conrad's on?
Do you guys want me to stream the event?
Lay down. You don't need to fucking lay down on me.
Chicago, Illinois, state senator Selena Villanueva, a Democrat, voiced support for Texas lawmakers who left their state to block Republican-led redistricting efforts.
My shots are fucking me up.
Yo, 10K buyer was serious.
Lay down.
You gotta be playing off hill.
Lay down. You don't need to lay down on me, bitch. There's a whole cow. Lay down. Fucking hit you. Stop looking at me.
LOL, 10K buy.
Lay down. When you get wiggle, not it.
He's dropping 1,000 next. LOL, that's crazy. 10K buy the way. Yeah, it's over, bro. That's fucked up. Are these two different accounts? Fuck. Chicken stick 22. Which one's this? Same shit? Oh. It's the same account. So you started 60 something. 617. What was the other one? 617. 600. Oh shit. Oh, you have different crypto. Oh, okay, I see it. Okay, oh, you're playing Solana. I gotta get it.
Leon Edwards is crazy.
Like KFC, be honest, are you up or down, like, in gambling?
I'm not gonna keep.
Bro, you gotta do something about that. Yo, how you plan on getting it up, though? You would be, not, you need a max one. Fuck.
I'll get the phone.
Are you down 100K? No, blackjack can fix that, bro. But free bet blackjack, where you get free doubles and shit. Yo, I'm trying to watch this stream, bro. Why'd you end?
Take it.
Huh?
I cash all.
Better cash cashing out? Are you up for the day or not?
Yeah.
Yo, how do you even get 100K, be honest? Like what you do?
Give 1,000.
It started from $1,000.
I said give 1,000.
Wait, how much did Gates 1,000 pay you?
200K.
Max? 200K. Yo, how much was a buy?
Maybe 5K.
Yo, that's fucking crazy. Wait, so are you down profit or your own like net worth money?
No, not bad. Yeah, you will lose.
Fuck yo. Do you play blackjack or not?
I'm paid.
You're paid?
Yeah, I get that check.
Okay. Are you streaming or not? Are you done for the day?
Take it.
Alright.
Okay, look.
Hold on.
Alright,
Wait, what about game history? Oh, you're down bad. That's fuck.
you see that? That's why we do that.
You're off 20 of them.
That's not paying money. You see that shit?
Yeah, I see, bro.
5K.
You're doing it. Wait, what are you doing right now? Oh, you withdrew everything.
Take it at my call.
But Baccarat's fish, like, Baccarat's basically 50-50. Are you gonna play or not? Like, are you playing?
I'm thinking, bro. I don't feel anything to win right now.
Bro, Baccarat sucks.
That's something to. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I'll win this shit this hand.
No, that's a fucked, bro. But then you lose. What's
Kicking ass, kicking in, how you living, pimp?
Yo.
Well, how are you, big dog? I know of it, but I don't think I've ever seen it. Excellent.
on KFC, bro. Can you please tip me $10? I'll run it up on stream right now.
I don't keep you, bro. Shut up.
Bro, pour, bro, please.
Oh, what, bro? Give me what?
I can't. I'm disabled. Come on, bro. I know you're down money, but you have thousands.
100%, big dog. 100%, big dog. Yeah, it's called making simcha. It's called making smicha. You're good, pimp. Word dog. Tight dog. Tight dog. That's fucking wild. Okay. What'd you say, pimp? What'd you say? What'd you say, pimp? There you go. Did you look it up on ChatGPT? Neither's Google, and people Google things all the time. And it's got the answer. Dude, how about you just look up the answer? How about you just look up the answer? Dude, how about you just look up the answer? Yeah, but I'm not an expert in sleep paralysis. In any of my training, sleep paralysis is 0% of it. Oh, it's over. Pico's done.
He stepped up, he was the spin. He recognized people was directly pressuring him. Right? His footwork down. He broke down and then started fighting. He started moving. People chased him. And he got a beautiful spinning out walk. That was nasty.
Sending to Aaron Bistro, and if you're out there with that philosophy, somewhere watching that, you're not taking it for the wrong moment. But then he actually said it. Well, who might be that one?
Dude, that's the move. The elbow to the head. I like that rough.
What they highlight when they screw up the beat of the Red Hurricane at 13-0-1 after turning into 10 spinning back elbow knockout resolution, which got him back the first week.
Last month, New Jersey was arrested for allegedly attacking another passenger just after they landed in Miami. And what about the guy now?
For a title fight, the boxer and one never got
He took my ass over and said, are you missing something big? Is that why? If you have to give you a left shot, well, he's not missing something big anymore. That was nasty. He took a shot. That's like running in the back with the height. And they need that moment. That was his moment. That's a 400-something chance to fight for the championship. That was nuts.
All right, to make this one official, here's first.
Yo, what up, Lagar? How you live? You're from the future? Okay, very cool. How'd you find out about me? Oh, yeah, I remember that. Did you do it? Why not? All right, then deal with your own problems, my friend. I'm just trying to give you solutions to your problems. You're good. Good to hear. I'm well, thank you. Just watching the UFC.
Protection state.
Lawyers for the government have argued that the agreement is out of date and resolved in order to protect change.
New details from the authorities identified the victim as 36-year-old Roberto Carlos California has the highest unemployment rate in the nation at 5.5%, making it the job market continues to slow. How cosmetic surgery may be ahead for a Grand Canyon mask. ABC's Chuck Stevenson says the 600-pound-long statue of Rabbi is to bring visitors to the Grand Canyon. Will allow to just kind of pass through and sandwich in between the area. Just as a more friendly flight attendant to Air Canada has shut down flights and tens of thousands of passengers are the flight attendants union says salaries are below the rate of inflation and below wage. And also saying flight attendants very largely without pay. They do while the planes are still on the ground, not in the air. Air Canada says it's already 38% raise in total compensation. President Trump says he's dropping his wish for a ceasefire with Russia's war in Ukraine and will now focus on a full peace deal after his Alaska summit with weather for KFI tonight in Metro LA, where it's coming down to hundreds of possible fog delays and 56 on Sunday in Metro LA, Orange County, 75 and 70 sunny and hot with temperatures in the 80s to 90s. Right now it's 68 degrees, 69 in Irvine, 68 in Beverly Hills, 66 in Malibu. I appreciate it.
Business and not thinking about podcasting. More Americans listen to podcasts and supporting streaming music from Spotify and Pandora. And as the #1 podcaster, iHeart suggests so whatever your customers sports, comedy, culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. And all this reach is like just think about the universe of marketing. Number of consumers and your message, time to response rate, equals results. Now let's get those results going for you. Think podcasting can help your business. Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Get a show. That's iHeartadvertising.com. Call 844-844-iHeart. Join me as we explore
Jacoya, you're a real one. Thank you for streaming this.
I'm standing outside the city in a street mall. You can too. Perfect house, maybe 70 hours, and a new Welcome to season 6 of Revisionist History, a podcast about things more misunderstood. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, with a heart-moving story of what I heard from Rabbi. Just me and Jacob grinning ear to ear, bouncing up and down like little boys on their first visit to Disneyland. We're on our way to another century, a new era, the dawn of a new age. Although, we have to be honest, the future was not what we expected. It was better.
We may be the last generation to own cars. Our kids and grandkids, they may never have to learn to drive. They may never have to worry about driving around or speeding tickets or drunk driving. And the best part is, they can live their entire life without ever seeing a car accident. Driverless cars are being touted as one of the most disruptive technologies of our time.
Turning by itself as the houses and sidewalks push past. I tweeted out a video watched the back seat.
Why are people in here?
We're watching the UFC, dog.
Space is not real. Joke.
Here's the latest. Senior Congresswoman Judy Chu said even legal U.S. residents are being held in desert immigration lockup in to refugee workers. Former California wartime premiums are set to soar again next year, and our royal settlement protesters crashing police in the war in Gaza and in France. Wages are already down by 15%.
Troubling so much. Until tomorrow sometime, providing slow traffic from Lyons Avenue and southbound 14 backed up in Pasadena and Sierra Highway to
In 1920, a magazine article announced something incredible. 2 young girls had photographed real fairies. That article was written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who invented Sherlock Holmes. How did he fall for that? Hoax is a new podcast for and maybe was illegal. Every episode will explore one of the most audacious and ambitious tricks in history. Open your free iHeartRadio app and search hoax and listen now. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Use iHeartRadio Podcast Preview.
Radio or wherever you get your podcasts.
The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go. The iPhone and Android app and iHeartRadio. Recycle whenever possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the International Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to
Welcome back to another season. I'm your host, Rabbi. For the break, we're learning the skills of self-travel. Next, Asian Games. I speak with Rosie and Rothschild about deterrence. How perceived irrationality can give you an emotional edge. Stick around as we find out what deterrence theory can tell us. Like traveling like Phoenix, the back of a self-driving car. Wayland slowed speed for a stop, kept a respectful distance from other drivers. One time, he encountered a man in a wheelchair sharing the road. Wayland decelerated elegantly, gave a generous breath, and cautiously pulled up. We reached our destination, the Alamo Cinema House. We were so excited, we decided to call up Joshua Penny-Rocky, the senior director of product management of Wayland. We had so much to ask him about, like all the senses on our menu.
So we have a view. So what you're seeing at the top, that's where we have a 19 camera complex over there. So those are cameras. Plus, lasers. One is medium range, one is long range.
The lasers are technically LiDAR systems, scanners. It's all NASA uses when they land on Mars. The laser looks around in provide a more detailed map of everything that's range.
So that can see almost 3 football fields away.
Wait, that can see 300 yards in every direction.
That's right. Wow. So quick.
Sensors on the radar on the side, microphones to pick up things like a police siren, and a sunblock with a label on the lens behind it, like anything you couldn't see. I need to take you on a brief digression. Away from the sunny streets of Phoenix to a call I had with Roseanne Banks, a professor of political science and international affairs at Penn State. McManus specializes in what's known as deterrence. Why do some conflicts lead to war and others just disappear?
If there's complete information, and so you know exactly how costly the other side finds it going to be, and how the other side is to win if you fight, then there's really no opportunity.
Damn, this Chimev is amazing.
Because both sides know what would happen if you did fight a war, and so if one side is more powerful and would win, deterrence will perfectly
McManus is one of a number of deterrence theorists who's thought about this possibility. By crazy, McManus doesn't mean completely psychotic. She just means somewhat irrational. What if you're possessed of, and this is the phrase she uses, extreme preferences? That is, that you really want certain things and are willing to pay an insanely high price to get those certain things. If you basically, then I'm terrified. Because I don't know when you display such a change. McManus says this is exactly the situation of the Second World War. The British had this line that's the number one motivation. That's about the serial facts about that, what happened there, why, how perception of things.
So he's negotiating with Chamberlain, the German people are Stedman are suffering. I want to unify all Germans. That's my mission in life. I'll do anything to unify all Germans. But once I know how to do this, I'm going to stop. And I'm not going to do it. It seems like he believes at least enough to give it a shot and to make this deal with Hitler.
In the world of deterrence, this is called bad memory. McManus argues that people in any conflict may have advantages the other side perceives them as being just a little bit entirely nuts. If you can successfully convince your opponent that that is the way your mind works, you
get in your way in a negotiating mailing or negotiating context. When you that's your decision.
Yes, that's my argument. Now, I think it actually is rather hard to create that perception. Hitler is really the only successful example that I've come up with so far.
This is where we get to the point. Not deterrence of perceived weapons. Ordinary low-grade calculations we make every day. As a pedestrian, why do I not just walk right in front of other cars? I don't believe that they like him because they're emotional crazy or something. They have a series of, as they say, extremes that is purposely set references. They might be religious in their text of death. They may look at each other. Right? So that's the reason we're going to jail. Because there is a deterrence. Yes. You're listening to Vicious History, a podcast brought to you by Restream Industries at KFI AM 640. You can listen to new and full episodes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to check out my blog. We'll be right back with this episode of Vicious History after the latest with KFI News.
Yo, Dad, someone's got some awful feedback. Well, there he goes again. Shemaev. Shemaev, you're the man. Dog, mute your fucking mic.
Next up, we shift gears to talk to Lance Armstrong. He speaks for how autonomous driving could flip the script on Restream. I want to dwell on the issue of deterrence on the streets because drivers are not rational, and I think we sometimes silence that. I thought professional cyclists of all people would have the best perspective on the inherent craziness of drivers. So I called up Lance Armstrong, cyclist extraordinaire who has been actively sharing the road with drivers for almost 40 years. Cars freak me out. Being on the road and with cars and drivers and distracted drivers, it scares me out. Yeah. But, I actually now prefer the mountain bike just so I can be totally away from cars. Yeah. And if I'm given a choice on my road bike, if I'm going down the road and I see that there's a bike path, even if there's people with baby strollers and walkers and dogs, I always take the bike path. I don't want to have to think about, cars and people checking out their cell phone or having a few cocktails. They freak me out. Have you ever been hit? Of course. Oh, yeah, many times. How many times? How many times? Oh, honestly, many times. I mean, probably, look, getting hit once was too many. I'm probably right around 5. The two worst ones was when I was young. I ran a yellow light on my bike outside of the Dallas suburbs where I grew up. And I got to the intersection and turned yellow. I was like, I got this. Well, I made it 5 or 6 lanes. And the 6th lane lady was coming and just hit straight from the sides. And I was banged up, but okay. Then there was a time he was bombing down some empty French country road. I hadn't seen a car in an hour. Well, sure enough, come around the corner, this old farmer just coming the other way, just clipped right in the front end, and I cracked 2 vertebrae. You could be dead. Well, yeah, of course. Of course. Next, I called up Jonathan Waters, another former professional cyclist. He and Lance were teammates at one point. I wanted to make sure Lance wasn't an exception. Yeah, Waters just is terrifying. Yeah, I mean, the first driver I fear the most is someone who's not paying attention. For whatever reason that is, they're reaching for a hamburger, they're texting on their phone, they're arguing with their kid, whatever it is, they're distracted and they basically just sort of weave into you. This is one reason that actually, when I teach people how to ride in traffic, I often teach them to ride actually further out. If you're further out on the road, it actually forces you into the line of vision of the driver. The second type of driver that I fear is they don't want you there. As a cyclist, they feel that the road is theirs and that you are impeding their progress to getting to their destination, and they want to run you over. And maybe they realize, there are consequences for me running over this cyclist, but they're viewing you as essentially like subhuman. The willingness to risk killing a cyclist because they might slow you down for a few seconds is, of course, the textbook definition of an extreme preference. There's a multi-billion-dollar industry, I should say, built upon fear of traffic. Peloton, Swift, these are, making home, riding the bike, and whatever pieces of equipment, hardware, software that are entirely a result of people being afraid to ride in traffic. To voters, riding a stationary bicycle makes no sense. I mean, why would you do that? The whole point of riding a bike is thrill.
Yo, who's doubting Hamza? No, bro, I kept telling people always doubt him, but too easy, dude. Way too easy. Kept telling people, bro, they didn't believe me. They thought Usman would have beat him. He wouldn't have beat him. No way. I kept telling people.
Afraid of traffic.
Too easy. A Nuppler takedown. Easy.
So I don't think we've gone insane. There is a reason why when you drive down the street, cyclists and runners and pedestrians aren't inundating you, competing for the road. They're afraid.
What?
You.
Ew.
Afraid because you're not. In any confrontation, the madman has the upper hand. All drivers are nuts, with one exception. Wait. Waymo doesn't eat a burger and drive to his knees. Waymo doesn't get angry and behave like an idiot. Waymo doesn't give you the finger. Waymo doesn't do road rage. Waymo wants to live, and that live. Waymo is your grandmother, only with lightning reflexes and perfect vision to 300 yards. In a world of Waymos, cars aren't the madmen anymore. But if cars aren't the madmen, guess who gets to be crazy? The answer is obvious, my friends. We do. I will admit that I was slow to grasp the actual implications of autonomous driving. I'd been too busy watching all those TED Talks, where the Silicon Valley types explain the self-driving tech utopia, where everyone behaves with the unruffled rationality of an engineering major at Stanford University. But one day I stumbled upon a brilliant essay by an economist named Adam Millard Ball. His paper reads like the academic version of the Hans Christian Andersen story, The Emperor's New Clothes.
This was framed as a technological problem. It was framed as a space where we just need to figure out the right programming and to develop technological solutions.
To Millard Ball, the issue with autonomous vehicles is people, specifically the people outside the vehicle.
So if you're a pedestrian and you have that confidence that the autonomous vehicle is going to stop and yield to you as legally it should, then there's nothing to stop you from taking that right away.
Oh yeah.
Pedestrians and drivers now engage in a dangerous game of chicken, each daring the other to do something stupid. But if Waymo does something, the rules of the game change. If you know
You already took him down. Don't get your hopes up. You already took him down. Woo, too easy. Oh yeah.
When you play chicken, it helps to leave
Man, this is so like, dude, I'm so happy. People always like doubt Hans that saying he has no cardio, this, he would have lost to Usman, he lost to Burns, he literally dropped him. Let's go.
Preferences and the unpredictability of the driver. Now we've flipped it. The driver has become, car has become entirely sane and rational. That's his preferences, right? and that allows you to be unpredictable as a pedestrian.
Absolutely, and it gives you an incentive to be seen to be unpredictable.
Wait, that line, hold on, that's lovely. Explain that. Why does it give you an incentive to be seen as unpredictable?
The more unpredictable you seem, so the more you behave like you're intoxicated or distracted, and then it's equivalent to being a 5-year-old child on the street. The autonomous vehicle is likely to recognize that unpredictability and be more cautious accordingly.
Oh, I see. It's in my interest to be as flagrant.
It's fun when you're winning. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't want to be so
easy. Oh yeah.
No. I want to make sure that if I'm going to transgress the rules of the road, I should do so as flagrantly.
Is anyone gonna doubt Hamza now? Anyone gonna doubt him now? Anybody gonna say more? Oh yeah.
Podcast brought to you by Pushkin Industries. KFI AM 640. You can listen
Too easy. Like barely, like no strikes from duplessis.
A flawless fight.
Dude, I don't get how people doubt him. Like they said, Usman would have been. He literally broke his hand on Usman.
No one said that.
Here's the latest. Advocates in Little Tokyo are speaking out against this week's immigration raids. Oakland's mayor says she's ready
And he flips back over. Oh
to
yeah.
send in the National Guard. A federal judge halts the FTC's probe of Media Matters. Louisiana sues gaming giant Roblox, accusing it of endangering kids. And after meeting with Vladimir Putin, President Trump shifts his stance on the war in Ukraine.
And a still Lawrenceville by freeway southbound 2210 Rothschild Street. Earlier, a car carrier burned. That's got all midline truck lanes closed still. Southbound 5, southbound 14. Back there pretty solid from Placer Canyon. They're saying it may be tomorrow before the be reopened. 5 southbound and 14. Lithium ion battery burned at 5.
App for picks, app for playlists. Even the app for scrolling endlessly at 2 a.m. But only one app puts a live radio dial in your pocket. The free iHeartRadio app. Get what millions already have.
Because the players kept dribbling on me.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the buffalo say when he dropped his son off at school? Bye, son.
So take a moment to make your kid laugh, because dad jokes rule. Make your kid laugh today at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
She was our idol. It was like, wow, Margaret, you're so cool. You drive a Jag, are a female lawyer, you're stunningly beautiful. We wanted to grow up and be Margaret.
My two bosses came to me and said,
It's a boss.
I said, what? I was shocked.
They promote this image of small town America, but it's not.
It turned over probably 2,000 pages of documentation of corruption in this town. And maybe the reason they haven't made an arrest of Margaret King's murder is because they're not looking at themselves.
You don't give up on these cases. You need to catch whoever it is so that they don't have to go through this again. But do you really know what happened?
Plus, turn it around. This is Gone South, a documentary podcast series by C13 Originals, a King's 13 studio, written and narrated by me, Jen Lipinski. Season 1, Who Killed Margaret Coon?
If my mother played a role in this, I don't think she should die thinking that she got away with it.
He is a serial killer, I believe.
I ask her, what are you doing here? She looks at me and says, I'm here to kill you. Listen now for free, wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Weapons is expected to take first place once again at the weekend box office.
The Zach Kreger-directed thriller is looking to make between $20 to $22 million in its second outing. The action film No Budget 2 did not let out with Freakier Friday for second place, as both are expected to net around $10 to $12 million. I'm Michael Cass.
Some of Presley's former business partners are claiming she used the death of her daughter Lisa Marie to gain control of her trust at Graceland. Soon the two claimed they worked to help Priscilla to leverage her name for profits, but then she suddenly cut ties with them. They alleged fraud and breach of contract, seeking more than $50 million. An attorney for Elvis Presley's former wife calls the claims fabricated.
Hi, this is John Lennon.
A John Lennon box set containing more than 100 tracks due out this fall, one day. Former Beatles' birthday.
Power to the People features his one-to-one concerts at Madison Square Garden, which were Lennon's final and only live concerts after the Beatles broke up. The box set also includes the 1972 live album Sometime in New York City, as well as Lennon tracks with Yoko Ono and the Plastic Ono Band. This October 9th would have been John's 85th birthday. Power to the People is set to be released on October 10th. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Meantime, the New York Mets are celebrating 60 years since the famous Beatles concert at the old Shea Stadium. More than 55,000 fans packed Shea Stadium that night back in 1965, in history as the first rock band to fill a major stadium. That's entertainment. I'm Jennifer Bolsoni.
Business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen to podcasts.
Pure dominance.
Streaming music from Spotify.
Anybody else gonna doubt him? Like I keep telling people, he's gonna dominate. Too good. Oh yeah.
Culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across
Like no one else did that to Duplessis. No one, like
everything. Just think about the universal marketing.
Whitaker's jaw pushed back.
Times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time. Call 844-844-iHeart and get podcasting working for you.
An app for picks, an app for playlists, even the app for scrolling endlessly at 2 a.m. But only one app puts the live radio dial in your pocket. The free iHeartRadio app. What millions already have. iHeartRadio, the #1 app for radio.
You guys, you play on something. Somebody else.
Welcome back to Vicious Street. Your host, Malcolm Gladwell. Before the break, we saw how Waymo's self-driving car now get ready for some hijinks. Jake and I went contesting the beach ball, and I challenge our self-driving car.
Vice Versa, I didn't even have a move like. This nigga got to prove 96 Nigerians.
The experts have voted in town. Given up on rational cities.
Like, who just does that, dude? Like, he barely gets punched. Like, it's who's like that? Nobody else does that.
They're saying the future is mayhem, and I'm not sure that's a completely bad outcome. Kids can play stickball on the streets of New York City again, like they did in the 1920s. Cyclists can ride in packs down the middle of the interstate. You spot a friend on the other side of the street, and you shout out, "Hey!" and you impulsively run across the street, across multiple lanes of traffic, and you give them a big hug. My running club meets on a crowded track in the Lower East Side of Manhattan, where speedy runners compete with errant soccer balls and children running free and old folks out for a ramble. 50 yards is the FDR Drive, wide, undulating ribbons of smooth, inviting blacktop. In the autonomous future, we are totally going to do our workouts on the FDR and rush it. 100 of us, and the Waymos will sit patiently until we finish. Do you understand how awesome the future is? We get the streets back.
Incredible.
Right direction, and I think it only takes like a millisecond for a fucking bug to do that. I think it's something. Let's see
Here's
it
the
again.
so for
That's farthest point
is
actually
Rabbi Moshe Schreiber. Assam Sofer, Assam Sofer is the nom de plume, his pseudonym when he wrote his books under that title.
Maybe there's such type of bug that I'm not aware of that moves really fast, though.
Cusp of modernity, a very difficult time when Jews are trying to figure out their relationship to the modern world. There's a classic image of the reproduced in many different places. Most likely a more
crafts that went 200 miles an hour.
Who's
the U.S. government
for the Civil War, entire Danube region, but his claim to fame is
crafts
in modern-day Bratislava, which is known by its historic name, Pressburg or Pressburg in Yiddish, the capital of Hungary for quite some time, before Budapest, and
bunch of like German scientists in America that were working with the U.S. government. So this predates Orville Wright.
I think it's just
I'm
absolutely
just telling you, right? Doesn't it? Yeah.
This
I don't know date. I think it
exterior
does, right?
of
Is it
his
Orville or
grave.
Wilbur Wright? Is that the end of the 1800s?
I knew when I was touring with the Coastal River Cruises, I knew that we were going to visit the kever of the Assam Sofer. I figured, okay, very nice. I've been to lots of Kivrei Tzaddikim, the graves of righteous people over the generations. It's often a very moving experience, and there are many kind of interesting customs that are observed at these places. And I was prepared for something along that sort of
crafts that got well, there's lots of delightful shows on
and I just happened to look out the window and I noticed
Joseph P.
the
Farrell was on,
phalanx
and he's
of
like
these
amazing. And he was breaking down that there was Joseph P. Farrell's
that
area of
seem to
expertise.
rise out of the ground
In
in a
history,
very
he does
rigid
a lot in
formation.
religion.
They're not all identical. Some are pebbled, some are transparent. They're all translucent. They don't seem to have any marker that indicates what their purpose is. I remember looking out the window and thinking, what's that? What exactly is this that I'm looking at?
Thousand books on it. That's a lot of books, dude. I can barely read one book. I'm stuck on Alexander II right now. What is he saying? He's saying that in the 1880 Civil War and during the Civil War, they had crafts that were traveling at 200 miles an hour. Okay, and you can find pictures of it underneath
this mound, but it has kind of like a
they're strong. Someone just tell us, come on, man. Why, Jamie, you're leaving me here. Hang on, look at you. It's got to be legit. There, it sounds so legit.
obelisks.
Will you look up
Why
Lionel
is
had
this
so many
sort of
years
large
before
slug-like
they
structure,
flew the
this
first
black
very
looming
primitive plane
thing
that could barely get off the ground?
penetrates
And
into
credit
the
those guys
mound.
with
It's
developing
got
the
this
first
tiny
plane.
little entrance over here on the right, and you
Oh,
can
that's
see
good.
by the
So
scale,
is it
this
like
is
a
a
blimp?
person walking out of the entrance.
Listen, Jamie, get all
And it
pissy.
looks, it's evocative of some kind of like entry
It's
into
true.
the
It's true.
underworld,
No, it's
which
a good
actually
point.
quite literally
Yeah, it could be a
is, as
blimp,
you
right? But
shall
when they
see.
first started doing
It's
blimps,
imposing and
that's
dark
was that the whole point of like Led Zeppelin that they didn't
foreboding,
want
and it
people
doesn't
getting
seem to
on
have,
blimps,
once
so they
again,
like
any
crash
kind
that
of
shit.
clear indication as to what is going on inside
Everyone
this
thinks
building.
I'm crazy. You guys
Going
think I'm
into the
nuts. I'm
actual
just
structure,
telling
you
you,
see
bro.
it's got this
Everything's a psyop.
overhead structure.
I want to hear more psyop. No, I'd rather go that way than the other way. Nothing's a psyop. I want to hear that everything's a psyop. Someone should do a conspiracy news. It would be 10 times better than what you see on television. I was watching, like, my girlfriend can't stop watching MSNBC. It doesn't matter how much they lie to her. She's like dug in, and that's her team, right? And so I'm listening to Rachel Maddow the other day talking about like demonizing RFK Jr. about mRNA vaccines, right? You want a cigar? Just smoke
When you
cigar?
get to the very end of it, it's just a black tunnel right down about 60 feet or so. Then you come to this sign, which is recorded in several languages. Obviously in English, this is a sacred place. Admission granted strictly upon modest clothing, body and head properly covered. This is also in German.
There's a 100% chance you won't get
Slovak, and of course the top
it's
says
now
it in Hebrew.
telling everybody how
I
important
posed this
mRNA
question when I
vaccines
taught a
are. It's
master
like she was
class
only
here
off
in
by
Toronto
100%.
last week, and
It was a
person to answer
trying time
correctly
we didn't
and
know.
was, of course,
How did I know? I'm a digital comic who's functionally illiterate.
The translations are almost identical,
Not on my
except
part.
the Hebrew
No.
has
Well,
one
it's just,
small
it was weird to me
distinction.
where a
What
lot
is
of
that
lefties
small
all of a sudden were
distinction?
trusting the pharmaceutical drug. It's really what happened, guys. We used to believe that. We used to think that big pharma was like trying to make money, and we should really be taking organic food, and taking vitamins, and eating healthy, and drinking water, and going to yoga. Like, what happened? What happened? And everybody's like injecting it.
Just that one word.
And then, I live in California where they're all about my body, my choice, except for when it comes to vaccines. And I had arguments with people. I'm like, I thought you were my body, my choice. Now you're telling me I have to take a vaccine. So like, it's different. It's not.
Which reminds me,
It's
by the
not
way,
at
I will
all.
tell you a very
None of it
detailed
seemed like it was to some people at the time.
I was once in
Because some
Odessa
people got
with my
way
wife,
more anxious
and
about the pandemic than other people. Those people just they reacted so
by
strongly.
the
They thought
elevator,
these other people
there
that
was a
weren't
sign,
doing the right
because
thing were
Odessa is a
fucking
very
it up for
international
everybody. Because
city.
that's what they believed
The
at the
sign was
time.
written just like
The
this in
problem
many
is,
different
most of those people
languages,
never kind of
in
owned up
French,
to what they
English,
did.
German,
Because
Russian, Ukrainian, so
they
on.
were
And
wrong.
almost all the
And
languages,
we
it said,
did get
the
hoodwinked.
plumbing is broken.
And there's still people that are trying to
please don't
defend
flush
it.
the
And
toilets,
stop
whatever.
trying to
And
defend
then in
it.
German it said,
The
the
day is
plumbing is
out.
broken,
Didn't stop
please don't
infection.
flush the toilets.
Didn't stop
We called the
transmission.
plumber. He
That
said he
alone would
couldn't
have
come
stopped
till
almost
Tuesday. We
everybody
begged him. He
from
says he'll
taking
be here on Monday, but he might
or
not have
a
the
lot of
parts.
people
It
from
was like a whole ganze Geschichte.
They knew that.
Like as if the
They knew
Germans
that
need to
from
know
the
every single
jump.
detail
They
what's going
never
on
did
with the
studies on
Okay,
whether or
back
not
to the
it would
serious
stop
stuff
infection.
here.
They just wanted to see
So,
it create antibodies.
you see
The
this
whole thing is,
sign at the
when you listen
right
to
angle
RFK Jr.
before you
talk
make
about
the
it, you're like,
turn
this can't
actually
be
into
talking true.
the
And then you find out he
itself.
is. You're like,
What
this
do you
is
see when you go in there?
nuts. This is
I'm going to
nuts.
show you right away.
And then have you ever seen when they broke down how long it would actually take
original
to make
site of the grave,
like 5 billion
right down
vaccines
here
that they
is
wanted
actually
for
where
everybody? It would
the
take 10 years. It was just the
This is
thing
a
that it
pre-war
was
photograph
that
of
they
the
had done
old
it
Jewish cemetery,
in
which
front of
dates
everybody, and
into the
everybody
15th
agreed
or
to it. And then
16th
once they
century.
realized they
You can see
agreed
it's
to
on the
it,
bank
they
of the
realized they got
Danube
duped.
River.
They don't want
And
to
it's filled with
they want to be right, not
several
do
hundred
right.
or perhaps
Yeah.
thousand graves. And during
How
the
many like really
World War
nutty,
II era,
like
the
Marxist,
local dictator,
left-wing,
Tiso,
lunatic
decided he wanted to pave
conferences
it
do I
over
see online where they're
make a
all
tram
masked?
line there.
Dude, I'm fine when people are masked.
This is
They're still
immediately
in
prior
masks.
to their
They're
deportation
still in
of
masks.
eventual
Everyone
murder.
else does
They
have a
begged
mask while
Tiso,
living.
please
They're wearing
allow
like
us to at least
super heavy masks.
reinter the bones of our ancestors. And
Democrats
he ultimately, on the payment of the legs, allowed
You let everybody know exactly what you vote for.
somewhat
You
perturbed
have a
because
mask,
there
you
was
wear
a
it
rumor going
everywhere. I
about
love
that
it. It's
anyone
like I know who the
disturbed
retards
bones
are,
of the
but
sun
there's like
sulfur.
groups
And of his
online where they
immediate
talk about
retinue
people
when
wearing
once rural
masks
Barry
in and
Munson
they beat
who
up
suffered
and
grave
about how
curses. So
responsible,
therefore,
he's
he
not
would
masters
not
are,
allow
and
them to
COVID hasn't gone away, and I have
and instead what
respiratory
he did
this,
was
and
he
infectious that,
built
and immune
a
suppressing this,
sarcophagus
and
around
fuck,
the grave.
man,
Here's
yeah.
the
What
construction of
happened?
it.
It's not good.
This is the
But it was
actual
just
tombstone of the
cold.
Sofer.
that was a
And
little
they built
harder
this-
than most
this
blues, and
concrete
everybody got
that would eventually be sealed over.
Yeah,
and, that
and then
was
you go,
going to be
what about the 5G? They're cranking up. What about what they're spraying in the skies? And now is an acceptable fact that they're doing geoengineering of our skies. So like 5 years ago, you were a crazy conspiracy theorist. Now there's laws being passed about it. And you put all that together, you're like, that's how people get sick. Especially in clouds, which is legal. Like you see the clouds, and you can make it rain, but like,
the grade.
how exact is the science? How, you know what I mean? Like, what happens if you cause floods like they did in July? Did you see that? Yeah, where camels just flying, falling down the river, Lamborghinis drowning. Yeah,
people prominent in tourism.
Nothing about 200 miles an hour.
Donate a large amount of money to build
aircraft and helicopters
that would allow people
the
to
sound
visit
is
this
better.
place. They contracted this
I'll get my phone for a second just to see if I can find it. I found it.
experience
The generally helicopter.
building a kosher
Well,
kitchen for the local Jewish community, specifically he built it for
Who is it?
Rabbi Myers, who is the chief rabbi of Slovakia, next to his wife in New Jersey, God Rabbi of course, the guy in the middle is my interesting book called Origins of the Black Project, World Nations that exists in this country. They organized the funds to allow us to
Yeah, we talked about it.
amazing
It was either him or the 2 episodes later they talked about how it went 200 miles an hour.
When you make that, you'll recall you walk down that swamp
trying to get funding
entrance,
for some of this.
and
There's a
it's
whole thing here about
voting and anticipation of what's on the other side of it. You make
Core,
this sharp
the Army,
90-degree left
Civil
turn,
War.
and what
Isn't,
happens is you go into this
Lincoln another one
underground
they got papers
vault.
about?
The inside of the original sarcophagus that was created by Tito, and the graves are all laid out here in very vivid, solemn kind of lighting. But look at the top of the picture, and you see
Come over here, Mom.
the 23
That's true.
obelisks
It's probably not that
reach
weird for us,
through
but
the surface
back then it was like
the sarcophagus, as if to create a
kind
kind of poetic image
there's a certain like
that the
so was that
souls
supposedly a
of those
thing where a
interred
person
here
could get in?
cannot be held
Boats of
by
airbag,
the
I've
earth,
seen other
that
flying
they
machines
rise
here.
through the surface
Okay, so what that
into
looks
the
like
world
is like
and
sails.
continue to have their
Right? Can
influence
you
on
show me that
our
thing again?
world today.
Look at that, Sam.
Very powerful visual
That's like
statement,
sails, like a sailboat. But it's even crazier to a base.
non-verbal statement of
So do you just
kind
jump
of
off a cliff with that? How do you get that bitch off the
symbol
ground?
that you only appreciate when you actually walk into this
There was
very
a
quiet,
traveling
solemn space.
gas
It's
thing
actually
that
a
went
very
along with
powerful,
it, so I could
overwhelming
keep
experience.
refueling right here. See
My wife and I went to that far corner and we said Psalms for the entire
Oh
family.
my God. See if you can look up. That's crazy. Tinfoil Hat 901. That's the episode, and there's a picture of the craft that they have made. So they're just refueling these balloons with gas. But these aren't even balloons. It's like literal like aircrafts that are going 200 miles an hour. What are they? So when the reason I bring that up is because if we go, they got these silver cigar things. Like think about how long ago that was. Like they got bugs, the bug, spear, whatever you want. Yeah, whatever else everybody sleep at night. You know what? They got the tech. That's it. That's what they had in 2000.
Conducted that particular operation, unfortunately, did not
Walter
themselves
Bosley,
survive.
he came out and talked about it. Who drew that? You can find those on the internet. I don't know
Okay, let's
the
go.
guy's name's up in the
Here's the
corner.
important
That
good
thing
and
you
welfare
200 miles
next
an
week, as I
hour.
mentioned,
What's a
2002
power
Avenue J, right just down the street, the
that's it.
Montauk
It's
building.
guys with
It's hard to miss some beautiful gorgeous
NYMCA
building
arrows.
exterior lighting, and not maybe
Yeah,
as
dude,
beautiful
you
as
know I'm
the grave
retarded, right?
of the Council,
I
but
do now.
nevertheless, you know,
I want to know what the image is.
it's at the corner of Jerry Ocean Avenue, and going
these
the
are the
side entrance down to the mid-on.
these are the
Since we're
crafts
talking
that
to
they
Marco
had.
very quickly,
They were
I want
working
to
on. So
remind
a
people
person
of
gets
first of
inside
all,
that
once again,
fire thing. Yeah,
we
look at that. And
do
then
these
there's a
lectures
propeller
special
back
because
there.
we have
Who
fun.
was
It's great
working
to
on? That's
study
the
case
south.
histories. It's
The
intrinsically
north.
interesting and
The
fascinating.
north. The
And
north
I'm
in
glad
Germany.
to share this with you.
No.
We're also trying to raise money for our students. So if you know some
Oh,
ridiculously
the south
wealthy
had a
people
different kind
who
of
would
thing.
love to give
But
money
this
to
thing is
educate
different.
the next
Yeah, whatever
generation,
this
we'll
is.
be
So
glad to help
what's,
them
is
out
it a
with
bunch
that.
of fans? I don't know.
If you're
I'll say
worried
a bunch of
about
fans,
missing
right?
lectures or catching up the
Propellers,
videos
right.
and things like that, go to my website, please. I noticed
They
that
had
I
that
put this
way
quick
back in
happy
the
arrow
80s.
over here. It says follow, And if you click
Look at
on
those
this
guys. You really
button,
think that thing went 200
you
miles an hour? I think
will
somebody
how
lied.
would you like to
Maybe.
follow? And you put
But
your
they had
email address,
that 200
like on
miles an
Facebook or
hour.
whatever
Step
you
right up.
prefer
Just
to
think
be
what kind of
informed.
knowledge you could
This is
have
really the
at that
only
time
way I
with that
have
kind of craft.
to communicate. You know, it's this year, unfortunately,
you were going to explode.
the various odds of
train.
Yeah.
He basically funded
This is the
the
website
North.
is called Henry
But they needed money because,
just
Lincoln
Google my name.
was issuing greenbacks. I have one.
Let's go to the lecture itself. So we looked at the camera, we did this lecture a little bit backwards by looking at the monument to his earthly remains, but let's look at his actual life. Here's a famous photograph of Rabbi Schreiber, a piece of art. You can see the facial expression is clearly derived from the other.
Most of the UFO sightings that people see
this is his
are
father-in-law,
U.S.
the great
government
Rabbi
crafts.
Akiva Eger.
So do you
His
think
second
it's
wife
back
was
engineered
Rabbi
stuff,
Akiva Eger's daughter,
or
and
do
the
you
two of
think
them together
we
were
invented all the technology?
tremendous impact on Central European theory. Let's just focus on the shot on the pronunciation of his name for a second.
About,
So obviously the Yiddish, you see, Moshe Schreiber is Yiddish for writer or scribe. And when he wrote his writings in Hebrew, he preferred to refer to himself as the Khatam Sofer. That would be a Sephardi pronunciation, or at least a poor imitation of a Sephardi pronunciation, which means the seal of the scribe. Khatam Sofer, Sephardi pronunciation. Obviously, some of the consonants are slightly different, and the emphasis tends to be on the last syllable.
Everyone dying in the ocean, the scary from going out there. Like, I'm afraid of sharks.
In fact, the first
I don't
word
want
has
but what's going on in the ocean? We see stuff coming out in the ocean all the time. What's going on way down there?
Wander back and forth between
well, sharks are real. Sharks are real. Be scared about it. The ocean is unforgiving. Alligators. And it's a rational fear.
Phenomenal.
Jaws makes this thing great effects, right? Probably before that, nobody was thinking about sharks. Well, Jaws makes a real event, right?
Extensively, although hardly anything was published in his lifetime, most of it was published after he passed away. But he wrote primarily responsa,
they had anti-gravity gas,
beautiful commentary on the ethical classic, the duties of the heart. He even wrote Hebrew poetry, really tremendously prolific author. His family was also a legacy, and that legacy permeates even contemporary life. As I mentioned, he married his second wife. His first wife, unfortunately, died childless at 1912. His second wife was the daughter of Rabbi Akiva Eger's son here. And of his 11 children, 10 of them survived. Many of them went on to great
what does that mean, anti-gravity fuel? I'd like to have someone read that knows what the fuck those words are. It doesn't sound like a fuel. That's what you're based on our timelines and this notion that we came from cavemen, and especially I think there's been multiple society, civilizations that just keep getting reset. I think that's
very important German city.
I agree with that.
Where he was born and raised. There are a couple of stories that I can tell you about his youth, which are really quite amazing. His mother was known as
those tridactyl mummies in Peru, where he went down there and had the CAT scan.
And the legend of his birth that I find most charming and takes me is that apparently she went into labor on Friday afternoon. And as many communities do, including Frankfurt,
it's like how is that going to defy gravity?
Bring in the
unless you're talking about like just
depending on the latitude and longitude of a particular place, if you wait till sunset to go on the Sabbath, that can mean that you're having a Friday evening meal. If you come from parts of England, it might be 11 o'clock at night in the summer, things like that. So,
but if let's just say this is real, and we do believe it's real, 100%.
So she was going into labor, and just as the community was beginning to start the cycle of prayer for the Sabbath, she sent a message with her midwives to rush into the synagogue, speak to the rabbi, asked
flight
him to hold
enthusiast in
up
the
the
mid
entire
1800s, there
community
would have been,
and not
people would have
bring
been
in the
interested in
Sabbath
flying. I
until
guess
she
you could
had
do it.
delivered.
The Nazi
Because,
bell, which is a big part of World War
obviously,
II that nobody ever
delivery
talks
takes
about. Right,
precedence
that was like
over
a
the
flying
Sabbath.
craft that they were
You
trying
are
to
not only
develop, right?
allowed to, you're required
So the
to
Nazis
attend
were
to the
apparently
medical
trying
needs
to come up
of
with
the
a
mother
bunch of
and
different
newborn
shapes
child
for
on the
crafts.
Sabbath.
One
But since
was a
it was
bell,
in that
right?
period of like
One was kind of
voluntary
flying
acceptance of
saucer like,
Sabbath,
right? Yeah.
she
I mean,
preferred
that's a whole
that
Martin, like, have you ever heard of Martin
community
Ballman?
hold
I
off, the
always
entire
wonder.
community hold off, and
I always
that
wonder,
be no question of Sabbath
they
desecration
talk
on
about stuff
her
like
account.
that, like the
The
Nazis trying to
rabbi,
make a flying saucer.
amazing
Was that because they were trying to emulate something
and
that they
they
had seen
just
before?
before
There was
Lafonso
some sort
and
of a
they
hidden
sat
historical
down and they
record
all
of.
sat and studied.
You know what? Because
And then
if
about
only the people that are
20,
at
30
the head
minutes
of the
later, a
military
messenger comes
today,
in and says that a baby was
or
born.
the head of these
And
military
you can go ahead
contractors
and bring
really
in the
know whether or
Sabbath
not
right now.
these back
The
engineers
rabbi
UFOs.
proclaimed
If there are,
Rabbi
they
said
have
he's
them,
definitely going to be
and
named
if they don't
Moshe
know about them, they probably don't
because
exist, or
he
the
is
other
going to be
companies
the
have them.
deliverer of the
Right?
Jewish
Yeah.
people.
So
Beautiful story about the origins
you know,
of this young man.
you gotta wonder
There's
what
also
the
more
Nazis do. Were
fascinating
they
stories
trying
about
to
the
emulate something that
practices
they knew
of the
existed?
Sofer family with regard to
When
the young
did
child.
governments, if there really is a real phenomenon, if this isn't just total gaslighting and propaganda and bullshit to get you to believe that aliens are out there because they've got like crazy high tech that's 50, 60, 70 years past where we
being able to
really
look at
think
whatever
it
you want. Obviously, I assume
both of
he
those
was not
things are
veiled
hard
at
to
home. He
believe,
was not
right?
veiled
It's hard to
in
believe
the
that the government
backyard.
could
The
be able
fact
to
that when they
hide
would go walking in the
the
street,
kind of
in order to avoid his
whatever kind
seeing
of program that would
anything
develop a
negative,
genuine
they actually covered his face,
anti-gravity
which is
engine
somewhat
that can move through space and time, that can go through the ocean.
Unfortunately,
It makes a device transmedium, creates like a portal around it where it exists completely independently of everything that we're experiencing in 3D space. It just goes through stuff. The idea that they have that and kept it secret seems kind of crazy. I'm not saying it's possible. What I'm saying by that is like you hear famous stories of people whose fathers worked at Area 51 and he never once told them what they did. Oh yeah, people keep their mouth shut. They also know that they have to keep their mouth shut because if you don't, you can get in real trouble.
Translated
top
a
secret
phrase in
clearance
Genesis
and you go blabbing.
as
They're listening to everything you say.
Adam.
They're checking your emails. They know 100%.
And
I think people
the young
really should. And they have you looking over here when it's really over here. They do that all the time. Like Area 51 is kind of like the shiny object. Everyone's, oh, that's crazy. And then it's really the mountain that's like 10 miles away that they've hollowed out. That's
different. Of course, in Hebrew, there's
or the bizarre words. Or you get into NASA, right? Everyone thinks it's in
the understanding of the Hebrew
in
language.
Houston. The real NASA is in Huntsville, Alabama. So this is a funny story. So Eddie and I are doing stand-up, and we're doing the Two Full Half comedy night. And we do Nashville, we pack it out. Zanies, I think it is. We pack it out great. So they sent us to Huntsville. And we go, I'm like, yeah, man, we're going to do stand-up in Alabama. It's going to be great. Let's go. So we drive up, we get to the hotel, we go to the comedy club, and the fucking parking lot is packed. And we're like, oh, we packed this motherfucker. It's going to be great. Well, it's like Sharon Underwood or one of those black female comics is performing there. And she called her crowd. No, it's not her. It's the one who has the daytime talk show. I forget what her name is. No disrespect. She's hilarious. Packed it out, and it's her crowd. So she runs. The show goes on. And all of a sudden, her crowd leaves, and our crowd comes in, and it's 45 people. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And I just keep looking up there, going,
turned 9 years old, it was decided that he should
he's going, I know we're in trouble because Sam's always positive about it. And he just can't stop yelling fuck. So we do the show, 45 people. It's a great show. We have a good time. We get off stage. The sound guy comes up to me and goes, whoever sent you here set you up to fail. Because this is the real mess. This is where all of the satellites are controlled from. This is where Von Braun went when he came to America. And in Huntsville, Alabama, into the late 80s, we're not allowed to talk about how he was a Nazi because they had all convinced himself that he was forced to do it against his own will, and even though he was a horrible person, if you hear the stories about the real Nazi. Yeah, but they convinced themselves
themselves that he did it against his own will. So that's where the real. So they always have you look over here when everything's going on over here.
This deep,
Well, that one
Kabbalist who
was
at one point was actually put into
they
excommunication
hit it
by
in the
Rabbi
1960s because they wanted all those amazing engineers.
in town about
But
his
they got some
piety,
evil
about
motherfuckers.
his
There's a video out
sincere
there. It's called
desire
American
to serve
Nazi
God
60
in every
Minutes.
way.
Can you look
But
it up?
the
It's basically
problem
what
is we're
60 Minutes
living in a period where there's still the
and they
reverberations of the
Boston
Sabbatean controversy,
lawyer
which we've discussed
who
in
was like
previous
wanting to get
years.
down
If you
to
recall,
what was going
in
on.
the
Why are all these
1660s
Nazis
there
here?
was
Why isn't anyone getting them?
very
And so he's pressing and he's doing like Freedom of Information Act, and he's pressing and pressing them, and one day they kind of agreed to it. So the CIA says, you can look at these documents, you can't take pictures, and you can't take notes. You can just read it. So he reads it, and he finds out that basically what happened was a Rockefeller, Nixon, and I think it was Eisenhower, form a committee, and they're all the ones that bring them
there were
over.
several other
This little community.
quasi-Shabbatian
Yeah, so you got all these
movements
guys.
that swept across
This is
Europe.
part of it, but this, I
Sometimes
never
they
knew
were
that.
explicit,
Like,
and in fact, there
like
were
if you're
these
going in
pockets of
hiding,
Sabbatean
dude,
communities
why wouldn't
throughout
you
the
change your
region.
name? None of them
Sometimes
change your
they were
name.
suspected, kind of
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it was a McCarthyist
None of
kind
them
of
changed.
era
Yeah, that
where
was it.
anybody who had any kind of like Kabbalistic
USAC
things
live cover
was
up Nazi
suspected
spy
of being a
program.
secret follower of
60
Shabbat speech.
minutes.
So in
Eisenhower,
this
yeah.
environment, which
Nixon,
affected some of the greatest
Eisenhower.
rabbis of
Imagine
the
60 minutes doing
era,
that today.
Rabbi Adler was
Would
placed
never happen.
into
Government
excommunication for a
talk to
brief
them.
period
Hey
of time.
guys, yeah,
And
let's not.
Rabbi Moshe Sofer, however, followed his teacher into exile.
I agree, dude. American heroes got some emotion.
Even despite
Nobody ever talked about
the
Mark
negative
Bormann,
influence that
who was like, if you don't know Mark Bormann, you don't know nothing about World War II. Lived peacefully in Argentina. Was kind of Carter tried to get him out there. Let's call it up.
Specifically,
John Loftus, a former prosecutor with the Justice National Office of Special Investigations that was set up in 1980 by President Carter to root out Nazi collaborators, made the allegations in an interview with Mike Moss on the CBS program Sunday. Yeah, I have Nazi collaborators were given jobs in the United States and some were later sent to the Soviet Union in parachute teams in an unsuccessful attempt to perform assassinations and start civil wars. Yo, that is crazy! We're flying Nazis into Russia to start civil wars. So like this guy on, I think I talked about last week, a dark journalist, he does really great work. He was talking a big reason why JFK was assassinated, that NASA was involved because JFK wanted to give Russia all these documents and information they had about these UFOs because he didn't want them to think they were like nuclear planes, like dropping bombs and stuff. And because NASA was so full of Nazis and they still hated the Russians, they didn't want that to happen.
One category would be what we call
there's multiple reasons. It says the State Department's Office of Policy Coordination is the first covert spy agency set up in the United States, predating the CIA by several months, smuggled several hundred Nazi collaborators into America. Hundreds. After World War II for intelligence purposes. Wow. Barney Frank, Massachusetts today, called Big House. He's got some big ones.
But it's not in itself fear the same way that practical Kabbalah is. Practical Kabbalah or theurgic Kabbalah, to use a technical term, means it's probably closer to the
but it's kind of crazy that they hit it, meaning and then using all these guys working for NASA, Nazi with scars on their face. They look so sinister. In the video, they interview Nazis who still defended everything they did. It was none of them changed their names. They all just defended what they did, and it was crazy. It's a crazy video to watch.
Like that. Sometimes to try to aggressively demand that God send the Messiah, all kinds of interesting projects followed in the purview of practical Kabbalah. Although theoretical Kabbalah is well respected and is considered the purview of the elite great scholars, practical Kabbalah is considered an extremely dangerous venture and was excoriated throughout Eastern Europe by rabbis who felt that if it was in the wrong hands, it would be a very destructive. So there was questions about Rabbi Adler and the composition of these amulets that eventually
we never comment on intelligence matters, and we're not commenting on something that happened in 1950s.
I feel like his teacher rather than give in to the dominant position.
Can you imagine? I mean, we're still trying to find out what the fuck happened to JFK.
When Rabbi Adler grew ill, He was.
I think there's one person still alive, and that's why they don't want to tell you about it.
Formally
Really?
lifted,
Which guy?
and at his funeral, Rabbi
I don't know
Horowitz
exactly her
delivered the
role in it,
lead
but she's
eulogy
supposedly a part of it. She was
as a
like kind of
gesture
something
of
like when she
healing
dies,
after
they'll
a
release the
very
they'll release more of it.
period of
Unless
controversy.
the families don't
So
want,
he
but
grew up
that's
in
why they're
fact with
slow
a mind
rolling this out, because they don't
educated
want anyone
primarily
who's still
by
alive
traditional Talmudists
fixing
like Rabbi
prosecution.
Horowitz, and
My question was
also
always, though,
heavily
what could
influenced by
possibly be in
Kabbalists
there?
like Rabbi Adler,
It's not
and
like
then
we
he
shot him,
turned to
this is where we
Pressburg.
stood.
Here is
When we took the first story with the Jeffrey Epstein list, it's like, what do you think they're going to do? What's their name and what they order?
Here,
You know, they're never
kind
going
of
to
like
have the list is one thing. What she was saying about the videos is another thing. That's crazy. Well, that's the whole point that they believe behind the P. Diddy trial was that it's really about getting this tapes. And why would they release the names when they could have the names and blackmail everybody on the list and in the videos? Right. Why would they give that away? Why would the intelligence agencies do that? When they can control these people.
Here's a view
See one of them in a
from when I
Pfizer
was
commercial,
there
you know what's
last
up.
month, standing on the top of the castle, and
When
here's
you
the
come out
dignity
there to the height of it, you're like, oh,
you
they
can see
it's
over
so
here
weird.
they have this,
I like to watch politicians who are pushing all this fucking bullshit, whether it's COVID or BLM or Nazi or Zionism and all this shit. And I go, what weird shit do they got you fucking on video?
Apparently,
Weird shit.
there's a major
Pam
standoff over
Bondi,
here
who
on
was
this
a
side
part
of
of the
the
whole
river
Jeffrey
that was
Epstein thing
destroyed
in
order to
Florida.
make room for
And now she's
the,
like, yeah, there's
bridge to
videos. There's
cross
no
the river.
video. What do you mean a part of
This
it?
was kind of like
So when the first time he gets arrested,
Austria
she was
just
part of
off to
that
the
whole
side
thing.
over here.
She was part of it. She was like some AG in like or something in Florida. Was she on
And many
involved in that?
Soviet
Yeah.
citizens attempted to make the crossing to the west
You're like, what do they got
getting
you doing?
themselves to Bratislava
There's so
and then braving the
many
waters of the
that would
Danube,
be
which is not all that wide. It's
That's
not
what's
an
nuts.
incredibly
Watching
difficult
it
swim,
not play
but they
out
had to
and
risk
watching these
being
powerful
shot
people
by
sort of
Soviet
huddle up
snipers
together and
who
hold
were
the
trying to
line.
prevent them from gaining access to the
It's kind of
west.
crazy. And you
So
got all
it was
these
in
pedal
this
hunters,
town
and they're doing great jobs getting these guys off the streets, but they're all low level. It makes you feel like, oh, we're doing something. No, you're just getting low level guys out. You're not getting, you know, when the Me Too movement, and then they were accusing people of all this, they're trying to make it seem like these guys are a part of it. No, dude. You know, if you're a 17-year-old going to a comedy concert and then you go home to your parents still, you're not part of that. But, you know, it's like 80% of the children who go missing are from foster care. Like, people don't understand that.
He was
It's like involved dark ass
a
shit.
firebrand. He also had a very sharp sense
There was a story
of what
that was
Jews needed to
some
do
sort
in
of
the
a
present
television
moment,
show
and
about
no one
a
more
scandal
opposed
that
to him
involved
than
child
Moses
sex trafficking with
shown
politicians.
who had predeceased him.
It was
That was
like
an
in the
extremely
90s
influential
or
figure.
something
Let's
like
just
that.
quickly
There
think
was
about
weird stuff
what
in
Moses
different
Mendelssohn
strokes.
stood
They
for.
constantly had
So he was called
episodes on that stuff.
genius
You
of
showed
Berlin.
different stuff.
Rather,
One where like the guy with
highly
a bike
intellectual
store was
individual
giving
with
kids wine.
a tremendous gift
Yeah.
for languages,
I just saw
which
that
he
pop up on
utilized
my
to
feed
great
algorithm.
success
So like,
by
wasn't there was some
entering
sort of a story
academic
that
essay
God, I can't
competitions and
remember
so on.
what
Apparently, he
TV
invested
program
the
it was.
great
Was it the
amount of
Franklin
time
scandal or
in
the
an essay
Finder
competition.
scandal?
And this was really
where
quite
the
an achievement because this is
conspiracy of
well before
silence.
Jews had achieved
The camp
emancipation.
investigates nationwide child abuse
Emancipation would be, in
network
fact, the
reaching
goal
government
of
officials,
Jews in Europe
exposes
right up until the early
systematic
20th
exploitation
century.
by power
And
players,
this part of the
which
time we look
involves
at.
Ronald
What do I
Reagan
mean by
and
emancipation? So
and
this
George
term
involves
comes to
Ronald
us
Reagan
in American
and involves
Jewish
George Bush
historiography.
Senior.
We obviously borrowed it
Imagine if you
from
are a
the
government official and you're
Civil
also
War
a pedophile
where
and you have to like
emancipation was
sniff
used in
around
the
to find out
context
if
of
anybody
the
else is a
slavery
pedophile.
of African Americans. That they
I
had
think
to be
imagine how crazy that
emancipated
you
or
get in there
freed.
because they know that about you.
I think a
Everything's
more
about
accurate
you.
term would be
Now you
manumitted
think
because
they
they
get
were slaves
pedophiles
and they
into
were given
office knowing that
freedom.
they're pedophiles because
This
they
term
control
was
those people. Then they
appropriated
feed
by
them
Jewish historians
their
wishing to
addiction,
describe
and
the
then they
situation
control
of the
them through
Jews
that.
in 18th century and 19th
I mean, I'm
century
convinced
Europe.
that's why
It's not an
Pornhub is
exact
free.
fit because
You,
Jews
they
were
find
not
out
in
who's
fact
commenting on these
enslaved.
videos and what they're into,
They just
and then they can
suffered
find
from
out
a
he does this kind of any
discriminatory
political
regime
desires.
that differed
and they kind of
significantly between the various countries of
there you go.
Western and
Those are the
Eastern
kind of
Europe.
porn you're whacking out to.
The kind of
100%.
disabilities
That's
that
why
they
it's free.
suffered were
That's why they're
primarily
just
related
trying to
to the
recruit
issue of
politicians.
citizenship.
You've heard heard about it. Get 100% gay programs. That's what that's all about. Who's in smart ones? Who's a psychopath?
France,
and before they had all that, they were just going on campuses talking to the professors, who's a really smart guy, and then that's what they did with the Unabomber. They knew he was a super smart guy, so they put him through all this CIA stuff, and they fractured him. Well, he was fucked up for the Russian Empire. Do you know a story? Oh yeah, let's talk about it. He had a disease when he was a child, so he wasn't touched for like 7 days. A lot longer than that, I think. I think it was a long period of time during like his childhood developmental process, and they said he just like never had any empathy and snap on people, and then they put him in the Harvard LSD studies. And so the studies involved like humiliation, a lot of crazy shit, but they never deprogrammed after. It's that famous, how are you going to deprogram a guy who got broken from childhood because he got left alone, during time when his mother's supposed to be old, he's supposed to have contact with a person. Yep, he's a fucking baby, and he just no one's touching him for like however long time it was. And then you get him involved in these LSD studies because his brother said that he would like snap at people and like, he would write like horrible letters to ladies if they rejected him. Like he was already fucked up, and then they get him in the LSD studies. So he ended up in Stanford. Yes. That's kind of wild. Wasn't it? Am I saying that? If you study the,
and so the guy wrote on the YouTube,
I don't know why I agreed to that so quickly. I know he was eventually in Montana alone. Right, that's why he was pushing the moms out of it, like sending shit to him. I feel so unwelcome. You're like a cabin in Montana. I think it was Berkeley. That whole Kavanaugh trial.
So, I have a little bit of that feel.
Was he from Berkeley? Did he teach at Berkeley?
The person who
was a student or a teacher's aide
they don't have rights at all. They have tolerances, right?
That whole area,
tolerated in this country. As long as I do not commit a felony, as long as I have a job and things like that, so I'm allowed to live here.
His history. No, because the woman who accused him worked at the CIA program at Stanford, and they didn't want you to look into that Kavanaugh was
Russia places
he wrote
residency rights at any moment.
He wrote the Patriot Act. He helped cover up Whitewater. I mean, they didn't want you looking at it, so they made it into a sex roast. He helped write the Patriot Act. He doesn't believe in he believes in warrantless entering houses. He thinks the president's above the law. They didn't want you ever discussing that stuff, so they make it a sex trial by a woman who has deep connections to the CIA. Her father was in charge of funding for black operations. So she's spook.
So the argument in the 18th century was
she comes out, she says this stuff, so you think that was a diversion, and it wasn't really that she was going about. It was just to get you to concentrate on that and not for people to focus on 100%
rights and privileges of non-Jews living in the same region. Mendelssohn was the primary proponent
just tell your Street. I'm telling you this is all charade. No one ever discussed his actual background and what he actually was a part of.
He was much more associated.
Nobody would want a guy who thinks the president's above the law and the cops should have warrants come in your house. That's a Supreme Court justice.
Productive, active.
This guy did something to me in school. He journaled about it. Who journaled? I know one guy that's journaled in my life. My buddy told me that's it. Nobody else has ever journaled. And so it's easily refuted, but it's
patriotic.
MPs, movement, everyone's paying attention to it. All these like female comics in LA are commenting on it.
And they will in fact be, worthy members of society and everyone will benefit.
But what a great way to use social media and the whole outrage machine.
He argued, for example, that Jews should
the outrage machine
absolutely.
It's so fun to pull the buttons. Like we
in German speaking.
Release the Krakens, release all the bombs, release all that stuff. People love to get involved too because it makes you feel like you're part of a movement. Gives you purpose.
Yeah. Thank you. I know some of you heard that.
Shall
I say it again, David?
Remember we found out.
Billy Crystal says Yiddish is German with phlegm.
People who are on the island, I suppose. Right.
I'll cut that piece out of the information. So he argued that the Jews should speak German well. They should not be speaking with country bumpkin accents, even though German and Yiddish are very closely related languages. They should be able to express themselves with the height of fluidity. There should be no hesitation. They should have language. He argued that there's no reason for Jews to hold fast to customs that have no clear basis in the Jewish religious
So did you ever hear that they use
modalities
phone
of
data with
clothing,
Kamala Harris arena shows?
various,
Right, and it was all
attitudes and
disabled
behaviors
every time.
that are sort of like cultural
How did she blow $1 billion
necessarily
filling
something
arenas?
that is in the code of Jewish law.
They trying to manufacture
the argument that many of his followers would,
because that's what killed Hillary Clinton. Bernie Sanders is doing arenas, and Hillary Clinton's putting Sam Tripoli numbers in the cafeteria of like 40 people. So they realize the illusion of that. What that shows is there's no way following her. So when they run her out, they go, we can't let this happen again. So we have to fill these arenas up, and they did data that it was like a Grateful Dead concert. People were just following her around everywhere when they were professionals.
So
they were making a living
attitude, which was
100%. There's also people that are professional protesters, which is wild. This guy's documenting people protesting in different places, and he's talking to them about like how much do you get paid.
And
like people are
kind of like
making a living protesting. And how is that legal? How is it legal to hire someone to go and annoy people?
No, what's illegal? You're not allowed to protest something you don't believe in. Let's just show up. I sign.
And they believe in it, they're getting paid, and they believe in it. That's what they would say. You can't tell someone they don't believe in something.
Well, some people are dumb, and they'll be like, I don't even know I'm here.
Just collect the checks and get a sandwich.
They successfully actually
give away secrets.
to Sunday, but the popular resentment simply couldn't handle that, so Shabbos wasn't
and there's just
Saturday.
no sense.
And we can see all kinds of interesting
just common sense isn't that
movements
common.
that the
No, it's not just that.
later
I think
inheritors of
some
the
brains
Islam
don't function well.
would go to any length trying to demonstrate that they
I
were
just
good
think you're just
German
born with a bad brain. And then you also maybe have environmental factors. Like, what if you're a fucking
off the charts.
with certain chemicals every day?
The second, third generation
You know?
followers of medicine
Right,
felt
people are
like,
doing that.
hey, this is not
You
working.
know, how many
It's
people
just
work in
not
print
working where
shops
we
just
want
like
to.
sucking
I
in
think
all
we
the
just have to
fucking
make
chemical
a form of
fumes?
conversion and then put that to bed.
What does
So
that
one
do?
of the saddest things I
That can't
think
be
about
good.
medicine's life was
Who
that
knows what,
all of his grandchildren
about what you took in as a
converted to
child.
Christianity.
Oh
He was not able to
yeah,
have any
lead and gasoline when we were
I
young.
believe I read
That shit was
about
everywhere. We got lead poisoning in the
one
brain for sure.
branch of the family
Drops
may
your
have
IQ a little
but,
bit. Measurable.
Yeah, I think all of them.
We talked about that the other day. They fucking
Now,
knew
and
that
one
lead
other
was going to
key
poison
fact that's
people. They put it
fascinating.
in anyway. It was the same
Mendelssohn's prime literary
Did you ever hear the
achievement was
conspiracy
he wrote
about
a
that?
translation
About what?
of the
Lead,
Bible
gasoline, about lead?
with a commentary
No.
called the Beal.
It doesn't really cause that. The reason they wanted to get lead out of
Hebrew on
paint
one
is because
side
it
and
made it harder for
in
them to see through
Pale
walls.
German on the other
And
side.
that's why all these
While the
houses have
Masculine
glass
was a great
windows
idea because
from
Jews
walls.
could learn
They're like, look at your
German
amazing
properly.
view
They
through
knew
these
the
glass
text
windows,
very well.
watching like one of
They
those
could
home
learn
flipping
German
shows.
properly by
And they
following
took
this
out a wall
translation.
giant glass
The
there.
traditionalists
And
were
the theory
aghast
is
because it
that
meant this was a
here's a look
window
through that.
open to the outside world.
And,
And
you know, now
would
they've
lead to
discovered that there's these mystery vans driving around.
and they were
They
not
can go right through your walls.
So
and watch what you're
he
doing.
was extremely opposed
Is this too much?
to the
How are they looking through your wall? What are they using? I know they can do it with Wi-Fi now.
Yeah, that's basically what they're doing. They just have Wi-Fi is bananas.
The fact that they have technology that allows you to see like 3D images in a room based on how the Wi-Fi is somehow or another like sending it out to them. Like, what is Wi-Fi even doing to you? Like, what is happening to you if this shit is just around you all the time, passing through your cells? Have you ever like see it on the fact they can see it? You know, like everyone's scared of radar machines, right? Everyone's scared of going through an X-ray. Right? You don't want that.
Guys give you the X-rays like behind a giant wall protected. They go fucking hide. They go hide. They press the button.
Famous of the Hassan Sofer's positions
We're just cool with Wi-Fi.
borrowed a text from the
Fat level.
that
It's
is-
not
is
as
kind of-
bad as an X-ray, but it's this weird
weird.
low-level signal
There is a
that
particular,
they say it fucks up bees, right?
harvest
Or at
of
least cell phone
weeds.
signals.
There's
And
a
it
period
fucks
of
up
time
bees. Really?
when the
I don't know
wheat
if
is
it's ever happened.
harvested
This is
called
Yeah,
nuzuk, or in Hebrew
yeah,
chadash,
contact
and
lenses
it
give
may
people
not be
infrared
consumed
vision, even
until
with their eyes shut.
after the holiday of
Sci-fi style
Shavuot, which
technology
occurs
uses
usually in late
nanoparticles
summer.
to
And
convert
so
infrared
this
light into
chadash,
visible light
this
that
new
humans can
wheat,
see.
is
Fucking
forbidden
yo.
by the Torah. So
How about those
it
night vision
actually says
goggles that they had to
explicitly in
change
the
the
Mishnah
color because they were
that
seeing
this
things
weed is forbidden
that
by the
weren't
Torah.
on the
But in
radar.
Hebrew, you don't have to say the word weed.
I think it was
You
like
just say
red.
the
They were
new is forbidden by the Torah. The
Yeah.
Sam
They were seeing things flying around them, and they were flipping out because they had red night vision goggles, and that's why they changed it to either green or blue. Because the rest was red. They show up, they don't show up in other
is
colors. Yes.
forbidden by the Torah. And the Sam Sofer took a very aggressive stance on this, saying that the onslaught
The account of early night vision goggles used in Vietnam War revealing alleged demonic
giving it
entities.
even an inch, giving any compromise to it, will bring the
My dad
entire
had drunk
structure
tomatoes
to
towards
Vietnam
Vietnam.
to collapse. So he took a very hard line, and he said there is no way that we can budge on any of the structures, even if they seem rather innocuous. He said the new is forbidden by the Torah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Very, very
So
strong
Jesse
political
Michaels
position,
released a
which is
new video.
contrasted
He went
with
down to
several
Peru.
other strategies that were articulated at the
These
time.
people have been telling him about these mummies. They're like,
The
you have to
strategy
see them in
of Sam
person.
Foyle
They
Hirsch, that I
are
have not shown yet,
humanoid,
picture of
but they don't seem to be
He was also in
human. They
Frankfurt
have a
at this
different
time.
amount of
Sam
ribs,
Foyle
but they
Hirsch
have like
argued
all
that
the
the
cartilage and
Enlightenment
all
was
the
really too
ligaments and all
strong
the
for traditional
bones
Judaism. He's
and
living
everything
a little
is
bit further
in
west
place
in Germany,
that
as
makes
opposed
it
to
look
in
like if
Hungary,
you go
where
to
the Sam
Jesse's
Sofer
show,
is. And he said,
go to
felt
his
that
YouTube channel because he's
the
got some video
gravitational
footage of
pull
the
of
actual like,
modernity
CAT
is so
scans and they're showing you
powerful
the tissue.
that
And look at those
Jews
small
cannot resist it outright
bananas.
the way the Sam
So
Sofer is.
this is
So
Jesse's
he
take.
argued
I'm paraphrasing. I hope I'm not
a
fucking this up, but
careful
some of these things are
moderation
forgeries.
of the
Some of these things are
demands
just
of
fake stuff.
Judaism
It's just like
with
an
the
art piece that
demands
someone
of
created.
modernity. Not to
But
say that he would
he thinks they
compromise any of the core
actually have
beliefs or
some of them
practices of
that
Judaism,
appear to
but
be
he
a
said, listen,
real
it
creature.
doesn't say anywhere in the Torah
And
that
this
a
real
Jew
creature has
is
3
forbidden
toes
to
and
wear
3
a
fingers,
short
and
coat
there's
like this, for
depictions of
example.
these
This is
in
called
Peru,
nature, a German
in these
because this is what
ancient
the
like
is considered
carpets
like
and ancient
horribly
leaves that are hundreds
what's
of
the
years
right
old.
word? It's iske, you know, like
I think
this is
even
something you
1,000
wouldn't wear
years
it on
old.
a beach
So
back in the
some of
1860s,
these
right?
they think
This
are
is very
1,700 years old,
revealing.
and some of
So
these
the,
are
he said
as
there's nothing that
as
forbids a
recent
Jew
as
from
400
wearing
or
a
500
short
years old.
coat. It's true
Look
that
at this.
traditionally, at
Look at
least for
this
the last
tissue.
couple hundred years,
Elongated
we've worn
skulls.
these
Like,
long
look at how
coats.
everything
How is a Jew
is in.
different from
Like,
wearing a
this is a
short
piece
coat?
of art
And
from
so
1,700 years ago. Somebody created this.
argued for a careful
That's
practice by
man.
practice
That's an
evaluation
amazing piece of
of
work if
Jewish
it's really
norms,
just art.
and to
And
adapt
if it's
those
not
to
art, well,
what
they've
can be
managed to
adapted
find
to
some kind of
This is
creature that might have been another
Yekis
type
jacket,
of
exactly.
human
They're
that
called
we didn't
Germans
know
are called
existed.
Yekis because they wear these
That
short
might be,
jackets, right?
they find
There
out,
you go.
and Jesse was telling me this on the phone, like, look
So,
at this is the scan of this thing's bone structure. This is the actual
contrast
thing.
that Sam Sofer. Sam
Like, how
Sofer
nuts is
said,
that, man?
"Oh
If
my
that's
gosh,
fake,
if
that's
they're
fucking
suggesting that we
extraordinary
should
because
wear
it looks like a
short
real
coats,
creature. I mean, the amount of
absolutely
detail.
not. We are not
It
changing
looks
our coats at all.
incredibly real.
Even in
I mean,
the
this is
middle
incredible.
of the
And
summer,
the
we're
head
not
is
changing.
very
Now we don't
tall
forget
and
about white
curvy,
hats after Labor
very
Day
different
traffic.
than ours,
Reminds me once I was walking
elongated,
down the street in
but
Florida.
also
I lived in Florida
matches
for a
up
long
with
time.
so many
And one of my
descriptions that
friends
people have
was
had of
a
encounters with
Busher,
beings,
and we were
including
walking to
the
shul
James
on
Fox
August
movie,
day, and if you've been
Moment
in
of
Florida in
Contact, about
August, you know, it's
Varginha,
like having a
Brazil, in
big
the 1990s.
blanket
They describe
on your
things that look
body.
exactly
You know,
like
a big
this. Very
freaking
small,
blanket.
like 3 feet
And
tall,
just the
3
humidity,
fingers,
and
3
we're schwitzing, and
toes.
he's
That's
walking
what these
along
things are.
in his full
Like,
regalia,
they might have been
hat, and
another
long
form
black jacket,
of
and he turns to me
human
and says,
that we just don't
"I'm
have any
so
evidence for.
glad
Well, like,
they
Dennis
did not
Owens,
have
that just got
galoshes
recently.
in
I think it was in the
18th
last
century
decade,
Poland,
right? And then there's
So
those
he'll
new
be wearing
people. What is
rubber
Homo
galoshes as he
Julien's?
walks
Is that what it
along
was?
the floor. So the
It's
Sam Sofer,
December of 2024, they released this paper. We found another type of human.
they never met.
The Flores
They never
people,
met. He died in
the Hobbit people in
1786 or
Flores, that's like,
1762.
I think the
I'm
90s.
unaware of that.
You know, it's interesting. All of it's interesting.
So
It's like there's a
very
bunch of
harsh
stuff that we're
criticism
just now
on the
finding out,
the
but we want to
strategy
be
that the Sam
rigid and
Sofer
pretend that
articulated
we
was
know the
complete
entire entire landscape as far as like what different type of humanoid timelines.
There's some
What
interesting
the fuck
kind
is
of
that then?
counter.
If that really is 1,700 years old, that's true, or 700 years old. If that really is that, and that's a real being, and then there's more than one
secular
of them
studies
has a fetus inside of it
but on the
that
other
they
hand,
think also has 3
was
fingers and
much
3
more
toes.
tolerant of, for
So they're
example,
trying to get
physical
better
education.
scans on
He
this thing, but it
believed
has a fetus inside of it.
the yeshiva
Like, that's a
taught him how to
hoax.
swim. He used to have swimming classes in the Danube River.
Like, I want to know,
Jews know how to
who
swim, things like that,
carbonated
which
it,
is
what's the
you won't
results,
find
have
too
you
many
done it more
yeshivas
than
doing that
once?
today.
Okay, do we know for
Another
sure
thing
how old
that
it
is
is?
extremely
Yeah,
important for
one of
our
them has like
times,
an implant
this
on the
is
back
so
of its head.
close to us today.
Yeah.
those of us who are
I can't recommend this episode enough. Alien Mummies Found in Peru, and it's on Jesse Michael's channel.
Sam Sober had a great
American Alchemy, great fucking show. And he goes deep. He actually went to Peru to see these things and get the
situation when I was learning in
and
Yeshiva in Muncie.
there's biologists and
And I was
physicists that are saying this is a real creature. Whatever this is, we need to do more tests and find out more. And they're very suspicious of the actual location of which the guy said that he found them, because basically these are like grave robbers. They find these things around.
It's confusing because
they found more than one.
what it's
The
telling
crazy
us
thing
to
is,
do
show them the
is
ancient bark
exactly
from
the
Peru
opposite
that
of
shows
what people actually
three-fingered,
do today.
three-toed
Not to
beings.
do with how a particular
Because they look
blessing is
just
like
like
I looked it up
100%.
in
This
Holy
ancient
Art
art is
School Center,
hundreds
and I
of
looked
years
it up in all kinds of
old.
places, and I saw that in fact,
They all have fucking 3 toes and 3 fingers.
contemporary American Jews and the
This is all
Canadians
just
do not
episode 2.
follow what
Just
it
go watch
says
that
in the mission
episode
book.
if you're interested.
My
theory on our reality is every movie you've ever watched in your life all going on at the same time.
I said, Rabbi, I don't understand.
All of these movies
we're not holding like
kind
a
of tell you what's
Torah.
really going
And he
on.
said to me, I'll never forget it.
3 fingers
Who
like
says
Harry
we
and the
hold
Hendersons.
like the
Everything's
Torah?
real. He's hanging out with the camp.
I thought it was such an earth
It's very interesting. I had an interview with a guy named Paranoid American, and he came on my show, and he was talking about how, based on your religious beliefs, is what you see. So, like, if you're atheist, you see hell. If you're religious, you see angels, and it goes down to cryptids and all that stuff. So it's like you only see what you want to see, and it shows up in the form that it's a lot of space. And so I think, so you go Bigfoot 100%. 100%. One of the craziest stories ever told to me was by a guy I met at a show, and he was telling me he did a show where people would send in their high weirdness, like stories, and he said that a guy was driving through the forest with his girlfriend and dog, and they pull him for a second to piss, and the dog takes off. So he goes and chases him through the woods, and he looks at his dog, he's dodging up, he looks up, there's like what seems to be a giant green screen with something crawling on it. And they're just staring at it, and then the thing stops, notices them there, camouflage stuff. He looks down at his dog and ran back and abandoned him. And he ran back, and his girlfriend saw him. They're like, let's get the fuck out of here. And that gets into like, kind of like the whole, again, missing 411 is that it's almost like Grand Theft Auto. You ever drive to Vegas in Grand Theft Auto? It has to render itself forever. So the whole theory is that these people go missing because the simulation doesn't want to render for just one person, and that's why they disappear.
Says, what do I need a rabbi for? I have a book, right? I don't need a rabbi because there is books. The fact is, not everything is in the book, and the book is a rigid, dead text. It is not sensitive to the immediacies of the social and chronological and geographical moment that a rabbi is human being.
The odds of you getting found if you die in the wilderness are not very high. They might find your clothes, but your body will be scavenged. All kinds of animals will eat you. They'll drag your bones away. There'll be nothing left. If there's bears in the area, there might literally be nothing left. If there's pigs in the area, there'll be nothing left. Nothing. They'll eat your bones. They'll eat everything. There'll be nothing left. So if you're just a person and you go missing, and you're in the deep woods, like miles in, you're in a bad place. They might not ever interpretation. That's just a fact. There's too much acreage to look over. There's millions of acres of public land that people could just go into, and people go missing that. You can't find them. Have you ever heard of cadavers on Fallen? Yeah. How they like these people disappear and then they're found totally somewhere else and they can't remember what just happened. That's the truth. Yeah, I just found that one.
Perhaps somewhat artificial.
That is a crazy story. Yeah, he was one of the more interesting people to talk to about experiences.
Dr.
Because he, I'd say the same about Balthazar. They don't seem like they're lying. They don't seem at all like they're lying. Balthazar seemed like he was telling me,
how big was a Kiddush?
It's going to sound great. But here's a story. That's what it seemed like.
Today
But it did not seem like a guy making up a story. And then you go back and see he's talking about it. In the 1980s, he's talking about the same way. Exact same time. I'm inclined, the more time goes on. Well, that's the meeting with Eisenhower, where he makes it feel like that. With the aliens, that they want to be able to do tests and kidnap and all that stuff. But he makes it feel that you can only do it in the forest. You can't do it in the regular places, so that's why people go missing in the forest. Now, obviously, bad things happen to people.
It also
We never
is
get here
something
from
that
that yet, but
unfortunately suffer from
supposedly
because
these
we are
people
open
disappear and then they're found a couple days later in a totally different place and they can't remember what just happened. Well, if I was going to do it, I mean, I would anyway act about it. That's what I would do. I wouldn't land on the White House lawn. I'd find some dude cooking around. It's about, like, go tell somebody. You're not going to know this. They'll believe you. Yeah, but that's, if you're just looking for biological studies, if you're just doing tests on people, a lot of people have talked about hybridization programs and they're exposed to, like, their children. Like, they had multiple times they visited and then they were shown, like, a human alien hybrid and they were told it's their child. Shoot, that is crazy. Yeah, guys are getting fucked by female aliens. Female aliens are just going to read you a couple of sections. Like, actually having sex with them. Trannies are from the future. Not they're trannies. They're just a different kind of whatever the fuck we are. I think we're a combination of whatever some intelligent advanced species, whatever the God ultimately for the whole thing, for the whole ball of wax. I have a feeling, just like we've done weird shit and created poodles, I think someone might have come here and, for lack of a better term, monkeyed around with our genes and added some good shit. You know, and that's how a lot of ancient texts, man. That's a lot of ancient depictions of how the gods created men. And that's how the Nephilim's come. Fallen angels.
Do not compare the books
It's weird. Now it gets weird because nobody wants to even consider the possibility that we have been genetically engineered. No one wants to consider it because it's kind of crazy. But also, guys, look how different we are to everything. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, and they can't explain the jump from monkey to man. Yeah, there's no link to that. Well, there's links. I mean, there are transcription fossils, but you can see, like, Australopithecus, you can see the different ones, but there's a lot of weirdness there that it doesn't cover, and one of them is the doubling of the human brain size over a period of, like, between, I think, somewhere around a million or 2 million years. Human brain size doubled, and it just, like, what happened? What happened?
Obviously, this
I
is
knew it was
well
mushrooms.
before the base
Maybe
and things
it
like that.
was
Women
also
did not get
maybe
universal
mushrooms are aliens, and that's
literacy
real
in Hebrew.
possible. It's
They
an
would
alien
have
life form
most
that,
likely
like,
enough
exists
to
on our planet and
keep
gives you
prayers,
enlightenment.
but you would
So I
not
want
have
to microdose their jujitsu. That's what I would love to do. I would love to. Didn't you just hear that one politician talking about
you to attend
the book of Enoch the Woman? Oh, yeah, and unbelievable. Yeah, you know, it's like, that's a super, you know, you bring up Gnosticism, Christians go get really upset. I don't know what the answer is. You know, I mean, I'm not a spiritual man. It's like one God, Jesus is my savior. That's what I'm into right now. It makes me happy and vibrate at a higher level. But if you study Gnosticism,
be strong and resolute. Study Hashem's Torah diligently and with concentration. Disseminate the Torah among the masses. He was an incredible teacher.
That's where the original feminist was. The first ever feminist was Sophia.
With your knowledge is limited, make an effort to teach others whatever you know.
And literally, she was like, I don't need a man, right?
Hashem knows you have no ulterior motive,
And she creates life. She instantly knows. She made the mistake, which it sounds like every single mother to me, right? So she creates the demiurge, and the demiurge doesn't understand about the higher table of God. He thinks he's God. And a lot of people believe this is God of the Testament. It's the demiurge.
Beware of adopting non-Jewish names.
His whole thing is about
speaking the language or
just
dressing in the
he
style
wants
of
to
the
destroy
non-Jewish
humanity.
language.
That's kind of what it talks about in Satan. But Sophia gave us the spark of life. She gives us a spark.
Stop it in his tracks, don't go anywhere near them.
Go back to the time when
never say times have changed.
What do you
we have an old father
phrase to his name.
He never has and never will.
These flying crafts are taught. Yes, dude, and fake text. So you talk about fallen angels. A lot of people like think that's a Christian mumbo jumbo. I don't believe it is at all.
Because the Vedics talk about it, and the Hindus talk about it, about God-trapping entities in this realm that we live in. So I think the Vedics were for the Hindus, I think, are 2 or 3, and then we have the 33%, which is the fallen angels.
Right to the very end. He
And
writes,
they come down, they get trapped
to
here,
the Jews of
and that's the
Pressburg
whole thing about
specifically.
transhumanism.
Today, one
is
of
that
the
they're trying to
outstanding
figure out how to
communities
get
in
out
the
of
world.
here. Have you ever
Never allow a person to deviate from
talk
halacha
about
to
the weird
assume
shit
the leadership of your community.
No,
Please, I
the
implore you,
weird shit
not
was
allow the
he had a
rabbinate to
very
remain
thick
vacant
file
for more
that
than
was
2
about
years.
religion.
It's actually kind of funny because
And
maybe it would take that
basically
long
what
to
it boiled
find
down to
someone
is,
who was
at
not
least
going
what
to
this
be
file was saying, was that
appoint only a Talmud Chacham who has a reputation of being God-fearing and who is uncompromising in his adherence to Torah and halacha. A man who does not lend credence to heretical philosophies and who does not preach in the German language. This is, by the way, a very good, one of the hottest debates at the beginning of the 20th century in America was whether or not American Orthodox rabbis should deliver a sermon in English. Delivering it in English was considered by the old generation to be a gross violation of everything Jewish, and by the younger American generation that was considered like, what's the big deal? This is the language of the street.
You're an OnlyFans model, you're a DJ at a strip club, and you're a football player, and you're a top scientist, and you're this, and you're that, and everything. But really, on the highest level, you're just in a farm.
No relation.
You're in a farm, and there's a super intelligent entity that's above and beyond anything you could ever comprehend, and the only thing it doesn't have is souls. Souls are a real element. So just like you need cobalt to make a battery, yeah, that's the point. You actually need a soul. Or the battery that runs the simulation. So deep, dude. Well, why would it? Why is that weirder than black holes?
Like you hear
Why
from
is
the
that weird? I was
expositions of teachers
watching
and
this
saints of Chazal, a
thing
man
on
who gives
Twitter
no
yesterday.
special
I still say
consideration
Twitter.
of anyone and cannot be bribed
They were
either by
discussing
honor,
this black
glory, or
hole that's
flattery.
as big as
He
our
should be a humble
galaxy.
man who will deliver Torah public lectures to
That
the
seems
community.
weirder.
The curriculum
That
and
seems
schedule
even
of the Torah
weirder
classes should not be
than
changed
we were
in any
genetically
way.
engineered. We
Anyone
were
wanting to
genetically
introduce
engineered
changes
seems like
shall
some
be
shit that we
removed.
would do.
Anyone
Like I
promoting a
mentioned,
traditional
I've
system
had
of
Ben
teaching
Lamb
Torah
and
shall
Ben
be supported.
Shapiro on from
The order of
Colossal.
prayer and the
People
layout
talk
of the
about the
shul shall
dire
be
wolves.
maintained
Yeah,
in
like
perpetuity
what are we
without
doing?
the
By the way,
slightest
you know what else
change or
that guy did?
alteration. These are, by the way, all
That
areas
guy
where the
created it
Haskalah
so that you can store
sought to
files in
modernize the synagogue by
DNA.
changing the decorum, the rituals, and so on.
You can actually
Let
store
no
files.
one dare make
So I had
any
a guy on,
changes
he's like, you
either
know
in
what
the
that's
arrangement of the
files
interior
are?
of the shul
They're in
or
somebody's
in the
DNA.
order of our
That's,
prayers.
you could look it up,
Includes our
JB.
Father in
The
heaven,
guy
lays
literally
high the
created
pride
that
of your
you could
people,
put
and
files
that
in
of the
people's
people of
DNA.
Pressburg in particular.
That
Grant the
is some
material
guy that
wealth,
did that.
glory, and
The
long
one who
life
did the
dedicated to
dire
the fear of
wolves.
Hashem,
They're doing
study of
a
Torah,
bunch of stuff. That's Ben Lamb. They're doing a bunch of stuff.
Okay, with that, we should
Eventually
conclude
gonna bring
the,
back the mammoth.
any other last
And
points here? I forgot what the points that I
I
took
don't
care of
know.
away.
It seems like some
He
Jurassic
was,
Park shit where it gets like, what does that do?
published
I said,
after his lifetime.
this is like the beginning of the
He only wrote a couple of things in his own lifetime
weird
that
shit
were
you bring
produced
back.
while he was alive. Afterwards,
The thing is,
volume
what's the purpose of it, though?
manuscripts were
What's
submitted
your
to print.
thought on why we
As I
should be
mentioned,
bringing
his
this back?
yeshiva was transplanted from Pressburg after the war to both Brooklyn and
That's
to
it.
Jerusalem.
Sometimes that simple
And
answer
his
is right. Yeah.
philosophy
Sometimes you bring
is
things back just because it's
largely
cool.
animated
Should you
with
bring
the
back
way he
dire
works
wolves and
today.
let them
Very
loose?
strong,
No. They're bigger than regular
orientation
wolves. They're
to
super
modern
powerful.
world,
You're making a
because we are,
mistake.
after all,
Like,
sitting in
regular
college
wolves are hard
that
enough to deal with.
studies secular
Dire
studies
wolves might
to
very
advance
well
students
like to
in
hunt
their
people. It's like a
career
super
professional
person.
interest.
Yeah, it's like
Somewhat
introducing
foreign
those
to many of us,
anacondas
but
or
nevertheless,
boas
it
into
is
like
an
the
effective
Florida
strategy that
Everglades.
allows
Yeah,
us
like
to
they're just dominating. Just bring
maintain
regular
group
wolves to
integrity
go place
to the
fucks
present
everything.
day.
Yeah,
And
like what's going on in Colorado?
Thank
How about
you
the
very much
cute
for your
animals?
attention.
Can we
I look
bring back
forward to
cute
seeing you
ones?
next
Yes.
week.
That's why I'm looking for cutie pies. Bring back the cutie pies. But then they're all going to get eaten. Because you're going to have to eventually let them go, and then something's going to fucking prey on them. And then you're going to have a disaster. Or they're going to wind up eating a bunch of shit that they're not supposed to eat. And they're going to kill some species off. That happens all, it's like Australia's like got multiple cases of like different animals they brought in to combat different animals, and now they have like feral cats everywhere. Jeez, have you ever heard of orphan trains? Have you ever heard the orphan train? I remember when I was a kid, I would see cartoons, and they're like, this orphan train's gonna go off the tracks. And I'm like, why are there a bunch of orphans in the train? Then you start getting into what that really is. This is where Cabbage Patch Dolls come from.
Genetic, yeah, what the fuck are you saying? Orphan traits, dude. What is an orphan trait? The theory is, they kind of did this in Canada with the indigenous, where they sent them to other parts of the country so they could learn their culture. And basically the thought is that either they brought kids from where they were born and brought them to the other parts of the country and gave them to the elites to raise as children and do whatever they wanted to do with them. Texas, orphan trains were a large-scale social experiment in the United States where orphan, abandoned, or homeless children were transported from crowded eastern cities to rural areas in the Midwest to be adopted or placed in homes. Between 1854 and 1929, an estimated 200,000 to 250,000 children were relocated primarily by the Children's Aid Society. Its founder, Charles Lloyd, raised this movement is considered a precursor to the modern foster care system. So that's a very clean version of it. But the whole belief is that these are the children of, I'm just going to throw a name of Talia or stuff like that, and that they're the children of this kind of erased history. Well, it gets even crazier into Cabbage Patch dolls, right? These Cabbage Patch kids. And they had these world fairs where they would literally sell, like, incubated children. Have you heard of that? And Jerry Seinfeld says both his parents were those type of kids. What is it? Children. Because if you look up World Fair, Cabbage Patch Doll kids, basically it's almost like science laboratory children. What? I can't hear you. Cloning Cabbage Patch is a mystery of repopulation postcards. And Seinfeld says his parents they would have displays at World where you could go and get a kid. Wait a minute, what do you mean his parents were made in a lab? Was that what you're saying? I think he said his parents were either orphan train kids or Cabbage Patch kids. And a lot of people think that's where the NPCs come from. Orphan trained kids would mean that his parents were orphans and they were shipped off to other kids, whatever their working was. But that's what he said. We'll have to go. That sounds like a crazy enough to make sure that that's correct. Okay, that sounds crazy. I don't understand what the Cabbage Patch thing is, though. What are you saying? That they were cloning kids? Well, when was cloning even possible? When did it first become possible? There's a thumbnail. I don't know if it's I'm only on like Cabbage Patch babies. We're on Cabbage Patch and then World's Fair incubator babies. We got a guy over there holding two babies up. These are incubator babies. So what is an incubator baby? How is it raised entirely in an incubator? Like, what does that mean? How early did it raise? More and more contractions save thousands of premature babies' lives. Oh, okay, so it's premature births. That sounds I don't know, man, because supposedly you didn't get a kid at the World Fair. But I do know that people do that when a child is premature, right? They put them in incubators. But the word is that you can get a kid there. So you can buy a kid, yeah. So someone would have this premature birth and then put the kid up for sale? Maybe. I mean, that's what this is trying to tell us. I don't know if that's real though, but that goes back to the World Fairs that we talked about before. It's just like technology beyond what we understood and what we know now. And they wipe that all out. Why would they do that? Do you think they wipe it all out? Or do you think they're hiding secrets? Well, they probably still have it, but they don't want us to have it. Like, what do you think happened with all the Texas stars when he died? And whatever organization. I don't know. Trump's uncle or Trump's uncle got him. Oh, that's right. He went in there early confusing the Albert. They grabbed them all before. And then gets into that little Baron Trump book and all that stuff. It's like time travel, which I think is totally possible. I mean, time is in there. Everything's going on at one time. And it's like a book. Like if you read a book, you'll be on page 46. 346. That's the reality of the time, but you can jump to page 320, and now that's the reality of the time. Then you go back to page 18, and that's the reality of the time. I think that's. So do you think that you will eventually be able to manipulate that, or we can right now?
The consul general from Miami was there. So we talked to
Masters of Mankind, Masters of Mankind, the 13 families.
And I was young, I grew up
the 13 families made deals with fallen angels, and that's my power. That's the power structure of the world. Is what method are they using to travel back and forth in time? Whatever technology they want. So you think that if, let's say, they back engineer UFO in 1947, these companies get involved in technology, all these different contractors, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, whoever it is, they manufacture a time machine. They manufacture a time machine based on they have learned strategies to go back and forth around the time. Do you think eventually they want to tell us about I think they know, again, it goes back to the day that they know who is crazy enough to keep the secret and do all that stuff. That's what they always say about the Bigfoot. If they do a landing, wouldn't somebody in there say something? Well, people do say something and they end up going missing. But most of them understand that they're in on it. The only people getting in that room are the ones that they know are in on it. Have you ever seen when Amy landed on the moon? Have you ever seen that video? It's just a program. It's not even a program. It's like an Atari graphic that lands. People are pure at better than graphics than that. And they're all cheering in the room. They're all high-fiving each other. They get Can I see it? I want to see if I believe it. I've had so many people.
I think the earliest they get is like 5 a.m., maybe a little earlier, 4:50 a.m. Started out a long time. By the way, it was descended from
that's what they're landing.
Spanish thing. So way back.
Flashes of it.
And it used to complain about how hard it was for a young boy and this terrible to bring it out so early. Anyways, it was foolish when they say it allows a girl 6 to 10-year-old woman to sleep.
Everybody gets to go to jail. You guys all need to go to jail. It's so fake. What did you do with the money? What did you do with the money? You got their own island, bitches. Yeah, how dare you? Imagine how much money they spent on that probe. That's everybody in the room. So if you look at the JFK assassination, right? So if we go into that plaza, they're all assassins in that plaza. Like, everybody's in on it. There's a lot of people, and they all go missing. And my friend Evan had a really good point about that. My friend Evan from Black Rifle Coffee. He said during the Day of Pigs, when they told Kennedy about it, Kennedy about it, didn't allow the airstrikes. He didn't allow air support. That fucked everybody. No, that was different. Operation Northwoods was the what they were called barbecue runways and the type of that was all part of how they're barbecue to war. Right. So, but when the Bay of Pigs thing in specific, those guys had a plan based on air support, and then they didn't get that air support. A bunch of people died that shouldn't have died. It's like those are the types of people that died. Yep.
He still has some nostalgia. They will return in
whatever that was.
Zionist activity about 20 years later. He also was extremely respectful of his parents.
And the guy standing up, and he's like, oh, I could have said that. I don't think that's what it's supposed to be. The description to show them, like, so they don't have actual video of it. It makes more sense. Right. Which is, yeah.
landing from the 60s version. You always saw it from the inside. The module, that beautiful aluminum foil craft. Yeah. With a golf cart that's like almost twice its size. Look at that golf cart, yeah. And how do you get enough power to get off the earth, or get off the moon, rather? Yeah, and there was certain camera to pan perfectly and catch it. How does it signal the video footage from that camera and send it up into space in 1960 fucking 9? And how'd you talk to Nixon on the from space? Why don't you call it Nixon from fucking space? Here's the thing, oligarchies help oligarchies, so they're all in. A lot of it, they're all in a lot of shit. Which is good, because that's what keeps us from going to World War III for real. So recently, we're being told there's this giant AI race with China. Okay. And they want to pass a law. No, I don't believe this. I'll tell you why. But someone might figure it. Yeah, I'm very serious. I understand this design, but the point is, so they tell us there's this giant race with AI, and if we allow China to just get a fraction ahead of us, it's over. So to the point where they pass a law where you cannot, and no state can pass any laws that get in the way of technology with AI. And everyone's really upset about this. 10 years of AI is an insane amount of time. So who knows what will happen. So we're being sold that we're in this AI race with China. Well, just about a month ago, we sent China a bunch of AI superconductors. And I go, hold on, we're like in a race with these guys and we're sending them superconductors? And the United States government. So what did they say? They sent a bunch of, will you look this up, superconductors or something like that? To the people who were supposedly in a race. And it reminds me of when I was a kid. I'm not naming those specifics. Okay, so that's why Jamie said, I'm just reminding you when you were a child. When I was a kid and we were in a Cold War with Russia and we were in a nuclear arms race, I remember being a kid and seeing on the news that we were sending aid to Russia. And I always go, why are we sending aid to these people if we're in a Cold War with them? And then I realized because Russia was never going to be able to keep up with us. That was just used as a smoke screen to get us to be, hey man, spend all the money you need to build all these weapons because we have to be the lead. This is where we're bad on down. 20 mil in a week. First of all, how many people are even in Taliban? And how many more they were recruiting? How many 20 million? I remember when Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, I was like, oh, great, he ended, I wasn't a Biden fan, but when somebody does something you like, you gotta kind of give them props. And it's like, yeah, we're leaving all the weapons there. Have you ever seen the video of the plane leaving? You want to look at something that was just a complete joke. People were falling off of it or trying to hang on to it. So watch when it's coming out on the runway. It looks really weird. It looks like fake. It's got painted windows, and people are running along. It's the weirdest video I've ever seen. It makes no sense. There's a 9/11 on it or a 119 on it. It's a very weird weapon. It didn't happen. People did take off from the last plane. I'm not saying that didn't happen, but I'm saying that video is super weird. It just looks like shit. Have you ever seen the aviation crash? Have you ever seen that video? Yeah, like one thing is, look at that. Okay, this is a cargo plane, right? So it's an enormous plane. It doesn't have any windows, so there's that. Well, the windows at the top, the black ones. Well, that's for the pilots, bro. But the rest of the plane is all solid. So it's a cargo. So it looks like a giant cargo ship. And these people are trying to climb in. Look at this, man. They're trying to get inside that cargo ship. That is nuts, man. And the thing is moving along on the ground. Yeah, you can see it. That's a regular cargo ship. That's a giant military cargo ship. It's weird how these guys are like laughing and cheering. Yeah, it just looks weird. The whole thing is crazy. First of all, they felt like there's our America and sent them home. So there was that, and then there was the fact that we left behind all kinds of crazy shit, Black Hawk helicopters, tanks, and then they do parades, or they parade down the street with all of our shit.
Negative things in civilization.
I mean, you get into Afghanistan. It's the same thing. The reason we went into Vietnam, which was nobody knows that about Vietnam. It's about stopping communism. If you watch the Fog of War, he says like they were never going to. Vietnam hated China. They were never going to work together. You sell it as we got to stop communism. Now you go and you get all the poppy fields, the Golden Triangle. So those transparent. That was what Fox News had all over talking to generals on the ground. Yeah, I was like, sir, why the military leaders are also general? Why do you have military people regarding agricultural fields? It's like, well, we need to get the trust of the farmers. Yeah, on our side against the journalists. And like, literally, U.S. Armed soldiers guarding the tribes. And then the production goes through the roof. Yep, because like 94% of the world's heroin is produced. Or when we go into Iraq, the first things we go to are the museums. And we're grabbing artifacts of historical type shit. 100%. They think that's the weapon of mass destruction they were talking about. Was the Stargate in Iraq? That was a weapon of mass destruction. I thought it was a gateway. Well, that's what you're talking about. Well, that would be the weapon of mass destruction. Go into the future, get some awesome weapons, come back from everybody else. Like, everybody watching a movie about, like, Revolutionary War, run around muskets. You just imagine, imagine just storming in there with a tank. Just looking at everybody. They don't know what a tank is. Yeah. Just helicopters. Shooting them out of helicopters like pigs. That's what you think of when you think of like modern weaponry. Now imagine flying back times 1,000 years, getting that modern weaponry, bringing it back to this timeline. Do you think that you can travel back and forth through timelines? Or do you think once you travel once you're stuck there? But what if you travel back through time with no time machine? Yeah. Or it's like, you see movies about this all the time. Like, you gotta go exactly to the place. Get it right, or you go to a dimension you don't even know what it is. What was the article you just pulled up, Jimmy? Iraqi Stargate conspiracy, a modern perspective on an ancient mystery. What were they doing? 4,100-year-old massive tiered shrine lined with giant staircases. How weird. Dude, our timeline is way more interesting than anybody understands. It really is when you get into such history. Yeah, it's so strange, especially when you read their stories. And, like all the Anunnaki and Nephilim stuff, and then you see the buildings they were creating. Or the doors that are so huge, or the steps that are too big for people to go up. But it says, mysterious military bases near ancient sites. U.S. established military zones near ancient Mesopotamian ruins, such as Nineveh and Babylon. Some speculate this was to prevent independent researchers from accessing the sites. Control the information. The alleged time warp incident. Some claim that strange time anomalies and electromagnetic disturbances were reported by soldiers in Iraq, further supporting the idea of an active border war, advanced technology buried underground. Is there any scientific basis for a Stargate? How could there be lack of physical evidence, no concrete proof, you don't have access? Mythological misinterpretations, Sumerian texts describe the Anunnaki as deities, but scholars believe these are mythological representations rather than historical accounts of extraterrestrial beings. Okay, but that's just someone's opinion. And scholars are notoriously poopy pants when it comes to notoriously poopy pants when it comes. Yeah, they don't like to change their opinions on shit. No confirmed technological retrieval. Years of military presence in Iraq. No official reports have suggested that any advanced technology was discovered. If it was, where would it go? Defense contractors. Right? The same thing is like the UFOs. Like, they really did have a crash UFO. I'm not, a great book. Richard Goldman has a, I like the name of this, so I'll find it out. It is UFOs for the 21st century mind. I can't believe it today. But there's a lot of stuff in there that I've never considered before. One of them, when they were talking about the crash trip, was a bunch of like high altitude explosions of nuclear bombs in the 1950s. And they like just shot them up 150 miles in the sky and blew them up. And a bunch of times, like you could easily fucked up a UFO if they didn't know you were doing that. If they had no reason to believe that it's hovering there watching Earth, and all of a sudden, it's interesting to me because you remember when we had the balloon? What is it? How accurate they are, but it's a report nonetheless. Created in 2016, documented read the first paragraph. It's hard to read, it's weird. Where should I read it from? Third line of weather, problem or something about weather rainstorms will be a problem in the southern area in 3 to 5 days. Heavy wind is anticipated in near term in Kuwait. Within 1 to 3 days, Iraq will launch missiles into Saudi Arabia areas. Frontline troops will not advance. Future potential strikes may occur in areas B. Where Iraq Army will have 2 special weapons, some type of interference device that causes electronic and mechanical to quote freeze up. Some type of energetic beam type of device that can be located in the same areas. Figure 1. Preemptive action is not anticipated until February 91. It's not exactly occurring in time to Kuwait. Whatever energetic activity just like this is this a legend document? Yeah, who knows, right?
Discovered in the military that someone was selling secrets to the Germans, and of course the French and Germans
also, if I was, well, never had a print in paper, some shit that's like super top secret that no one's supposed to know that we have, I would say Iraq has it. So we could use it on them. I'd say, oh yeah, Iraq had some beam weapon. Yeah, that was it, and it was destroyed. We destroyed it. Especially if you're putting it in a paper where you know people could read it later on. Because the FOIA request. Well, I probably didn't see that, right? But then on top of that, it's like, they overestimated the Iraq Army's capabilities as is, right? Like, that was one of the things about it. It's like the was saying, like Hicks had a joke about it. It's the 4th largest army in the world. It's like, yeah, well, after the first 2, there's a real big drop. Salvation Army is number 3. I loved him, but that was a great joke about the things like that. That was a cakewalk, that first Iraq war. They went in, fucked everything up, the war was over really quick. So, how disgusting a human being you'd have to be to invade another country, find secrets that changes the way human beings would view our history. And the history of technology that has existed here, like completely remaps the entire landscape. Imagine trying to hide it. Yeah, well, that's the whole Vatican library. Like, what's in there? I want to know what's in there. Isn't that one? No, it's crazy. There's this ancient Tibetan library, and there's this video of this guy walking past these texts. It's fucking thousands of years old, these texts. And they're all in these bound books on these shelves that nobody's touching. See if you can find what's in there. What about the Library of Alexandria, which all the secrets of Egypt were in there? All the probably predictions of how they built the pyramids, who did it, when it happened, erasing whether or not they found them already built. That's a real possibility. Maybe a 10,000-year-old Tibet library, find not worth paper it's written on. But there is some sort of a Tibet library. I'm not saying it's 10,000 years old. But 10,000. It was just, there was a library in this ancient Is that real? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Oh, okay. That's not exactly the one that I saw, but it was just like that. It wasn't. Yeah, I probably took that photo and animated it. That's been going around a lot. Oh, no. Yeah, but this is a link at least a year ago. Let's see. But it might have been bullshit then. Might have been a different kind of bullshit, not AI. AI bullshit's gonna make everything possible. Have you ever heard that most wars are about erasing history? Most of them, like a lot of wars are about erasing history, going and destroying areas that have like a connection to the past. That's a big part of World War II, was just destroy all this old history so nobody learns about it, knock it all down, and rebuild it. I don't know what the I think this is exactly the video that I saw. It's so crazy. Okay, so this is a Tibetan Buddhist library, and this is how old those things are.
And extremely important that 2 years after the drug was there, which represents the first gathering
even reading a piece of paper that was handwritten by someone 1,000 years ago.
all over Europe in particular.
What's that jump
Again,
on?
it's a serious discussion. Basil's
10,000 books, imagine if they decipher it, it's all
creating a Jewish
It's all just like she took on 5 guys. It's all just like 50 Shades of Grey, written over and over and over again. It's crazy out there, man. What's going on in the world right now is nuts. It's just like, I think something, I think what's going on in Gaza is crazy. I think prophesies that. So, I'm going to tell you about this. So, I have about 8 guys that are from high school that I'm on text thread all the time. We talk all the time. It's kind of where I got my ability to kill hecklers, because we just shit talked each other forever. Like, we stopped fighting at one age and we just started annihilating each other. So then it's just like natural to me. Like, what's trauma as a kid sometimes becomes your strength as an adult. So I got really good at that. Every time I fly home, they just light me up and feel so good, right? So I go to college, my friend Tony, he goes to Alfred, he comes back, he gets religion, right? And he is, every summer I go home from college, he would sit down with me and talk spirituality, and he's still a big deal. But one time, like in the late 90s, they bring me out to, their church is having a band, the guys in the church are in a band, and the guy, dude, they're singing songs about, in the late 90s, about 2 towers coming down. And the guy, I remember hearing that going, that's kind of crazy, and then 9/11 happened. It's like, oh, well, that's some prophecy. So, Tony always tells me the World Trade Center towers.
It was a miracle.
It took a long time, but when did they build them? When were they officially opened?
You call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. Take 70 scholars, 70 rabbis.
Dude, there's a great video I have on Instagram that breaks down all 9/11. It's this animation. It's so fucking good. So do you think that those planes were remote controlled? I would take it. I would take they were missiles that look like planes over passenger planes. Yes, because so you think that they disguised a missile to look like a plane? Yeah, you saw the way that it was flying. Yeah, it flew like that. You can't fly like that. But if you talk to pilots, it's impossible to go at that speed in a passenger plane that low, that fast. It's just, and you talk to people who, you talk to pilots, they say they could never have done that. There is technology for them to take over the plane because it's supposed to stop a hijack. They can take over the plane, the cockpit, flight. That's definitely possible. But I think they were military missile planes, if that's what hit the planes. If that's what hit. So what happens to the actual planes themselves that they are here? I mean, everything could be just a story laid down. I think the story of the 19 hijackers is just another layer of deceit. You know, that they set a foundation for this story they want us to buy. Yeah, but Sam, the people did die, the planes did crash. I'm not saying they did. I mean, if it doesn't make any sense, because it looks like a plane, it flies like a plane, it leaves the exact airport, they track it, they know where it's going. It flies studying Operation Northwood. They literally tell you what they're going to do. I know that, which is what they find to know that Operation Northwood, they had a drone plane, and they were going to blow it up and blame the Cubans. I know that. And so, what that tells us is
they had drone planes in 1963, which is kind of crazy, right? That is kind of crazy, and that was signed by a Joint Chiefs of Staff and vetoed by Kennedy. Why would you think it's a missile and not just a drone plane? It's possible it's a drone plane, but I think it could be flying like a plane. Like, what makes more sense to me is that they took over a plane and remote control whoever they is, whether it's the terrorists or whatever demonic entities, took over the remote control plane and flew that motherfucker into those towers. I don't necessarily, that's not possible. That makes more sense. The thing that didn't make sense to me was like the box cutter thing is weird. It's just a mass of people. You're gonna take a chance. There's not some big guys on the plane. They're gonna overwhelm you. You're gonna get access to everything with box cutters. Maybe you would. Maybe you throw it with the right plane. But with the wrong plane, I can see you getting fucked up by a group of horrid men. If you're gonna fly out of planes now, people act crazy, old guys jumping up and catch the wrong fucking plane. Like the fact that you would just take a chance like that your plan involves being able to control people with box cutters. There's only a few of you, right? How many guys are on each plane? Planes, 19 hijackers.
Welcome.
Guys with razors. You study the numerology 9/11, it's all algebra, occult rituals, plate numbers, how many feet the Pentagon is. You go deeper in the rabbit holes. I like to go like 3/4 of the way down. I go, yeah, this sucks. Then I get out of it. Yeah, I don't like go all the way to the bottom, which I don't know is always accurate. The world's greatest sorcerers. And once you start to realize that everything's a ritual and strict, listen, just because the guy who's the head of the World Economic Forum looks like a wizard, just because he dresses like a wizard in a fucking Hobbit movie, doesn't mean he's in a dark room. Study Michael Churchill dresses exactly like I would dress, except for when he's at the dark arts. Have you ever seen him at the beach? Yeah. You've never seen him? You're not going to believe it. I know you're not. No, he's not. He's in a bride lingerie and hat. No. Yes, listen. He's like, dude, it looks exactly like. You're not gonna believe it, but I totally think that's it. This is one of the images you found online because I think I've seen this one, and I said, "Oh, that's the guy." Dick Cage. I think he's looking at Dick Cage. Come on, look at it, dude. Tell me that's not him. Tell me that's not him. You're saying weird shit. It's a fake photo. I thought. What? What do you mean? How do you know? You just looked at it. Reuters says, okay, then Reuters says, because let me see the photo, let me see that photo. That's it, right there. That's pixelated, dude. You find a good picture of him, that's exactly right. That guy is into the weird. You're the head short. You're into the weirdest shit. Yeah, but he's not gonna come on, dude. He doesn't look like him. That looks like a young guy. Look at that. You're telling me that guy is no, it does not look like him. That guy's a different chin jaw structure from the other guy. That's different. This guy has a lot more jowls. No, he has a lot more jowls. He looks a lot older. This guy looks like a 60-year-old freak. He looks like an 80-year-old. Look at Derek Girl. She's young. No, he's not young in any of these photos, but in that photo, that's a different guy. That's a different human. Someone's just being funny. In fact, that ain't him either. Imagine your doppelganger is that weird and that gay, and there's just pictures of him doing weird shit on you. Yeah, one of my favorite characters in the Black Chronicles was that one bald-headed guy with lipstick that was stealing women's clothes. That guy was like, who would have thought someone who dresses like that would be fucking weird? Not only steals clothes, wears the clothes to like China vents. Yeah, we're doing it. One lady's like, that's my dress. She said designer, it was a one-off. It was a one-off dress. Like, it had to be her dress. This guy would just steal luggage. But
Like, remember, it's only
But
1897.
imagine,
At this point, every country was
seeing that guy and going, he's got shit together, should be able to run the government. Be like, you know what this security system needs trans. That's what was his job. Was that guy's job? I had something to do with the FAA or something like that. That's some crazy shit. Rachel Levine. Oh, like, what is this? Craziness. That's why I always say, like, you know, it's like everyone about Trump right now and all the stuff going on with him. The difference between Trump's cabinet and Kamala Harris's cabinet is Trump's all closet neocons, and Kamala's would be BLM, fat feminists, and trans. That would be the difference between the standing behind them. It's all the same shit. It's two wings of the same bird. No, I like Trump more than I like Kamala. These people are just absolutely ridiculous. Thinking it would be anything different. It's a completely corrupt system. It's 100% completely corrupt. And no one in like 6 months, whatever Trump's been in by now, or 4 years, or even 8 years, is going to totally untangle it. No, man, it's so deep, and it's at every single level. Every single level, dude. And that's what the internet did. Took our eyes off the internet. Took our eyes off the guy. I bet it'd be a great podcast. You know what? That guy should be in the U.S. government. Dude, I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. We'll take a plea deal. What's that? Oh, yeah. That's what I want to run the power. Check out that window, son. Look at that. We're lipstick. And then sending them to represent us at all these like international conferences. I wouldn't care if it was for his job and steal women's clothes. If you want to show your work, I don't want to wear a good job. Yeah, but I don't want either one of those things. But I mean, if you just show up and you don't work hard, but you want to wear a dress, like, okay. My clients wearing dresses. I don't care. And why would I care? I'm wearing shorts. Yeah, it's kind of the same. It's not much different. There's this little piece of cloth that pokes under your jean. Yeah, so much different. Yeah, I've heard. I would wear pajamas if they will let me. I work a good job. I mean, you have a regular job. Yeah, he's a weird one. He wears pajamas to do stand-up. Even weird, like, they expect certain jobs. Like, they expect if you wear a suit, you're going to behave differently. You know, or professional. You've got a suit on, I can't make fun with normal tone. Right? Like, if you show up in shorts and a t-shirt, like, that's not even serious. Look at that. You dress like a fucking idiot. You know, like you dress a certain way. They think of you as a different kind. You know, 100%. So I was watching this video the other day. It was about how actors way back in the day looked so much older. Oh, yeah. Like the guy from All in the Family was 46. And then actors say 56 look like they're kids. Yeah. And they were talking about it because everyone smoked all the time. And they all wore like suits and proper clothes. I mean, no one worked out. Yeah, no one worked out. Yeah, no one. So when you hit 46, it was like, yeah, we're, you know, as a nation, we're getting fatter and fatter, but there's also a second that is getting more jacked and jacked. The jiu-jitsu guys, CrossFit guys, the Thai boxing dudes, you know, they're all getting more and more fucking shredded than ever. Yes, there are a lot of fat people. But there's also, in my opinion, way more in-shape people, too, because they're just more people. I would agree there's more in-shape people now than ever before, but I think the average person is in worse shape. The average, there's like outliers, people that work out all the time, and there's more of those than ever before, but we're getting fucking poisoned. Our food is terrible. This is working more than ever. The RFK Jr. thing is one of the most important things of this administration, I thought. Like, get in there and find out how these companies have this grip on what they're putting in the American diet. How these companies have this grip on what medications they're making sure that you take every year. And how many, they're not responsible at all for the adverse effects. Like, this is crazy. Like, even getting in there and just trying to at least untangle some of that fucking evil octopus mess. Just all the different tentacles of chaos. The fact that they're telling you, oh, we know these dyes cause cancer, you can't use them anywhere else in the world, but we have to use them here. We're in a company. Yeah, that's crazy. That's the same company that makes stuff that they send to Canada that does other dyes. It's nuts. It's crazy. Or how, I saw Ian Carroll talking about this, how they have a drug that causes hair loss, and then the same company sells you stuff that'll help your hair grow back. Yeah, well, there's companies right
now they're working on drugs that help people that have heart inflammation, myocarditis, issues with heart repair. There's a particular NBA legend named Rothschild who during the whole COVID stuff was like he was going after LeBron James really hard about not getting the shot. And now when I listen, because I'm old, I still listen to sports talk radio, he's doing commercials for heart health. Like, that's the craziest storyline I've ever seen in my life. The guy who was guilting everybody. This was the guy who was a civil rights leader who's doing commercials for heart problems and what commercials. Can you look up what Kareem Abdul-Jabbar heart commercials? He's talking about how he's AFib. Yes. But this was the guy who was full on in the civil rights movement, who understands, would have a great understanding of the black community's relationship with pharmaceutical companies and what, that famous thing where they let everybody have syphilis forever, and then they sent like black nurses to convince them, take that. So he was a guy who was pushing everybody. Oh, dude, it's so crazy. It's with Pfizer too. And he was the guy who was pushing everybody to get the jab. He was like really going after LeBron James, who didn't want to do it. And then now he's doing these commercials, which is so crazy to me. But did he have that before he got the jab? I never heard of that. It's possible, but I never heard of it. But it's crazy. They have both sides of that. It is kind of crazy, but a lot of older people got real scared. That's one of the things that happened. A lot of old people, when COVID came around, got real scared, and they wanted to believe that the pharmaceutical drug companies had an answer. They didn't want to hear any nonsense from the anti-vaxxers. Well, you saw they rolled it out, right? It started with China, and we saw these videos of people falling down, even though they never happened when everybody got COVID here until one. We got the jab, right? And then we started seeing people, So you watch how they do slow rolls, these psyops. One of the crazy things watching a compilation of all the newscasters fans doing this. How about when they see something and they freak out and then they fall down? That's the weirdest thing. It's all weird. It's all weird. It's weird that we all watched it in real time. They had a McDonald's video. It's almost like the universe has a script, right? And the McDonald's video in particular, she's like, I got all the jab. Yeah, but I mean, it was nuts. It was like the perfect punchline at the right time. If you want to have evidence of a simulation like that, it seems fake. That's so crazy. It's caught on camera. Crazy. And then she falls back, and something's going on, she doesn't try to brace herself. It was so bad. I feel for her. I like her. That was a bad fall. Scary. Just crazy how it lined up that way. And crazy how it brought to you by Pfizer. You see those commercials, those compilations, rather, of all the different newscasters falling over. It's like, wow. And no one got suspicious other than these weirdos online. All the no newscasters got suspicious. No media people got suspicious. New York Times didn't get suspicious. Soccer players are dropping dead. What's going on? Healthy athletes having heart attacks. How many people are just having heart attacks when they're 18 years old, which never happened before? What the fuck is going on? And no one wants to admit that they made a terrible mistake and that they got duped. So they continue to do the work of the people that duped them. They're like, they're vampires. They got bit by the vampire and they try to bite other people. It's weird. Have you ever heard that this is a weird conspiracy? No, from you? No fucking way, Sam. I don't believe you. The Chinese population, have you ever looked at that? Oh, that the population is actually a lot lower. Yes. And then there's all this data that kind of lines up, like the amount of funeral homes quadrupled. China's lied about the amount that they made all these. They listed all these fake kids going to school that aren't really going to school. And the weird one is the amount of salt that they've imported from China, from Japan, has gone down to half. So all these people go to China, all these guys, tourist vloggers, and they're like, there's nobody around, there's nobody here, where is everybody? This is, because if you go to India, right, we saw them, how many people they pack in there to see that photographic land on the moon. Look how many people are in there. But we see this over and over again when people go to China, they're like, there's nobody around here. Well, there's parts of it that are very unpopular. You know what has always been the weirdest conspiracy for me with China is the Great Wall. Oh, where they're facing, yeah, the turrets where they shoot arrows from, it's facing inward. Inward. Not outward. Not like to guard people from coming over the wall that way. It's the other way. Yeah. Which is like, okay. Who designed this? What are you doing? What are you trying to accomplish? Why would you have it turn towards China? So that might turn China. That doesn't even make sense. Yeah, it's kind of like when you look at like a camp, right? They have prison. The people that want to get in, they put all the wire and stuff this way so you can't crawl out. Yeah. So it's the same thing with that. Did you see how long it is too? It is crazy. What is the full length? I think it's 14,000 miles. 1,000 miles of stone wall built by hand over hundreds of years. And you have the things for arrows pointed towards them. Yeah. Have you ever seen old pictures of like it being built? People building it for like demons and shit like that. It's like very weird. What? Yeah, I was talking about old drawings. Yeah, drawings of the Great Wall of China being built. Some was being built like by demons, you know.
Because they're on the run, because they're haggard and tired and bedraggled, let them at least have one night's rest.
But sometimes they're just facing it. I don't know. Because this guy did a whole video on this whole stretch of the Great Wall where it faces it.
On this proposal of the British.
What is the
The Congress voted 178 in favor of taking the British up on this, at least to consider it, at least to engage in an exploratory commission of it.
And so some of it probably towards change. Right. Sometimes, you know, you see that because like I'm Armenian from a village of Vaud, I'm Russian Armenian. And at that time, it was in Turkey, bro, that's 13,170 miles. That's so crazy. How long was it?
They needed this more than anybody. Were the ones who were opposing it. Then what right to the Western Jews who had no intention of living in East Africa?
Imagine if you live forever and like Sam, you can live forever, but you have to rebuild the Great Wall of China. But if you do, don't worry, you'll live forever. It's going to take you a long time, but once you're done, you'll be free. Does it say I'll live forever? Yeah. No, I don't want to live forever. No, I don't think we're meant to live forever. I think we're meant to come here, finish a task, or wrap it up. And this whole thing about extending life forever, it sounds miserable. It is weird. These techno people are about to grasp the ability to do something that has never been done before, and it's very strange. If you can change the human body, and you can enter some sort of a chip into that person's brain that gives them entire access to the internet instantaneously, telepathic language. You know, who knows what kind of ability to control electronic devices and all kinds of different things. And someone gets to decide whether or not that happens to the human brain. Yeah, because once it happens, you're not putting that cork back on the bottle. It's out, and it's going to give an advantage to people. So everyone's going to want to do it. You don't want to be a regular ape when all these fucking geniuses are around here reading your PIN number from your mind. They're doing that. They're doing that with babies now. They can test IQs already. They're doing genetic tests. These really rich people want super smart kids, so they're making sure that the IQs of babies at a super high level. It was also a thing in China they did where they altered babies' genes to make them smarter. Yeah, we're gonna have genetically modified human beings for sure. And they're not already here, but I mean they're gonna be like 4. Everyone's gonna look like 4. Everyone's gonna look like, you know, fill in the blank. Too much to it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be such a good time. It's gonna be no 6s. It's just gonna be initially it'll be adopted by the rich, then it'll just be like cell phones. the beginning, fucking when Douglas had that big ass fucking stupid thing on Reach in Reed. Now that's a joke, right? Now everybody has a phone. You go to the jungle, people have phones. There's fat homeless people with iPhones. Everyone has phones. iPhones. Like, that's why you're never gonna have a revolution when you have fat homeless people with iPhones. Yeah, and they have no money. They're still fat. Yeah, and they're living the best life. That's how comfortable it is. We're just comfortable enough not to get upset.
I'm triple it. We're gonna wrap this up. I love you to death. I don't agree with everything you said, though. I'm telling everybody.
I'm always right. Last thing I want to tell you is that Gaza, Europe will win and regulate it, and that is the prediction I want to give you. That is prophesied.
Gaza.
Yes, that's prophesied. Yes, and then it's basically going to be it's been prophesied there will be a war between the pagans and the lost tribes. And you go through this. Where did someone go to research this for? I gotta pee. We gotta wrap this up. Just tell me where it is. I just gotta know that I'm gonna pee for 5 minutes. I appreciate you guys. I'll give you the name right now. Here we go. You can go to the Living Church of God. It's YouTube at Tomorrow's World. It's all been prophesied. England, the United States, and Israel versus the pagans. The pagans will be led like before the Assyrians, who are now Germany. That's be true. I'll bring you back. That would be my third prediction I've got. I love you so much. Thank you so much. I've always been seeing them. Always do it. All right, bye.
Which was going to beyond what I was going to do today. He ended up inspiring Jabotinsky in particular. Jabotinsky was proposing to be a Jewish experience.
Join my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night. All day. It's getting crazy on these planes now.
Oh, I know, man. Dude, like, what happened where, like, these altercations are fairly regular? Like, at airports, you see brawls at airports all the time.
Yeah, I have a theory.
What is it?
They don't want you flying. No, they do. You think I'm crazy? I'm dead serious. There's like an Agenda 2050, and literally in there it lists no more commercial flying. And you see them at all these like WEFs and all this stuff in Davos.
That would be hilarious. Like,
Dude, that's literally the plan.
For real? You think that can't be responsible for brawls at the Spirit Airlines?
Yeah. I mean, dude, they send in all these people all the time. I mean, it's crazy to me. Flights are always late.
Right. But a lot of that happened because of
all these military planes are almost hitting commercial. I'm telling you, dude. If they want you in a 15-minute city, why do they want you flying around?
Okay, I see what you're saying about the 15-minute city, and I think that's true, but I don't think there's this grand plan to make planes slam into each other. I think it's a lot of it's incompetence. Whatever happened with him, it's not a Black Hawk in D.C. That was a weird one. That's a weird one, because apparently that lady was instructed to not go in the direction that she was going.
Right.
What was the specifics of it?
Well, she didn't. They looked the wrong way. Like they go, hey, and they look this way and it was coming that way, or they looked that way and it was coming this way. They didn't. They looked the wrong way when they just tried to see what was coming.
Thank you so much for coming.
Was she a part of the Biden administration at one point in time, and then left and went back to flying?
Listen, so hard to know because you see stuff online. But if you even study like the Vegas shooting, or the LA fire, they want you to blame DEI. Like, do you remember when that one fire chief or whatever was like, "Oh, if I come get you, and you're too big, you're in the wrong place, wrong time." Yeah. Why would you say that? Why would you?
Because
it's humorous.
I don't know.
And I chose her because
you got an all lesbian crew, right? You got a woman who's the first head of the fire department, a woman, and this lady's a woman, and they're all talking about how great it is if someone who looks like you comes to see you. So they're wrapped up in that cookie ideology, the absence of meritocracy and the absence of like physical standards for difficult physical jobs, to pretend that
that that's not necessary. You shouldn't be able to take the guy out.
She's an
The guys that I knew that were all firefighters, the guys that I've known, one of my buddies is a firefighter, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Another one is a fucking giant Irish guy. Like, they were always big people, right? Because you had to be able to carry folks. I agree. And you had to be able to do like crazy physical things. You have to axe down doors sometimes. You know, it's right. But actually, it's like a 100-pound woman to axe down a door. Okay, so I agree with what you're saying. What I'm saying is, what causes more chaos, what causes more infighting, is if you push everybody to this is DEI messing up, and not that this whole thing is purposeful. So you're thinking that they're instituting DEI on purpose, and they're putting incompetent people in positions of power on purpose so that they'll fuck up, so that people will complain, so that it creates more chaos. Yes. So, I mean, I don't know if they're... the narrative instantly became the Bolsheviks people. I don't know. I mean, like, well, I don't know if they're lizards. Well, they probably are lizard people, but I mean, when Karen Bass, here's the crazy thing about LA. Very few people are calling out anything anymore. It's a city of conformity. Nobody wants to rock the boat because to get a job in LA, you need a 20 green lights. All you got to catch is one red light and you're not working. So if you're out there going, hey, dude, this is like, hey, man, what's going on with this? This seems pretty purposeful. You're not going to work. You're just not going to work. You can get mugged at a gas station pumping $7 a gallon gas and still never complain about what's going on and still vote the same way because you don't want to rock the boat. That's, if you ask me, it's a big part of moving everybody into these big cities. Is a forced conformity. I don't think it's like that everywhere, though. LA is particularly like that because it's a city of conformity already because of Hollywood. Yeah, because you're auditioning for that. 100% auditioning for things is crazy because it's really the only way to find out if someone's really good at acting, give them a chance, right? But the way it's set up is like people choose people, and if they choose you, you go on to have this incredible life. You become Brad Pitt, yeah, right? But if they don't choose you, you become that guy that everybody sees at the party that's 45, dyeing his hair dark, and it's not happening, and everyone knows it's not happening, and maybe he's got talent, because it's weird. So you have to conform. Yes, you have to say what they want you to say, whether it's about whatever political issue, social transition, climate change, whatever it is. You can't have any opinions that break from the narrative. I totally 100% agree, and that's kind of why LA, nobody's saying anything now. It's a culture, it's a part of the culture, but I really think it has something to do with the original way that LA was founded. Before the whole reality star thing and everything else, but there's definitely a lot of that going on. But it was all acting. Everybody wanted to go to act. So it was like the primary way that someone would get a gig was an audition. There's a term, it's a communist term, it's like corny feet is up.
Three-quarters of the biography is dedicated to a tremendous literary atmosphere.
A dope sweatshirt.
Also related to this is American
You got Jewish feminist movement in Germany, the campaigns of no shit. Shout out to all the cheers. Bro, I need one of those. I need the Wu-Tang. Okay, oh, dude, I'll get you one of those. No, you want this one? Later. No, it's hot in here, dude.
Tens of thousands of members.
Sorry, you gotta see my face. Here you go. Never watched this. That worked out perfect. I'm gonna sweat like a pig the whole time. That's why Van Nuys, I'm just getting murked by Mexicans the whole time. So they took the V in the end. Yeah, man, it's just like, it's a great school, dude. I'm trying to get a blue belt. I'm just holding fat. It's hard. Bro, I'm not older for Hanukkah. Yeah, he's great. I love him. Yeah, he's great. I love jiu-jitsu. I just got to do old man jiu-jitsu where I got to do wrist locks and shit like that because I can't move these fat legs. I got fat old legs. I can't tell I'm picking up. Are you on any hormone replacement? I walked in so bad. I got bad hips too, dude. That's why I got working out. Yeah, it's wrong with it. It's just the heels are a little off. got you that. Okay. I've been running nuts. All right. Well, before you do all this other stuff, like jiu-jitsu, and you have an injury, you should make sure that you're not making that injury probably making it worse. It's kind of important. But I love it. I know I like pain. I'm glad you like it. But just listen to Daddy. Because I've been down this fucking surgery road many times with jiu-jitsu. And I've had 2 knee surgeries because of jiu-jitsu. You have to make sure, and I have a bunch of back issues, you have to make sure that it's not like a labor tear or something like that where you're continuing to tear it and make it worse. Yeah. Because you can get that fixed. And if you get it fixed, you'll be way better off. Yeah, I got to get it fixed. MMA fighters do it all the time. Like Sugar Sean, before his fight with Rob, he tore his labor, the first fight. And he was going to get a surgery, but he realized he couldn't. There was no way he was going to. He wanted to make that spear show. So he don't have the spear. It's like, fuck it, I can still beat that guy. He's an animal. Yeah, he's savage. He took a chance. But he needed to get it fixed. And then he finally got it fixed. He's like, dude, I feel fucking infinitely better. Infinitely better. You have to fix it. If it's a labor tear or something like that, you just don't want to ruin it. You don't want to get it so you get hip replacement, which I know a gang of guys who have hip replacements. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe how many people I know that have hip replacements. I'm at home for the guy brought the kids back to the homeland. All my family was like, I got this fixed, I got this fixed, I got that fixed. The hip one's nuts, man. Because I know guys that are 40 that have hip replacements. Like, not just one. You know? I think Connor, Connor, he got his hips done. I know, like, a bunch of MMA fighters that have Jewish identity. Their hips done. John Wayne Carter, one Thai guy, he had his hips done.
Fairly rare that they retain their Jewish identity and practice, even while they're moving forward within the highest circles of society.
Screwed on there,
Her family
for
comes
about
from
20 years.
Vienna.
I think I messed up some joints during my running and cutting days. I'm not drinking enough water. I think I probably got injured a bunch of times.
Was the eldest
just kept
of
going.
2 children.
Like a
She
champ.
had a
The
younger
thing about those
brother.
hips, though, is what they can do now, like before in the past, if you had a chronically inflamed hip and arthritis,
all of these things
you're
may
missing
come together,
calcium, or missing meniscus or whatever cartilage, labor tears in your hips. You're crippled for life. Now they just give you an artificial one, and they say, well, it probably lasts about 20 years. No, well, for 20 years, you can, like, everyone I know that has one works normal. Yeah, it's like that serve
received all of the
don't want to fix your hip. Yeah, I know. That's what I want. I want to fix my hip. I'm going to do it when I go back. No, we'll get it like that while you're here. Really? How many days are you here? I'm here. I'm leaving tomorrow. What time tomorrow? Like 7 a.m.
Received from her brother, who ultimately
I'll fly right back.
a successful lawyer, really was
my
the
hip look,
beneficiary
I'll fly
of
right back.
formal
Someone should
schooling.
look at it.
She
What you really need
was
is
an
an
incredibly
MRI.
intelligent woman. We have some
Because they need to find out
phenomenal
exactly what's
testimony,
going
a
on.
very
inside.
detailed
I'm paying
testimony
$1 gazillion in health insurance. I better get one done.
in her early
That doesn't
20s,
get you
she
nothing
was
these days.
fluent in
Nothing.
English,
That's
French,
unbelievable.
and
Do you know what happened to Ben
Italian. She
Askren?
also developed
Oh
very
yeah,
strong
dude, that's
Hebrew
so
skills,
tragic
Yiddish
and
skills,
sad
which
and just
she actually
disgusting.
translated
It should be like if they don't
into
cover it,
German
they should send
as well.
all your money back.
Very,
How crazy
and
is
she
that?
had
He had
a very
health
high
insurance.
literary
He got
sensibility
a
as well.
terrible
Published
infection in his
significant
lungs
things during her
that
lifetime.
led to,
This
I
is a
think it's
picture
called
of her
necrotic
in the
pneumonia.
1880s.
He had to give a double
Right
lung
at the height
transplant, and
of
her
her
insurance is not covered.
psychological problems. In fact, this picture
How's
was
that
taken
possible?
when she
That is
was
an
at
obvious
one of these
catastrophic
sanatoria
illness
for
that just
wealthy
hit the
people,
guy.
where
Right? Like
they
this
were
is
sort of
not.
like, it was
He's
not an
not like a
asylum
chronic
where
smoker.
people
There's
were
not.
locked down with all kinds of
No
conditions, but they
terrible
were kind
thing
of like
that he did.
there
He
was
just got
their
sick.
grounds,
Yep.
and there
And
were
isn't that what health
rich
insurance
and
is for?
noble
Like 100%.
had
I want to know,
family with
like, how,
psychological
what
difficulties and
grounds
send
can you deny something like that?
their patients,
See,
clients to these
that
places
seems to
where
me
they would
like a
often
break
have
in
separate
the
cottages
narrative.
on the
Like
large
something like that.
grounds, and they would be
You
cared
can't
for
say,
by
oh, this
caretakers
person's
of various
responsible
types. She
for
was in
that.
her
They
riding
did something
gear,
they weren't supposed to
while
do
she
because
was
of their
actually in
insurance.
San
Right.
Francisco.
This guy just got sick. Yeah, 100%. And that's what that whole Luigi thing was about. Their company was using AI to determine whether you should be covered or not. And AI doesn't have any emotion or can't look at it going, oh, maybe we should cover this. It's very analytical about it. And that's why I guess he was having problems with his back and just got pissed off. And that's what happens, man. And
her father, who was then in his 50s, fell into an illness that over the space of 6 months did not
he had a break, like something went wrong with his life. That might be connected to the surgery, by the way. You know, if all of a sudden you get discs fused to your back and you're in constant pain, that can completely change the way you interface with the world. You know, like Michael Bisping
and her talk was
It didn't
her
go well. He
circadian
had to get
rhythm
it
was
again.
completely
So
turned
much
upside down. She would
brutal,
spend
but he
the
couldn't do
entire night
anything.
by
He
her
could only
father's
basically
bedside
lie in
and
bed and then
daytime
go
sleeping.
do his UFC
She
duties
began
and
to
then go
develop
back
a
to lie in bed.
series of
Just motherfucker
psychological
was in
tics,
agony. He can't get it together. I think he put it together, but some people don't keep it together when they're in pain all the time.
clinically described.
Well, you know, a lot of people think once you get to the hospital, you're safe, right? That's where the safe place is. And,
some of
you know, medical malpractice is one of the
physiological
leading causes of death out
manifestations of
there.
her
It's a, you
psychological
know,
distress were really
nothing's
quite
an
alarming.
exact
For
science, but
example, she
yeah, they can mess up. My grandmother on my father's side just went in to get a back change, and she never left the hospital.
Very
She
painful
passed away.
clenching
Yeah.
spasms in her jaw.
I know this
and
lady
not
who
speak
went to
properly
get a
for a while.
kidney removed.
Then,
They took out the wrong
at
kidney.
one point, she lost the
So
ability
she
to
has one
speak
bad
German
kidney and one
at
good
night,
kidney,
German
and they
in
took
her
out her
language. She
bad
would only
kidney,
speak
or they
in
took out her good
English,
kidney and left
which
her bad
proved to be
kidney.
very difficult for the
Yeah,
caretaker.
the doctor would not admit it like that.
A whole
The
host
doctor
of
would not
these
admit
really bizarre
I mean,
kind of
the whole thing
physical,
is
psychological
fucking
manifestations
crazy.
of a deep-seated
But
disorder,
that's
which was
medical
obviously
malpractice.
connected
Yeah,
to
the
her father's
denial
illness.
of
At one
insurance
point,
claims
towards the
and
end
stuff
of her
like
father's
that
illness,
is like
they
the medical
actually
miracle is they did
insisted
give him
that
a
she
double lung
not
transplant.
spend
Ben
any
aspirin
time with
with
her father. They
and
separated
he's trying to build himself back up.
and
And
in fact,
GoFundMe
passed
it,
away
yeah,
and
which
was
is
buried.
absolutely ridiculous that we live in America and you have to have your friends and fans support you to have this like life-saving surgery. I think a big chunk of it was Jake Paul. Yeah, I think Jake Paul gave him like $500,000. But it's just, it's become crazy that insurance is allowed to not cover something like that.
Knew each other.
So did they have a response? Is there a response
Freud
for why
also
they didn't
was a
cover that?
contemporary of Habermas.
It's tragic. You know, because it just seems insane. I mean, unless there's some legal loophole, how could you not cover someone who just gets some crazy illness like that? You know, when Obama was, I think Obama was like, not the guy I thought I was. Obama's first term was the last time I voted for either Republican or Democrat. That was the last time. So, you know, everybody wanted change. I can get into how they basically rigged that thing for them. You know, because America, after George Bush and Dick Cheney, hates old white neocons. And then who do they have? Who do they have run against the slick, good-looking young black guy who nobody knew was a Bush at the time? But they have John McCain, who is the poster child or the mascot for the old white neocons, right? So they basically run everybody to Obama, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna have change. And he was running on like everyone getting health care and all that stuff. And then so they have this giant debate in Washington about universal health coverage. And this dude gets on a plane and runs to Germany to give speeches and stuff like that during the debate on his major campaign, issue. And I'm like, oh, dude, this is just a giant setup. It's all BS, and I've never voted for another. Wait a minute, explain that. So he went to Germany to do what? Give speeches. He was going to go give speeches to German diplomats and politicians and all that stuff while we are debating his campaign promise. And I'm like, why aren't you here fighting for what you said you want to get us? Now you're out of the country, you're not even part of the debate. Is it possible that they set those debates up at the same time where they knew that he was going to be out of the country? Yeah, but if you run on a campaign and they're like, it's in the heat of the debate, when you're like, I can't go right now, I think it's possible that that was a plan, that they didn't want him there to defend it, it would be easier to shoot it down. Yeah, of course, on purpose. Yeah, on purpose. And when it happened, they scheduled those meetings at a time where they knew that they were going to be doing the debate. Well, I have to get out of him having to defend, not having lived up to his campaign fiances. That's my whole thing.
And then once they
Well,
talk
there's got to
about
be
that
some
memory,
3D chess going on, right? We don't, and I know all of it isn't, but there's some really smart people in the government, obviously. So they've got to be thinking, like, this is the way we can handle this. Like, there's probably a bunch of nerds in a row, and they're brainstorming. Someone says, listen, here's how we get out of it. Yeah, we send them to Germany, he's not even here. We say there actually are no files. Yeah, we say there's no video. Even though he said there's 10,000 hours of video, actually, it's not true. Those people should not have spoken. We can't find it.
two
know
of
where
them
it
in
is.
particular
There's no list.
associated
And
with
I love how, like,
cure
when
came to an end
they shoot her
when
just eating a
there
salad, and
seemed
she's
to be
perfectly
an
shot.
excessively
You can
close
hear everything she's saying. She's not,
between
dude,
Royer and
my whole thing goes,
Barca.
everything is, who's eating the salad?
Necessarily
Pam Bondi. Oh,
reciprocated
she was
by
eating
the
the salad.
doctor.
Yeah,
Again,
when
possibility
Veritas or
transference, right,
when
where
James
patient
O'Keefe
falls
puts
under
out that
the
video.
doctor.
What is the
He came
video?
upon
The video
her
is her
one
talking
day
about how
where
there's
she
like
was
tens of thousands of videos of him children. Oh, so that video is comes out like so that video is like one of those Veritas type. Yes, yeah, O'Keefe. Okay, he's also the one who put out Karen Bass's phone call about her going talking. Have you ever heard it? Super creepy. Everything. Usually chatty gay guys. Yeah. Oh, dude. Chatty gay guys, listen, send in some ads and they'll give away all the secrets. So I didn't know that that was how that. I only read that she said there was tens of thousands. No, she talks about it. Oh, interesting.
It's
covertly recorded April 28th, revealing previously undisclosed information about Epstein regarding tens of thousands of videos of little kids to a complete stranger in a DC restaurant. Okay, well, let's hear what it says. I want to hear how she says it.
Strangled their brain.
It's easy to find because of her in a cafe. You'll find it right there. Just kind of jump. Oh, there it is. That's her talking
back
right
down
there.
and so on. We can tell lots of jokes, but I'm not going to do it. We'll put this on the internet later. At any rate, so any kind of bizarre behavior on the part of women was associated specifically with hysteria. There are all kinds of behaviors associated with it, fainting and being a little melodramatic and things like that.
She didn't even say
So in his
underage girls.
studies in hysteria, really treated her as if she was
this a long time ago. It's like
experiencing
they're
this
just
disorder.
trying to set it up so it's like, dude, they're high school chicks, they're hot. In reality, it's like really, really. And there were statements, I believe, that you can't find it on the internet anymore because they clean everything up. Like people talking about like what Bill Clinton was fooling around with, and it wasn't little girls, And I've always said this, it's like Bill Clinton is the anti-dick of the White House. He just sees holes, he wants to hit them, right?
But even though it was an open secret among the Jews of Vienna who this NRO was, the Republic of 1895,
oh my God.
When she was
you just can't say that if you don't know it's true, though. I just did. I know he likes to fuck. He was a good-looking guy when he was young, super charismatic.
She was
Love
officially
them ladies, which is, listen, that's Kennedy. It's classic presidents. It's just we found out about bisexual Kennedy, bisexual George. Yeah, we're bisexual. Kennedy was bisexual. George Bush Sr. was. Where are you getting this from?
Really the story
the fuck up. Where are you getting this from? I do deep dives on all this shit, and Joe, I'm telling you.
Where are you diving?
I'm telling you, the Finders. You remember the Finders?
JFK bisexual, a viral tweet this week that speculation.
And he's like, yeah, I mean, they're just horny. Dude, he was on speed. He was a biker.
Queer history.
Fairy tales that she would make up.
They're just horny ass people. Woodrow Wilson, they believe they blackmailed him through being gay. I mean, Obama stuff coming out right now. Bill Clinton.
So let's think about that, right? We know that, like the Spartans were dead, right? We know that they had sex with each other. Yeah, it was a big thing. Yeah, part of like
all of
why
these
they would
stories
go to battle so well, fighting for their
recognize the stories and they're lodged in our brain.
Back in the day about how they were all gay. You're gonna fight harder if you know that dude got some TSLs, right? You're gonna fight way harder. Don't kill Bill. He's the best in the bunker.
Yeah, you're fighting for your lovers,
right?
But it's also like there's a lot of ancient cultures that think of having sex with women just for procreation, but with boys for fun.
That's Afghanistan.
Exactly. And my friends that have been over there that have served over there, one of my buddies, I don't know if he said this publicly, so maybe I shouldn't say his name, but just the stories he told me, I was like, what? Like, how, like, he was talking about how he saw this truck driver with his son.
Very heavily involved.
Like, oh, that's cool, he takes his son to work with him. The guy goes, that's not his son.
The fairy tale
that's his toy.
Most likely from
it's called Dan Love Thursdays, dude.
Yeah, but it's not called Thursday. It's like,
they go into the mountains.
My friend was telling me that there was this one guy that was
her
He worked on his
memoirs.
bass,
A
and he
couple
was
of
kind of
occasions.
slow.
She wrote these travelogues, as I mentioned
Mentally
in
slow.
the
And he had a
before we
colostomy
really got
bag.
started. She
He
took
heard a
world
bunch of
trips,
noise
including
and
to
saw a
this
bunch
city
of
here,
dudes
New
in the
York
room,
City,
like in one of the storage
to
rooms.
promote
These
her
guys were
various causes,
fucking
and she
his
wrote this
colostomy hole.
long descriptions of what she encountered. Many of those
This
travelogues
old,
were
mentally
fascinating
challenged
because
guy.
she
Yep.
went to
And these
quite
dudes were
dangerous
fucking his
places where no
colostomy
single
hole. He's
woman
like,
should really
bro,
be
I
walking
just had
about.
a guy
Yet
on
she
right now
took
that's going to
those
get weird,
risks
but
for the
down
charges
the hypnotist
that
came
she
on,
felt
and he was
responsible for.
talking about
She
how
also
he
wrote
has a
poetry
mentor who
and
he
even
also works
prayers,
with,
prayers to be
who
recited
was
with great
Hillary
prayers
Clinton's
for her mother, her deceased
security
father, and
detail.
so on. Really beautiful
And they
things
were in
that
Afghanistan.
are
They saw
well
a bunch of
included
kids go in the room and never come
Dr.
out.
Goodman's work. She also translated heavily, including Mary Wollstonecraft's
That they
Vindication
like
of the
3 in
Rights
the
of
morning.
Woman, late 18th
This
century
is
work, which is considered one of the ur texts, one of the earliest texts
And they were told, like, don't
feminism,
interfere with
coming out of
the
the French
local
Revolution.
customs.
But it's interesting because during this
Yeah,
time,
are you implying that they were
Bertha
dead?
Pappenheim was
I'm
not a
implying
feminist
that
in the
he
sense
never
that we
saw
would
them come
recognize
out.
a feminist today.
Maybe they took a
For
nap.
example,
There's another
believe
exit
that
of the
women
story.
should
Yeah,
get
let him go to bed. Let him sleep. We gotta check out. Let him sleep. They'll figure it out.
Suffragettes of
The creepiest
century,
idea about
she felt
pedophilia
that
is that there's people that
education
know
was
about
far
it
more
and
important
cover it up
than the
because
vote,
they don't want to
and
get
having
in trouble
women
for having
voting
known
without
about it.
having the
Like, this is a
prerequisite
Sandusky
education
thing,
was
right?
simply going to
Yeah.
make society decline
That's
further.
essentially
So she
what
puts all of
tanked
her
Joe Paterno,
energies
right?
into
Like,
the basic,
yeah, everybody really knew. Yeah, and they all let it go because they were winning
concrete
football
care of
games,
women,
and then
particularly
the
those who are
states
in
right back
populations
into
at
the
risk,
title contest.
and
But
then
here's the thing,
furthermore
dude.
into their
Over
education,
time,
because she felt that
what
that
they can
would
blackmail
ultimately
you with
benefit society more
changes. Like
significantly.
way back in
She
the day,
also had,
if
as I mentioned
they thought
earlier,
you were
very
cheating on your
strong
wife, they
attachment
could
to
blackmail
Judaism
you with that.
that
But
was
as
not
culture
peripheral
grows and we
to
start
her
accepting
identities.
more and more stuff,
Ironic, because
it's gotta get weirder and weirder. You know, back in the
Max
remember, I mean, we're
such
around the
an
same age.
incredibly
I mean, remember when
scientist,
we were
and
debating
yet,
whether
he
Boy
himself
George was
had
gay
a
or not, and
tenuous
they were like,
relationship
right,
to
we were like, there was like a real discussion on that. And he's like, no, dude, I'm puss, dude. Oh, George Michael. Yeah, boy, he was so beautiful. There's no way he could be straight. His hair was so perfect. His voice was so amazing. That guy's just gotta be super good. Have you seen the Minnesota Vikings male cheerleader? That is the shiniest dude I've ever seen. Show me this. Yeah, look, he's a male cheerleader. Shane was actually just talking about this. Shane was talking about this in the green room the other day. Yeah, he's shiny. Shiny? Oh, he's so shiny, dude. Oh my goodness.
Jewish
Oh my
men
goodness.
would
Oh my
either
goodness.
use
Yeah, he's so, and you can see
non-Jewish
him like on
languages for
Twitter,
commerce in the
he's
outside
just like
world,
dancing
primarily
around, and
with,
he's the shiniest dude you've ever
he's
seen.
got
He's got the skirt, they wear the skirt.
language of liturgy, the language
Yeah, there he is in the
of
front row.
ritual, the language of fellowship.
Okay.
And Yiddish was just,
cheerleaders are useless anyway, so there's really no purpose of them. They don't do anything for the game. It was back in the day, like, how can we have hot chicks in football?
all thrown together.
It's a weird role, and I don't have a problem with a gay guy doing that. Well, here's my opinion, dude. Why would I care? Right? Like,
the socialist group in particular.
if you're in a stadium of 16,000 people, I mean, well, it's like 60,000. Right.
This is the language.
If you're in a football stadium, 8,000 people.
Women's concerns, and
How
you
many
can point to a very deep
How many
literature
guys?
on this
10%.
as well.
We'll go 10%. It's probably 10%. 70, maybe a bunch of them are hiding. Yeah, maybe a bunch of them that are closeted. It's always kind of like 1 in 10, right? Closeted gays. Dangerous. What's the problem with having one gay cheerleader for them? You know, here's my whole, what's a cheerleader for? You know, there's always going to be the fight. What is the point of a cheerleader? Let's have an additional visual aspect to it. I like all the flips they do and all the jazz. It's fun, it's choreographed, and when it's done well, it's entertaining. Yeah, I mean, Gary Ryan has a great bit about it, about what their purpose is, to like remind the players how important the play is, right? He's like, you know, defense, oh, dude, we gotta play defense, dude. You know, it's an extra pageantry that adds to the experience. But why shouldn't a gay guy be doing it? Like, how homophobic are guys that are watching that? There's all these hot chicks, and instead they're caught, what's this fucking guy doing in this short? There's 16 other girls with perfect bodies you can be paying attention to.
but you're focused on the gay guy. Yeah, and they always complain about how much money they're making. I'm like, dude, you get to go to the game for free. You're on the field. It's like you would have a great reality show. See how they accept it. How many download players start staring at him, dude? Sure, that's my favorite player. 10%. Yeah, 10%. So here's my whole thing, dude. You know, there's always gonna be culture wars between the right and the left. I'm on nobody's side. Like I'm on nobody. I'm like in the middle. I'm old school liberal. Live and let live. As long as you're not hurting people, particularly children, you'll never hear anything from me. I don't care what you do, by yourself or consenting adults. Get as weird as you want. God gave us free will. Do whatever you want. Pick your path. You know, but when you start to demonize certain people, you're setting up a market for blackmail. So when people can't be themselves and they're so afraid of people finding out who they really are, you're setting it up so people can manipulate them. And that's the story of Washington, D.C. Now, obviously, hurting children, there should never be a time where that's culturally acceptable. But that's why it's had to get so dark, is because we don't care if somebody's gay now. It's like, at least I don't. There's going to be, I think it's like they just always want to do the forbidden thing. It's like, what would lead someone, let's get into darkest, what's the darkest approach to child sex? Hurting, yeah, 100%. And I think that that's happened before. I don't think that has not happened in human history. In fact, I know it's happened because my friend Shane Smith covered it when he was over in Africa when he interviewed that General Platt Naked guy. That guy used to sacrifice children from the enemy tribes before everyone in Liberia. He would sacrifice them and cut open their chest and eat their heart. He would eat a piece of their heart before going into battle. It is actually at the right, but that's a real human being that did that. So we know that this he didn't invent that. No, I mean it's in the Bible too. Like when they want to take out the Canaanites, and you know, she says like, "Oh, well, you want to kill all the women and children? What do you think about that?" Well, the Canaanites were practicing child sacrifice. There's a reason. Now the language you can get into, like the Bible language, especially the First Testament, like is it the language of the time, and they were a lot more blunt with it. But the Canaanites were sacrificing children. I mean, that's a big part of it. Goes all the way back to Kronos, the first god, which is the god of time. And the whole story about it was told that his kids would slay him. So every time his female would have children, he would eat the kids.
Notwithstanding the fact that she's a highly intelligent woman, or perhaps I should say, because she was a highly intelligent woman.
They get weird. I wonder how they're going to look at.
She never married.
Some of the things that pharmaceutical drug companies have pushed through in the future impacting how the kids, and whether or not they're going to think of that in a similar way to child sacrifice. Because it really is kind of, if you know that it's causing damage, but you're doing it for money, you're kind of sacrificing 100% for money. How to stop India's superstitious killings ended in exile. What's this about?
So her first area of activity
human sacrifice, particularly that of minors, has been prevalent in many parts of India for a long time. More than 85 kids, all under 13, were ritualistically murdered in the country in the last 6 years per government data. Last year, there were 14 cases of parents or relatives sacrificing or attempting to sacrifice children on the advice of Assad.
And she had hundreds of charges for several decades as she served at the
that was a part of history. Still happen. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like that. Still, in 2025, people think
we should recall that
sacrificing a child is the right move. That's what when you do. Sacrifice a child. Well, that's the whole thing. Kids are the closest to God.
Jews, primarily because it's a period of
when you think about like
economic
like that,
and demographic upheaval. We discussed
drugs that are pushed on kids. That's just for profit. Medications kids are forced to take. That's just for profit. Things that are fucking them up with it.
Unfortunately,
it's just because people want to make money.
Exaggerate the actual devastation.
We look at child sacrifice and they were doing voodoo, or they, you know, the Mayans thought they were sacrificing people to the gods. We think of it as barbaric, right? How are they going to look at what we've done? Would we just lie about stuff and skirted around the truth and gave distorted versions of what we're actually selling to kids. And then those kids wind up dying. They wind up having heart attacks and wind up having cancer. And it's probably directly related to this medication. And no one wants to take credit for it. No one wants to admit it. And everyone's making everything's programming. Even those people in India, the programming of their religion tells them like to sacrifice their own children. I mean, like crazy. It goes against everything you're wired. It's like that's the ultimate control you have on one person. You got to sacrifice their child.
To actually,
right? I mean, if you're at a kid's park and the kid's in trouble, doesn't need to be your kid. You run over to make sure the kid's okay. I've done it 1,000 times. But now you have people like, especially like if you look at like what's going on in Gaza, you have people labeling newborns as terrorists. Like that is your programming overriding your basic instinct, which is to protect children at all costs because they are the future.
So the SARS,
and that's powerful, powerful. So my whole theory is that anxiety and depression and anger and all that stuff comes from when your programming and your reality clash and they don't meet up. You're programming from generational trauma, you're programming from school, all that stuff. Meets reality, and you start to just go a little crazy. And I think a lot of that is purposeful to get us on pharmaceuticals for life.
We cannot rely on Russia to protect
it's purposeful. So how would they engineer that?
Accustomed, unfortunately, to communal violence.
First of all, your grandparents, your parents telling you the trauma of your past, beating that into you forever. Like I had my buddy's girlfriend on my show, and she's Jewish, and she was telling me, I go, what's it like to grow up Jewish? And she was telling me that her parents would tell her that she has to have 3 kids, one for each parent, and then 1 kid lost for the Holocaust.
Movement and
for someone lost in the Holocaust.
Displacement,
And
especially
like, think about that program.
Gender basis.
Think about what that over and over and over again, to the point now where you're like, well, you know, these kids in Gaza are terrorists. I mean, newborn babies are terrorists. I mean, that is heavy stuff. I mean, I've heard about the Armenian genocide my whole life to the point I got tattooed. I hear about it. You know, like that is, you know, that is your programming. Then you go to school, and it's been infiltrated by all these cultural monsters, and they're just pushing this thing to get you to hate your own country, hate the establishment, hate all this stuff. So you have this entire country where everybody's fighting with each other, and that's all done to cause, you know, maximum chaos because people are easy to manipulate and control when they're in the anxiety. They're going to demand, like this whole thing with like taking over Washington D.C. right now. Everyone acts like this has just started. This started way back with BLM. Defund the cops. This has always been the goal. It's called pressure from above, pressure from below. You're afraid to go on the streets, and you have no faith that your politicians are going to save you. So you have no hope. So you're completely and utterly lost, and you're just demanding that you be kept safe, which is the ultimate goal, which is martial law. That's what they want, and that's what they've been doing. And it isn't starting in Washington, D.C. This started a while ago. If you study all these different kind of cultural clashes that starts with BLM, that's black people. Then you go January 6th, that's white people. Then you go to Asian hate, that's Asian people. Then you go to No Kings, that's Latinos. And now you have the Supreme Court that is going to debate the legality of gay marriage. And if you say, what do you think's going to happen? I wouldn't doubt if they overturn it, because that's going to cause even more chaos. The streets are going to be burning in rainbows, dude. And then that is what they want, martial law. There's all these, you know, these judges who are completely politicized are like releasing people who are hurting kids or murdering people. That means you have no faith in the system. And that grows your anxiety. Now all of a sudden you're angry, you're depressed, and you don't trust anything. And now you want to basically give up your God-given rights to be safe.
This is a period where
and that is the goal. Pressure from above, pressure from below, from us. If you ever want to watch a doc on it, it's really old. It's in '69. I watched it last night on Twitter. It's G. Edward Griffin, and it's called Capitalist Conspiracy. I've sent to a bunch of people. I can't get anybody to watch this thing. And it breaks it down, dude. There were famous cases, and then you like the 50s and 60s where kids were like radical communists on the campuses, and they said something's going wrong here, and they broke off and they testified for either Congress or Senate, and they basically said the goal is to basically bring in martial law. And these kids who are all think they're raging against the machine, they don't realize the machine is funding all of this stuff. It's like the no kings. The Latinos are really smart. Like when Eddie and I do shows all the time, there's tons of Mexicans, tons of Latinos in the crowd. They get conspiracies. So when No Kings was happening in LA, there were like gang leaders who told their entire block, no way can go to these things. Because they all found out it was funded by the Walmart. Like that's what always happens. The billionaires fund these kind of radical groups to sow chaos. Well, also because they don't want that kind of crackdown on illegal immigration. Like, there's a lot of people who don't want that kind of crackdown because they don't want activity. Well, there's that, and they're already hiring people that are illegals, and they have them working in their factories, working in their businesses. And then there's also the dispute about SNAP, about cutting back on Medicaid and SNAP, and like who do you have to pay benefits to? Who do you not have to pay benefits to? That was one of the things that this guy was telling me about. Someone told him that he had a conversation with someone who said that he's really upset they're stopping illegal immigration because it's a big part of what he uses for his business. And he was like open about it. He was saying that he does it because he doesn't have to pay the benefits. You can pay him less and you don't have to pay him benefits. Like, he was just saying it out loud. So that was part of the thing too of letting people into the country. There was like, you need more of a supply of people that are willing to do the construction jobs and the slaughterhouse jobs, like jobs that slaughterhouse, But I also hear them always saying Americans don't want to do this job, and then my fat ass is going to fucking Wendy's at 11 p.m. and I'm ordering a chicken sandwich. The guy handed me the bag is 55 years old. I mean, Americans want to work. That's a whole psyop that they don't want to do some of these jobs. But those jobs are brutal back rate labor. Right? If you're picking vegetables, if you're working in a fucking slaughterhouse, that's a brutal job. You're around raw meat all day. It's freezing cold. You're cutting things up. You're covered in blood. You're just around death all day long. This is supposed to be something you occasionally see. Visit this guy, thank God for the deer. You're not supposed to see slaughter 24 hours a day. It's crazy. That's like not normal for a human being. And what's really weird is how like I've seen so much death in movies that when I see a dead person, which I think the first time I saw a dead person, I would be incredibly shocked. I remember I was driving home from Vegas with my then girlfriend. It was a giant car crash, like a giant car. I mean, it was nasty. She's like, don't get out of the car. And I'm like, I'm a hero. And I get out of the car. Most of the things that she did in one car was basically helping somebody laying there in the car was crises. And somebody ran over with a carjack to like get it up. Like, oh, you're gonna look at something you're not ready to see right now. It's like, it's done. But what I was blown away by was how not affected by seeing that. It's the first time I'd seen it, like outside of a funeral. I'd seen a dead body, like, that just had a violent ending. Why do you think you weren't affected? Because I think I've seen so many movies where I've just seen dead people that it just was like a movie to me. And I didn't have any reaction to it. When the first days I moved to LA, I've lived in LA since 98, 99. And like I was back there in the crazy days on Hollywood Boulevard where we're still thriving. And there was this weird store, and inside it smelled death. And I looked in and there was something laying down there. And again, got affected by it. We don't think that's a dead body. The guy's like, get out there, there's no dead body, go away. But it smelled like death. But I still was really amazed. But that was probably the first time I saw a dead body. I was just amazed by not how affected I was by seeing this. Like I've been programmed and conditioned to see these things.
Ideas of
Which normally back in the day would be a giant moment.
giving
A lot of people are being horrified by it. Maybe you're horrified by life. I've had a lot of people be pretty horrified. I don't know if it's necessarily deconditioning movies.
Well, I can tell you something. So I used to do USO tours, and the first time I go, I think it was with Brian Callen this time. No, that wasn't my first one, but that was the first one. I do with Steve Byrne, David and Brian Callen, and we had this very nice man who was showing us around. He was kind of our leader of our tour. And he was telling me that in World War I, they found that the guys couldn't engage in that kind of activity on a volunteer basis. They didn't have it in right away them to kill another human being. So he says that's when you start to see in movies guns coming out and shooting.
And paid social workers in place of essentially.
And that's when it got way easier to start shooting people. Now you got these video games where you're just going in somewhere and you're murking everybody. And movies are video games.
Success of feminism in the 20th and early 21st century.
We were just talking about the other day when you see people getting in fights like in parking lots and shit. It's almost like people think life is a movie. Like you don't really understand what a fight is, like how dangerous and scary it is. And you're doing it like you're in a movie. And I wonder how much of that is because people have seen people fight the whole system run, and they just don't understand how crazy it is when there's no rules, and you're just hoping this guy fights worse than you do. You have no idea. You don't know what you're doing. You're probably drunk and high. What about having all the women in a movie? You think you're in a fucking movie? What about all the women that are now kicking everybody's ass? I'm flying here, and every movie is a wave model beating the shit out of a fucking 300-pound Russian. Every movie is, and then you see videos where girls just go up and start swinging on guys, and I'm like, it's Brian Holtzman's bed. They used to do way back about Charlie's Angels. Yeah, remember that? Yeah. That's a great bit.
One of the things that Jewish feminists have found generation after generation is that their interest in terms of gender
thing to show in movies. I mean, it's one thing if a woman has like superpowers. But if it's just a regular cow, there's 100 pounds, children 50 pound Washington with a neck as big as my waist.
In other words, let's say
this is crazy. You're not going to hurt him at all if you hit him.
I was watching, I'm flying over, I was watching the latest Mission Impossible, and it's insane, dude. Have you ever seen it? It's amazing, bro. Oh, dude, it just gets cranked up. But there's like two chicks in there, who weigh more than 100 pounds, beating the shit out of everybody. And I'm like, this isn't, you need a cyborg type chick. Right. We're going to have somebody like no next cyborg, like that woman. Cyborg is like the Will Chamberlain of female MMA, where like you could drop her 20 years in the future and she'd still be working people because she's like that well built and she's that skilled. But that's who would be doing it, not like 100-pound women killing her.
Vehemently disagree
I
with
can fuck up some dudes.
So this is the kind of thing that she
135,
began to
140. Well, she has
experience
to
over
weigh
and over again
135 for a very small amount of time, but she was the 155-pound champion of the PFL. She's big lady. Yeah, she's jacked. She's a juggernaut. She's super powerful. I like to get to hold of these ladies. It's like the difference is so obvious. She's so fucking strong, man. So if that lady was in a movie fucking people up, I'd be like, oh yeah, totally makes sense. If I was a henchman, I'd be like, I'm running. Some supermodel wave and shields, his fucking throwing sidekicks are perfect. Like, come the fuck on. I used to have a joke about Keira Knightley, Pirates of the Caribbean. She's like fighting everybody. I'm like, the only thing that chick's like is anorexia. You know, there we go. Where you been? Yeah, so, it's just everything's programmed. Well, it is, but I wonder if it's because we like that stuff, because it fits in our head, in like Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. Like it fits in our head. We want someone to kick their ass and you win in the end. You go through your trials. He hit her. Oh my God, she's bleeding. Yeah. There's this thing that we want to see. We want it all nicely tied up in a bow. I mean, like Sigourney Weaver used to do it, but there was something about her where you believed it. You're like, that's a bad bitch, and she will fuck people up. But she did it in the greatest science fiction movie of all time.
be the
She did
auxiliary.
in Alien.
So she
Alien is the
created
greatest
this
sci-fi
independent
horror.
organization,
I'll say
Jewish
sci-fi
Women's
horror.
League, in
Greatest sci-fi
1904,
horror. It was
that had an
amazing.
incredibly wide
And
impact.
you didn't even
Perhaps one
care
of the
that it
most
was a
significant
woman
areas
that was the lead.
is
It didn't even
she
come
began
up.
to,
It
in
was
this
so
organization, you
awesome
can see the sort of
that
trajectory.
no one like made a big deal. Sigourney Weaver,
orphans,
finally a woman
female
takes the
orphans,
lead
and
role in
Jewish
no one
women
cared.
as a whole,
No one cared.
and then
It was
here
just
in the Crown
awesome.
Board,
It was just
really
awesome.
engaged
She
in
was awesome. The
political
movie was
activity
awesome. She got
and,
credit for being awesome, but just for being awesome, not an awesome woman.
campaigning
Right?
for
No caveats.
Jews as
Like, come
women
on.
at the same time
You can
women
do that
as
in
Jews. But at the
1979.
same
You could just
time,
have an amazing
looking at
movie because there was
both of
no
those
fucking
series
social
of,
media. There was no
values and
hen house.
priorities. I mentioned that she opposed the suffragette movement, but I think one of the most fascinating aspects of her life was in her campaign against human trafficking.
Concentrating
I
on
will remind you that
these
one of the
stupid little classifications of each individual, and whether or not they should be elevated and magnified
was this
because of
demographic of people that was a result
gender
of
or
the
sex or
pogrom
color
waves
or
that
what.
were sweeping Eastern Europe. And so lots
Everyone
of
stop participating in it. It's dumb.
unprotected minors were finding themselves in
Meritocracy for personality, meritocracy for the way you can hold a conversation with people, meritocracy for being a better musician, meritocracy for being a funnier comedian, meritocracy. Everybody's the same. Even playing fields in terms of acceptance of what you do in the world. Just do your best. Yeah, we want the best. Best rise everywhere. I don't know, because maybe we didn't know as much about it, but like when I think of insanity or someone who looked like you came to see me from the fire for a set, I couldn't give a shit. A lesbian, more comfortable. You see someone looking like them. Yeah, what? No, my house is on fire. I'm not going to be comfortable. What are you talking about? You can't carry me. I broke my leg. What do I do? Well, you should have thought about that before you guys are on the first place. It's crazy. Like, Apple TV is putting out insanely great programming, but you don't realize how woke it is until you're already captured, right? And then you're like, whoa, what did I just watch? Like, I was watching Hijack, and I forget the name of the actor. No, it was a TV show on Apple TV. It was the black British actor who was in The Wire. I forget what his name is. He's such a great, he's phenomenal, right? He's awesome. But I'm watching this show, and then about 5 episodes in, I realized this is a story of a black man who stops white hijackers from hijacking a Middle Eastern plane.
To go down to the places where some of these runaway girls sometimes in the hands of their captors
Where's the Mark Wahlberg one? The one that Mel Gibson directed. That was
they
good.
would actively present them with alternatives, and they
Some
would
sort of a
pull them
hijacking
aside
type
and
of
say,
situation,
"Excuse me,
right?
you look like you're not from around here. Who are you with? Why are you here? We have a halfway house. She set up a network of these halfway houses to take in these women. Again, it's the same kind of principles that she employed.
Oh, plays a great psycho. He's also very lucky he didn't get on a plane on 9/11. How lucky is that guy? What are you trying to say? I'm just saying, how about people just get lucky sometimes? Some people, MM said, who did Family Guy says,
a warning for
originally scheduled to be
runaway
American
girls,
Airlines
right?
flight over.
Just like their
He
brothers
changed his plans to a different flight to Toronto,
boyfriends
Canada
may have
for
been
a film
searching
festival
for a
instead.
better life in the new
They
world.
made comments on it
Thinking
when
that
they
all
fought
they had to
back
do
against
was get on a
hijackers.
boat and
Yeah, I
be
don't
taken
buy
care
that
of.
story.
You know,
Not his story, but he would fight back. I mean, he's shredded. He's still shredded. But I don't buy that whole thing. I had box cutters.
to Montreal
You think that was like automatically flown into the towers, like remote flown into the towers? Oh, well, now you're getting into like high impact events and how there's like layers. There's so many layers to it because I have to ensure that the actual hijacking itself. Do you think that those guys
not that I could stop them,
that we found, luckily, it was like
so she was
an
very
amazing
big
coincidence
into
that even though everything from the plane was destroyed in
so
incredible
the
burning
reason why
inferno,
there were so many of these girls, in fact,
magically floated safely to the ground. Was it Singed? I have a show called Doom Scrolling where we just watch all these conspiracy videos, and one of them, Passport Man, where they made a superhero just on a passport.
Actually got on a boat and traveled to the sources of the problem in Eastern Europe.
I mean, not to make light of a tragedy, but can we see the impact of one of the planes in the towers
result in Cairo, and she went into these houses of repute, and she
sometimes you just get lucky. Maybe God was
people in
looking out
charge
first.
there.
Can you show me the video of the impact? Can we just see the video? Let's just imagine being a passport and saying, listen, it's your job. All the other people on board with passports, their passports, for whatever reason, didn't burn up. Yeah, all those like American citizens with passports. Yeah, so we can get into it. All those people from other countries that were just here on vacation with their passports. Yeah, those passports. Just come and check out New York. Should be cool. Nope. So let's watch the impact.
Afterwards, the translator
and imagine if you're a passport and you got to do your job.
This woman that listened to her the whole time told her to give Pappenheim a blessing, saying that God should bless her because she was the only woman who was walked into that house.
But I want to see the real one where it went flying. Yeah, where you see it go bang.
It's an amazing thing.
Yeah, see if you can find a video where it flies right into it.
Very heroic indeed.
So,
now, one of the things that got her into trouble is that she felt so passionate about the need to stop this that she actually organized international conferences dedicated to the topic of white.
By the way, 26 days
International Jewish Women's Conference against white slavery. Now, that's not necessarily
you have that
something
one
that
where it's kind of like here, and then it goes in, and then it's like
and so
some
she actually
weird.
received a lot of opposition from the rabbinate who said you
So
may not
we're seeing it
have
from the other
this
side too.
kind
But
of
I've seen it from the
open
other way.
conference,
I've seen
open to
the
the
plane
media,
actually
you know,
fly
where
in.
people can
Some
talk
have
about
that
Jews
angle,
in
right?
white
Yeah,
slavery.
it's from
So,
below up.
she pushed back against him just as hard and did hold those conferences, but it was definitely, she was a controversial figure in her
You
day.
slow that thing down, and look, there's some papers flying out.
Towards the end of her life,
boom, look at all the papers.
She found herself retiring more and more from her duties in the orphanage and with Yerusha Frau. She stepped back from the leadership role to the board of directors.
Incineration,
She
fire,
did back because she was a little bit afraid
the jets
that
had just taken off, correct?
just when
And
the
so they
threats
had a
against
full,
Jewish
they took
women
off from Boston, which is very close, very close, and so they had a lot of gasoline.
One of the policies that she began to change at this time, something I didn't mention earlier, she was actually an opponent to Zionism. She did not believe that Zionism was the cure for the ills that face the Jewish people, and she consistently advised her charges not to emigrate to Palestine.
That's the
She
magic
did
ball
have
on steroids. That's
very
crazy.
lively
And then somehow
ongoing
took out
debate
those two, and then two
with
other
Martin
buildings.
who was
Nobody talks about
10,
building
20
5.
years for junior, but they had a very active correspondence on issues of literary questions, philosophy, and Zionism, and she consistently maintained that, you know,
I have theories.
Palestine is a
that one
pipe dream.
seem like they
It's
cut that
never
one
going
out?
to be a state belonging to the
that one
Jews,
is
and
weird
we
because
have
the
all
wreckage is
civilization
spread
here,
out
we have
for
a population
miles.
base here. This is where we should
Not like it crashed
Jewish life.
to the ground, but like
under the
it got
Nazis,
shot out of the sky and
1933,
slowly
she began to
drifted to
see
Earth going
that this
500 miles
position
an
was
hour.
wrong-headed. And she began to
and then all
counsel
what is this?
her
That's his
charges
passport.
in the orphanage and the various
I don't
women
know.
that made their way to
They actually
halfway
have a photo
homes
of it?
that they should in fact consider emigrating to
bad,
Israel if they had that
How weird is
so she
that?
began to slowly shepherd them
driver's
out of
license is
Israel. Some of the most
Also,
moving
like,
descriptions of
what would cause a passport that's on fire to not be on fire
give
anymore?
these young charges, placing both their hands on
I would
heads,
stop at his face.
pronouncing a blessing on them
Just
to
curious.
live.
I mean, once things are on fire and they're made out of paper or plastic, generally they don't stop being on fire until there's nothing else to burn. How does it stop?
Women's League that she
Well, that to his
formed at
face.
this
Well, how
point
about all
was
these fires? This is the big debate I'm looking to for how we
Jewish women's
debate all the
groups.
time.
This
You
is
have all
not
these houses that are incinerated, and then there's all these trees that are perfectly fine. So then you get into the debate, like what causes fire? Oh, it's drought, okay, but why are the trees okay? Because they have water in them. Well, are we in a drought or do we have water? And that's when you get into
Hitler's
vibrations, like high
prescription
you know, like,
for women in Germany, which was
radio waves, stuff like that.
Everyone
thinks it's a direct, that's a big part of this. People think it's direct energy.
Children and
fires are caused by radio waves. That's what you're saying. Like, you know, some people are going down. Okay, so I want to tell you this story. So right around the Paradise fires, right after that, Eddie and I are doing tinfoil hat. We do Bakersfield first, and then we go to Sacramento.
Began to adopt it.
Both shows, someone from PSG shows up.
What's
She
PG?
was slowly dying of cancer when she was
What is
finally sent to the Gestapo at age 77 and subject
the people
to a
who have
grueling
the smart
interview.
meters on all of these houses. They're the ones who run the electricity and the power for all of California. First show we do in Bakersfield, a bunch of guys who look like 0 Dark 30 show up. They're like, yeah, we'll work at PG&E. I'm like, oh, that's super interesting because that just happened. Then the next time in Sacramento, and I remember this very well because it was the last night I ever drank alcohol ever in my life. There was some hot blonde with a fat rack.
It is such a
and I'm like, today's my sobriety goes away. So I have a shot with her. She tells me she's from PG. So both nights in a row, we have people show up to our show from this company that everybody says could be behind it with these smart meters. Okay. So I ask you a question before you go on. This is here in Bakersfield, is that what you're saying? The first show is Bakersfield. That's where the zero show. Sacramento. And where do these people work? Where's their building? Where PG&E's all over California, right? So they were at different offices. Both of those places, a lot of people don't go to, right? Like it's when you, like when people go, when we do the show in Bakersfield, back when I lived in LA, they're like, holy shit, someone came out here. Right? Like no one goes out there. Yeah, so that's, I would imagine if you're at PG&E, you're stuck in some fucking town. I mean, it's possible. It's very weird that 2 shows in 2 nights. I'm just saying it's super interesting. It's weird, but it's also, it's like those people that work for these organizations, they are probably just regular people living lives, and they like your show. I like conspiracy. I like those. I just like some of the put the brakes on stuff. So it's with the radio waves causing fires. Okay, so Wednesday, Pacific Gas Electric revealed to federal judge that utility equipment issues may have caused fires in some California counties, including Kern County. According to the court documents, May 30th and 31st, Bell Ridge Fire burned 53 acres after a power line fell, causing the grass to catch on fire. The documents also said that PG&E worker had identified a broken tie wire but was not fixed in time. So this is from 2019, right? So caused fires including Fresno, Mariposa, and Butte. Yeah. So I had somebody hit me up one time, and they were talking about how there's a weird percentage that insurance companies do whether your house could catch on fire. Right? Yeah. And fire insurance, stuff like that.
It's brutal in California now. You can't get fire insurance.
Well, she was telling me that everyone on her block had like a really high rating except for her house. And I go, well, does your house have a smart meter on? She goes, no. I'm the only one on the block that doesn't have a smart meter on. She goes, holy shit, right? So what's really interesting about the Sacramento show, besides the big dude, the PG&E person, or whatever, is I'm outside on the balcony, right? I'm outside on the patio talking to everybody after a show, and this woman comes up to me, and she goes, you know, I live in paradise. I go, really? I go, what happened? She goes, I have to tell you this story. She goes, I was just chilling there, like on her porch or something like that, and she looked up, and she saw this like silver cigar thing in the sky. Right, the silver cigar thing, and she said lights were going back and forth, and this is right before the fire, back and forth. And then she said suddenly the lights all just went, oh! And then there were fires everywhere. And I stopped thinking about this story a long time ago. Then suddenly videos now are popping up all over Twitter. If you go to my Twitter, samtripoli.com, there's a video right now of a guy playing catch with his dog, and he throws the frisbee, and when the dog goes up to grab the frisbee, suddenly you see something just fly through the air. That is a silver like cigar looking thing.
Okay, let me see this video, because there was a time where Eddie Bravo and I got way too high, and we thought that rods were flying through the air. We watched this documentary on rods. You remember rods?
I know.
Okay. You got into conspiracies a little later, son.
I've always been a conspiracy.
This is one of the dumb ones. This is a really dumb one. So there's these things that supposedly flew so fast through the sky that you could only see them in video footage. You couldn't see them with the naked eye. Turns out what it was bugs flying quickly close through where the lens is, and it's a video artifact. So it stretches these bugs out and makes them look like rods that are flying through the air. It's just because the video's not that good.
So there was a show, I forget the show, something Finding Monsters or something like that on the History Channel, I believe. One of those shows. You know those shows? Yeah. And they were trying to find out what rods were. So they set up cameras just to try to see if they could capture them and film. And then they set up a super high-speed camera in the same location. And they did it over like a little campfire so that bugs would be flying around. And I think it was campfire. Whatever, some kind of a light where bugs were flying around. And then they were filming it. And then on the high-speed camera, you could clearly see it was bugs. But on the low-speed camera, it looked like these things are long, tubular things we've never identified flying through the air, but it's just video artifacts.
Okay, this thing slows it down. It doesn't look like a bug.
Let's see.
Did you find it? It was like one of the newer videos I found.
What do you think it is? Think it's a UFO?
Although it's hard
I
to
don't
parse out
believe.
exactly what this stone means, it is an indication.
Do you know that we've had flying crafts that have been going 200 miles an hour before the Civil War?
Already making their way.
We can talk. Here it is. Give me a moment.
By the time we get to the end of the
Here's
first
a dog.
millennium, we know that there's
Bro, that dog's gangster. That's a good steep ledge.
Yeah, okay.
Let me see it again.
And just let it play because it shows you what it is.
And the Jews had some significant economic successes. As we see, the same kind of pattern happening elsewhere in the European continent. Jews
You
are
think that's a
sometimes
bug?
between
Okay, it's gonna slow it down.
Yeah, it's a fast
primarily
moving
because
bug.
of their economic productivity and the designs.
Do you think that there's that thing behind it? Is that here's the thing? Is that
in general, they are
the inability of the video to catch it because it doesn't seem like it? Because the video is catching it. I don't know enough about high-speed filming or about what this is, the slow-mo filming.
Will be responsible for the fight, and also the related blood libels.
The blurry shit behind it's weird. You know, where it looks like it almost has like a jet coming out the back.
I think that's all part of it.
Drums followed.
What do you think that is, Jimmy? Right, but what's that trail?
You think that's a bug? The wings. Looks like a fucking.
Yeah, as it's moving fast, so it's stretched out as a video artifact, just like the rods.
I was just saying full video. It just looks like the wings of a bug, and looks like there's a body and some giant wings.
I don't. Yeah, but what kind of bug looks like that?
And what kind of
I'll
bug
show you.
is that fast here?
I mean, I think it's a perspective thing. I think the bug moves. Bugs move pretty fucking fast.
Yeah,
But bugs moving fast in the right direction.
and that far away,
Little.
you're gonna see it get that far away.
Little. It's so little that as it passes by, it gets small so quickly. It gives you the illusion of more speed. Because it's so little, it disappears quickly. You ever see a mosquito and you see it float into the air and then it's gone? You can't find a fire because there's too little.
Right, I
So they
understand
just,
that.
once they go a certain distance away, it's like they went a
But
million
look how
miles.
far away that is. I mean, that is way far away.
Right over the camera. That's what I think happened. I think it went right over the camera, and I think within a couple of seconds, like, look where it goes. It's like right, I think it's right over the camera in the right direction, and I think it only takes like, a millisecond for a fucking bug to do that. Let's see it again. Watch, here it goes.
Something at its farthest point.
Let's just not stop it. There it goes. It's already gone. That is pretty fast.
Particularly in the city of
Okay, I changed my mind.
this is the era
Maybe,
Spanish
maybe there's a type of bug that I'm not aware of that moves really fast, though. Where is that swimming?
I don't know where that comes from.
That means a lot.
Welcome.
Like, we need to know where it is.
They've had crafts since before the Civil War. They were building crafts that went 200 miles an hour.
Okay, who's they, and where did
The
you
U.S. government.
before the Civil War?
Yeah.
Before 1865.
Yeah.
They had crafts that could go 200 miles an hour in the air.
Yes.
Who made them?
You can look it up. Pre-Civil War aircraft. There was a bunch of like German scientists in America that were working with the U.S. government.
So this predates Orville Wright.
I'm just telling you,
right? Doesn't it?
Yes. I don't know dates.
I think it does, right? Isn't Orville and Wilbur Wright? Is that the end of the 1800s?
Autonomy and
When was that?
they have a relatively secure lifestyle by the
I
time
love
they get
it.
to
Go on
the 17th century,
ChatGPT.
protected by
When did Orville and Wilbur Wright fly the first
19th
plane?
century, you see an era of tremendous change. And have a look at this graph here, which
So
shows you
you're telling me that in 1865,
from
I'm telling you, in 1865, they had flying crafts that got, well, as long as you've done multiple shows on it, brother, I'm the truth, okay? Where the fuck did you hear this? I had two guys, Joseph P. Farrell was on, and he's like amazing, and he was breaking down that there were his Joseph P. Farrell's area of expertise. Hidden history, he does a lot in religion, particularly, as he's self-taught. No, he's really a great interview, man. I believe he's a self-taught. Does he have like a look it up real quick? Yeah. Education and stuff, or he's written like 1,000 books on it. That's a lot of books, dude. I can barely read one book. I'm stuck on Alexander II right now. And what is he saying? He's saying that in the pre-Civil War and during the Civil War, they had crafts that were traveling at 200 miles an hour. Okay, and you can find pictures of it on the internet. Well, as long as it's pictures. Well, there's drawings, dude. Someone took time. As long as it's drawings. Come on, man. Why, Jamie, you're leaving me here. Hang on, he'll get you. He'll get you. It's gotta be legit. It's in there. It sounds so legit. Will you look up why had Joey Farrell so many years before they flew the first very primitive plane that could barely get off the ground, and credit those guys with developing the first plane, big plane, an aircraft. Oh, that's true. Thank you. Oh, so is it like a blimp? I'm trying to dig down. Listen to Jamie get all pissy. It's true. It's true. No, it's a good point. Yeah, it could be a blimp, right? Like when they first started doing blimps. That's was that the whole point of like Led Zeppelin? That they didn't want people getting on blimps, so they like crash that shit. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. You guys think I'm nuts. I'm just telling you, bro. Everything's a psyop. I love it. I want to hear more psyops. I'd rather go that way than the other way. That nothing's a psyop. I want to hear that everything's a psyop. Everything's a psyop. Dude, someone should do conspiracy news. It'll be 10 times better than what you see on television. I was watching, like, my girlfriend can't stop watching MSNBC. It doesn't matter how much they lie to her. She's like dug in, and that's her team, right? And so I'm listening to Rachel Maddow the other day talking about like demonizing RFK Jr. about mRNA vaccines, right? Yeah. You want a cigar? Smoke a cigar? No, I don't. But I'll put another.
But he said it with a rather different intonation.
Please continue. So she, you want to try one? No, I'm good. So Rachel Maddow just completely told everybody if you get the vaccine, there's a 100% chance you won't get COVID. You know, it's now telling everybody how important mRNA vaccines are. It's like she was only off by 100%. It was a trying time. We didn't know. How did I know? I'm a Dick Joe comic who's functionally illiterate. Mistakes were made. Not on my part. Yeah, no. Well, it's just, it was weird to me where a lot of lefties all of a sudden were trusting the pharmaceutical drug. It's really weird. Like, what happened, guys? Like, what did we used to believe in? We used to think that big pharma was like trying to make money, and you should really be taking organic food and, you know, taking vitamins and eating healthy and drinking water and going to yoga. Like, what happened? What happened? And everybody's like, inject me. What happened? And then, you know, I live in California where they're all about my body, my choice, except for when it comes to vaccines. And I had arguments with people. I'm like, I thought you were my body, my choice. Now you're telling me I have to take a vaccine. They're like, it's different. It's not. It's not at all. None of it seemed like it was to some people at the time, because some people got way more anxious about the pandemic than other people. Those people just, they reacted so strongly, they thought that other people that weren't doing the right thing were fucking it up for everybody, because that's what they believed at the time. The problem is, most of those people never kind of owned up to what they did, because they were wrong, and we did get hoodwinked, and there's still people that are trying to defend it, and like, stop trying to defend it. The data's out. Didn't stop infection. Didn't stop transmission. That alone would have stopped almost everybody from taking it, or a lot of people from taking it. And they knew that. They knew that from the jump. They never did studies on whether or not it would stop infection. They just wanted to see if it created antibodies. The whole thing is, when you listen to RFK Jr. talk about it, you're like, this can't be cool. He can't be telling the truth. Yeah, and then you find out he is. You're like, this is nuts. This is nuts. Right, and then have you ever seen when they broke down how long it would actually take to make like 5 billion vaccines that they wanted for everybody? It would take 10 years. It was just the thing that they had done it in front of everybody and everybody agreed to it. And then once they realized they agreed to it and they realized they got duped, they don't want to admit they got duped. Yes. They want to be right, not do right. Yeah, and then there's how many like really nutty, like Marxist, left-wing, lunatic like conferences do I see online where they're all masked? Dude, I'm fine when people are masked. They're still in masks. They're still in masks. Everyone else doesn't have a mask. We're all living. They're wearing like super heavy masks. It's so, I said it before, it's Democrats MAGA hat. That's what it is. You let everybody know exactly what you vote for. You have a mask, you're wearing it everywhere. I love that. It's like I know who the retards are, but there's like groups online where they talk about the importance of masking and they meet up and about how responsible these non-maskers are and COVID hasn't gone away and I have respiratory this and infectious that and immune suppressing this and fuck man, yeah. What happened? It's not good. But it was just one cold. It was a little harder than most flus, and everybody got duped.
Now, if you think about the relative numbers,
yeah. And then you go, what about the 5G they're cranking up? What about what they're spraying in the skies? And now is an acceptable fact that they're doing geoengineering of our skies. Like 5 years ago, you were a crazy conspiracy theorist. Now there's laws being passed about it. And you put all that together, you're like, that's how people get sick. It's weird, like even cloud seeding, you know, which is legal. Like you can seed the clouds and you can make it rain, but like, how exact is this science? How, you know what I mean? Like, what happens if you cause floods like they did in Dubai? Did you see that? Yeah, camels just flying down the fucking Lamborghinis, drowning.
Yeah, the geographic center of
nothing about 200 miles an hour. But I found multiple things talking about aircraft, including helicopters used by the South.
The Confederate Army. I get my phone for a second just to see if I can find it.
I found it. I was digging through the
They had that General Lee helicopter.
Here's the transcript where he's talking about the history with his friend Beasley or something like that.
Who was saying this?
The guy Sam was talking about.
What is his name?
His podcast.
What's his name again, Sam? Joseph P. Farrell.
Yeah. When the Civil War with the airship mystery, my friend Walter Bosley has written an interesting book called Origins about the Black Projects, world airships that exist in this country prior to the Civil War. But the thing about the speed.
Yeah, we talked about it. It was either him or the 2 episodes later they talked about how it went 200 miles an hour.
Lincoln went to Congress to get funding, or is trying to get funding for some of this. There's a whole thing here about balloon corps of the Army back to the Civil War.
Isn't Lincoln another one they got rumors about? Yeah. Like closeted dog. Or maybe like everybody did it back then.
That's what I'm thinking back then.
So they just fucked.
The thing with the Lincoln stuff, they just sit there like,
bring me, come over here, Bob.
Together.
No, that's true. That's true. You know, it's probably not that weird for us, but back then it was like excommunication.
But yeah, airships. They're called airships. Is what they were called.
And there's a certain like, so was that supposedly a thing where a person could get in?
Oh yeah. So the boats with airbags, we haven't seen other flying machines here.
Okay, so what that looks like is like sails. Right? Can you show me that thing again? Look at that, Sam. That's like sails, like a sailboat. But it's even crazier than a base. So do you just jump off a cliff with that? How do you get that bitch off the ground?
One I had was describing, I think it's this, there was a traveling gas thing that went along with it, so I keep refueling. I can see a mobile gas generator.
Okay. Oh my God. See if you can look up. That's crazy. Tinfoil Hat 901. That's the episode, and there's a picture of the crap that they had made. So they're just refueling these balloons with gas. These aren't even balloons. It's like literal like aircrafts that are going 200 miles an hour. Okay. What are they? So when the reason I bring that up is
because if we go, they got these silver cigar things. Like, think about how long ago that was.
Like that bug.
Okay. Bug, the bug, spare, whatever you want to whatever helps everybody sleep at night, you know, but they got the tech, that's it. That's what they had in 2000. In the pre-Civil War. Walter Bosley, he came out and talked about it. Who drew that? You can find those. I mean, I don't know who specific. The guy's name's up in the corner.
That thing can go 200 miles an hour.
Yeah.
What's it powered by?
Oh, that's it. It's guys with NYMZA arrows and the secret shit. Yeah, you know I'm retarded, right? I do now. I want to know what that image is. What power? Yeah, these are them. These are the crafts that they had. They were working on.
So a person gets inside that fucking thing?
Yeah, look at that. And then there's a propeller back there.
Who was working on this? The South?
No, the North. The North in Germany.
The South. No, you said the South. The South had some sort of helicopter.
Oh, the South
South had a different kind of thing. So, but this thing is different.
Yeah,
whatever this is. So, is it a bunch of fans?
I don't know.
Outside a bunch of fans, right?
Or propellers, you know?
Right.
But as I mentioned at the outset,
they had that way back in the 1850s. Look at those guys.
I think that thing went 200 miles an hour. I think somebody lied.
Maybe. But they had that.
200 miles an hour. Step right up.
Just think of what kind of dominance you could have at that time with that kind of craft. You know, and that quickly.
I think back then they used to thought if you went that fast, you were going to explode.
Right.
Yeah, they used to think that. Well, they thought that before the trains.
But again, Germany's involved. Germany basically funded the North when they needed money because, you know, Lincoln was issuing greenbacks. I have one in my house. I bought a Lincoln greenback $20. Pretty sweet. I forget how much I paid for it. Yeah, it's like one of my favorite things I have. But
so that's just a very quick survey of the area. There's obviously a lot more to say.
Sacrificing a child for the air gods.
We're going to say more about that.
So, do you think that most of the UFO sightings that people see are U.S. government crafts? Yeah, so do you think it's back-engineered stuff, or do you think we invented all the technology?
I think we work with entities that give us technology. I mean, it goes back to what we talked before about, you know, Admiral Byrd and, you know, that whole thing. I think it was Eisenhower made a deal. And I told you this, and that's where the missing 401 comes from. All the people who disappear in force. There's really weird connections between all of them. They tend to be of German descent, high IQ, and they just disappear in the forest. And Eddie Bravo has a really interesting theory about it, about how there's all these movies about all these people dying in forests and everyone dying in the ocean, you know, to scare you from going out there. Like, I'm afraid of sharks. Like, I don't want to go out in the ocean, but what's going on in the ocean? We see stuff coming out of the ocean all the time. What's going on way deep down there?
Well, sharks are real. Sharks are real. You should be scared of them. The ocean is unforgiving.
And alligators.
And it's a rational fear.
Right. Basically,
fear the ocean.
Like, you know, Jaws makes this thing boom right in your face, right? But when probably before that, nobody was thinking about sharks.
Well, you know, Jaws is based on real men, right?
Apparently go faster. They have something that anti-gravity fuel called NBS.
What? They had anti-gravity gas in World War II.
I mean, so there apparently was something, this guy at LSU, who was the guy who was credited with the drawings, he was in something called the Sonora Aero Club. Also, they found all this in a junk pile somewhere in Texas in 1850. They found it in the 60s.
Yeah, they were working with German scientists.
NB gas for lift and propulsion. So it's like some sort of, I guess, secret aero club for a bunch of guys that were into But what does that mean, an anti-gravity fuel? I'd like to have someone read that knows what the fuck those words mean. It doesn't sound like a fuel. Because we do based on our timelines and this notion that we came from cavemen. You know, that I don't say
I think there's been multiple society, civilizations that just keep getting reset. I think that's true. I agree with that. I think there's a lot of really compelling evidence that shows that. Have you seen Jesse Michael's new video? No. He's got a video on those tridactyl mummies in Peru, where he went down there and had them CAT scanned and had them
survival.
Dude.
For survival points are necessary to survive.
Let's go to the book club right after this.
12
ammonia gas.
put to you in this course.
Does it say it's
I
bullshit?
know many of you are thinking about the grave.
I mean, it's like, how's it going to defy gravity? Unless you're talking about, like, just lift like a helium balloon.
If
That's got to be anti-gravity gas.
12 levels.
That's not what I think of when I think of anti-gravity. I think of, like, space tech that allows you to, like, shoot giant distances instantaneously, like we hear about from these crafts. But let's just say this is real, and I do believe it's real, 100%. Like, what do they have now? I mean, it's so far down the line. I mean, that's so long ago. That's like, 175 years ago. The technology that they could have. That's interesting about this club. I don't know how many enthusiasts in the 1800s there would have been. You know, people would have been interested in flying, I guess, to do it, but the Nazi bell, which is a big part of World War II that nobody ever talks about. Right, that was like a flying craft that they were trying to develop, right? Right. So the Nazis were apparently trying to come up with a bunch of different shapes for crafts. One was a bell, right? One was kind of flying saucer-like, right? Yeah. I mean, that's a whole part of life. Have you ever heard of Martin Bormann? I always wonder. That's pretty dope. I always wonder when they talk about stuff like that, like the Nazis trying to make a flying saucer. Was that because they were trying to emulate something that they had seen, or that there was some sort of a hidden historical record of? You know, because if only the people that are at the head of the military today, or the head of these military contractors, really know whether or not these packaged UFOs. If there are, they have them. And if they don't know about them, they probably don't exist when the other companies have them. Right? Yeah. So, you know, you gotta wonder, what were the Nazis doing? Were they trying to emulate something that they knew existed? When did governments, if there really is a real phenomenon, if this isn't just total gaslighting and propaganda and bullshit to get you to believe that aliens are out there because they've got like crazy high tech that's 50, 60, 70 years past where we really think it's. Both of those things are hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that the government would get behind the kind of whatever kind of program that would develop a genuine anti-gravity engine that could move through space and time, that could go through the ocean, that makes a device transmedium, creates like a portal around it where it exists completely independently of everything that we're experiencing in 3D space. It just goes through stuff. The idea that they have that and kept it secret seems kind of crazy. I'm not saying it's possible. What I'm saying by that, it's like you hear famous stories of people whose fathers worked at Area 51. And he never once told them what they did. Oh yeah, people keep their mouth shut. They also know that they have to keep their mouth shut because if you don't, you can get in real trouble. You know, if you have top secret clearance and you go blabbing, they're listening to everything you say. They're checking your emails. They know. 100%. 100%. I think people can keep secrets. I really do. And they have you looking over here when it's really over here. They do that all the time. Like Area 51 is kind of like the shiny object that everyone's, oh, there's Grayson. And then it's really the mountain that's like 10 miles away that they've hollowed out. That's speech.
It's a public speaking
Or you get into NASA, right? Everyone thinks it's in
believe it will be an absolutely
Houston. The real NASA is in Huntsville, Alabama. So this is a funny story. So Eddie and I are doing stand-up, and we're doing the Temple Hack comedy night. And we go to Nashville, we pack it out. Sandy's, I think it is. We pack it out the break. So they sent us to Huntsville, and we go, I was like, yeah, man, we're going to be stamped in Alabama. It's going to be great. Let's go. So we drive up, we get to the hotel, we go to the comedy club, and the fucking parking lot is packed, and we're like, dog, we packed this motherfucker. It's going to be great. Well, it's like Sharon Underwood or one of those black female comics is performing there, and it's all her crowd. No, it's not her. It's the one who has the daytime talk show. I forget what her name is. No disrespect. She's hilarious. She backed it out, and it's her crowd. So she runs. The show goes like this. And all of a sudden, her crowd leaves, and our crowd comes in, and it's 45 people. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I just keep looking up there going, fuck. And he's going, I know we're in trouble because Sam's always positive about it, and he just can't stop yelling fuck. So we do the show, 45 people. It's a great show. We have a good time. We get off stage. The sound guy comes up to me and goes, whoever sent you here sent you up to fail. Because this is the realness. This is where all of the satellites are controlled from. This is where Von Braun went when he came to America. And in Huntsville, Alabama, into the late 80s, you were not allowed to talk about how he was a Nazi because he had all convinced himself that he was forced to do it against his own will, and even though he was a horrible person, if you hear the stories about the real Nazi. Yeah, but they convinced themselves that he did it against his own will. So that's where the real, so they always have you look over here when everything's going on over here. Well, that one would be without any assistance. Nevertheless, there are ways to do it much better. And if that's true about walking, how much more so is it relevant for speaking? Because speaking is really what truly makes us video out there. It's called American Nazi 60 Minutes. We gotta speak like a man. Obviously, we're going to get into primarily business applications of speech. We're talking about presentation. What's going on? Why are all these Nazis here? Why isn't anyone getting talking about? So he's pressing, he's doing like Freedom of Information Act, and he's pressing and pressing, and one day they got agreed to it. So the CIA says, you can look at these documents, you can't take pictures, and you can't take notes. You can just read. So he reads it. And he finds out that basically what happened was a Rockefeller, Nixon, and I think it was Eisenhower formed a committee, and they're all the ones that bring them over. In a way that conveys the so you got all these guys what you're trying to express at the same time as you
I never knew that.
communicate to them the
Like if
content
you're going in
of the
hiding,
message that
dude,
you have to
why
deliver.
wouldn't you
So
change
it's
your name?
really
None of them
essential
change your name.
factor, not only in your professional zone, but
Right?
also
None of them
as
change. Yeah, that was
your
it.
human
So
development.
82
Let's just look
US
at
agency
a
live
classic
cover of
text. I'm sure some of you will occasionally see
60
this
minutes.
text.
Eisenhower,
Around once a year.
Nixon,
Hashem
Rothschild,
creates
Eisenhower,
human
imagine
being
60
and
minutes
says
to
here,
would never happen.
Nishmas
Government talk to them. Hey, guys,
translate that phrase for me.
let's not. Yeah, let's
Very
not.
good.
Right?
He breathed into it the sort of life. What's your name, sir?
I agree, dude. They're American heroes. They got something to shut the fuck
Mr.
up.
Adelson,
Nobody ever talks about Martin Bormann. Who was like, if you don't know Martin Bormann, you don't know nothing about World War II.
Very
Lived
good.
peacefully in Argentina. Second sex. Carter tried to get him out of there. Let's scroll back up. It says, John Loftus, former prosecutor with the Justice Presidential Office of Special Investigations that was set up in 1980 by President Carter to root out Nazi collaborators, made the allegations in an interview with Michael Moss on the CBS program Sunday. Yeah, I have Nazi collaborators given jobs in the United States. Some were later sent to the Soviet Union in parachute teams in an unsuccessful attempt to perform assassinations and start civil wars. Yo, that is crazy. We're flying Nazis into Russia to start civil wars. So like this guy on, I think I talked about last night, a dark journalist who does really great work. He's talking a big reason why JFK was assassinated, that NASA was involved because JFK wanted to give Russia all these documents and information they had about these UFOs because he didn't want them to think that they were like nuclear planes, like dropping bombs and stuff. And because NASA was so full of Nazis and they still hated the Russians, they didn't want that to happen. Well, that might be one reason. There's multiple reasons. It says, he said the State Department's Office of Policy Coordination is the first covert spy agency set up in the United States, predating the CIA by several months, smuggled several hundred Nazi collaborators into America. Hundreds. After World War II for intelligence purposes. Wow. Barney Frank, Massachusetts, today called the House. These get some big ones. So before we do about
we use speech to express complex ideas. Now,
animals do communicate as well. Lots of sources in the Gemara as well for this idea.
I don't
But the
remember.
idea of speech, that's something
kinda
that truly
crazy.
distinguishes us as humans.
Meanwhile, these
So
guys
in many
working
ways,
from
what
NASA,
we're going to talk about
Nazi
the
doing
next 2
scars
weeks
on their
is
face. They
how
look
we're
so
going to
sinister.
define and
Video,
develop
they
our
interviewed
speaking
Nazis
skills,
who
which are
still
really
defended everything they
essence of our
did. It
humanity.
was
The
written.
very
None of
first
them changed their
descriptor,
names.
really, of what is a
They all
human
just
being
defended
has
what
to
they
do with.
did. And it was crazy.
Now check
It's a
this out.
crazy video
With
to
this
watch.
smartboard, I can just erase the whole thing. All right, look at that.
Imagine
I
Werner
love
von
these
Braun
smartboards. We got to get
used
some
to
next one.
hang
Okay,
5
let's go
slowest
to
Jews
the
in front of the rocket factory.
next
To
screen
motivate
here.
workers.
Let's have a look
And
just
that
for a
was where
second.
Berlin
This is
rocket factory.
a rather brilliant
And they
speaker.
convinced themselves
Anyone
he didn't
recognize the
want to
face?
do it.
Very good, Dr. Martin
And
Luther
this
King.
gets into this whole
This
thing
is
that
his famous
about what's going to happen
speech, the
in
last speech. And we're just going to look at it for a second because he illustrates a lot of the concepts that I want to get across in this class. Basically, I want you to focus on 3 basic elements of speaking. It's all over the
Since we
board. It's
never
on your
comment on
syllabus. You'll see it
intelligence
everywhere.
matters and we're not commenting on something that happened in the 1950s. That'd be like saying, I'm not commenting on
Three
that.
basic elements. One is
Right, you
content.
imagine? I mean, we're still trying to
What
find
is
out
it
what the
that you're
fuck
trying
happened
to
to
say?
JFK.
What is the
There's
message?
63.
The second is context.
I think
It's
there's one
incredibly
person still
important that you
alive, and that's why
recognize
they don't want to
to
tell you
whom
about it.
are you
Really?
speaking?
Which guy?
In what setting? For what purpose?
I don't know exactly her role in it,
These
but
are
she's
the
supposed to be some
contextual
part of it.
factors
She's
are
like
huge.
kind of
And then
someone when she
finally, there's
dies.
the
They'll release
instrument.
the hound. They'll
We'll
release
talk
more.
about what the instrument is
Unless
in
the
a few
families
minutes.
don't want,
But what I'd like to do is
that's why
have a
they're
look
slow
at how
rolling this
in
out,
this
because they
2-minute
don't want
speech,
anyone who's still
Martin Luther
alive
King really
fixing
is a
prosecution.
master
My question
of
was always, though, what could
context.
possibly be
He
in there?
understands his
It's not
crowd
like we shot
and
him.
is going to
This
use
is where we
2
stood.
principal
You know,
techniques.
Bobby took the
The
first
first is
shot
going to
with the
be
Jeffrey Epstein list. It's like, what do you think they're going to do? What their name and what they order? You know, they're never going to have people. The list is one thing.
Kellyanne
What
Conway
she was
is actually
saying
very
about
famous for this. We'll
videos
look
is
at her
another
style a
thing.
little bit later.
That's crazy. Well, that's
And
the whole point
secondly,
that they
he's going
believe
to
behind
tap
the
into
P.
the
Diddy trial.
shared
It's
meaning
really
system
about
of his
getting his
audience
tapes.
that I
And
believe
why would
you
they
gentlemen will
release
also
the
share,
names when
and
they
that
could have the
creates a
names
huge
and blackmail
resonance in
everybody
terms
on
of
the
how he
list and in
conveys
the
his
video?
message.
Right.
It's a very powerful
Why would they
speech.
give that away?
Let's
Why
have a
would they
quick look
intelligence
at
agencies? They can control these people. Right. You see one of them finds a commercial, you know what's up. 100%. I'm like, you remember during the height of it, you're like, oh, you did something weird. I like to watch politicians who are pushing all this fucking bullshit, whether it's COVID or BLM or Nazi or Zionism and all this shit. And I go, what weird shit do they got you fucking on video? Weird shit. Pam Bondi, who was a part of the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing in Florida, and now she's like, yeah, there's videos. There's no video. What was she a part of? So when the first time he gets arrested, she was part of that whole thing. She was part of the process. She was like some AG or something in Florida. Was she involved in that case? Yeah. Interesting. And you're like, what do they got you doing? Well, there's so many people that would be implicated. That's what's nuts, watching it not play out and watching these powerful people sort of huddle up together and hold the line. It's kind of crazy. And you got all these pedo hunters, and they're doing great jobs getting these guys off the streets, but they're all low level. It makes you feel like, oh, we're doing something. No, you're just getting low level guys out. You're not getting, when the Me Too movement and they were accusing people of all this, they're trying to make it seem like these guys are a part of it. No, dude. You know, if you're a 17-year-old going to a comedy concert and then you go home to your parents still, you're not part of that. But, it's like 80% of the children who go missing are from foster care. Like, people don't understand that. It, involves dark-ass shit. Remember, there was a story that was in some sort of a television show about a scandal that involved child sex trafficking with politicians. It was in the 90s or something like that. There was weird stuff in different strokes. They constantly had episodes on that stuff. TV show different strokes. There's one where the guy owned a bike store, was giving the kids wine. Yeah. I just saw that pop up on one of my feeds, my algorithm. So there was some sort of a story that I can't remember what TV program it was. Was it the Triangle scandal or the Finder scandal where the FBI conspiracy of silence? The CAMP investigates nationwide child abuse network, reach impeaching government officials exposes systematic exploitation by power players, which involves Ronald Reagan and George involves Ronald Reagan and involves George Bush Sr.
Imagine if you are a government official and you're also a pedophile and you have to like sniff around to find out if anybody else is a pedophile.
Soviet Russia. Right?
I think that how crazy. I think that you get in there because they know that everything's about data. So you think they get pedophiles into office knowing that they're pedophiles and they control those kids, and then they feed them their addiction, and then they control them.
There's one more I'm hoping you'll get.
I mean, I'm convinced that's why Pornhub is free. They find out who's commenting on these videos and what they're into, and then they can find out, hey, does this guy have any political desires? And they kind of,
what he says, somewhere I read,
the kind of porn you're whacking out to, 100%. That's why it's free. That's why they're just seeing what's trying to push your politicians. You've heard about it. 100% with hate programs. That's what that's all about. Who's the smart ones? Who's the psychopath? And before they had all that, they were just going on campuses talking to the professors. Who's the really smart guy? And then that's what they did with the Unabomber. They knew he was a super smart guy, so they put him through all the CIA stuff and they fractured him. Well, he was fucked up from the beginning. Do you know the story? Do you ever watch the Netflix documentary? He had a disease when he was a child, so he wasn't touched for like 7 days. Or something. There was a long period of time during like his childhood developmental process, and they said he just like never had any empathy and snap on people. And then they put him in armadillo studies. And so the studies involved like humiliation, a lot of crazy shit, but they never deprogrammed him after. It's that famous how you gonna deprogram a guy who got broken from childhood because he got left alone when, you know, during time his mother's supposed to go, he's supposed to have contact with a person. Yep, he's a fucking baby, and he just, no one's touching him for like however long time it was. And then you get him involved in these LSD studies because his mother said that he would like snap at people and like he would write like horrible letters to ladies if they rejected him. Like he was already fucked up. And then they get him in the LSD studies. He ended up at Stanford. Yes. Yeah, that's got a lot of intelligence. He wasn't as racist. Am I saying that? If you study the I'm not just I don't know why I agreed to that so quickly. I know he was eventually in Montana alone. Right, that's where he was launching like sending shit to the home club. Like a cabin in Montana. I think it was that whole Kavanaugh trial. He started teaching. Was he from Berkeley? Did he teach at Berkeley? Or he was a student or a teacher's aide?
He was, in fact, killed later on.
That's a whole area where all the police were. That whole Kavanaugh trial for Supreme Court was a giant charade to get you to not actually look at his history at all. Because the woman who accused him worked at the CIA program at Stanford, and they didn't want you to look into that Kavanaugh was a deep state guy who wrote
on a program called Blackboard, which is of course management software.
Wrote the Patriot Act.
Basically, we're going to grade this course with no
they didn't want you looking at it, so they made it into wrote the Patriot Act. He will help write the Patriot Act. He doesn't believe in
every single class.
He believes in warrantless entering the houses. He thinks the president's above the law. They didn't want you ever discussing that stuff, so they're making a sex trial by a woman who has deep connections to the CIA. Her father was in charge of finding funding for black op operations. So she's
is going to be based on how
and she comes out, she says this stuff, so you think that was a diversion, and it wasn't really that she was calling about. It was just to get you to concentrate on that and not for people to focus on 100%.
And the grades will be visible to everybody.
Where'd you read that?
So since you will be grading your peers, you have to
just
be
telling you, I'm telling you, this is all charade. No one ever discussed his actual background and what he actually was about.
That's how it's going to work.
Nobody would want a guy who thinks that the president's above the law and the cops should have warrants coming to your house. That's a Supreme Court justice.
Based on how
This guy did something to me in school. He journaled about it. Journaled. I know one guy that's journaled in my life. My buddy told me that's it. Nobody else has ever journaled, and so it's easily refuted. But it's you know, geez, movement. Everyone's paying attention to it. Yeah, all these like female comics in LA are commenting on it. Boy,
you're saying too much for things like that.
But what a great way to use social media and the whole outrage machine.
Those are useful kinds of critiques.
Because the outrage machine is
a really great
it's so fun to pull the buttons.
Exactly how
you know, like doing something. Release the crackers, release all the lies, release all that stuff. People love to get involved in because it makes you feel like you're part of a movement. It gives you a purpose. Yeah, it gives you something. I stumbled across this one day. Remember we found out information about Epstein.
Okay. All right. So
we're on the island, I suppose.
Is this system clear? How we're going to divide these grades?
No. They use
it's a little bit like
mobile phone data and did like cross references.
You know, reality TV shows.
Like, you know, like this person's been here. They don't know who the people are, but like this phone has been here, here, so it looks like it could be this person. Like that. Wow. That's interesting though. The company that did it.
This is an attendance mandatory class. It's possible during the course of the year, I might want to give you some time to prepare a speech. We might cancel class with notes in advance.
Did you ever hear that they use phone data with the Kamal Harris arena shows?
Obviously, you're being graded as a speech.
Right? And it was all the same thing. How did she blow $1 billion filling arena? They tried to manufacture a big grassroots movement because they know that's what killed Hillary Clinton. You know, Bernie Sanders is doing arenas and Hillary Clinton's putting Sam Tripoli numbers in a cafeteria of like 40 people. So they realized the illusion of that. They like what that shows that there's nobody following her. So when they run her out, they go, we can't let this happen again. So we have to fill these arenas up. And they did data that was like a Grateful Dead concert. People were just following her around everywhere. Well, they were professionals. Yeah, I mean, they were making a living doing this. The underrepresented is also people that are professional protesters, which is wild. This guy's documented people protesting in different places, and he's talking about like, how much do you get paid? And like people are making a living protesting. And how is that legal? How is it legal to hire someone to go and annoy people? I thought, was it illegal? You're not allowed to protest something you don't believe in. You just show up and all I sign and they believe in it. They get paid and they believe in it. That's what you can't tell someone they don't believe in something. Well, some people are dumb and they'll be like, I don't even know why I'm here. I'm just collecting checks and getting sandwiches. Why not? There's always people like that. Give away secrets. It's always going to be like
when it grows up, but it never will. So, another way to prepare for class, I'm going to give you an advance on assignments. So, for example,
no, it's not just that. I think some people's brains don't function well.
About a moment in your life when you were
I just think you're just born with a bad brain. You also maybe have environmental factors. Like what if you're fucking working with some chemicals every day?
Like some kind of feedback. But the
how many
idea
people are
is
doing that?
to share a moving story.
How many people work in print shops just like sucking in all that fucking chemical fumes?
To everyone. You have to show equal respect to those
who knows what, you know,
who are not yet
about what you took in as a child. Oh, yeah. Leaded gasoline when we were young. That shit was everywhere. We got lead poisoning in the brain for sure. Drops your IQ a little bit. Measurable. Yeah, I get all the way. We talked about that the other day. They don't believe that lead is going to poison people. They put it in anyway because it makes money. Did you ever hear the conspiracy about that? About what? Lead gasoline about lead? No, that's really caused that, and the reason they wanted to get lead out of paint is because it made it harder for them to see through walls. And that's why all these new houses have glass windows. As
if you look at the size of the room, and I feel like
look here, amazing view through this glass window. I was watching like one of those home flipping shows, and they took out a wall, they just put a giant glass there. And the theory is that you're going through that.
For today, for example,
and you know, now they've discovered that there's these street vans driving around. can record through your walls. Watch what you're
Oh,
doing.
wait, hang on. Hey, I gotta take you
Is
too
this
much
too
time to
much?
share.
How are they looking through
let's
your
go
wall?
on.
What are they using?
The
I know they
three
can do it with
elements of
Wi-Fi
public
now.
speaking.
Yeah, that's basically what they're
This
doing.
is
They're
the way I
they just
look at
have
this
Wi-Fi
particular
is bananas. The fact that they have technology that allows you to see like 3D images in a room based on
which is
how the
basically
Wi-Fi
what
is
is it
somehow or
that you're
another
trying
like
to say.
sending it back to them.
Right?
Like, what is Wi-Fi even doing to you? Like, what is happening to you if a shit is just around you all the time, passing through your cells? Have you ever like see it on the fact they can see it? You know, like everyone's scared of radar machines, right? Everyone's scared of going through an X-ray. You don't want that. Guys, give you the X-ray behind the giant wall project, and they go fucking hide. They go hide and they press the button.
Presentation.
And we're just cool with Wi-Fi.
He doesn't say the word constitution. Doesn't say the
fat
word
level.
Moses, doesn't say the word
It's not as bad as an X-ray, but it's this weird low-level signal that they say it fucks up bees, right? Or at least cell phone signals. They say that fucks up bees. Really? I don't know if it's ever happened. You have seen this week.
In a public speech.
New contact lenses give people infrared vision even with their eyes shut. So technology uses nanoparticles to convert infrared light like the humans.
How are you?
Yo. They had to change the color because they were seeing things that were not.
Dude, why didn't you watch a UFC?
Yeah. They were things flying around them. And that's why
It's
they
what?
changed to either green or blue because the red.
Oh, dude, it's baller as fuck.
People are there. Are you using presentational aids? Are you using a microphone? Is it a somber event, a celebration?
It was amazing. I watched it in 8 of 9. It was fantastic.
My dad did drugs and I was towards the Vietnam.
And then finally, it's
that's perfect.
Earlier, I have a hazard guess, and what do I mean by instrument?
Tridactyls. Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you. So Jesse Michaels released a new video. He went down to Peru, and these people have been telling him about these mummies. They like have to see them in person. They are humanoid, but they don't seem to be human. They have a different amount of ribs, but they have like all the cartilage and all the ligaments and all the bones and everything is in place that makes it look like, if you go to Jesse's show, go to his YouTube channel, because he's got some video footage of the actual like CAT scans and they're showing you the tissue. And look at those skulls. Bananas. So this is Jesse's take. I'm paraphrasing. I hope I'm not fucking this up, but some of these things are forgeries. Some of these things are just fake stuff. It's just like an art piece that someone created. But he thinks they actually have some of them that appear to be a real creature. And this real creature has 3 toes and 3 fingers, and there's depictions of these in Peru, in these ancient like carpets and ancient beads that are hundreds of years old. I think even 1,000 years old. So some of these they think are 1,700 years old, and some of these are as recent as 400 or 500 years old. But look at this tissue, elongated skulls. But like, look at how everything is in there. Like, if this is a piece of art from 1,700 years ago, somebody created this. That's nuts, man. That's an amazing piece of work if it's really just art. And if it's not art, they've managed to find some kind of creature that might have been another type of human that we didn't know existed. There might be, like, they find out, and Jesse was telling me this on the phone, like, look, this is the scan of this thing's bone structure. This is the actual thing. Like, how nuts is that, man? If that's fake, that's fucking extraordinary, because it looks like a real creature. I mean, the amount of detail, it looks incredibly real. I mean, this is incredibly real. And the head is very different than ours, very different than ours, elongated.
but also matches up with so many descriptions that people have had the encounters with beings, including the James Fox movie Moment of Contact about Argentina, Brazil in the 1990s. They describe things that look exactly like this, very small, like 3 feet tall, 3 fingers, 3 toes. That's what these things are. They might have been another form of human that we just don't have any evidence for. Well, like Denisovans, they just found recently. I think it was in the last decade, right? And then there's those new people, what is Homo juliens? Is that what it was? December of 2024, they released this paper. Found another type of human. The Flores people, the Hobbit people in Flores, that's like, I think, the 90s. You know,
it's interesting.
All of it's interesting. It's like, there's a bunch of stuff that we're just now finding out, but we want to be rigid and pretend that we know the entire landscape as far as like what different type of human timelines. What the fuck is that? If that really is 1,700 years old, that's true, or 700 years old. If that really is that, and that's a real being, and then there's more than one has a fetus inside of it, they think also has 3 fingers and 3 toes. So they're trying to get better scans on this thing, but it has a fetus inside of it. Like, that's a hoax.
Then you have room for comment.
Like, I want to know who carbon dated it, what's the results, done more than once, okay, do we know for sure how old it is? Yeah, one of them has like an implant on the back of its head.
Which is obviously context is going to be
Yeah.
visceral. It's going to be us.
I can't recommend this episode enough. Alien Mummies Found in Peru, and it's on Jesse Michael's channel. American Alchemy, great fucking show. And he goes deep, and he actually went to Peru to see these things and get them studied and scanned.
The context is more the
There's biologists who look at this that are saying this is a real creature. Whatever this is, we need to do more tests and find out more. And they're very suspicious about the actual location in which the guy said that he found them, because it's basically like these are like elite robbers that find these things, man. Yeah, and they found more than one. The crazy thing is, show them the ancient art from Peru that shows 3-fingered, 3-toed beings. Because they look just like 100%. This ancient art is hundreds of years old, man. Like, look, they all have 3 toes and 3 fingers. This is all in Jesse's episode. Just go watch that episode.
My theory on our reality is every movie you've ever watched in your life all going on at the same time. All of these movies just tell you what's really going on.
Like Harry and the Hendersons,
Everybody's really hanging out the camp. It's very interesting. I had an interview with a guy named the Paranoid American, and he came on my show, and he was talking about how based on your religious beliefs is what you see. So like if you're atheist, you see aliens. If you're religious, you see angels. And it goes on and kids and all that stuff. So it's like you only see what you want to see, and it shows up in the form that it's accessible to you. Right. So I think, yes, when you go Bigfoot, 100%. 100%. One of the craziest stories ever told to me was by a guy I met at a show. And he was telling me he did a show where people would send in their like weirdness, like stories. And he said that a guy was driving through the forest with his girlfriend and dog. And they pull him for a second, and the dog takes off. So he goes and chases him through the woods. And he looks at his dog, the dog's looking up, he looks up, and there's like what seems to be a giant green screen with something crawling on it.
And just like many of you in this room,
and they're just staring at it, and then the thing stops, notices them, they're camouflage stuff. He looks down, his dog is ran back and abandoned him. And he ran back, and his girlfriend saw him. They're like, "Let's get the fuck out of here." That gets into like kind of like the whole again missing 411 is that it's almost like Grand Theft Auto. You ever drive to Vegas and Grand Theft Auto has to render itself forever. So the whole theory is that these people go missing because the simulation doesn't want to render for just one person, and that's why they disappear. That's
so. What are the 3 things, right? If you're using that content, context, and instinct, let's go into this context idea a little bit. So, it's a great definition of communication that comes from your text.
Get injured.
And by the way, I welcome you to take notes. It's certainly very helpful. All of this is online.
The odds of you getting found if you die in the deep wilderness are not very high.
So the definition here
they
is
might find your
communication
clothes,
is the
but
process
your body will be
of creating
scavenged.
shared
All kinds of animals will eat you. They'll drag your bones away. There'll be nothing left. If there's bears in the area, there might literally be nothing left. If there's pigs in the area, there'll be nothing left. Nothing. They'll eat your bones. They'll eat everything. There'll be nothing left. So if you're just a person and you go missing, and you're in the deep woods, like miles in, you're in a bad place. And they might not ever find you. That's just a fact. There's too much acreage to look over. There's millions of acres of public land that people can just go into, and people go missing, man. You can't find them. Have you ever heard of these cadaver dogs? Yeah, and how they like these people disappear and then they're found totally somewhere else and they can't remember what just happened. That's the transform story. Yeah, I just found that one. Yeah, that is a crazy story. Yeah, it was one of the more interesting. I have an idea in my mind of what I think is truly important and beautiful. I'd say the same about Balthazar. They don't seem like they're lying. They don't seem at all like they're lying. Lazar seemed like he was telling me, you're with an elevated consciousness of each other's thoughts. But here's a story. That seems like it did not seem like a guy making up a story. And then you go back and see him talking about it. And he's talking about the same way. Exact same time. I think Klein, the more time goes on, that's the meeting with Eisenhower, where he makes a deal with that. With the aliens, I have a sense of how well is this working. They want to be able to do tests and kidnap and all that stuff. He makes a deal that you can only do it in the forest. You can't do it in the regular places, so that's why people go missing in the forest. Now, obviously, bad things happen to people. You never get here from that deal, but supposedly these people disappear, and then they're found a couple days later in a totally different place. They can't remember what just happened. Well, if I was going to do it, I'd have it. That's what I would do. I wouldn't blame anyone else for it. I'd find something to cook and math. Go tell somebody. You're not going to do it. Nobody's going to believe you. But that's, if you're just looking for biological studies, if you're just doing tests on people, a lot of people have talked about hybridization programs, and they're exposed to like their children, like they had been multiple times, they had visited, and then they were shown like a human-alien hybrid that they were told was their child. Shoot, that is crazy. Yeah, guys are getting fucked by female aliens. Female aliens are going down hard, they're jacking. They actually have sex with them. The trainees are from the future. I don't think they're trainees. I think they're aliens. They're just a different kind of whatever the fuck we are. I think we're a combination of whatever some intelligent, advanced species, whatever it is, the God ultimately for the whole thing, for the whole ball of wax. But I have a feeling, just like we've done weird shit and created poodles, I think someone might have come here and, for lack of a better term, monkeyed around with our genes and added some good shit. You know, and that's in a lot of ancient texts, man. It's in a lot of ancient depictions of how the gods created men. And that's how Nephilim's from. Fallen angels, the daughters of men. It gets weird. That's where it gets weird, because nobody wants to even consider the possibility that we have been genetically engineered. No one wants to consider it. It's kind of crazy, but also, guys, look how different we are than everything else. Yes, it's kind of weird. Yes, and they can't explain the jump from monkey to man. Yes. There's no link to that. Well, there's links. I mean, there are transitionary fossils. Like you can see, like Australopithecus, you can see the different ones. But there's a lot of weirdness in here that it doesn't cover. And one of them is the doubling of the human brain size over a period of, like, between, I think somewhere around 1 million or 2 million years. The human brain size doubled. And it's just, they're like, what happened? What happened? Maybe it was mushrooms. Maybe it was, but also, maybe mushrooms are aliens. And that's real possible. That's an alien life form that, like, exists on our planet and gives you enlightenment if you consume it. I want to microdust jiu-jitsu. That's what I would love to do. I would love to. Didn't you just have that one politician I'm talking about? Rick Perry. The book of Enoch the One. Oh, yeah, and Apollina Luna. Yeah, you know, it's like that's super. You know, you bring up nonsense on Christians, so get really upset. I don't know what the answer is. You know, I mean, I'm a spiritual man. It's like one God, Jesus, my Savior, and that's what I'm into right now. Makes me happy and vibrate at a higher level. But if you study Gnosticism,
the static.
The whole story of the demi.
Static is like all the
very
things are still
interesting.
there.
That's
But
where
you
the
gotta
fallen
like
angels
pick out the
came.
signal
The Persian
for
men come
the
from.
noise. And sometimes it's
And that's where the
very
original feminist was. The first ever feminist was Sophia, who was the feminine energy of the universe. And literally, she was like, I don't need a man, right? She literally said, like, I don't need a man. And she creates life. And she instantly knows. She made a mistake, which sounds like every single mother to me, right? So she creates the demiurge. And the demiurge doesn't understand about the higher table of God that he thinks he is God. And a lot of people believe the first God of the Testament is the demiurge.
at home thinking about what my wife
His whole thing is about
part of me is
just
thinking,
basically,
he
wants to destroy humanity. That's kind of what it really comes from. And Sophia gave us a spark of life. She gives us a spark.
But nevertheless, you got you can also have worse things. You got to say like, oh my gosh, is my fly down?
I would love that.
Because I already know.
Yeah. How is it?
Oh my gosh,
I think about that all the time.
is my hair out of place?
One of these
Stuff
flying
like that.
crafts you're talking
You got
about.
the stuff going on in your head.
So you talk about fallen angels. A lot of people like think that's a Christian mumbo jumbo. I don't believe it is at all. Because the Vedics talk about it and the Hindus talk about it, about God trapping entities in this realm that we live in. So I think the Vedics were for the Hindus, I think, are 2 or 3, and then we have the 33%, which is the fallen angels.
250 students in the room.
And then they come down, they get trapped here, and that's the whole thing about transhumanism, is that they're trying to figure out how to get out of here. Have you ever seen Lazar talk about the weirdest shit on earth when he was at his No. Well, when he said the weirdest shit, they said they had a very big file that was about religion.
I'm going to show you a very good
Basically what it boiled down to
36-second
is
clip. You may even
this
remember
file
this because it happened about 6 years ago, I think.
Yes,
President Barack Obama
wasn't specifying containers of what, like containers of souls, like I don't know, but that's the terminology they use. They view us as auspicious moment of the year soul is an energy that you have to farm or that you have to extract, just like how you extract oil from the earth. And souls are things you extract, and so you need to grow a bunch of them. So you need people just fuck up a storm and clutter up a planet, and really what you're doing is just farming souls. Yeah, that's imagine you think that you're an OnlyFans model, you're a teacher in a strip club, and you're a football player, and you're a top scientist, and you're this and you're that. But really, on the highest level, you're just
you're
in a farm.
your district. You have to be
You're in a farm, and there's a super intelligent entity that's above and beyond anything you could ever comprehend. And the only thing it doesn't have is souls. Because souls are a real element. It's just like you need cobalt to make a battery. Yeah, that's to believe you actually need a soul. Or the battery that runs the simulation. So deep, dude. Why is that weirder than black holes? You know, why is that weird? I was watching this thing on Twitter yesterday. I still say Twitter. They were discussing this black hole that's as big as our galaxy.
He just said, no.
That seems weirder. That seems even weirder than we were genetically engineered. We were genetically engineered. Seems like some shit that we would do. Yeah. Like I've had Ben Lamb and Ben Shapiro on from Colossal. Those are people that brought back the dire wolves. Yeah. Like what are we doing? By the way, you know what else that guy did? That guy created it so that you can store files in DNA.
Who's this person?
You can actually store files. So I had a guy out, he's like, you know what Epstein's files are? They're in somebody's DNA. You could look it up, Jamie. The guy literally created that you could put files in people's DNA. Whoa. That is some guy that did that. The one who did the dire wolf. They're doing a bunch of stuff. That's Ben Lamb. They're doing a bunch of stuff. And, you know, they're eventually going to bring back the minutes.
But then we'll go straight into the 1 minute speeches. The last element, the first two is content, the second is context, third is instrument. Here's an excellent TED talk in which the speaker goes through some basic elements
why we should be bringing these back.
How to use it. He starts And there's a little bit about 3 minutes. This video is 7 minutes long.
Sometimes
The
that
first
simple
3
answer is
minutes
the
is
right.
kind of
Yeah.
like
Sometimes you bring things back just because it's cool. Should you bring back dire wolves and let them loose? No. They're bigger than regular wolves. They're super powerful. You're making a mistake. Like, regular wolves are hard enough to deal with. Dire wolves might very well like to hunt people. It's like super possible. Yeah, it's like introducing those anacondas or boas into like the Florida Everglades. Yeah. Like they're just dominating. Just bring in regular wolves and they'll place fucks everything. Yeah. Like, what's going on in Colorado? How about the cute animals? Can we bring back cute ones? Yes. That's what I'm looking for. Bring back cute guys. But then they're all going to get eaten. Because you're going to have to eventually let them go, and then something's going to fucking prey on them. And then you're going to have a disaster. Or they're going to wind up eating a bunch of shit that they're not supposed to eat. And they're going to kill some species off. That happens all. It's like Australia's like got multiple cases of like different animals they brought in to combat different animals. And now they have like feral cats everywhere. Jeez. Have you ever heard of orphan trains? Have you ever heard of the orphan trains? That reminds me of the orphan train. I remember when I was a kid, I would see cartoons and they're like, this orphan train's going to go off the tracks. And I'm like, why are there a bunch of orphans in the train? And then you start getting into what that really is. This is where Cabbage Patch dolls come from. What? Genetics? Yeah, what the fuck are you saying? Orphan trains, dude. What is an orphan train? The theory is, you know, they kind of did this in Canada with the indigenous, where they sent them to other parts of the country so they couldn't learn any of their culture. And basically the thought is that either they brought kids from where they were born and brought them to the other parts of the country and gave them to the elites to raise as children or do whatever they wanted to do with them. Okay, it says orphan trains were large-scale social experiment in the United States where orphaned, abandoned, or homeless children were transported from crowded eastern cities to rural areas in the Midwest to be adopted and placed in homes. Between 1854 and 1929, an estimated 200,000 to 250,000 children were relocated primarily by the Children's Aid Society, and its founder, Charles Loring Brace. This movement is considered a precursor to the modern foster care system. So that's a very clean version of it. But the whole belief is that these are the children of, I'm just going to throw out a name out of Taria or stuff like that. And that they're the children of this to kind of erase history. Well, it gets even crazier into Cabbage Patch dolls, right? These Cabbage Patch kids. And they had these world fairs where they would literally sell, like, incubated children. Have you heard of that? And Jerry Seinfeld says both his parents were those type of kids. What is incubated children? Because if you look up World Fair Cabbage Patch doll kids, basically it's almost like science laboratory children. Hold on. What are you saying? What? You can't hear you, Jamie. Something weird about that when I go and I'm trying to figure out what is it? I'm just, well, we're not anywhere really yet. Cloning, Cabbage Patch, Kids, and the Mystery of Repopulation postcards. And Seinfeld says his parents are both those. And they would have displays at World where you could go and get a kid. Wait a minute, what do you mean his parents were? What you said his parents were made it allowed? Is that what you're saying? I think he said his parents were either orphan trained kids or Cabbage Patch kids. And a lot of people think that's where the NPCs come from. Orphan trained kids would mean that his parents were orphans and they were shipped off to another hand, whatever they were being West. You know, but that's what he said. We have to go with that. That sounds like a centrally crazy thing. I have to make sure that's correct. Okay. That sounds crazy. But I don't understand what the Cabbage Patch thing is, though. What are you saying that is? They were cloning kids. Well, when was cloning even possible? When did it first become possible? Hundreds and hundreds of years they've been cloning. Here, there's a thumbnail that lists all three things he's talking about. But I don't know what it is. Bro, you go down the wrong Reddit threads, don't you? No, dog. I'm only on like Cabbage Patch babies, so they're growing up in a Cabbage Patch, and then World's Fair incubator babies. Look at that guy over there holding two babies up. These are incubator babies. Look at what he's saying. So what is an incubator baby? Is it raised entirely in an incubator? Like, what does that mean? How early 1930s. Boardwalk attractions save thousands of premature babies' lives. Oh, okay, so it's premature births. That sounds I don't know, man, because supposedly you can get a kid at the World Fairs. But I do know that people do that when a child is premature, right? They put them in an incubator. But the word is that you could get a kid there. So you could buy a kid, yeah. So someone would have this premature birth and then put the kid up for sale. Maybe. I mean, that's what this is trying to tell us. I don't know if that's real though, but that goes back to the World Fairs and we talked about before. It's just like technology beyond what we understood and what we know now. And they wipe that all out. Why would they do that? Do you think they wipe it all out, or do you think they hide it in secrecy? Well, they probably still have it, but they don't want us to have it. Like, what do you think happened with all of Tesla's notes when he died? And whatever organization. I don't know, because it was Trump's uncle. Trump's uncle got him. Well, that's right. He went in there early because he was in Yale, and then they grabbed them all before, and that gets into that little bear trunk book and the lessons and all that stuff. That's like time travel stuff, which I think is totally possible. I think time isn't this. I think time isn't this, and everything's going on at one time. And it's like a book. Like if you're reading a book, you can be on page 46 and 46. That's the reality of the time. But you can jump to page 320, and now that's the reality of time. Then you can go back to page 18, and that's the reality of time. I think that's. So do you think that will eventually be able to manipulate that, or we can? We already can. Who's we though? The masters of mankind, masters of mankind, the 13 families. The 13 families made deals with fallen angels. That's my power. That's the power structure of the world. What method are they using to travel back and forth through time? Whatever technology they got. So do you think that if, let's say, they back engineer a UFO in 1947, and these companies get involved that know how to make technology, all these different contractors, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, whoever it is, they manufacture a time machine. They manufacture a time machine based on what they have learned, and they start to use it and go back and forth and move around in time. Do you think eventually they want to tell somebody? I think they know. Again, it goes back to data. They know who's crazy enough, who can keep a secret, who can do all that stuff. Like that's what they always say about if they fake the moon landing. They're like, wouldn't somebody in there say something? Well, people do say something, and they end up going missing. But most of them understand that they're in on it. The only people get into that room are the ones that they know are in on it. Have you ever seen when Amy landed on the moon? Have you ever seen that video? It's just a probe, right? It's not even a probe. It's like an Atari graphic that lands. Cuba had better graphics than that. And they're all cheering in the room. They're all high-fiving each other. They get Neil landed the probe. Should I see it? I want to see it. See if I believe it. I've had so many people that let me say. Bullshit. What happened? Okay, let's see it. No, that can't be real. Yeah, that's what they're landing. We're seeing just flashes of it. This wouldn't be a live video. Okay, it would be landing Tuesday. Right. But I want to see what happens when it actually touches down. Wait a minute. That's it? Okay, everyone needs to go to jail. You guys all need to go to jail. You guys all need to go to jail. It's so fake. What did you do with the money? What did you do with the money? You got their own island, bitches. Yeah, how dare you? Imagine how much money they spent on that probe. But that's everybody in the room. So if you look at the JFK assassination, right? So he goes into that plaza. They're all assassins in that process. Yeah. Everybody's in on it. Well, there was a lot of people. Yeah, and they all go missing and end up dead. You know, my friend Evan, he had a really good point about that. My friend Evan Hafer from Black Rifle Coffee. He said, during the Bay of Pigs, when they told Kennedy about it, when they told Kennedy about it, and he didn't allow the airstrikes. He didn't allow air support. Yep. That fucked everybody. Yep. Northwood. Hardened. No, that was different. Operation Northwoods was the when they were going to have armed Cuban friendlies and attack one. Well, that was all part of how to pull Cuba into war. Right. So, but the Bay of Pigs thing in specific, those guys had a plan based on air support, and then they did get that air support. A bunch of people died that shouldn't have died. It's like those are the types of people that you could have gotten to kill Kennedy. Yeah. Pretty good for you look better in the other video. No. I look like the same there was.
Presentation is that it gives you a sense of some deep relevance to classical rhetorical theory, which we will touch upon a little bit in this course, but it will not be a major. But for today,
and the guy standing up and
essentially what we're doing right here, this is possibly one of the older curricular elements in advanced
they don't have actual video
all
of
the way back to which is clearing that up. Where you had groups of scholars who were expert in saying things. Not necessarily in believing things, not necessarily in awful things, but in being able to express an idea. You would hire them to do your thing. And if you wanted to have some political gain, wanted some monetary gain, you would hire one of these very well-trained experts to speak to
perfectly and catch it. How'd you signal the video footage from that camera and send it up into space in 1969? And how'd you talk to Nixon over the phone from space? How are you calling Nixon from fucking space?
Which addresses what exactly is it when we're speaking. They usually divide into three basic
oligarchies help oligarchies, so they're all in it. Well, I bet they're all in a lot of shit,
and ethos,
which is good, because that's what keeps us from going to World War III for real.
Logos, which you may see that word in a lot of disciplines,
we're being told there's this giant AI race with giant.
Logos is the
and we, they want to pass a law. I don't
usually means in this context science.
I'm very serious. I that's just related to the point is, so they tell us there's this giant race with AI. If we allow China to just get a fraction ahead of us, it's over. So to the point where they pass a law where you cannot, at no state, pass any laws that get in the way of technology with AI. And everyone's really upset about it because 10 years of AI is an insane amount of time. So who knows what will happen with it. So we're being told that we're in this AI race with China. Well, just about a month ago, we sent China a bunch of AI superconductors.
And
I go, hold on, we're only going to race with these guys and we're sending them superconductors? We, in the United States government, so what did they send? They sent a bunch of, will you look at some superconductors or something like that to the people we're supposedly to race. And it reminds me of when I was a kid. Okay, so that's what Jimmy's here. I'm just reminds you of when you were a child. When I was a kid, and we were in a Cold War with Russia, and we were in a nuclear arms race. I remember being a kid and seeing on the news that we were sending aid to Russia. And I always go, why are we sending aid to these people if we're in a Cold War with them? And then I realized because Russia was never going to be able to keep up with us. That was just used as a smoke screen to get us to be, hey man, spend all the money you need to build all these weapons because we have to be in the league.
A lot of politicians' pieces and analyze
20 mil
what do they say for the rhetoric as a whole. Any questions about this classical rhetorical theory?
How many people are even in the Taliban, and how many more are they recruiting because they're making $20 million a week? I remember when Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, I was like, oh, dude, great. I wasn't a Biden fan, but when somebody does something you like, you got to kind of give them their props. And he's like, yeah, and we're leaving all the weapons there. Have you ever seen the video of the plane leaving? You want to look at something that's just a complete joke. People are falling off of it. They're trying to hang on to them. So watch when it's coming out on me.
And then we're on to the speech of introduction, and I expect you to grade me. Okay, so get ready.
It's got painted windows.
What we're talking about is a 3-minute maximum speech. But since they're running along, I expect it.
The weirdest video I've ever seen. It makes no sense. There's a 9/11 on it or a 419 on it. It's a very weird, but it did happen. People did like take off in the last plane. People did. I'm not saying that didn't happen, but that video is super weird.
Brevity is the very soul.
This video just looks like shit. Have you ever seen the animation crash? Have you ever seen that video? Yeah, this is one thing at a time. Okay, well, this is a cargo plane, right? So it's an enormous plane.
For the rest of us, we're going to be in this little capsule here for a few hours.
Well, the windows in the
Thursday for a few weeks.
Well, that's for the
So this
pilots,
is your
bro.
opportunity to
But
say your name.
the rest of the plane is all
surnames here, of course.
solid. So it's a cargo. No, it looks like a giant cargo ship. And these people are trying to climb in. Like, look at this, man. They're trying to get inside that cargo ship. That is nuts, man. And the thing is moving along on the ground. Yeah, you can see. That's a regular cargo ship, bro. That's a giant military cargo ship.
You'll be able to get a free account.
It's weird how these guys are like laughing and cheering. Yeah.
And one of
It
the
just looks
elements
weird.
of this
Like, the whole
course,
thing is crazy.
the
First of all,
technology
they
piece,
felt like
by the end
there's
of the
ours
day,
America
expect
and
you
sent them
all to
home.
be using
You know, so there was that, and then there was the fact that we left behind all kinds of crazy shit, Black Hawk helicopters, tanks, and then they do parades where they parade down the street with all that shit.
Things you'll need for this class.
I mean, you get into Afghanistan.
So, everybody knows how to log in.
It's the same thing. The reason we went into Vietnam, which was nobody knows about Vietnam. Everyone thinks about Saudi Arabia.
And it'll take you to several classes.
He says like they were never going to beat Vietnam, hated China. They were never going to work together. When you sell it as we got to stop communism, now you go and you get all the poppy fields, the Golden Triangle.
The syllabus is here on this page, and the ISBN and other information on the textbook is there. If you want to reach me, there's instructor information, so on and so forth. You can check your grades here, my grades. Well, let's go coursework by session. And so here are each of these sessions. They are not precisely organized by our meetings. So
And then the
it may
production
take
goes
2
through
sessions
the
to
roof.
complete
Yep,
one of
and it
these
becomes like
folders,
94% of the
but
world's
they are
heroin is
units in
produced.
general.
Or when we go
You'll
into
see the
Iraq,
syllabus
the first things we go to are the
meetings.
museums.
So today's section is here,
We're grabbing
and inside it
artifacts.
you will see the link to the president
Who knows
of
what's in
the
the backstory
so you can
type
easily
shit.
review it.
100%.
And then
They
here,
think that's the weapon of mass
you have
destruction they were
online
talking about.
live
What's the
links
Stargate in
to
Iraq?
the
That was a weapon
surveys
of mass. I thought
for
it was
each of us.
I thought it was
Many of you
gateway.
just
Oh,
registered in the
that's
last
what
hour
you're
or so
talking
before the
about.
class,
Well, that
so I don't have your name up there yet.
Mass destruction. You go into the
What we're going
future,
to have to
get
do
some
for
awesome
today
weapons, come back,
is
fuck everybody up.
please
Like everybody
take notes
watching
on
a movie
paper,
about
and
like
once we're done this class, I'll
the
upload them
Revolutionary War,
later tonight. You
not
can
one
go
around
online
muskets.
and add
You just
it.
imagine,
And in
bro,
subsequent
imagine
classes,
just
we
a
should
woman
have
in there with a
everything
tank,
to be able to do
just
it live.
fucking everybody.
Let's
They
look at
didn't know what a
mine, for
tank is.
example.
Yeah,
Since I'm speaking first,
just
that makes
helicopters.
sense to
We're
be able
shooting
to
at helicopters like
you'll see a little function survey.
you know.
It is actually
That's what you think of when you think of like modern
optimized
weaponry. Now imagine applying
forms.
that times
So
a
it's really
thousand
neat
years
to
and
write
getting
on
that
mine.
modern weaponry.
There's
Bringing
only
it back
3
to this timeline.
questions. Each of
You
them
think you
is
can travel
divided
back
into
and
2.
forth through timelines?
First
Or do
is
you think
assess
once
the
you travel
content
once
of the
you're stuck there?
presentation, and you can choose weak, acceptable, or
But what if you
strong.
travel back to a time there's no time machine? It might be fun.
And then
Yeah.
provide your comment.
It's like,
You're
you
going
know,
to do
you see
this for
movies
each
about this all
of
the
the
time where like
members
you gotta
of
go
the class.
exactly to the place.
And then it goes down.
Yeah,
You click a
get
little
it
red
right, or
button,
you go
and it
to a
goes to
dimension you don't even know what it
question,
is.
and
What was
then
that
the
article you
magic
just pulled up,
moment.
Jamie?
Okay. We all
Iraqi
clear
Stargate
as the sun
conspiracy,
at
a modern
noonday.
perspective on an
Okay,
ancient
so now
mystery.
down the point order, it's 5 o'clock.
What were they doing?
How about
4,000
I give my
100-year-old
2-minute
massive
introductory speech,
tiered line lined with
and
giant staircases.
I guess we can take a break
Dude,
of
our
5 minutes or so,
way more
and
interesting
then we're
than
going to
anyone
race
even
through
understands.
everyone's 1-minute
It really
speech.
is. It really is
If we
beginning
finish by
history.
5:45,
Yeah, it's so
I think we
strange,
should,
especially when
then we
you
can go
read
across
their
the street
stories.
to Dominica at
And you know, like
5:50.
all the
And if
Nabi
not, we have a
Nephilim
minion
stuff,
here.
and then you
But
see the
I think that
buildings
would
they
be
were
ideal.
creating, or the doors that are so huge,
and then we're going to go
or the
through.
steps that are too big
By
for
the way,
people to
guys,
go up. Put it
everything's
back
going
up,
to be
Jim.
videotaped, and
This is
your
mysterious
speeches will
military
be
bases
available
near
in
ancient
Blackboard
sites.
as
U.S.
well.
established
So you
military
can
zones
review
near
them
ancient
and
Mesopotamian
see how
ruins,
you look on
such as
tape and so on.
Ur,
Yes,
Nineveh,
yes, you go to
and
tour
Babylon.
1, they'll give you your
Some
email,
speculate
and
this
below
was
that
to
is
prevent
Blackboard,
independent
put on
researchers
that
from
one.
accessing the sites.
Right, I didn't announce that yet.
They control the information. The alleged time warp incident. Some claim that strange time anomalies and electromagnetic disturbances were reported by soldiers in Iraq, further supporting the idea of an active portal for advanced technology buried underground. Is there any scientific basis for Stargate?
Watch, you're ready, so
How
I'll
could
give
there
you
be
my
lack of physical
quick
evidence, no
introductory
concrete
speech.
rule, you don't have access. Mythological
Hi, how y'all doing?
misinterpretations, Sumerian
My
texts
name is
describe the
Henry
Anunnaki
Dixon.
as deities,
That's my
and scholars
slave name.
believe
My
these
Hebrew
are
name is Hillel.
mythological representations rather
I
than
was
historical
born
accounts of extraterrestrial beings.
over
Okay, but
5
that's
decades
just
ago in a
someone's
small town in
opinion.
northern
And
Ontario.
scholars are
My family
notoriously
were the
poopy
only
pants
Jews
when
living
it comes
in
to
this tiny remote community
notoriously
up
poopy
in
pants
Canada.
when it comes to
And
yeah, they
when I
don't
was
like to
a teenager,
they don't like
they
to
sent me
change their
down to
opinions on shit.
Toronto, which was a
No
big city to get
confirmed
my education.
technological
That's when I
technology
discovered
retrieval,
Yiddishkeit,
despite years of
and
military presence
it
in
didn't
Iraq.
stick
No
right
official
away, but then
reports have
later when I
suggested
met my
that any
wife,
advanced technology was
she and
discovered.
I
If it was,
started
where would it
exploring
go? Defense
Judaism together,
contractors.
and that's how I
Right?
ended
The
up
same thing
going
as like
to
the
the earth,
UFOs. Like if
going
they
on to
really did
success
have
here
a
in higher
crash
education.
UFO, and I'm
Actually,
not
it's
in
a
the
kind of
middle of a
interesting
great
thing.
book.
My wife and I were both
Richard
ski
Dolan
instructors. That's how
has
we
a
met.
my
area of expertise is Jewish history.
UFOs for the 21st century mind.
There's
a lot of stuff in there that I never considered before. One of them, when they were talking about the crashed UFOs, they did a bunch of like high altitude explosions of nuclear bombs in the 1950s. They like just shot them up 150 miles in the sky and blew them up. They did it a bunch of times. Like you could have easily fucked up a UFO if they didn't know you were doing that. They had no reason to believe they're just hovering there watching Earth.
And my major research right now
it's interesting to me because you remember when we had the balloon?
20th century Hasidic movement associated with Central
how
Florida.
accurate they are, but it's a
I didn't
report
think too much
nonetheless.
in advance about what I was going to say to you guys, but I thought you get such a great grade. But I'm really
Read the
grateful
first
to be
paragraph.
here, and I look forward to learning
It's
through
hard
the
to
course
read.
this
It's
semester.
weird. Where should I read it from?
The third line of weather be a problem. Or I said something about
Whether rainstorms will be a problem in the southern area in 3 to 5 days, some heavy equipment movement is anticipated in near term in Kuwait. In 1 to 3 days, Iraq will launch missiles into Saudi Arabia areas. Frontline troops will not advance. Future potential strikes may occur in areas B, where
Iraq Army will have 2 special weapons, some type of interference device that causes electronic or mechanical to freeze up, some type of energetic beam type of device that can be located in specific areas, Figure 1 to preemptive action is not anticipated until February 91, so not exactly occur any time in the way. Whatever energetic beam you understand. See, like activity is at just like straight face document, blah, blah, blah.
is this a legit document? Yeah, who knows, right?
Yeah. This is a FOIA document. It says it comes from the Stargate collection. So
It's such an interest. Also, if I had a print in paper some shit that's like super top secret that no one's supposed to know that we have, I would say Iraq has it, so we could use it on them. And say, oh yeah, Iraq had some beam weapon. Yeah, that was it, and it was destroyed. We destroyed it. Especially if you're putting in a paper where you know people can read it later on. FOIA request.
Let me just go quickly into the nature of the shear, and then we will start right away. I will give you a little bit of advance warning. Tonight is a little exceptional. We started a little bit late. I like to start right
that was
at
one of the things about it. It's like they were always saying, like,
but we will start right on time.
It's the
And the
4th largest
format
army
is
in the
very
world. It's like,
simple.
yeah, well, after the
I'm going
first
to
two,
take
it's a
just
real
half
big
an hour
trouble.
to speak about the historical background of the individual that we'll be studying,
But that was
to
a
try
great
and
joke about that
place,
because like that was a
we can say
cakewalk.
his
That
ideas
first
in
Iraq
their
war.
historical
It was just
context.
they went in, fucked
And
everything
then
up.
the
The war
second
was
half
over
hour,
really quick.
when we really get into the material and Rabbi Teitelbaum and Trump and alternating weeks will actually guide us through a session of learning their text. The goal of this series is to enrich our appreciation of these fantastic thinkers and give us a sense of how they have shaped our Weltanschauung and how they have created Jewish world in which we now live. The topic for today is, of course, if we're going to speak about any of the great thinkers in our our shared heritage. We
I
have
want
to
to know
begin
what's in
with
there.
the
Do you see
Rabbi
that
Shel
Tibetan one?
Yisrael, the
No,
acronym
it's
for
crazy.
the
This
great
is
thinker
ancient
Rashi.
Tibetan
His
library.
true
And
name,
there's
of
this
course,
video of
is
this guy
Rabbi
walking past these
Shlomo
texts.
Yitzchaki,
Thousands of years old, these
Solomon,
texts.
the son
And they're all
of
in these
Yitzchak.
bound
But
books
he
on
is
these
really
shelves that nobody's touching.
the founding
See if
father
you can find
of
why
the
is
very
it right?
Hebrew text. In
What's
fact,
in
it's an
there?
expression that in
What
order
about
to
the
learn
Library
Torah,
of
you must really
Alexandria,
learn
which
it
all the
with two
secrets of Egypt
fingers.
were in there?
One
All
firmly
the
lodged in the actual
depictions of how they
biblical
built the
text
pyramids, who
itself,
did it,
and
when
the
it
other
happened,
in the
no
commentary
racing
of
on whether or
Rashi.
not they
And
found
learning
them
the
already
text in
built.
two
That's
ways
a real
gives us
possibility.
this unique,
Claim of 10,000
nuanced
year old
way to
Tibet
read the text,
library,
which
find
creates an
not
entirely
worth
different
paper
way of
it's written
looking
on.
at the
But there
world
is some sort of a
Jewishly
Tibet library.
through the
I'd say
eyes
it's
of this great
10,000 years
commentator.
old.
His years are 1040 to
There was a
1105.
library of these
He is
ancient
one of the
books.
greatest
Is that real?
Ashkenazic figures.
That's bullshit.
He is a rather liminal character in many ways,
That's
occupying
not
the borderline
exactly the one that I saw, but it was
chronologically
just
and
like
in
that.
some
But it
senses
wasn't.
geographically.
Yeah,
So
I
let's have a
probably
very
took a
quick
photo
look
of
at some of the
animated
major
going
features
around a
of
lot.
his life,
Oh,
and then
no,
return
yeah,
to
but this is
the
a
texts
like at least a
themselves.
year ago.
Placing him within context, and I realized, by the way, looking around the room, that there's a great deal of
AI
highly
bullshit's gonna make
educated
everything
people here who
impossible. Have you ever heard that most wars are about
20,
erasing
25
history?
years of full-time Jewish education.
Most
I
of them, like the
apologize
Wild
if
Wars are
much
about
of this is
erasing
going
our
to be
history,
basic
going in there,
review for you,
destroying areas
but
that have like
for
a
the rest of us,
connection to the
I'd
past.
like to
And that's a
give
big
you some
problem. World War II
more
was
serious
just destroy
background
all
information
this
that would be useful.
old history, so
But perhaps
nobody
I'll just start
learns
with a
about it.
small personal
Knock
anecdote,
it all
in
down.
particular because I have my brilliant son Boaz here filming, and I don't think I've ever told him this story. I recall distinctively one of my personal, most powerful connections with Rashi was when I was studying in yeshiva in Israel, and I came to Torah as an adult. I was in my mid-20s when my wife convinced me that I should really be studying much more Torah. And I remember being so frustrated, just trying to work through a basic Rashi on a Gemara, and feeling so terrible that, Rashi is something that is learned by young children and old people alike, with great facility. And there's so many ways to use it. And I simply could not crack open this Rashi. And I felt tremendous, literally tears of frustration. I literally cried with frustration, thinking, how is it that, I'm in graduate school already, I'm studying for my PhD, I published articles, and I can't figure out Rashi. And I felt so awful and frustrated, and tears ran down my face. The next morning, when I went back to Shir, Rashi was all of a sudden my best friend. All of a sudden, everything that Rashi said, it felt like he was just standing behind me, whispering in my ear, guiding me through the Gemara. It was a transformational moment. I've always felt very close to Rashi and to textual study, really, as a result of that particular day in Yerushalayim. And I feel like maybe in a strange way, I kind of channeled the spirit of Rashi. That's really his goal as a teacher, is to give us access to the material, hold our hand, walk us through the text to a degree which aren't scrolled only in a pale manner. Anyway, here we go. Let's go back to the timing. So the periodization that we have, these are groups of scholars by Jewish historiographic convention. The Tanaim refer to scholars who were associated with the compilation of the Mishnah, basically to the early 3rd century of the Common Era. Then you have the Amoraim, who are associated with the Talmud, to the 6th century. A group of scholars known as the Geonim, primarily in Babylon, to the 9th century. And then you have the Rishonim, which is a very large group of scholars from the late 9th century to the 15th century. This is when Rashi, of course, lived. He's one of the early Rishonim, an extremely important one. And then afterwards, you have the Acharonim in the 19th century. Everything after the 19th century is not really worth talking about, so I mention it. Rashi is often associated with this script, so-called Rashi script. It's a little bit of a misnomer. He wrote in the typical Ashkenazic script of the day. This is just a printing convention that is essentially like italics. Regular square or Assyrian script is what we're used to in most of our prayer books and other standard Hebrew textbooks. The Rashi script is just a little bit of a cursive. It looked kind of pretty, and it helped in graphic conventions to place two different typefaces on the same page so you can distinguish between the main text and the commentary. For those of you who may be somewhat stymied by Rashi's script, it's really not that hard. It's almost identical to the regular script, except for a handful of letters, like the letter Aleph, which has kind of a flag on the top. The letter Shin is really quite different. The final Mem and Samach are quite different, but otherwise it's really not so hard to learn. I'll tell you one also personal funny story. I wrote a small book on the Talmud that was published by Feldheim Publishers. I'm very proud of saying, by the way, I think I'm the only person ever to be published by both Harvard University Press and Feldheim Publishers. That's why I work for Zero College. But the Feldheim, I went as a tremendous editor there. We went to 9 drafts before it went to print. We even had about a 3,000 word exchange on whether the words we food yeah or food but there was one glaring mistake when I talked about reading Rashi's script in this book. I said all the letters are the same except for these underlined letters. And we forgot to put in the underline. And to this day, until I released this video on the internet, no one has found that.
Why would you think it's a missile?
I don't know what that means. I guess people are
it's possible it's a drone plane, but
there it is. It's really isn't Rashi's script. It's just because the fact that Rashi is usually printed in that script that it has taken that name, but it has nothing to do with it. I mentioned that he was one of the generation of scholars called Rishonim, literally the first ones. And the kind of intellectual work, the kind of scholarship that the Rishonim were engaged in were extremely important for really setting the grundlage, the foundation for what would be done in later generations. The kind of things they did, many of them paid a special attention to textual integrity. Is the text that we have correct? Are there scribal errors? Are there variant manuscripts? Things like that. Is a great example. The grammarians, like Saruk and Ben Gunash, spent a lot of time trying to explain exactly what the Hebrew text meant on a grammatical level. And of course, that's quite significant because the Jews are no longer speaking Hebrew as a native language. It's always a secondary scholarly language, so you have to have grammarians to really understand what's going on. Many of them are involved in cataloging, especially cataloging the 613 commandments. The Smod is one of the most important, but we have several others, the Chinuch and others. Systemization, which basically refers to the taking of the entire corpus of Jewish thought and making sense of it, organizing it into chapter headings and separate books and so on. Maimonides is just a classic example. And then, finally, in this context, resolution of apparent contradictions, which is the primary function of Rashi's goal, however, unique in many ways among the Rishonim, is he wants to provide access. He wants to simply say, this is a very hard, difficult text. It's arcane, it's convoluted. It's opaque. What do we do with it? He holds you by the hand, offers you small, pithy comments, trying to give you a sense of what does the text actually little side-by-side notes help you work through the text. And secondly, he's also very big into integration, and by that I'm referring to specifically the integration of the written Torah and the oral Torah. The written Torah, of course, being the 5 books of Moses, the oral Torah being a much larger corpus of Jewish thought that is encapsulated in the Mishnah works, the Midrashic works, the Talmud, texts of the Kabbalah. He wants to try and bring them together. He chooses very carefully. He apologizes for the tremendous editorial skill, finding the right balance between how much is going to be enlightening and how much will be overwhelming. And he offers that to the reader on a, very basic Hebrew level, such that we can appreciate the text and its tremendous nuances. That's really the genius of Rashi, these two basic ideas, allowing access to the text and integrating the various bodies of thought that apply to that text. Where he lives, as I mentioned, he comes from Ashkenaz, which is an ancient Hebrew term that refers to the land from which
me tell you,
Chinese food companies. I just made that up. I'm waiting for people to laugh.
No, it does not look like
this
the guy's a
audience
different
and oil
chin,
painting.
draw structure. Go to the other guy.
So it's
That's
laugh,
different.
okay?
This guy has a lot more jowls. No, he has a lot more jowls.
And
He looks
this
a
map
lot
actually
older.
shows
This guy
the,
looks like a
immigration
60-year-old freak. He looks like an
Ashkenazi
80-year-old.
Jews to Eastern Europe. About 70% of
No, he's not
American
young in
Jews
any of these
trace
photos,
their
but in
ethnic
that
origins
photo, that's a
to
different
Eastern
guy.
Europe.
That's
And the
different human.
overwhelming majority of
Someone's just being
Jews trace their origins to
That
Ashkenaz.
ain't him either.
It's the term used primarily for the Rhineland in Germany, and for various reasons, which are not our discussion today, but there was anti-Semitism drove them towards the east, and economic opportunity was a vacuum that drew them towards the great cities of Ukraine, Poland, and Lithuania. Lithuania being north here, of course,
someone who dresses like that would be fucking weird. Now he steals the clothes. Where's the clothes to like China vets? Where people get vetted. One lady's like, that's my dress.
That's where a designer, it was a one-off. It was a one-off dress, like it had to be her dress. This guy was just stealing luggage.
But
The Rhineland here is the Lucas classicus for the Ashkenazi Jewry and the culture that developed in North Europe. It is most commonly contrasted with Sephardic Jewry, which of course was still in a period of tremendous, ascent. It was the golden age in Spain. That would be Sepharad. There's Sephardic Jewry out to the and then of course our Jews in North Africa and
everyone loves Trump right now and all the stuff going on with him. The difference between Trump's cabinet and Kamala Harris's cabinet is Trump's all closet neocons, and Kamala's would be BLM, fat feminists, and trans. That would be the difference between the
studied in the great school of Gershom
it's all the same shit. It's two wings of the same bird.
You don't know
I like Trump more than I like Kamala. These
specifics
people
of
are
his
just
life.
absolutely
You know that
ridiculous.
he grew up in an
Thinking
area
it
of
would be
great
anything
viticulture, and
different. It's
he
a completely corrupted
quite
system.
likely
It's
have been involved
100% completely corrupted. And no one in like 6 months, whatever Trump's been by now, or 4 years, or even 8 years, is going to totally untangle.
There are all kinds of fantastic stories and legends about his birth and his youth. There are a couple different versions in which his parents, in one version of the story, his father, and in another version of the story, his mother, gave up the possibility of owning phenomenal profits to the sale of a tool that was destined for the diagram of the Pope or something like that. I don't remember the exact detail which ecclesiastical figure it was, but they really didn't want to see this beautiful jewel be used in that purpose, and so therefore they cast the sea in one version, and as a result there was a promise made to them in these versions of the story that they would have a child, the one child, who would enlighten the eyes of all Jews. Whatever the truth of the legends are, there's no question that he grew up to be this great enlightener. There's another amazing version of the story in which his mother was in the city of Florence, and there are people who today claim to have a place in Florence where this stands to this very day, where when she was expecting, she was walking along these narrow hallways and corridors, and a horse and carriage came bustling through there with tremendous speed and threatened to run her down, and so she flattened herself as much as possible against the wall, but of course she was heavily expecting, and she would have been hurt. The baby would have hurt. So the wall, as it were, became concaved in order to allow her and her unborn child to be protected as the
So I was watching this video the other day, and it was about how actors way back in the day looked so much older.
Grounds to believe it actually
Like the
happened.
guy
I said,
from
but
All in the
nevertheless, it gives
Family
you a
was
sense of what people
46,
say about it.
and then actors today are 56
He
look like they're
studied
kids.
primarily
And
in
they were
the
talking
region
about
known as
because everyone
Schultz,
smoked
which is
all
the
the time.
tri-town of Speyer,
They all wore like
three
like
towns that are very
suits and
close
proper
to one
clothes, and
another.
no one worked out.
The
No one worked out.
Ashkenaz. And it was there
So when
that
you
he
hit 46,
was able to draw together much of the
nation where we're getting fatter and fatter, but there's also a segment that is getting more jacked and jacked. The jiu-jitsu guys, CrossFit guys, the Thai boxing dudes, they're all getting more and more fucking shredded than ever. Yes, there are a lot of fat people, but there's also, in my opinion, way more in shape people too, because there's just more people. I would agree there's more in shape people now than ever before, but I think the average person is in worse shape. The average, there's like outliers, people that work out all the time, there's more of those than ever before, but we're getting fucking poisoned.
He had a number
We're
of
getting, our
daughters
food's
which have
terrible.
been
This is really more than ever. The RFC Junior thing is one of the most
very
important things
little
of this
historical
administration. I
data
thought,
to
get in there
support
and
the
find out.
specifics
How
of
do these
the
companies have this grip on what they're putting in the American diet? How does what companies have this grip on what medications they're making sure that you take
and
every year?
attempted
And how
through
many,
a multiple
and they're not
volume
responsible
series
at all
to
for the
provide a
adverse
picture
effects.
of the
This is
life of
crazy.
Jewish
Like,
women
him
in
getting in
11th
there and just
century
trying to
Germany with
at
great
least
success in many
untangle
areas.
some of that
There
fucking
is a
evil
widespread
mess.
fallacy
Just
that
all the
his
different
daughters wore
tentacles of
filling.
yes.
We don't have any evidence of that
The
whatsoever.
fact that they're telling
We
you,
do have some
oh,
interesting
we know these
passages in
dyes
the
cause
writings
cancer,
of
you
one
can't
of his
use them anywhere else
illustrious
in the world.
grandchildren,
But we have to use
Rabbeinu
them here.
Tam, that he knew of women
Yeah,
who
that's
did wear
crazy.
filling,
And it's the
and in
same
fact they
company
said
that
that the
makes stuff
blessings when
that
they
they send
did
to
on
Canada
its
that doesn't have the dyes. It's
the
nuts.
widespread
It's
idea
crazy.
that
Or how, I
Rothschild
saw Ian Carroll talking
does
about
not
that, how
have
they have a
any
drug that causes hair loss, and then the same
there's
company
also
sells
no
you stuff
reason
that'll help
to
your hair grow back.
believe
Yeah,
the
well, there's
assertion
companies right now
that
that are working
the
on
so-called pseudo
drugs that help
Rashi
people
was
that have
so
heart
popular that
inflammation,
many texts were authored by
issues with
others,
heart
and his
repair.
name was attached to
There's a
them.
particular
It's very
NBA
different from
legend
today's
in
scholarly
Kareem
world. Today,
Abdul-Jabbar
in the
during the
academy,
whole
what we
COVID
do
stuff.
is we take something that
Like
someone
he was
else
going after
wrote
LeBron
and we put
James
our own name on
really
it.
hard
Back
about
then, it was
not getting
popular to
the
take something
shot.
that you wrote and put
And
someone
now
else's
when
name
I
on
listen,
it.
because I'm
So
old, I
we
still
have
listen to
several
sports
pseudo
talk radio.
Rashis, especially on the Talmud.
He's doing
Sometimes
commercials
because
for heart
he has
health.
found a manuscript without having a
Like, that's
clear
the
authorship.
craziest
So
storyline
therefore
I've ever
they
seen in
said,
my
well,
life.
this looks a lot
The
like
guy who was
Rashi, and
duping
so they
everybody.
added the
And this was
word
the guy who was a
Rashi to it,
civil rights
but
leader
it's
who was doing
clearly not.
commercials for
So
heart
there's some
problems.
of implying that perhaps his daughters
Heart tribute.
did
So
write
can
some
you
of the
look up
pseudo
what Kareem
Rashis. Again,
Abdul-Jabbar
there's no reason to
commercials?
specifically believe
He's
that,
talking about how
but
he's
the scattered references that we do have to his daughters indicate that they
But this was
were
the guy who
literate,
was
that they were learned, and that they did
full on in a
communicate
civil
with their
rights
father in
who
learning,
understands,
meaning they had
would have a great understanding
knowledge,
of
which was
the
quite
black
impressive,
man's relationship
especially
with
for a day.
pharmaceutical companies.
Not surprising,
And,
perhaps,
you know,
if your father is
that
Rashi,
famous
whatever
thing
his
where they
gender,
let
he would
everybody
be a very
have syphilis
individual.
forever, and then they sent like
his
black
major
nurses
works, we will study some of them in just a few minutes. But
so he
his
was a
commentary
guy
in the
who
Torah
was
is
pushing
absolutely
everybody.
essential.
Oh, dude, that's so
It is
crazy. It's with Pfizer
universal,
too.
printed
And he was a
typically
guy who was pushing
alongside
everybody
the
to get
commentary of Onkelos, the translation
the
of
jab.
Onkelos that
He
we'll
was
study
like,
in another
he was
class.
like really
He's
going
also
after
written a
LeBron James,
massive
who didn't
commentary
want
on
to do it.
almost every
And then now he's doing
tractate
these
of the
commercials,
Talmud,
which is so
almost every
crazy to me.
book
But did he have
of
that
the
before he got
Tanakh. Just
jabbed?
it's
I
the very
never
first
heard that.
place
It's possible.
a
I
scholar
never heard of it,
looks,
but it's
or
crazy.
at any
It's on
stage in
both
their
sides.
scholarly career, is what does Rashi say? How do we understand this passage? We always look towards the inside binding, which by long-standing photographical convention is where we place the commentaries of honor, the ones on the inside. Rashi's always on the inside. What does he have to say? And there's a whole engine of research in the yeshiva that is surrounding the question, what's bothering Rashi? Meaning, when Rashi says something that appears obvious, there's always a much deeper reason why we be bothered to say something that we would otherwise know. And exploring that question of what's bothering Rashi is often quite productive as a scholarly
That's the
venture.
weirdest thing.
Now, at the end of his life, most of his life was lived with relative tranquility, which is not something that can be easily said about the Jews of Europe. But at the end of the 11th century, at the end of his life, really, was an age of men, he dealt with one of the most difficult social crises of the era. This was associated with the First Crusade of 1096. The
That's so
Crusades
crazy.
were tremendous
And then you're back, and you know something's going on because she doesn't try to brace it.
during the Rhineland in particular. There was originally a movement that began in December 1095 when Pope Urban II called upon all Christians to gather together and to free the homeland from Muslim infidels, because there was some question about access to the holy sites for pilgrims. This happened to be an incredible message. It resonated with tremendous force throughout Europe, and he other social and economic factors that combined to bring together a formidable force of soldiers from all over Europe. And they managed to make their way following months like this one here, people to Jerusalem. They had to repeat it several times because the Muslims were able to throw the Crusaders off the Holy Land. And of course, we have some of the most fascinating architecture in Israel from that period. But the First Crusade of 1096 was especially important from a Jewish perspective, because what happened was several of the kind of ragtag Crusaders didn't make it into the regular army. Meaning they were not noblemen, they were not professionally trained knights, they were just, adventurers. In some cases, and we have many first-hand accounts in here, they were like,
quadrupled. China's lied about the amount of
peasants, landless peasants.
They listed all these fake kids going to school that aren't really going to school. And the weird one is the amount of salt they've imported from China.
Crusader had his back
so all these people go to China, all these guys tourist vloggers, and they're like, there's nobody around. There's nobody here. Where's everybody? Because if you go to India, right, we saw them, how many people they pack in there to see the graphic land on the whole. Look how many people are in there. But then you see this over and over again when people go to China, they're like, there's nobody around here.
Wait a second. Why are we schlepping? They didn't use that word. Maybe they did with Germany. Why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to fight the infidel? And we have the infidel right here in our very backyard. We don't have to go all the way over there to fight Muslims. We can fight Jews right here in Shire and Mainz. And so there were tremendous massacres of Jews in the Tri-Town. That was the home of Rothschild for many years.
Why would you have it turn towards
massacres which we recall every Shabbos when we read Al-Harachami, a red apple Torah, reading in memory of those martyrs of 1096. The reason why this was especially poignant for Rashi is because once that fateful summer had passed, and we learned that many different things happened to the Jews of those countries. Many were killed outright. Many amazingly chose to take their own lives. We have some powerful first-hand accounts of Jewish families deciding to kill their children first and then kill themselves rather than expose themselves to baptism. And then we have, of course, many Jews who chose to become baptized rather than submit to the sword. And then after the Crusades had passed, and especially because these were not legitimate Crusaders, so to speak, these were not like authorized Crusaders, then they found that the storm had passed and they could return to their Jewish lives. And the question was, could they return to their Jewish lives? You have to recall that this was not a period of religious fluidity when people could simply become a Zen Buddhist and then become a Muslim and then become a Christian at will. Once you left the religious community, that was it. You were gone. And so you had all these Jews who felt terrible about their choices, and they appealed to the greatest authority of the age for guidance on what they could do. Rashi, of course, was the greatest authority of the period, and he wrote in his Teshuvot, which were extremely influential, that in fact they should be completely reaccepted as Jews. There should be no prejudice against them for the decision they made when they were on pain of death, and in fact that is a decision that has had huge consequences for Jewish history. So when we reflect on the life of Rashi as a whole, we should recall that this is someone who lived a millennium ago. And how often is it that we have a figure that lived 1,000 years ago that is so influential that he still plays a very vibrant life, a part in our intellectual lives even today? When children first grade are learning Rashi, and scholars at the highest levels of yeshiva are studying
Rashi with his
And
same level
this whole thing
of
about extending
enthusiasm and
life forever
fervor, we get a glimpse of the tremendous power of this figure.
that all these
So at this point, I finished the historical part of the presentation. I'd like to hand the microphone over to Rabbi Teitelbaum to please give us some insight into the actual text that Rashi
change a human body, and you
Thank
can
you, Dr.
enter
Anderson. That was really marvelous.
some sort of a chip
We're
into
going
that
to
person's brain that
look at
gives
a
them
couple
entire
of
access
the
to
comments
the
of
internet
Rashi on
instantaneously,
the Chumash, but
telepathic
before we do that,
language.
we're going to just
You know,
think
who
for a
knows
moment
what
about
kind of ability to
what
control
the
electronic
Talmud
devices
would
and all
be.
kinds of different things. And someone gets to decide whether or not that happens to the human race. Because once it happens,
Without
you're not putting that cork back on the bottle. It's out, and
And
it's going to give an advantage to people. So everyone's going to want to do it. You don't want to be a regular meat ape when all these fucking geniuses are around here reading your PIN number from your mind.
We're doing that with babies now. We can test IQs already. They're doing genetic tests because these really rich people want super smart kids. So they're making sure that the IQ of babies is at super high level.
It's glorious, absolutely
China
glorious.
they altered the babies.
One needs to understand that
Yeah.
is
We're
what
going to have
Rashi
genetically
did.
modified human beings for sure.
But
So now
I cannot even say how
be
many
like Thor. Everyone's going to be like Thor. Every woman's
how
going
many
to look
times over.
like, you know, fill in the
The
blank.
Talmud was a seal.
Whatever you're into.
Too much tits and ass up here.
It's going to be amazing. It's going to be such a good time. It's going to be no sixes.
Yeah.
It was
It's just going to
inaccessible
be,
to the
initially it'll be
common man.
adopted by the rich. Then it'll just be like cell
That's
phones.
without
In the beginning,
exaggeration.
you know, fucking Mike Douglas had that big ass fucking stupid thing over each. Now that's a joke, right? Now everybody has a phone. You go to the jungle, people have phones.
Before Rashi
There's
was
fat
written,
homeless people with iPhones.
did
Everyone
not
has
have a
phones.
prayer.
iPhones. Like that's why you're never going to have a revolution when you have fat homeless people with iPhones. Like fat, and they have no money. And they're still fat. Yeah, and they're living the best life. That's how comfortable it is. We're just comfortable enough not to get upset.
Line by line by
I
line.
gotta wrap this up. I love you to death.
So
I agree
Rashi
with everything
did
you said,
turn
though.
this
Come on,
opening
everybody.
I'm always right. Last thing I want to tell you is that Gaza, Europe will go in and regulate it, and that is the prediction I want to give you. That is
Rashi.
Yes. Yes. And then it's basically going to be into, it's been prophesized there will be a war between the pagans and the lost tribes. The lost tribes, we go through this.
Where did someone go to research this for?
Let me just tell you
If
this.
not for the
I'll give you the name of it.
I gotta see. We gotta wrap this up.
Okay.
Just tell me what it is.
I just got to get
And
it
the
over
sea
there.
mention
Okay, I
and what
appreciate
we
you,
have to say
dude. I'll
now
give you the
on
name
the
right now.
nuclear
Here
power.
we go. You can go to the Living Church of God.
That
It's
makes the
YouTube
Talmud
at
accessible
Tomorrow's World.
and navigable
It's all
to
been
everybody.
prophesied. England, the United States,
The
and
first
Israel
thing we have
versus
to
the
say about
pagans.
Rashi
The pagans will be
is that
led
he
like
has
before the
made
Assyrians
Talmudic
were now Germany.
Judaism
If it turns
And
out
that's
to be true, I'll bring you back.
Put the prediction. That will be my third prediction I've gotten right. I love you so much. Thank you so much.
Always good to see you, my brother.
Always good.
All right, bye, everybody.
I was saying in the second argument, continued on with Mishnah, the Talmud, and the period of going about which we heard briefly. And when we showed it, it was that which became for all of Klal Yisrael Talmudic Judaism as we understand it today, Rabbinic Judaism as it's so called, that can be embraced and lived and appreciated, and it is inspired and it's not by rote. Because everybody should open up our own stuff. That's only because of
You feel so much better.
Yeah.
so that
It's
Rashi is
crazy.
therefore
I'm
perhaps
playing
singularly
now.
Oh, I
responsible
know, man. Dude, like,
for the
what happened
success
where, like,
of
these
Rabbinic Judaism.
altercations are fairly regular?
As we
Like, at
read our
airports, you
focus
see
from the
brawls
Talmud,
at
let's
airports
just
all the
note
time.
that in the
I have a
Talmud,
theory.
in the case
What
of
is it?
Gemara, Rashi's work
No,
principally
no,
was
dude. You think I'm crazy? You think I'm crazy? I'm dead serious. There's like an Agenda 2050, and literally in there it lists no more commercial flying. And you see them at all these like WEFs and all this stuff in
That
Davos.
would be hilarious. Like, it was only the elites that cut the fly.
Dude, that's literally the plan. For real?
You think that can't be responsible for brawls at the Spirit Airlines?
would have been
Yeah. I mean, dude, they send in all these people all the time. I mean, it's crazy to me. Flights are always late.
Right, but a lot of that happened because of
All these military planes are almost hitting commercial. I'm telling you, dude.
part of what we're
If
saying
they want
is,
you in a 15-minute city,
which
why
Rashi
do they
says
want
is
you flying around?
understanding.
Okay.
Such that
I
he
see what you're
guides us
saying
to
about
what
the
he
15-minute
says
city, and I
is
think
the
that's true.
understanding.
But
So
I don't
there,
think
yes,
it's this grand
Rashi's
plan
taking
to
us
make
by the
planes
hand.
slam into each other. I think it's a lot of
That's
his
what
incompetence.
Rabbi
Whatever happened, I'm saying
He
it's
is
not a Black Hawk
trying to
in DC.
not just
Yeah,
answer
that was
the
a
question
weird one.
of what's
That was a
wrong with
weird,
Russia.
that's a weird one. Because they apparently
He's
that
answering
lady was
the
instructed
question of,
to
let's speak,
not go
what's
in the
wrong
direction
with
that she was
God?
going. Right. What was the specifics of it?
Russia's
Well,
trying
she
to
didn't.
educate us
They looked the wrong
to
way.
understand.
Like they go, hey, there's, and they look this way and it was coming that way, or they look that way and it was coming this way. They didn't. They looked the wrong way when they just tried to see what was coming. Was she a part of the Biden administration at one point in time and then left, went back to flying high? What do you do? Listen, it's hard to know because you see stuff online. But if you even study like the Vegas shooting, or I mean the LA fires. They want you to blame DEI. Like, do you remember when that one fire chief or whatever was like, "Oh, if I come get you and you're too big, you're in the wrong place, wrong time." Yeah. Why would you say that? Why would you? It's hubris. I don't know. Someone gets it. Listen. You got an all-lesbian crew, right? You got a woman who's the first head of the fire department, right? Woman, and Miss Lady's a woman, and they're all talking about how great it is if someone who looks like you comes to save you. So they're wrapped up in that kooky ideology, the absence of meritocracy and the absence of like physical standards for difficult physical jobs. To pretend that that's not necessary, you shouldn't be able to destroying our guys. The guys that I knew that were all firefighters, that guys that I've known, one of my buddies is a firefighter, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Another one is a fucking big giant Irish guy. Like they're always big people, right? Because you gotta be able to carry folks. I agree. And you gotta be able to do like crazy physical things. You have to axe outdoors sometimes. You know, it's right. Imagine you took a 100-pound woman and tell her to axe down a door. Okay, so I agree with what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, what causes more chaos, what causes more infighting, is if you push everybody to this is DEI messing up, and not that this whole thing is purposeful. So you're thinking that they're instituting DEI on purpose, they're putting incompetent people in positions of power on purpose so that they'll fuck up, so that people will complain, so that it creates more chaos. Yes. So, I mean, I don't know if there's, the narrative instantly became, the Bolsheviks, people, I don't know, I feel like, well, I don't know if they're lizard, well, they probably are lizard people, but, I mean, this is, I mean, when Karen Bass, here's the crazy thing about LA, very few people are calling out anything anymore. It's a city of conformity, and nobody wants to rock the boat because to get a job in LA, you need 20 green lights. All you gotta catch is one red light and you're not working. So if you're out there going, hey dude, this is like, hey man, what's going on with this? This seems pretty purposeful. You're not gonna work. You're just not gonna work. You can get mugged at a gas station, pulling $7 a gallon gas, and still never complain about what's going on and still vote the same way because you don't want to rock the boat. That's, if you ask me, it's a big part of moving everybody into these big cities. It's the forced conformity. I don't think it's like that everywhere, though. LA is particularly like that because of it's a city of conformity already. Yes, Hollywood. Yes, you're auditioning. Yes, 100% auditioning for things is crazy because it's really the only way to find out if someone's really good at acting. You have a chance, right? But the way it's set up is like people choose people, and if they choose you, you go on to have this incredible life. You become Brad Pitt, right? But if they don't choose you, you become that guy that everybody sees at the park that's 45, dying his hair dark, and it's not happening. Everyone knows it's not happening, and maybe he's got talent. It's weird. So you have to conform. Yes. You have to say what they want you to say, whether it's about whatever political shit, social transition, climate change, whatever it is. You can't have any opinions that break from the narrative. I totally 100% agree, and that's kind of why LA nobody's saying anything now. It's a culture, it's a part of the culture, but I really think it has something to do with the original way that LA was founded. Before the whole reality star thing and everything else, but there's definitely a lot of that going on. But it was all everybody wanted to go to the act. So it's like the primary way that someone gets a gig
was
Is
an
that little
audition.
piece of
Yep.
oil the Mediterranean?
There's a term.
Tell
It's
that to the nation's world. It's the
a
first
communist term. It's like the quarantine
defense is
fees.
obviously not a simple shot
Butchering
of
Irish
guarantee,
that will be
but
a
it's an
dope
obvious
sweatshirt.
way
Oh,
in which Russian
Easy one. You got me one? I got you.
almost announcing
Oh, no
just
shit.
a simple
Shout out to all
translation
the
of it.
sure, yeah, dude.
I'm going
Bro, I
to
need
share
one of
with
those.
you
No, I need the Wu-Tang
taken
one.
from
Okay,
Medrash,
oh, dude,
taken
I'll
from
get you one.
Talmud, probably
No,
you shall.
that's about. Oh, you want this one? Okay, later.
No,
because it's hot here.
trying to make throughout the
Sorry, you
day.
guys see my.
As another example, please turn to
Here you go.
page
Never watched it.
94.
It's yours, dude. That worked out perfect. I'm gonna sweat like a pig the whole
Just
time.
briefly, as we go through the book of Bereshit, a few
That's like
examples.
Van Nuys. I'm just getting murked by
Page 94.
Mexicans the whole time. So they took the V in the end. Yeah,
Prayer,
man. It's
so
just like,
important.
yeah. It's a
Prayer
great,
is
it's a
important
great
for
school,
soul.
dude.
Prayer, not just
I'm
selfishly
trying to
for
get a blue
himself,
belt. I'm just old and
but
fat. It's
prayer
hard.
generally.
Bro,
And no prayer goes unanswered. There's a famous Rashi in
yeah, he's great. I love him.
we talk about it some other times.
Yeah, dude.
That says
He's
as much.
great. I love jujitsu. I
Sometimes
just
the
get to old
prayer
man
is
jujitsu where I
just
got
a
to
general
wrist lots
prayer
and shit
or
like
prayer
that
for
because I
someone
can't
else.
with these fat legs.
If you
Fat
yourself
old
could
legs.
benefit
I
from
can't do it. And I'm
that,
taking
would
out.
you
Are you
pray?
on any hormone
Perhaps you
replacement? Every time I watch it so bad. We'll get you set up.
Again,
I got bad head too, dude. That's why I got to work out. Yeah, what's wrong with that?
is all about.
It's just the wheels are a
Listen,
little
you
off.
test, the end of sin, the self test, you test. Sorry,
Before you do all this other stuff like jujitsu, and you have an injury, you should make sure that you're not making that injury probably making it worse. Yeah, it's kind of important. I love it. I know I like pain. I'm glad you like it. But just listen to Daddy. I've been down this fucking surgery road many times with jujitsu. And I've had 2 knee surgeries because of jujitsu. You have to make sure, and I have a bunch of back issues, you have to make sure that it's not like a labrum tear or something like that, where you're continuing to tear it and make it worse. Yeah, because you can get that fixed. Yeah, and if you get it fixed, you'll be way better off. Yeah, I got to get it fixed. MMA fighters do it all the time, like Sean, before his fight with Marab, he tore his labrum, the first fight. And he was going to get a surgery, but he realized he couldn't. There was no way he was going to. He wanted to make that sphere show. He was doing it for spheres. Like, fuck, I can still beat that guy. He's an animal. Yeah, he's savage. But he needed to get it fixed. And then he finally got it fixed. I was like, dude, I feel fucking infinitely better. You have to fix it. If it's a labrum tear or something like that, you just don't want to ruin it. You don't want to get it so you get a hip replacement, which I know a gang of guys who have hip replacements. I mean, I can't believe how many people I know that have hip replacements. I went home for I brought the kids back to the homeland, and all my family was like, I got this fixed, I got this fixed, I got that fixed. The hip one's nuts, man, because I know guys that are 40 that have hip replacements. Like, not just one. You know? I think, remember Connor? Jeremy Connor? I know, like, a bunch of MMA fighters that have their hips done. John Wayne Parr, Muay Thai guy, he had his hips done. He's one hip. It's rough, man. They saw the top of your bone off and put a fucking cap on it, different socket, and screw it all there, and then it's good for about 20 years. I think I messed up some joints during my running and gunning days. I'm not drinking enough water. I think I got injured a bunch of times, didn't notice it, just kept going. Yeah, like a champ. The thing about those hips, though, is that what they can do now, like before in the past, if you had a chronically inflamed hip and arthritis, you were missing calcium or missing the meniscus or whatever it be, cartilage, labrum tears in your hips, you're crippled for life. Now they just give you an artificial one, and they say, well, it probably lasts about 20 years. Yeah, well, at least for 20 years, you can, like, everyone I know that has one walks normal. Yeah, I say that's so bad. You don't. You want to fix your hip? Yeah, I know. That's what I want. I want to fix my hip. I'm going to do it when I go back. We'll get it looked at while you're here. Really? How many days are you here? I'm here. I'm leaving tomorrow. What time tomorrow? Like 7. They put me at 7 a.m. I'll fly right back. Maybe we can try this after. Get my hip one. I'll fly right back. Someone should look at it. What you really need is an MRI. Because they need to find out exactly what's going on inside there. I'm paying $1 gazillion in health insurance. I better get looked at. Bro, that doesn't get nothing these days. Nothing. It's unbelievable. Do you know what happened to Ben Askren? Oh, yeah, dude, that's so tragic and sad and just disgusting. They should be like, if they don't cover it, they should send all your money back. How crazy is that? He had health insurance. He got a terrible infection in his lungs that led to, I think it's called necrotic pneumonia. He had to get a double lung transplant, and health insurance says we're not covering it. How's that possible? That is an obvious catastrophic illness that just hit the guy, right? Like, this is not. He's not like a chronic smoker. There's no terrible thing that he did. He just got sick. And isn't that what health insurance is for? Like 100%. How can you deny something like that?
It's yours for free.
That seems to be like a break in the narrative. Like something like that. You can't say, oh, this person's responsible for that. They did something they weren't supposed to do because of their insurance. Like, oh, this guy just got sick. Yeah, 100%. And that's what that whole Luigi thing was about. That company was using AI to determine whether you should be covered or not. And AI doesn't have any emotion or can't look at it going, well, maybe we should cover this. It's very analytical about it. And that's why I guess he was having problems back and just got pissed off. And that's what happens, man. And that's the whole thing.
Not the first F1, the second F1, where it says that
his friends were saying that there's like he had a break, like something went wrong in his life. But that might be connected to the surgery. By the way. You know, if all of a sudden you get immediate discs fused in your back and you're in constant pain, that could completely change the way you interface with the world. Michael Bisping had his neck fixed. It didn't go well, and he had to get it done again. So much pain that he couldn't do anything. He could only basically lie in bed and then go do his UFC duties and then go back to lie in bed. Just motherfucker was just in agony and keeping it together. I say keeping it together, but some people don't keep it together when they're in pain all the time, man. Well, you know, a lot of people think once you get to the hospital, you're safe, right? That's where the safe place is. You know, medical malpractice is one of the causes of death out there. And it's a, you know, nothing's science, but yeah, they can mess it up. My grandmother on my father's side just went in to get a back change and she never left the hospital. She passed away. I know this lady who went to get a kidney removed, and they took out the wrong kidney. So she had one bad kidney and one good kidney, and they took out her bad kidney, or they took her good kidney and left her bad kidney. Yeah, and the doctor would not admit it.
And then finally, and this is very, very important, she always tried to give us the great moral push.
That's medical malpractice. Yeah, there's denial of insurance claims and stuff like that. It's like the medical miracle is they did give him a double lung transplant. And that's the whole and he's trying to build himself back up. And go fund me it, which is absolutely ridiculous that we live in America and you have to have your friends and fans support you to have this like life-saving surgery. I think a big chunk of
she's not just going to
think Jake Paul
be content with telling us what it was that Yosef said about his brothers. He points out in the Rothschild how each and every point
is there a response
of what it was that he said is revealed to us and how Yosef suffered the consequences for each aspect
how could you not cover someone who just gets some crazy illness like that? You know, when Obama was, I knew Obama was like, not the guy I thought he was. Obama's first term was the last time I voted for either Republican or Democrat. That was the last time. So, you know, everybody wanted change. I can get into how they basically rigged that thing for them. You know, because America, after George Bush and Dick Cheney, hates neocons. And then who did they have?
An example,
good-looking, young black guy who nobody knew was a Bush at the time. Who they have? John McCain, who was the poster child or the mascot for the white neocons, right? So they basically run everybody through Obama, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna have change. And he was running on like everyone getting health care and all that stuff. And then so they're having this giant debate in Washington about universal health coverage. And this dude gets on a plane and runs to Germany to give speeches and stuff like that during the debate on his major campaign, issue. And I'm like, oh, dude, this is just a giant setup. It's all BS, and I've never voted for another guy. Explain that. So he went to Germany to give speeches. He was going to go give speeches to German diplomats and politicians and all that stuff while we are debating his campaign promise.
And I'm like, why aren't you here fighting for what you said you wanted to get them? Now you're out of the country and not even part of the debate.
Is it possible that they set those debates up at the same time when they knew that he was going to be out of the country?
Yeah, but if you run on a campaign and they're like, this is in the heat of the debate, when you like, I can't go right now,
do you think it's possible that was planned, that they didn't want him there to defend it, and it would be easier to shoot it down?
Yeah, of course.
On purpose.
Yes.
On purpose.
And when
do you think they scheduled those meetings at a time where they knew that they were going to be doing the debates to get out of him having to defend not having lived up to his campaign promises?
That's my whole opinion.
Well, there's got to be some 3D chess going on, right? I know all of it isn't, but there's some really smart people that are involved in government, obviously. So they've got to be thinking, like, this is the way we can handle this. Like, there's probably a bunch of nerds in the room, and they're brainstorming, and someone says, listen, here's how we get out of it.
Yeah, we send him to Germany, he's not even here.
We say there actually are no files.
Yeah.
We say there's no video, even though we said there's 10,000 hours of video. Actually, it's not true. Those people should not have spoken. We can't find it. We don't know where it is. There's no list. There's nothing.
And I love how, like, when they shoot her just eating a salad, and she's perfectly shot. You can hear everything she's saying. She's not. Dude, my whole thing goes. Everything is.
Who's eating a salad?
Yeah, I
she was eating a salad.
Yeah, when Veritas or James O'Keefe puts out that video.
What is the video?
The video is her talking about how there's like tens of thousands of videos of him marrying children.
Oh, so that video
comes out like
so that, but that video is like one of those Veritas type videos.
Yeah, O'Keefe. He's also the one who put out Karen Bass's phone call about her talking. Have you ever heard it? The super creepy.
Bro, that guy gets everything. He gets everything. It's usually chatty gay guys.
Yeah. Oh, dude. And all they do is listen, send in some ads, and they'll give away all the secrets.
So I didn't know that that was how that. I only read that she said that there was tens of thousands.
No, she talks about it.
Oh, interesting. Covertly recorded April 28th, revealing previously undisclosed information about Epstein recording tens of thousands of videos of little kids to a complete stranger in a DC restaurant. Okay, well, let's hear what it says. I want to hear how she says it.
It's easy to find because it cuts to her in a cafe. You'll find it right there. Just kind of jump. Oh, there it is. That's her talking right there.
We hope soon. Okay. So, you know what it is?
In the past, officials have spoken. Okay. She didn't even say underage girl. She said little kids.
Yeah. And that's a big part. I said this a long time ago. I said they're just trying to set it up so it's like these are high school chicks. You know, they're hot. In reality, it's like really. And there were statements, I believe, you can't find it on the internet anymore because they clean everything up. Like people talking about like what Bill Clinton was fooling around with.
Major figures
And
associated with
it wasn't little girls.
of the Torah,
You know.
and
I've always said this, you know, it's like Bill Clinton's the Andy Dick of the White House.
Very excited about. And I'm especially proud to be associated with Rabbi Trump because I feel that 30 years from now, when people are watching YouTube and stuff, say, "Wow, he was great." Rabbi Trump is one of those stars on a trajectory of greatness, and I'm looking to ride the coattails of his.
It's classic presidents. It's just we found out about
Bisexual Kennedy.
Trump too.
Bisexual Kennedy. Yeah,
Tonight's topic is the very dramatic life and lots of excitement and a lot of tumult and fascination. I am going to just give you a very quick overview of the major events of his life, and then I will turn the microphone and the podium over to Rabbi Trump, who will take us into the text. So in the first half hour, we'll get a sense of who Rabbi Nachman Ben Moshe was as an individual, and then we will focus on
blackmailed him through being gay. Obama stuff coming out right now. Bill Clinton. So let's think about that, right? We know that like the Spartans were gay.
For most of
Right?
his
We know
life,
that they had
he
sex
lived
with each other.
one
Yeah, it
of
was a big thing. Part of like
increasing
why they would go to battle so well,
on a
fighting for their
scholarly
Joker
path of
samurais.
greatness, and he
You
was
know,
well
back in the day,
recognized,
how they
well
were all
regarded
gay. You
throughout
gotta
his
fight
life
harder. You
as
know
a
that dude
scholar of
got some DSLs, right?
and he lived,
You're gonna fight way harder. Don't kill Bill. He's the best in the bunker.
He lived a life of relative
You're fighting for your
one
lovers.
of the
Right?
greatest places
But
where
it's
Jews
also
could
like
live
there's a
in
lot of
the
ancient
12th century,
cultures
13th century,
that
excuse me.
think
And
of
then towards the end of
having
his life,
sex
when he
with
was already
women just
in
for
his
procreation,
60s and
but
70s,
with
then
boys
he
for
encountered
fun. That's Afghanistan.
challenges which
Exactly.
would have
And
crushed
my friends have
a
been
much
over
younger
there that
man.
have
But
served
he
over there.
steeled
One
himself
of my
and
buddies.
was able
I
to
don't know if he said
rise
this publicly,
to
so maybe
major
I shouldn't
challenges
say
in
his
life,
name.
both of which we will
But just the
explore
stories that he
in
told me, I was like,
both parts of this lecture
he was talking about how
to
he saw
really
this
achieve
truck driver with his son.
international, or I should say,
He thought like, oh, that's really
millennial
takes his son to work
greatness
with him.
by what
And
he
the guy goes,
did
that's not his
in the
son.
final
Like, that's
2
his,
decades of
that's
his
his
life.
toy.
He was known in his lifetime by contemporaries as Harav Hane'eman,
was telling me
as
that there was
the
this one guy
faithful
that was,
rabbi, meaning
he worked on
the
this base and
steady,
he was kind of
always
slow,
predictable,
like,
always reliable kind of
mentally
rabbi.
slow, and he had a colostomy bag.
He grew up, of course, in
Heard
Spain,
a bunch
which
of noise
is
and saw a bunch of
always
dudes
a
in the
tremendous
room, like in one of the
exception
storerooms.
in Jewish
These
history.
guys were fucking
The
his
reason why this
colostomy
is so is because the demographic makeup of
This
Spain
old,
was
mentally
radically
challenged
different
guy.
from anywhere
And
else
these
in
dudes were
Europe
fucking
or
his
North
colostomy
Africa or
He's
the
like,
Middle East.
bro, I
Specifically,
just had a guy on right now.
from the
This is gonna
time
get weird,
of the
but
first
the
exile,
came
the
on,
second
and he
exile, I
was
should say,
talking about
in the
how
first century
he
of the
has a
Common Era,
mentor who also
Jews
works with,
typically
who
were
was
a
Hillary
tiny
Clinton's
minority living in
security
one
detail.
large majority
And they were in
In the case of
Afghanistan, they
North
saw a
Africa
bunch
and
of
the Middle
kids
East,
go in the room and
there
never
were a
come out.
small community of Jews living amongst a huge majority of Muslims. In Christian Europe, small
like
minority
3 in
of
the morning.
Jews living in an overwhelming mass
This is
of Christians.
right? Yeah,
Especially before the Reformation, they were basically the Catholics and so on. And so that was the kind of binary relationship of Jews to the outside culture. In Spain, however, you had the confluence of 3
I'm
major
implying
cultures.
that he
You
never
had
saw them come out.
Muslims, Jews, and Christians.
Maybe
And
there's another
because
story.
neither the Muslims nor the Christians
We
had
gotta
a
check out. Let him
lasting,
play. They'll figure it
centuries-long
out.
hold
The
on
creepiest
that
idea
peninsula.
about
As a
pedophilia is
result,
that
the
there's
Jews
people that
could
know about
parlay
it
that
and cover
three-way
it up
triangular
because they don't
relationship
want to get in
into
trouble for
greater
having known
power
about it.
and in many
Like, this is
cases
a Sandusky
stability
thing, right?
for the population as a
I mean,
whole.
that's
You have
essentially what
phenomenal
Tank
figures
Joe
like
Paterno,
Hastide
right?
Shabrut, who was
Everybody
a
really
major
do. And they all let go because they
diplomatic
were winning
figure in
football
Spain,
games. And then
essentially
Penn
the
State's right back
Secretary
in
of State
title
of
contest. Like, here's the
Spain.
thing.
You have
Over time,
Shmuel Ibn
what they can
Abdallah,
blackmail
also
you
known
with
as Shmuel
changes.
Hanagid,
Like, way
who
back
was
in
one
the
of
day,
those
if
exceptional
you,
figures
they
who
thought
was
you were
not
cheating on
only
your wife,
a
they could
great
blackmail you with that.
intellect,
But as culture
writing a
grows and we
commentary
start
on the
accepting
Talmud
more
that
and
is
more
still
stuff,
included in
it's got to get weirder and weirder.
even to this
You know,
day,
back then,
and
remember,
also
I mean,
a
we're
figure
around
of
the
great
same
political
age.
renown,
I mean,
and
remember
the
when we were
commander
debating
of
whether
the armed
Boy
forces
George was
of
gay
one
or
of the
not, and they were
nations of
like,
Spain.
right,
Hard to
we were like,
imagine,
there was like a real discussion on that. And he's like, no, dude, I love puss, dude. Oh, George
but
Michael,
that's
thing.
only a
Well, he was
fraction
so
of what
beautiful, there's no way he could be straight.
Abdallah was,
His hair
and
was so
that's the kind
perfect. His
of
voice
character
was
that
so
was
amazing.
produced in
That
Spain at
guy's
that time. And of
gotta be
course,
super good.
the
Have you
great
seen
eagle,
the Minnesota
Nesher
Vikings
Agado,
male
the
cheerleader?
Rambam
That
Maimonides,
is the
also
shiniest
stems
dude
from
I've ever
this
seen.
culture.
Show me
And
that. Look,
because
the male cheerleader,
the
Shane was
Muslims
actually
and
just talking about this. Shane was talking about this in the green room the other day.
Spain,
Yeah, he's
Jews
shiny.
often
Shiny.
use that
He's
space
so shiny.
between those
Oh
two
my
cultures
goodness.
to create
Oh my
authority
goodness.
structures
Oh
for
my goodness.
themselves.
Yeah, he's so, and
As
you
we
can
see
see
in
him
the
like
golden
on
age of Spain, a
Twitter,
little
he's
bit
just
earlier
like dancing
today.
around, and he's the
So that's when
shiniest
he
dude
grew
you've
up.
ever
That's
seen.
the the things
he's got
that
the
informed
skirt.
the
They wear the
political culture
skirt.
of the day and actually had a major effect
Yeah, there
on
he is
him
in the
in
front row.
particular. His family background was one of
cheerleaders are useless anyway, so there's really no purpose of that. They don't do anything for the game. It was back in the day. How can we have hot chicks in football?
His first name was Moshe, just
It's a
like
weird role. I don't have a problem with a gay guy.
He actually had
Well, here's my opinion.
a non-Jewish name, as little known.
Here's
Well, that's drug that
Here
owns
to
them.
a
I have
stadium
no
of
idea
16,000
how they came
people.
to
Football's
bust
like
that.
60,000, 60,000,
her name is Hillel, and my English name is Henry, because they both start with the letter Hay, right? But Nachman and bonus drug just do not fit one of the others.
Maybe a bunch of
I think
hiding.
bonus drug means one day will be a great rabbi.
But it's always kind of like 1 in 10, right?
He was a member of a great rabbinic family. His first cousin was Rabbi Yonah, and the two families married with each other over many generations.
What is the point of a cheerleader?
We all have scattered references, but he apparently acted as a physician.
They do and all the jazz, and it's fun, it's choreographed,
he also achieved greatness as a community leader, first as a Rosh Hashanah, and eventually as rabbi of California,
He's like, defense. Oh, dude, we gotta play defense, dude. It's an extra pageantry that adds to the experience. But why shouldn't any guy be doing it? Like, how many homophobic guys that are watching that? There's all these hot chicks, and instead they're caught, what's this fucking guy doing in his shorts? There's 16 other girls with perfect bodies you can be paying attention to when you're focused on the gay guy. Yeah, and they always complain about how much money they're making. I'm like, dude, you get to go to the game for free. You're on the field. It's like, you would have a great reality show. See how they accept it. How many downloadable layers are staring at them there?
Too much of an imprint
Sure, that's my favorite player. Percent is 10%. So here's my whole thing, dude. There's always going to be culture wars between the right and the left. I'm on nobody's side. Like, I'm not nobody. I'm like in the middle. I'm old school liberal. Live and let live. As long as you hurt people, particularly children, you'll never hear anything from me. I don't care what you do. Buy yourself or consenting adults. Get as weird as you want. God gave us free will. Do whatever you want. Pick your path.
The Ramban, who in many cases was actually
certain people, you're setting up a market for blackmail. So when people can't be themselves, and they're so afraid of people finding out who they really are, you're setting it up so people can manipulate them. And that's the story of Washington, D.C. Now, obviously, hurting children, there should never be a time when that's culturally acceptable. But that's why it's had to get so dark, is because we don't care if somebody's gay now. It's like, at least I know, because some people think it's like they just always want to do the thing. It's like, what would lead someone?
ban should be narrowed to only affect the scholars of France. It should not be extended to Spain. And in this regard, he actually hinted to a major historiographic discussion that would only ensue several centuries later, to the effect that Ashkenazi Jewry and Sephardi Jewry bifurcated around the time of the Crusades. Just to say it very quickly, after the Crusades, which I believe we discussed not too long ago, and we talked about Rashi, after the Crusades, Ashkenazi Jews, according to his argument, their culture began to inward, began to become much more insular, regard the outside world as far more toxic, regard non-Jewish culture as far more dangerous for Jews to engage in, instead to shut down influences to the outside world. Spanish Jewry, on the other hand, which did not experience the trauma of the First Crusade, continued to be much more open to non-Jewish culture, much more open to using the vernacular, and in fact, showed in the Bible I mentioned earlier, he actually loved poetry in Arabic. Yehuda Levi, similarly, loved poetry in Arabic. Some things actually,
that's a big part of it. Goes all the way back to Chronos, the first god, which is the god of time.
In the
and the whole story about it was told that his kids would slay him. So every time his female would have children, he would eat the kids.
100 years after the First Crusade, this is like dangerous for you, because your youth are not trained to acculturate themselves to the outside world, and if they were suddenly to be exposed to Maimonides and by extension to Aristotle, it could be dangerous for their self-view and for their Weltanschauung as a whole. And so therefore, this ban is really only appropriate for you. But us Sephardim, living in Spain, where we're regularly in commerce with Christians and with Muslims, and we're fluent in two languages easily, for us, we don't need this ban. His voice was not heard, and of course, the Maimonidean and controversy only got worse, but nevertheless, he was a voice of calm in those difficult times. Perhaps the most traumatic period of Nachmanides' life is the dismutation celebration of 1263 that occurred in Barcelona. Some half-century earlier, a Jew converted to Christianity. His name was Nicholas Doman, and he presented an argument to the which monks it was.
Sacrificing a child is the right move. That's what you do.
Anyways, he presented an argument to God. No, not Pablo. I'm talking about Nicholas Doman. Where is Pastor starts with a C.
Drugs that are pushed on kids.
Friars.
That's just profit. Medication
Dominicans starts with a C. I knew it. The Dominican monks. He presented this argument that
This is fucking.
these Jews for so many centuries, 12 in particular, and it hasn't worked. And you know why it hasn't worked? Because they have a secret book that you Dominican friars know not, which is the Talmud. At least in Christianity, I know the Talmud backwards and forwards. I know it like the palm of my hand, and I can show you that the Talmud is exactly the reason why the Jews don't convert.
Heart attacks.
That and a steady diet of Chinese food. Those two things, and they will never convert. You have to cut off the supply of Chinese food, and you have to. Okay, so what happened? So what happening was that Nicholas Doman organized a formal disputation, and with one of the important rabbis of France, and it didn't go so well for the Jews. I don't want to take us too much into that particular disputation, but it was left somewhat inconclusive at the end. So 50 years later,
No way.
another convert to Christianity, that was his Christian name, obviously, he decided to try again. The approach essentially
instinct, which is to protect children at all
costs, because they are the future. King Aragon, the King James I of Aragon, and who insisted that they have a debate on the Talmud. Now, at this time, King James I was actually somewhat friendly with Maimonides. He was on good terms with him. This is Spain, it's not France. And James I did not have tremendous enthusiasm for this project at all, but there was a struggle between the papacy and the monarchy, and so he ultimately came and said, okay, fine, let's do it. What I think we should do is this friend of mine, Malcolm, who I think would be a good representative of the Jews. In several, there was a number of negotiations about how the debate would take place. Maimonides insisted on females to argue that he would not participate in this at all if he could not say what he needed to, and if this was granted to him, of course, the way that he was judged. But what ended up happening was Pablo de Christianity took a disastrous strategy in the debate. He specifically said, he argued that the reason why the Jews don't convert is because the Talmud itself has a trait of the Messiah buried in, and the Jews, because of their degenerate nature, refuse to believe what is in the Talmud itself. In other words, he wanted to say that the Talmud that you guys study in itself proclaims the very divinity of our Messiah. That was his argument, which was a disastrously stupid argument because he was growing up against a Talmudic master. And one day, they met during these 4 debates in the summer of 1263. Maimonides absolutely destroyed Christianity. Among the many arguments he used, for example, there are references to Jesus in the Talmud, quite a few of them. Most of them are rather negative in nature. And I won't list them here. I'm sure that the YouTube version of this, someone will thankfully provide all of them for the rest of the audience. But when Pablo de Christianity pressed Maimonides on this, what do you say about these statements? He says, God Jesus? No, that's not the same Jesus that you're talking about. We have our own Jesus. There's so many of them. And he said, who's the teacher of this Jesus here? Yeshua ben Zakkai. Well, Yeshua ben Zakkai lived 200 years later. Can't be the same Jesus. You can say what you want, but you're not referring to that Jesus. Which one is the right Jesus? I don't know. And so, in other words, all Republican Christianity's best arguments were very easily deflected by this one single position that McConnell took. Fascinatingly, we have both sides of the debate in print. We have the Sacred Torah, which Trump will discuss in his portion of the hour. That's the Maimonides version of the debate. And we also have the Latin transcript of the debate. So we have they kept it, they want to copy it too. And there's lots of overlaps. There's lots of places where the text was probably altered to
This is fucking amazing.
But we can observe a few really salient ideas about the debate based on its conclusion. The Church, of course, won. That was a foregone conclusion. But King James I says, Maimonides, you did a great job. Here are 300 gold coins, and you better hightail it because you have so much trouble. You did such an amazing job. You embarrassed the church. You can't stay in that room for very long. So anyway, he is kicked out of the Iberian Peninsula. He is forced to leave. It was a very, very tearful departure. Among other things, the legend says that he told all of his followers, his family, some child with him, some stayed behind. He told that they didn't know what would happen. His plans were to make a last move to Israel, and that's a quite a different proposition in the 13th century as in the 23rd century. And so he told that they said, like, we don't know what's going to happen to you. What will be your fate? And he said to them, apparently, that on the day I die, these kind of radical groups, said, on the day I die, a crack will appear in my mother's gravestone. And according to the legend passed down by Spanish Jewry, that in fact happened 4 years later when he passed away. A crack appeared in his mother's gravestone. We actually don't know exactly when he died, or even where he is buried. There are several competing sites for his death. He made his way to Israel in 1267, and what he found on arrival was amazing. In Jerusalem, there were only 2 Jewish residents. And in order to put together a minute for the high holiday, they had to canvass the local villagers to bring in a minyan. He was absolutely aghast that that was the situation in Israel. And so here, already in his 70s, he re-engaged himself and he put himself to the very difficult task of community building. And he single-handedly was able to attract more and more Jewish migrants and eventually to re-establish a Jewish community in Jerusalem and in Israel. According to his letters to his sons, only 2 brothers lived here. Dyers after they died from the governor were joined up to 10 Jews in their home on Sabbath to pray. Something about starting writing, and that is by way of introduction to my illustrious colleague, Rabbi Trump. He is a huge, very prolific commentator and the author of several standalone tractates. I'm looking at the back room by Dr. Walsh, who's several volumes of his work right here. He was, unlike Rashi, much more of a Kabbalist, very strong influence of Iberian Kabbalah. He was also influenced heavily by Maimonides, even though he differed with him on many areas. But he was a systematic theologian, unlike Rashi, whose name is a genius as a commentator, reading the text. Ramban was writing monographs. He was writing like books. This is a book on the afterlife. This is a book on the laws of family theory. This is a book on, what we think about good and evil, Sadiq Barada, things like that. One of my favorite texts, which actually I spent about a year studying with one of my daughters in preparation for the Bat Mitzvah many years ago, is the letter of the Rambam. This is a letter that he wrote upon his departure to one of his sons. It's a very brief letter, perhaps 500 words in length, very powerful statements is essentially it's a ethical will in which he tells his child, these are the things that are really important to me as a human being, as a Jew. I want you to absorb them. I want you to emulate all of this process. And this idea of Rabbi has been associated with a tremendous number of miracles, particularly within the Safari tradition, such that it is read ritually by many Jews, Orthodox Muslims, either once a day or once every 30 days. A good measure of whether or not a sugar is worthwhile is to check out if it has a dose of Rabbi after Shabbos, because that'll give you a sense of where it's coming from. And it's a very short work, very worth reading, very worth So with that, I'm actually going to stop a few minutes early so we can hear more of the words of the Rambam offered by our glorious colleague, Rabbi Yaakov. I want to just start by, first of all, telling everybody what a distinct pleasure it is to work with Dr. Abramson. You know, not only is Dr. Abramson our favorite Jew in residence, in the show, but, you know, and really the genius behind this concept, this is content and context. But so many times in our lives we learn all about the content. And in fact, I think we spend most of our school careers and our adult careers learning a lot about content. The context roots everything. As we're going to be seeing in the next few minutes as we learn, we're so much more appreciating exactly what's going on in the Ramban's life and his ideas. Because that's a very careful, this was beautiful, succinct description. How can you summarize the Ramban in half an hour? It was a beautiful description of his really, being as ideal presidential name, I could say, you know, figure out a community, what your community can do for you. What you can do for your community, and Dr. Edmondson really stepped forward, and all of us have so many things we can contribute, and it's so beautiful to be able to contribute to it together with all of you, and led by Dr. Edmondson.
So he says, that's when you start
What we're going to do is I'm going to actually work exactly as we have this together. We're going to work almost the same format. We're going to take 5 aspects of Ramban's life, and we're going to look at 5 specific sources. So we learned a little bit about the background of Ramban. Let's hear his words. Let's hear what he said in each of those different 5 sectors that Dr. Emerson was speaking about so beautifully just a few minutes ago. But before we start, I just want to actually start talking about the almost like people think life is a share with you more what happened to me in my introduction to Ramban. It was a number of years ago, and I was in Israel, I wonder in the first year, just at the end of Sukkot for Rabbi, and they just don't understand how crazy it is. And one of the pivotal teachers in my life is Rabbi Blackman. This guy fights worse than you do. You have no idea. You don't know what you're doing. Yeah, he almost used to host us on Sunday on Rabbi night for a long day, 2 or 3 hours. He used to speak for 3 hours. And he would just bring look out there. Thinking in a different way. And what he said was the most operation. He said to us, he said, boys, I can't want you to just go about the bones and structure of Judaism. Now's the time to take the meat into the skeleton. It's just literally learning about Jewish philosophy. You understand why we do what we do. This is no you do.
It's so nice right now in my he's so crazy. He's the best.
And so it was. That was my first year. I went to the shop. I was able to get a book for my I was just there on the table.
But if it's a regular cow,
we are
that's a 250-pound Russian to it. That neck is big as my waist.
When this is crazy.
I never heard him at all. I was watching, I know, flying over. I was watching the latest Mission Impossible, and it's insane, dude. Have you ever seen it? It's amazing, man. Oh, dude, it just gets cranked up. But there's like 2 chicks in there couldn't weigh more than 100 pounds beating the shit out of everybody. And I'm like, this isn't, you need a cyborg type shit. Right. You're going to have somebody land in one, no next, cyborg, like that woman. Cyborg is like the Wilt Chamberlain of female MMA, where like you could drop her 20 years in the future and she'd still be murdering people because she's like that well built and she has skills. But that's how it would be doing it, not like 100-pound women though.
This is the important point is, what is it about doing? Rather than opening up the Nicholas Canola story we sort of
She has to weigh 135 for a very small amount of time, but she was a 155-pound champion what they're doing.
What's the philosophy around magnetizing text and then taking the first? Let's take a look at the first section, which we touch on.
She gets hold of these ladies.
What's the answer to on this pure of 5 bits of the time? So the action, as all good books do, they explain themselves. So here it is. Here, if you take a look at the sheets which are out, which has some sources that are managed to translate a Atlantean and then control all of them. So, we're going to start some translations. So this is an easy Knightley. We're going to look at theory, we're going to
Caribbean. She's
like fighting everybody. Very fast. We're going to use lots of very
anorexia. You know what I'm saying?
We start talking about the watch and how to jump fly the watch and how to explore control it is. And then we get to
everything's programmed.
Here's what he's going to do.
Well, it is, but I wonder if it's because we like that stuff, because it fits in our head, in like Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. It fits in our head with lots of like kicks your ass, and when you're winning, you go through your trials. Hey, you hit her. Oh my gosh, she's leaving. There's this thing that we want to see, nicely tied up in a bow. Sigourney Weaver used to do what there was something about her where you believe that you're like, that's a bad bitch, and she fucked people up, but she did it in the greatest science fiction movie of all time. She did it in Aliens, the greatest sci-fi horror, I'll say sci-fi horror, greatest sci-fi horror of all time. And it's clear that it was a woman that was the lead. It didn't even come up. It was so awesome that nobody made a big deal. Sigourney Weaver, finally a woman takes the lead role in an action. No one cared. It was just awesome. It was just awesome. She was awesome. The movie was awesome. She got credit for being awesome, but just for being awesome, not an awesome woman. Come on. You could do that in 1979. You could just have an amazing movie because there was no fucking social media. There was no hidden house. Stop concentrating on fucking
which is why
these stupid little classifications of each individual and whether or not they should be elevated and magnified because of gender, sex, or color. Stop! Everyone stop participating in it. It's dumb. Meritocracy for personality, meritocracy for the way you get all the conversation with people, meritocracy for being a better musician, meritocracy for being a funnier comedian, meritocracy, everybody's the same. Even playing field in terms of acceptance of what you do in the world. Just do your best. Yeah, we want that. The best rise everywhere. I don't know, because maybe we didn't know much about it, but like when I hear you sound if someone who looked like you came to see me from the fire, I couldn't give a shit. A lesbian is more comfortable to see someone looking like them. Yeah, what? No, my house is on fire. I can be comfortable. What are you talking about? You can't carry me. I told my life. What do I do? You should have thought about that. Yeah, you're so wrong. It's crazy. Like, Apple TV is pretty insanely great programming. You don't realize how woke it is until you're already captured, right? You're like, oh, what did I just watch? Like, I was watching Hijack, and I forget the name of the actor. No, it was a TV show in Apple TV. And it was the black British actor who's in The Wire. I forget what his name is. He's such a great... Yeah, he's phenomenal, right? He's awesome. But I'm watching the show, and then about 5 episodes in, I realized this is a story of a black man who stops white hijackers from hijacking a Middle Eastern flight. And you don't realize it till you're halfway in. Where's the Mark Wahlberg one? The one that Mel Gibson directed. That one was good. That was another, like,
very good. He's
some sort of hijacking type situation, right?
It could be subservient, or it could be actually putting himself forward. I didn't actually think about that perspective.
Yeah, Wahlberg plays a great psycho. It's hard to score the eyes. Oh, plays a great psycho. He's also very lucky. He got out and play on 9/11. How lucky is that guy?
Let's take a look at the next section.
I'm just saying.
Let's take a look at it.
Just get lucky sometimes. Well, him and
Rashi, fantastic. Let's start Rashi. He says, "Boy, every one side of that shit. Some doctor on his show, he would hunt, this is propaganda. He hunts the minds of people. He wasn't out there in the field going Arabs, says Rashi. He's actually going and he's with his propaganda. He's convincing people of his ideologies. The truth is not going to run the local. What is his ideology? He's getting against jobs. Okay, now, no shit, but as it's coming to the
automatically flown into the towers, like remote flown into the towers.
In history,
now you're getting into like high impact events and how there's like layers, there's so many layers to it, you have to ensure that the actual hijacking. So do you think that those guys that we found, luckily, was like an amazing coincidence that even though everything from the plane was destroyed in an incredible burning inferno, his passport
against God is
floated safely on the ground. Was it sitting? I have a show called Doom Scrolling where we just watch all these conspiracy videos and went, oh, Passport Man, where they made a superhero just on a passport.
Just finished the flag was the next step of the town above that. I didn't know that in fact, nobody said me involved. So,
not to make light of the stretch, we see the impact of one of the planes into the towers before the hijack happened.
So now it's clear those two types of context that fit into place, and Rashi says it continues to say about Rashi, pointing out, say that several things. I mean, Rashi is in fact quoting Chazal. So why is it not Rashi? Because Rashi is positionally approach as to
all the other people on board with passports. There's passports for whatever reason. All those like American citizens with passports. Yeah. So we get into it. All those people from other countries were just here on vacation with their passports. Yeah, those passports. So I check out New York. Should be cool. Nope.
He went to the positive territory. Imagine if you're a passport and you got to do your job.
Well,
what do people do in those days? Animals. So he was just a very sophisticated hunter, right? Listen to what he says. What else could he do? If he's not taking you against God, what should we do?
Yeah, see if you can find a video where it
he says that he used to bring sacrifices and hunter his own bring him to God. So what did he do? How was Nimrod posing in front of God?
This is like, you know, those complex. Very outstanding, by the way, 26 days on board. Look at this. We have that one where it's kind of like here, and then it goes in, then it like here.
Justify an evil person. You know, reshot the Kabbalah. Because what's the
from the other way, you see the plane actually fly in. So
this is such an important point. You see what's happening again? The Eliezer is essentially cleared the deck from the introduction and analyzed the concept by itself. He said, well, it's in front of God. Maybe the hygiene is in front of God. He's bringing sacrifices to God. Isn't that a wonderful thing? What is he missing? He's missing everything that Russian has, which is the tradition. You don't just necessarily try to made it person of the Torah and analyze it with no context, with no sense of tradition. You have to analyze it back. You have to then go and understand where it comes from. That's what Russian do. That's the problem. But they need to this is a very important point here, just to stop and appreciate what just everything said just a few minutes ago. Rambam does not spare words for people who see these things. Okay, so and it's very clear. This is why you can so much enjoy when you read that the transcript of the debate. And also, Rambam this is an opportunity just to footnote this. So if you click the HTML, Rambam really puts it up even for the
that's crazy. And then somehow took off those two and then the other buildings. Nobody talked about going fine. That village
And then about so spread out for some say he was actually 70 years old. It was really for some reason doing such a thing. So the book which starts to actually explains the whole agenda of the book. It was called The War of God. And the War of God was no less than the War of God. And he spares no words in every single page where he disagrees with those like about maybe in terms of much more sophisticated than this. So this is a place to see it in the Rambam does not spare time for people
he disagrees with. Now, this is where we jump to the third section, and this is the Parsha. The answers the following, and now he comes back to his own period. Take a look at the next paragraph. Here we go. So now the Ramban is correct. His name is and now this is his own word. He says,
all these houses that are in city operated, and then there's all these trees that are perfectly fine. So then you get into the debate, like what causes fire? Oh, it's drought. Okay, well, fire the trees. Okay, it's the water. Well, are we in drought or do we have water? And that's when you get into migration. Like, not just like
this is the first country, the first imperial subjugation in history. It's fascinating. There's a beautiful essay that I read in science on China, very well written. We should call Paul Johnson. Paul Johnson, of course, is the older history of the Jews. And Paul Johnson says that the beauty of Judaism is the ability to be able to balance the community and individual, the collective and the specific. What's interesting over here is this is exactly what is going on. Okay, in the Dora in the Dora in the generation dispersion. What was the topic of the generation dispersion? As Leonard Johnson argues is that wasn't that one language.
The people who
have
the smart meters on all of these houses, they're the ones who run the electricity and the power for all of California. First show we doing for in Bakersfield, a bunch of guys on Dark 30 show off. He started with Russia, like super interesting. And the next night in Sacramento, and I remember this very well because last night I ever drank alcohol, never in my life. It's some hot water with Savrag. And I'm like, today's my Friday night one, so I have a shot with her. She tells me she's from
that is a classic
so all nights in a row,
when people show up to our show, this is everybody says could be capitalistic addiction, as well as the translation of the Rabbi stop translating. You won't get this over here, they can't do later on the
first show is Bakersfield, I want to say Sacramento.
From here, this is just about methodology. What was he trying to do?
We're having PGs all over California, right? So they were at different offices. Most places, right? Like it's what you like when people go, well, we do a show in Bakersfield. Back when it's now like, look, sure, so but no one goes out. Yeah, I would imagine if you're in PGs and there's some I mean, it's possible. It's very weird that two shows in 2 nights. I'm just saying, it's super weird, but it's also it's like those people that work for these organizations, they would probably just break the legal laws. They're like, you know, like, so with breaks on the radio waves go to Mars. They're all okay. So let's get Pacific Gas and Electric Field. The federal judge has utility market issues may have caused fires in some California counties, including Kern County. According to Florida broadcast May 30th and 31st, Bell Ridge fire burned 53 acres after a power line fell, causing the grass to catch on fire. The documents also said that PG&E workers identified a broken tie wire but was not fixed in time. So this is from 2019, right? So caused fires including Fresno,
Let's go to just the first one before what he starts off by quoting the Rambam.
So I actually hit me up one time and they were talking about how there's a weird percentage that insurance companies do on whether your house could catch on fire, right? And fire insurance, stuff like that.
I believe we just use the Rambam across church. And
she was telling me that everyone on her
blog great difference in
had like a really high rating except for her house.
In many short and long instances around
does your house have a smart meter? She goes, no. I'm the only one on the block that doesn't have a smart meter.
There are these types of mystical aspects of afterlife.
So what's really interesting about the Sacramento show is I'm outside on the balcony, I'm outside on the patio talking to everybody after the show. This woman comes up to me and she goes, you know, I live in paradise. I go, really? I go, what happened? She goes, I can tell you the story. She goes, I was just chilling there, like on her porch or something like that. She looked up and she saw a silver cigar case
There is no physicality whatsoever. It is complete absorption of the divine. This is a strategic concept which Rabbi understood. In fact, he makes note of that at the beginning of the next paragraph, where he says, "Around concept of Shiva Shana Yatzis so now she's
suddenly videos now are popping up all over Twitter. If you go to my Twitter, SamTripoli.com, there's a video right now of a guy playing catch with his dog, and he throws the frisbee, and when the dog goes up to grab the frisbee, suddenly you see something fly in the air. That is a silver lake cigar.
Influences a lot of the Rambam's ideology, and a lot of disputes will have around
there was a time where Bravo and I got way too high, and we thought that rods were flying through the air. Of course, this documentary of rods were rods.
Three angels, the Rambam actually argued, and he never ran out to the angels.
I've always been conspiracy. This is one of the dumb ones. This is a really dumb one. So there's these things that supposedly float so fast through the sky that you can only see them in video footage. You couldn't see them with the naked eye. Turns out what it was bugs flying quickly close through where the lens is, and it's a video artifact. So it stretches these bugs out and makes them look like rods that are flying in the air. The video's not that good. So there was a show, I forget the show, something, Finding Monsters or something like that on History Channel, I believe. One of those shows, yeah. And they were trying to find out what rods were, so they set up cameras so you could see if they could capture them with the film. And they set up a super high-speed camera at the same location. And they did it also like a little campfire, so the bugs would be flying around and meat and everything was campfire. Whenever some kind of like when bugs are flying around, and they were filming it. And then on the high-speed camera, you could clearly see the bugs. And when the bugs came through,
to enter into.
long intriguing things we never identified in the flying through the air, but it just
clarification. They're really not to entry that I call to Rabbi, and that is predominantly not in the Shiva. It's only Rabbi as opposed to Rabbi who says, when you after that, the spiritual realm is so entered and the body is never enjoying it. Then to the conclusion of the philosophy, there's really Rabbi talks about. There's so much more to talk about, but it's really just a taste of the types of things that far from trying to understand words and Tanakh, far from trying to understand halachas of the Vedas, we're always talking about the very underpinnings on the foundations of our faith. Let's take it to the next level. Moving away from this, moving away from Parsha Leh, let's enter into the debate itself. This, as Dr. Anderson described, was a very big watershed moment, of course, in the Ramban's life, in the Barcelona disputation and the thing of Aragon. I think it's worthwhile just taking a very brief look at the actual words used to describe his transcript. I mean, the Ramban writes down for the sake of posterity, and it is worth for people still reading it. I doubt there's as many people doing it. The latter transcript, as there are, and the Ramban says the following. Listen to how he describes it. He's addressing a real issue, that is why he was suddenly willing to dispute. So he says the following. Sima Osi Adonenu HaMelech,
you know, where it looks like it almost has like a James coming out of the back.
commanded me
What do you think that is?
in fried pork.
What do you think that is?
He asked me to have a dispute with fried pork. They have gone in his palace, the Volov in front of him, it's very upset with the Barcelona, in front of his rabbis in Barcelona. I was just take a moment just to appreciate what's going on. In the context of it's not right there. Think about this. This is right back in the Ramban's world. This is not history talking. This is a man himself talking about his essential steps in the path of Barcelona. He says the following. What do I say to the kids in this appeal? What do you say to the words as a word of what is so real and I know that very we're talking about this is capital punishment. What do you yes, and Calista says I have a man. It's really interesting. They are very concerned.
You can't find a fire. Right, I mean, once they go a certain distance away, it's like they went a million miles far away. I mean, that is way far away over the camera. That's what I think happened. I think it went right over the camera, and I think within a couple of seconds, like where it goes. It's like right, I think it's right over the camera, in the right direction, and I think it only takes, like, you know, a millisecond for a to perceive that where it goes.
Where is that choreographed? There's nothing in the business to say, because should they reinterpret the Bible in the correct way, then there is that. There is the mercilessly kill him or torture for sacrilegiously misinterpreting the Bible. The debate. This is an example. Here's one example. And this is such a powerful example. Let's take a look at the next part of the debate. This is how he's transcribed. We're not going to replace this in this area. So here's flagpole. On our flagpole, the time of Shabbat, do you believe that the Messiah has arrived? Once you take the Messiah has arrived, the idyllic stages of post-Jesus world of so it's on that.
Aircraft.
Sorry. I believe Germans.
Scientists in America that were working with the U.S. government, so this predates Bill, right? I'm just telling you, right? Doesn't it? I don't know what it does, right? This is more people is more, right? It's not the end
there's nobody else besides Yeshu. Who was called as coming here from the hand in the I cannot believe in his being a Messiah. I'll tell you why, for two reasons. Okay? Now, by the way, this is his carte blanche. Okay? This he is doing so deep. You can imagine, at this point in time, the Dominican priests are shuffling in their shoes at this point in time. And as he's about to say, okay, this is real time. Shalavi Almighty Shia. The text says about the Messiah.
And he was breaking down that there were this Joseph B. Farrell area of expertise. And the history does a lot of religion.
Such control. I was a fire for years ago. He's been a terribly foolish life because he was enemies. He was the greatest man. He was crucified. That's a lot of bullshit.
And what is he saying?
In the
he's saying that in the pre-Civil War and during the Civil War, they had crowds that were traveling at 200 miles an hour. And
he says the following.
Yeah, it could be a blend, right? Like when they first started that's why I was at the point where like Led Zeppelin, they want to get out of the club, so they like crash that shit.
This is what about you take your food and turn it into couches and and no one will proliferate them again in the world. He says, look at the light of the world from the time he died to now. Look at the destruction. He says, by Rothschild, Shofim Domin, the Christians responsible for world bloodshed, the early renovation. The whole he says, and you will pull out King James. Which is a good thing for us to look towards. And then this says, how could the Messiah have come? This is a state of international affairs. This is what I'm about to say. You just see the power. Can you imagine? I dream. I sometimes dream of having an opportunity. Even just 5 minutes to meet the Rabbi. I dream of it. Just being able to bask in his glory. And you sort of get to the sense of who you are. Just imagine 5 minutes in the presence of somebody like this. Let's go step forward. We're going to take 2 more ideas. It's a real personal time.
It's not.
Personal growth.
It's not at
A
all.
lot of times, when you come to the word of academia, and Dr. Evans will tell you, academics don't necessarily translate seamlessly into the way they function necessarily. And that's why, as Dr. Evans said, when one looks at the Jerusalem ban, for what he said to his son, it is the moment where you see the giant detection. This is what he says, this time every line is replete with messages and lessons of heart. But he says the following, this is what the two lines. He says, the heavens are here. He says, my son, be very careful, because that Torah Tamid, Asher Tichal Lekano. Learn Torah in order to actually do it. To live it. As you finish pondering, as you finish philosophizing, as you finish learning, to chapes Hashem Amata,
This is nuts. Right, and then have you ever seen when they broke down how long it would actually take to make 5 billion vaccines if they wanted for everybody? It would take 10 years. It's just the thing that they just said that they had done it in front of everybody and everybody agreed to it. And then once they realized they agreed to it, they realized they got to do it. They don't want to admit to that. Yes, they want to be like that too. Yeah. There's how many Marxists, left wing, like conferences do I see online where they're all masked? They're still in that. Everyone else does have a mask while living. They're wearing like super heavy masks.
Just make sure you got an accounting. If you have an accounting as a business and making sure that the balance is all there. How many times did you charge somebody? How many times did you transfer something?
I love it. It's like I know who the retards are. Like groups online when they talk about
this is the person who doesn't just know. This is the person who knows her. That's a transformation that's important to
maskers are and COVID hasn't gone away and I have respiratory this infectious pattern immune suppressiveness. Fuck man.
This piece over here, we're about to reach, we're about to live, is
it was a little harder than most flus.
It's so transformative. I think that just to hear this part so now it's the acceptable he finds it very
geoengineering on our skies. 5 years ago you were crazy conspiracy theorist. Now there's laws being passed about it. You put all that together, you're like
looking in the shore.
That's how people get sick.
As you know, just before it next to the mirror is underneath there where there's 4 colors, there's a shore which is attributed to Rabbi, brings out 4 colors down the middle. And in fact, there's a base negative trend, there's yellow all the time for those that opportunity to grow. So only in the I just have a little bit before the show that just there is the Rabbi show, which is allegedly damages neurons on those viruses. And it's sometimes maybe the next time we're in Israel, might be able to just go there and pull us a shot to Rabbi, and then the Rabbi is going to show. Let's go. This is why it is right. It's right. So here's Akron in the North Coast. It's a city which has got much history, biblical history, and of course contemporary history today. And the Rabbi says before, he has a footnote from which is a rabbi in the land of Israel. Says this is what he says: the intellectual honesty, and this is residential. There's a few pieces like this. You cannot understand that honest address in addition, sometimes inconsistent in one of the subgraphic printings, and it's in his letters editions from the Rabbi. This is the following. Hashem, Akon, she's a person who falls in the Akon. Baruch Hashem, I arrived in the city of Akon. The Masasi of Shah, the Yad Sikmei, Nabrak Kesef, the Putachi to Third. I found a single poem, which is written with inscriptions engraved into it. It's an African cultural code in Salah Shanis. On the one side, it looked like a stick which is flowering, on the other side, it looked like a ball with swords. And we shared some Soviet conservative to touch there, and around it, there's this mountain which is very clearly grapes. Take a look at this. This is the poem that I'm talking about, right? So we talk about a stick which is flowering, we talk about this ball, and there's inscriptions. Now, let's try to appreciate it. But it won't answer to get to the end of this.
There's a song like, so was that supposed to say a person could get in?
And the problem is that both he and us look at these black flying machines. What does it say?
Okay, so what that looks like is like sails.
We don't know what it says around it.
right? Show me that thing.
Because this is Xavier, this is Acadia. Okay?
That's
This is written in the original, the original, but the original,
just jump off a cliff.
original letters of Hebrew, which are written in the following there. So he says the following, let's come back for a second. So here we are. He says, the Hero Akasa Kitty, the Coronia, I get it to one of the Kitty, one of the Acadia, the Rabbi, because of course you could read he says the Quran that's on shekel aircraft. The one scripture says this is a shekel of a shekel. This is an ancient shekel used in the times. It's other was the old that contains the manna, which is allegedly in the question of just a common also. So the person Rabbi dies. We wager. How much does shekel weigh? You're holding a history in your hand. How much silver does it weigh? Which are common establishment of the lands.
I want to know what the
weighs a particular type of silver. So the Chatzia Ukia, she's clear on the Rebbeinu Shalom. As Chatzia Ukia, which is like what the Rebbeinu Shalom says, who's Rebbeinu Shalom? It's like Rashi. There is a dispute between Ramban and Rashi how much a shekel weighs. And he gets to Apple and he weighs it and he works how much right? And he started to debate. Like Rashi. It's what he threw. It can only stay up to now. Now for the first time, the district was able to see it. And he weighs it like Rashi. So he wants to say now. What's the next sentence? When did the Ramban say this point in time in his life?
Right.
So this point in time, you can either not written it down, you can either use this from his thesis because it didn't fit with his natural work, which is just spent a long time working on. So that's kind of like that. But on the other hand, you can say, hey, yeah, listen to your sensitivity to his words. If I'm not itching in the air, they are there to discuss. I hate it, should I read that Hatsi Shalom? It comes to another quality. You know, he says, Israel, Rabbi The Rebbeinu Shalom has an incredible support for this. This is the sensitivity. Here's a man who's looking at archaeological real digs. He's looking at archaeology. Is it absolute proof? No. He didn't say Rashi's right. He says Rashi has got an incredible support, an incredible proof. Why? Because Rabbi also is sensitive to realize this may not be the only shekel. In fact, he goes on to other scholars are different ways to found and use at different times. So Rabbi, on the one hand, one of my teachers last time I placed this Ramban as the most incredible integrity and honesty of the Rabban. I know this is on one hand, but I'm wrong. It wasn't one I said. But on the other hand, I feel absolute truth. I'm able to be able to actually come to an understanding, appreciate what I'm seeing on TV, and to adapt my whole life work, even at this old age, to this is really an astounding piece of history and culture coming together. What we did, what the opportunity did was we looked at a little bit of Ramban's methodology. His mysticism in the world of hereafter is just you taking the Lord and Barcelona, the transcendence of that from the world of the mind to the heart, and finally how that apart and keep it up in that direction. This is a drop at the beginning of our exploration, but it is a transformative experience.
And Eddie Bravo is a really interesting theory about how there's all these movies about all these people dying in wars and everyone dying in the ocean, you know, to scare you from going out there. Like, I'm afraid of sharks. Like, I don't want to go out in the ocean, but what's going on in the ocean? We see stuff coming out of the ocean all the time. What's going on way
Thank you
down
very much for coming tonight.
Well, sharks are real. Sharks are real. You should be scared of them. The ocean is unforgiving. And alligators. And it's a rational fear.
Once again, I'm thrilled to be teaching
you know, Jaws makes this thing boom right in your face, right? When probably before that, nobody's thinking about sharks. When you Jaws makes a little bit.
Last week was really exciting. If you missed it live, you can always catch it online. And we're going to go to a totally different part of the world and the historical landscape today. We're going to move from Christian Europe to the Muslim land. And of course, for most of diaspora history, Jews experience either living as a minority of the Muslims or living as a minority of Muslims. Very, very different experiences right up into the 20th century. Spain is always that kind of complex situation because it's a triangular country. But today we're going to go right to the heart of Muslim civilization. We're going to look at the life of Saudi Ganem. Just a quick word on the periodization. You'll recall from the first class, Jews tend to create historiographic groupings of time based on generations of scholars, not based on external historical events. In fact, using terms like medieval with regards to Jews is very difficult because, for example, while Christian Europe was sunk in the dark ages, we had Rashi, maybe a little bit later about Rashi, but we still had that. This is actually part of the dark ages. The terminology that we use in the outside world doesn't necessarily fit the Jewish historiography. The period that we're talking about today is the classical Gaonic period. From the word Gaon, the word Gaon is derived from the Hebrew word Ga'ava, which means pride in the positive sense. When you say someone is a Gaon, it's someone who is worthy of pride, as opposed to Gaiva in the Husser sense, which means a negative kind of arrogance. If someone is a Gaon, like the Vilna Gaon, of which every single Lithuanian Jew I've ever met has actually directly related to. The Gaon is a title a marker of great learning. It also happens to be an institutional title in this period because this is the period when the Talmud had closed and the center of Jewish learning was still in Babylon for the most part, what would be today southern Iraq in Kuwait, and it was headed up by the yeshivas there, Babylonian yeshivas, continuing the tradition of the Talmud. So Sadia Gaon was one of those great leaders of one of the major yeshivas in the immediate post-Talmudic time. So if you recall, the very first class we talked about periodization, we have the period of Tanaim, which is the Mishnah, the period of Amoraim, which is the Talmud, the Gemara, then we get to the period of the Gaonim, which is one step back from when we were last week, which is the Rishonim. Okay, now, one last word about his name, Saadia. It's interesting, it sounds almost Arabic. It's actually a Hebrew word, or maybe it's Aramaic. Saad in Aramaic means to help, to assist. So this is a way I guess the Hebrew word too. So Saadia means, hence why God is a God of a great one. Okay, so let's get straight to the material today. His years are 1882 to 942, the end of the 19th, beginning of the 10th century. His main area of activity was in Egypt, and then later in Babylon. He is known as one of Judaism's first philosophers. So in order to put him in context, I have to give you a little bit of sense of what is the relationship of Judaism and philosophy, and where does it fit within this developing canon of texts. As Jews have a sort of love-hate relationship with philosophy. The word philosophy is, of course, Greek in origin, as we understand philosophy as a whole is Greek in origin. I think it was Whitehead who said that all philosophy footnotes to Plato. Like we had this one great Greek wrote, which was essentially the great teachings of his teacher, Socrates, from the other out of up here. That formed the Western tradition of philosophy. The word comes from philo, which means I love or to love, and Sophia, which means the love of wisdom, just the pure love of knowledge for its own sake. The Greek tradition, which developed under this man Socrates here, in Periclean after 500 years before the common era, was characterized by an unremitting questioning of reality, unremitting questioning of every fact, of every preconception. The Socratic method was so named after Socrates because he questioned absolutely everything. And he claimed to be the wisest man in all of Athens because he knew that he knew so little. For example, he meets a soldier and he says to the soldier, you're a professional warrior, you must know something about courage. He says, in fact, I do know something about courage. So he says to him, Charmides was his name, well, tell me, is courage like running blindly into battle? And he says, no, you have to like be cautious. That's not courageous to run blindly into battle. He says, oh, so it means to pull back from fights. No, sometimes you have to go and fight. So Socrates, by asking one question after another, would eventually break down the concept of courage until finally he got to a kernel of what he said, this must be the essence of what courage is, and that method of teaching, of asking these students the questions and uncovering the, so to speak, to use a modern sense, I think it was Henry Moore, the sculptor, Richard Moore, what was his first name?
Control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers,
Sculptor Henry Moore, he used to say that the sculpture was already contained within the block of marble, and his job was just to remove the excess. So that's the Socratic method of teaching. This particular picture, of course, is a very famous Jacques-Louis David at the end of the 18th century. It depicts the famous suicide of Socrates because he was kind of a rabble-rouser and all the youth were attracted to him and he was kind of breaking down Athenian values. He was forced by the elders to either recant and refuse to teach the youth anymore or drink hemlock, a deadly poison, and he chose the latter. And here he is consoling his obviously distraught students, including Plato, who's at his knee here, and he's saying to him in a famous passage in the Apology of Socrates, death is either a just reward, pointing heavenward, or a dreamless sleep. And he drank the hemlock and he died. So as Jews, we love philosophy. We just got so into it. It got us into trouble. That's why we had the Hanukkah Rebellion, because we just loved it so much that it tended to overwhelm traditional moral ways of thinking and certain logical systems that did not comport with the same kind of logic that the Greeks used. But we, although we had to kind of find a balancing point with philosophy, nevertheless, we loved the pure rational aspect of it. We loved engaging in pure debate, and the sense of it, the love of wisdom, the love of truth for its own sake really appealed to us. But we did not develop many distinctively Jewish philosophies in the ancient era. Perhaps the greatest one is this man here, Philon, also known as Philo. They named a very delicious pastry after him. You may have seen that. And he was an Egyptian scholar, a Jewish scholar, who essentially wrote a philosophy of the Bible. Because in many ways he differs from the rabbinic tradition, he has not been absorbed into the traditional canon. So you will not read Philo if you go to yeshiva. He's just like sort of out there. But he had a massive influence on Christian philosophy, who borrowed from him and his translations of biblical and rabbinic texts into Greek, so a major part of it. But still, he's kind of puts the machane outside of the camp in terms of the march of Jewish intellectual ideas. The first real philosopher, in the sense of the word that we're using right now, the first one to make an impact within the Jewish tradition, mainstreaming Jewish tradition, would be Saadia Gaon, who was not influenced directly by Greek philosophy, but by Arabic philosophy, which was in itself an inheritor of Greek philosophy. And he gave us a different way of thinking about text, thinking about tradition, that was heavily influenced by Muslim models. And perhaps the greatest innovation, in my humble opinion, I'm not an expert in this field, but his greatest innovation was in terms of his expression of those ideas. Numbered paragraphs is a kind of Saadia-esque. Is that a word, Professor Rabbi? Saadia-esque? Saadia-idic? Saadia. It's like a Saadia would do that. Sadducea? No, it's something else. He would just say, okay, like the Greeks didn't do this, but the Kalam philosophers of the Mutazilite trend, which is a Muslim way of approaching the Quran, they were using these numbered paragraphs. He said, okay, this is chapter number 1, idea number 1. Idea number 2, sub-idea 2A, and it was just so organized. It was mathematical. It was logical. It was lockstep. You would like get onto the rails, and you could not get off his track because it was so straightforward. It was like, you know, what do they say? Quid est demonstrandum, something like that. It's totally demonstrated. You know, quod est demonstrandum. It is completely demonstrated. You can't walk away from it. That's the kind of impact he had. Off the top of your head, you may have not have read too much Saadia Gaon, but who really adopted this more than anyone else? Who really shaped? Rabbi? Rambam. You're cheating. You're speak up. You're right. The Rambam, he disagreed with Saadia Gaon in so many ways, but he loved the format. Oh my gosh. What a great way to present ideas. I often use it in my emails nowadays. Let's put it inside the global context now. So what is Islam, just for a quick moment to give you a sense of how this fits with the Jewish history. So Islam as a faith emerges in the 7th century from Central Arabia here, and it spreads with amazing rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, taking over the entire Arabian Peninsula in a very short period of time. You can see here the colors here. This is the solid green is when Muhammad died. I believe it was 632, 636, 632, I think. So this is the region that became Islamicized. Lots of Jews and Christians living in this region at that time. Muhammad borrows very liberally from Christian and Jewish ideas. They are integrated into Islam. Then it spreads after his death throughout the Persian Empire. This is the part that is especially relevant for us here in the Mesopotamia region between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. And then, of course, across the coast of North Africa. And then in the year 711, easy to remember, they make it up into Spain. And every year on 7/11, they give away free Slurpees. Also, I don't know why. That's my good news. And they even came close to conquering Europe. They eventually held back, but they came quite close to the European continent per se. So the reasons for the spread of Islam are beyond our scope today, but I will point out one very important thing. Islam definitely did have some coercive measures, and if you read historiography of the 19th century, especially white Christian European historiographers, they've emphasized the, convert or die kind of picture of a Muslim spread. But in reality, Islam was an incredibly powerful body of ideas. It was remarkably colorblind vis-a-vis other faiths. And when you look at the massive spread of Islam in regions where people have darker skin, for example, very, very strong appeal of what we do today, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Northern India, it had a redemptive ideology that put it in line with the monotheistic faiths in a way that Islam was a very competitive group of ideas. There was also